Chapter 001. Is the investigation team merely eating idle rice? Hua Country. Yang City. It was the afternoon, yet the sky above the entire city was shrouded in dense, dark clouds. Boom! A thunderclap resonated through the swirling black clouds. Flashes of lightning tore through the gloom. Crash! After a prolonged cool breeze, torrential rain cascaded down in sheets. The city, already suffocated by the blaring sirens, felt an added weight of despair. In the old district where demolition work was about to commence, a narrow alley, emblazoned with the large character for demolish, was now devoid of any residents. Suddenly, a man, collapsing from exhaustion and shock, violently opened his eyes. Chinmu, whose face was stung painfully by the rain, instinctively rose, bewildered. Damn, where am I? As soon as his incredulous words fell, a sudden, suffocating headache assailed him without warning. Chinmu, a writer of suspenseful crime novels. A massacre case. Investigators breaking through the door. DNA matches. Fingerprint comparisons. Memory recovery in the detention center. Signing documents transferred to the holding facility. Prison break. Fragments of information swirled in his mind, piecing together a coherent memory. Have I been reborn? And I became the perpetrator of the massacre, successfully escaping from the detention center for over 48 hours? As the throbbing headache subsided, Chinmu processed the memories and felt his mind crash. In his previous life, as a criminal investigator, he had, while interrogating a scum of society who refused to confess, been provoked into shutting off the surveillance and initiating a memory recovery technique. Unintentionally, this led to the suspect's sudden death, costing him not only his job but also 3 years in prison. After his release, he fortuitously embarked on a path as an online writer, quickly becoming a leading figure in the genre of crime and suspense. However, during the celebration of his novel's adaptation into film, he collapsed from excessive drinking. When he awoke, he found himself in this utterly unfamiliar alley. This must be a dream. Yes, a dream. In the downpour, Chinmu rubbed his face repeatedly, attempting to awaken from this dream. Having been a criminal investigator, he understood the nature of a massacre case and the consequences of escaping from detention. Yet no matter how vigorously he rubbed his face, the clear memories in his mind only deepened. No, the original owner is not the murderer. This is a miscarriage of justice, a coerced confession. Suddenly, realizing it was not a dream, but rather a genuine rebirth into the body of someone sharing his name and profession, the original memories fused with his own. Chinmu's eyes widened in shock. On the day of the incident, the original owner had spent the entire day at home crafting plots, having not ventured outside for days. However, it was precisely due to this solitary existence that no alibi could be established. The calamity struck while he was at home, because the suspense novel he was writing happened to depict a massacre case. On the night he published that plot, Yang City experienced a real murder case identical to his narrative. The following day, as he struggled to continue writing, investigators from the Public Security Bureau arrived to take him away. At that time, believing in his innocence, he thought it was just a procedural formality. However, when the investigators presented the DNA results comparing a fingerprint and 2 strands of hair found at the crime scene, that moment, the sky fell in. Even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't cleanse him. What followed was a series of denials and the memory recovery technique, until he could no longer endure the torment and reluctantly made a so-called confession. As Chinmu's memories reached this point, ding! The Supreme Escape System is loading. Ding! The Supreme Escape System has successfully loaded. Ding! The Supreme Escape System is officially activated. Ding! The Supreme Escape System is distributing beginner rewards. Ding! Please draw your beginner reward within 1 hour, otherwise it will expire. The reward consists of a randomly selected supreme skill. In the pouring rain, as the series of cold mechanical sounds echoed in his mind, Chinmu was momentarily stunned. A system? Beginner rewards? Supreme skills? Had he not entered the world of online literature, he might have been bewildered by these concepts. But as an online author, wasn't this the standard equipment for rebirth and transmigration in novels? After experiencing the bizarre phenomenon of rebirth, Chen Mu found these notions no longer astonishing. Moreover, he realized that without auxiliary support, given his designation as a murderer and escapee, it would be impossible for him to evade the police's manhunt, let alone clear his name. How do I draw? Ignoring the rain lashing against him, Chen Mu, thoroughly soaked, hurriedly inquired. In the next moment, a faintly glowing virtual roulette appeared before him. It was evidently a lottery wheel, but the segments had no labels whatsoever. Would you like to draw now? The cold electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Yes, draw. Chen Mu swallowed hard. As soon as he uttered the words, the pointer on the virtual wheel spun rapidly. After an unknown number of rotations, it gradually slowed and finally came to a stop. The pointer landed on one of the segments. As it settled, 5 characters emerged. Supreme Makeup Technique. Ding! Beginner reward drawn. Successfully, congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Makeup Technique. Before Chen Mu could fully grasp the implications of the Supreme Makeup Technique, the cold mechanical voice continued. Ding! The Supreme Escape System has officially issued a task. Main task: continue the online novel that was halted due to your arrest. Subtask: identify the true culprit behind the Yang City massacre within 1 month. Main task requirements: update in a relatively realistic manner to publicly showcase your escape experience. The hiatus must not exceed 7 days, and each update must reflect events occurring within the last 3 days, including 3 days or 72 hours. Subtask requirements: you may not leave Yang City before completing the task. Special reminder: failing to identify the true culprit within 1 month, or leaving Yang City before completing the subtask, will be deemed a task failure. Friendly reminder: if the hiatus exceeds 7 days, or the update content does not meet the standards, after 3 failures, the main task will fail outright. Amidst this barrage of announcements, Chen Mu was left speechless. He understood the urgency of identifying the true culprit to clear his name. But what on earth was the so-called main task? To continue his escape experiences in a relatively realistic manner in his novel? Moreover, each update must depict events from the past 3 days? Was the investigation team merely idle? Was this not a blatant provocation as a fugitive? With this thought, Chen Mu, who had once been an investigator, felt a surge of anxiety. He knew better than anyone what such reckless behavior entailed. What are the consequences of failing the task? Chapter 002: Masterful Makeup Techniques in Disguise. Failure of the main quest will result in the reclamation of all that the system has bestowed, followed by the self-destruction of the system. The failure of side quests will lead to the host being captured with no possibility of appeal. Given the heinous nature of the case, the host will face the death penalty. The system's cold, mechanical voice immediately provided this response. Chen Mu. So, whether it's the main quest or side quests, failure means eternal damnation. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Notification: given that the host has not updated their work for an extended period, please resume updates within 24 hours and ensure that the escape content is current within the last 3 days in order to officially initiate the main quest. What nonsense is this? Resume updates within 24 hours and update the escape content to the last 3 days. Am I out of my mind? The deafening wail of police sirens encircled him from all directions. In an instant, Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine. In such circumstances, fleeing was already a challenge, let alone updating a novel. Yet, deep down, he understood that with the warnings and notifications issued by the system, he had no choice left. Wiping the rain from his face, he glanced around and realized that lingering here was unwise. Battling against the torrential rain, he dragged his heavy body and dashed out of the alley. However, as soon as he turned the corner, a fleet of police cars whizzed by. Despite the downpour, law enforcement personnel were resolutely setting up checkpoints to conduct thorough inspections. All passing vehicles were required to stop, present relevant documents, and open their trunks for inspection. A net of law enforcement had already been cast. Seeing the situation ahead, Chen Mu's breath quickened, and he broke into a cold sweat. With his past experience as a criminal investigator, he was acutely aware of what such a display by the police signified. Such misdeeds. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu dared not linger any longer. Taking advantage of the blind spots of the checkpoint personnel, he hurriedly slipped into a nearby rental housing area as expected. Upon entering the densely packed rental district, he was greeted by numerous wanted posters plastered everywhere. The bounty had risen to an astonishing 100,000. Casting a quick glance around the balconies of the rental units, he spotted a balcony adorned with drying women-esque clothing. Instantly, a target emerged in his mind. Updating the novel could wait. After all, there were still 24 hours, but he needed to disguise himself immediately. Otherwise, he would be rendered immobile. From the fact that the clothes were left out to dry in such fierce wind and rain, it was evident that there was no one home. Coupled with the current time, it was far from the end of the workday. A window of opportunity had seemingly opened for him. The nearby rental units were relatively old, and most of them lacked security systems at their entrances. Moreover, the heavy rain and wind obscured the sight of any residents entering or exiting, providing Chun Mu with an unexpected advantage. He swiftly approached the designated unit. Producing the wire he had previously stashed in his pocket, Chun Mu easily opened the door. The interior was painted in soft pink hues, warm and inviting, indicating that the occupant was likely a young woman living alone. With heightened caution, Chun Mu surveyed the corners of the room and its contents. Upon discovering that there were no surveillance cameras installed, he finally relaxed. He quickly removed his shoes and entered the open bedroom. Just as he had anticipated, a vanity table stood before him, cluttered with an array of cosmetics. Seizing the moment, Chun Mu sat down on the makeup stool. First, he grabbed a tissue to dry his rain-soaked face. Then he closed his eyes, and the next instant, the masterful makeup techniques began to generate a wealth of information and technical skills in his mind, seamlessly integrating with his fingertips. Exhaling a deep breath, Chun Mu opened his eyes. Fully aware that time was of the essence, he hastily began to manipulate the various bottles and jars on the vanity. With the application of cosmetics and deft strokes of brushes, half an hour later, a visage that was almost unrecognizable from Chun Mu himself emerged in the mirror. Although the time constraints had led to some imperfections in the disguise, it was undoubtedly a transformation from his previous self. Having resolved the makeup issue, Chun Mu inadvertently caught sight of a bag resting on a cartoon-themed single sofa against the wall. The bag bore the label Kashim Menswear. This discovery sparked a glimmer of hope in Chun Mu's mind. Although he had discarded the prison uniform during his escape, the clothes he had changed into were now tattered and soaked from the rain. Realizing this, he wasted no time in approaching the bag and opening it. Inside was a complete outfit, still with the tags attached, presumably a gift for a boyfriend. Without a second thought, Chun Mu quickly changed into the new attire, though his actions resembled those of a thief. He could hardly afford to dwell on such moral dilemmas at this juncture. Gazing at his transformed appearance in the mirror, clad in fresh clothes and sporting a new face, Chun Mu felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. However, just as he prepared to leave, he noticed the computer desk in the corner of the room. The computer screen was aglow, seemingly downloading a large game. This sight momentarily ensnared him in a dilemma. Should he address the system's main quest here, or should he prioritize a hasty retreat to seek another opportunity to write? He was torn. Primarily, he was currently without funds. Even if he went to an internet CAF, there was no guarantee he could access a computer, especially since such places were likely to be under heavy scrutiny from law enforcement. For safety's sake, it certainly wasn't an ideal choice. After much deliberation, Chun Mu glanced at the time. 4:07 p.m. Realizing that it was still relatively early for the end of the workday and that the wind and rain outside were intensifying, he gritted his teeth and made the decision to sit down at the computer. He navigated back to the main menu and clicked to create a new document. Immediately, he began typing at a speed of 5,000 to 6,000 words per hour. As a web novelist, I never imagined that one day I would find myself embroiled in reality due to my fictional creations, nor did I foresee that this would lead to a life-threatening predicament. Indeed, during those days of halted updates, I was taken in for questioning by the law enforcement agency that I had thought it would merely be a routine inquiry, as I had never committed any crime. I firmly believed that a clear conscience would shield me from suspicion. Yet, I never anticipated that this visit would entrap me in a quagmire from which I could not escape. Now, let us continue the tale that was destined to remain unresolved. Or rather, it should be termed a true story. My experiences following the wrongful arrest and the subsequent life on the run. The rhythmic clattering of the keyboard resonated crisply and continuously within the confines of the young woman's room. In a race against time, and without the need for extensive imagination to flesh out the content, Chen Mu embraced a narrative writing style that propelled his typing speed to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau of Yang City, the atmosphere in the conference room had reached a boiling point. All the investigators sat in tense silence, afraid to utter a word. The relevant leaders were visibly pale with anger. Chapter 003. He must still be in Yang City District. It has already been over 48 hours. You all understand what this signifies. This means that public panic will escalate. It means that various media outlets will turn their attention to this incident. It means that our Yang City Public Security Bureau will face scrutiny from both the citizens and higher authorities. A suspect who escaped from Yang City Detention Center has evaded capture for over 48 hours despite a citywide manhunt. How will the Public Security Bureau account for this to the public, and how will it justify itself to the higher-ups? The head of the Yang City Public Security Bureau slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. The crowd below fell silent as if struck by a chill. The nature of the escape was already severe, but this time, the fugitive was a perpetrator of a mass murder case. This incident marked the most egregious escape in the history of Yang City. Without exception, Zhou Sun, as the investigator in charge of the 6.21 massacre case, you must be acutely aware of the societal repercussions this jailbreak incident could engender. The escape of a murderer from a massacre case into the community not only incites panic within Yangcheng, but also poses an extraordinarily grave threat to society at large. Should he commit another crime, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, not only would I be unable to bear the responsibility, but the entire Yangcheng Public Security Bureau would be branded as inept. Awaiting a thorough cleansing amidst public outrage, the head of the bureau slammed his hand on the table once more. After scanning the room, his gaze returned to Zhou Sun, the lead investigator. Zhou Sun, provide me with a timeline. How long will it take to apprehend the fugitive? 5 days, Zhou Sun replied, running his fingers through his disheveled long hair. The resolute 30-something investigator spoke in a deep, determined tone that I cannot grant that. It has been over 48 hours since the incident occurred, so I can only afford you a maximum of 72 hours. If we fail to capture him within this time frame, higher authorities will undoubtedly intervene, redefining the capabilities of our Yangcheng Public Security Bureau. For this reason, I have already issued a military order to the municipal government prior to this meeting. The fugitive must be apprehended within 72 hours. The head of the bureau declared sternly. Understood. Zhou Sun nodded through clenched teeth after a brief tremor of his facial muscles. Loudly, the head turned to his deputy. Yin Bureau, Vice Director Li, responsible for overseeing the investigation of the 6.21 massacre case, responded promptly. You will lead the operation to capture the fugitive Chen M. And no matter the cost, it is imperative that we apprehend Chen Mu within 72 hours. The head of the bureau reiterated firmly. Yes, Yin Bureau, understood. After hastily outlining the relevant matters and directives, the head of the bureau left the meeting with swift decisiveness. Vice Director Li and the other leaders, along with the investigative team, hurried to the dispatch hall. In the dispatch hall, all screens were illuminated, displaying various neighborhoods within Yangcheng. Any discoveries? Vice Director Li Hongwei inquired, his expression grave as he scrutinized the electronic display. No, Director Li, all surveillance has failed to capture any trace of him. Not even a suspected sighting, a law enforcement officer replied quickly. Zhou Sun, you asserted that he is still within Yangcheng, correct? Li Hongwei turned to the lead investigator. Indeed, I maintain that he remains within the urban area of Yangcheng. Based on the timeline of his escape, the police's prompt response, and the established city-wide surveillance points, coupled with the last confirmed sighting on security footage, he undoubtedly remains in the urban area, Zhou Sun affirmed. Very well. If we assume you're correct, and he is indeed still within Yangcheng, how do we explain this? After a full 48 hours, there have been no reports from the public, and no surveillance has captured his movements. With thousands of officers dispersed throughout the city, there is no sign of him. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? Li Hongwei replied solemnly. Let's not forget, he is a novelist. Specifically one who writes suspense and mystery. His thought processes differ markedly from the average individual, particularly in terms of meticulousness. Even without formal training, his extensive research to support his writing equips him with a certain degree of counter-surveillance awareness. Zhou Sun adjusted his disheveled hair to "Oh, what you are implying is..." Li Hongwei furrowed his brow. "The current surveillance coverage in Yangcheng is only around 70%, which means he is undoubtedly within the remaining 30% that is not monitored." Zhou Sun explained. "Thus, my recommendation is to mobilize law enforcement to focus on the 30 to 40% of areas lacking surveillance coverage immediately, prepare a specific plan, and deliver it to my office." Vice Director Li Hongwei commanded. "Understood." Li Hongwei nodded, refraining from further comments, his expression serious as he left the dispatch hall as the lead investigator. Zhou Sun also did not linger, quickly returning to the investigative unit's office with a few subordinates. He dictated a search and capture plan for his team to compile and writing to send to Vice Director Li Hongwei's office. "Zhou team, do you really believe we can succeed within 72 hours? One investigator hesitated to ask, leaning against the desk with his finger pressed to his temple. However, Zhou Sun ignored the question. He suddenly turned to another investigator. "Go, immediately retrieve the case files for the 6/21 massacre case for me." "Yes, Team Zhou." As the designated investigator left to fetch the files, another investigator hurriedly asked, "Team Zhou, what are you thinking? Why did he run towards the city after escaping from the detention center?" Zhou Sun inquired. This question instantly froze the expressions of several investigators. Although the detention center reported the escape to the municipal bureau promptly, initiating a large-scale manhunt, he had two opportunities to alter his escape route towards the suburbs or rural areas. Yet he chose the city instead. What does that indicate? "I trust you do not think he believes that the darkest places are the safest," Zhou Sun stated. "Team Zhou, what are you implying?" one investigator asked. "Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that fleeing through a heavily monitored urban area is a dead end. As a meticulous thinker with strong deductive reasoning skills, he must be aware of the significant risks of hiding in the city." Zhou Sun continued, "Oh, you mean that his decision to flee towards Yangcheng's city area after escaping was not solely for the purpose of evasion," a female administrative investigator exclaimed. Meanwhile, on the other end, in a rental apartment building in a housing complex, the frantic tapping of keyboard keys abruptly ceased in a woman's room. Chun Mu had spent just over an hour documenting his experiences for being taken by the Public Security Bureau's investigators. To his time in detention, his transfer to the detention center, and eventually his escape, he had penned over 7,000 words, aware that time was of the essence and that he could not afford to dawdle. He hastily logged into the platform to publish his novel as he worried whether his book would be taken down due to its connection to the massacre, along with his author account being banned. He was unexpectedly relieved to find he could log in without issue. Without a moment to spare, he quickly pasted the copied document and hit publish. After nearly 2 months of inactivity, his work was once again updated. Ding! Main quest successfully updated. Reward points. Send out a brief notification chimed his mind. Reward points? This sudden alert left Chen Mu perplexed, but he knew this was not the time to ponder. After clearing his login history on the computer and restoring the original interface, he hurriedly exited, taking an umbrella with him. However, as soon as he reached the entrance on the first floor, 2 young officers clad in raincoats approached him, perhaps feeling guilty, even with his past as a criminal investigator. Chen Mu could not help but feel a tightening in his chest. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" Under the eaves of the entrance, the officers first scrutinized the disguised Chen Mu, before pulling out a photo that prominently featured him. "Isn't this the wanted criminal?" Chen Mu feigned surprise. I haven't seen him. If I do, I'll report it immediately," he stammered. The officers exchanged glances but did not dwell on his response. "Keep an eye out, and if you spot him, report it immediately." "Understood. We all have a role to play in combating crime, and cooperating with the police to eliminate threats is an obligation of every citizen," Chen Mu declared. "All right, be on your way." The officers smiled slightly and then turned to walk down the stairs. With a sigh of relief, Chen Mu stepped briskly towards the opposite street under the pouring rain, holding his umbrella. Meanwhile, in the stairwell of the rental building, one of the officers who had stopped Chen Mu suddenly halted. "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" the other officer inquired urgently. "That man, just now." "What about him?" "In this storm, A grown man wearing heavy makeup and clearly ill-fitting clothes. Does that seem normal? The first officer remarked, his expression tense. Furthermore, who among the public remains so composed when hearing about a wanted criminal, especially one under city-wide pursuit? How many could calmly assert that cooperating with the police is an obligation of every citizen? The officer's demeanor grew serious. Damn. In the very next moment, two police officers abruptly turned on their heels and dashed down the corridor. However, the exterior was already deserted. What should they do? Should they report the situation to their superiors? One officer, swallowing nervously, glanced at his partner. The individual did not match the fugitive depicted in the photograph. He could not possibly be the wanted criminal. After all, no amount of disguise could effect a complete transformation. Indeed, it was impossible. The other officer shook his head repeatedly, yet his words and tone betrayed a palpable self-reassurance. After all, the peculiarities surrounding that man were far too numerous. On the internet, the once popular platform known as the Tomato Novel Network had nearly 2 months passed since the sudden removal of a novel that had captivated millions. Now, it re-emerged on countless readers' bookshelves as countless readers clicked in astonishment. A frenzy ensued. What the hell, the author escaped from prison? Was it not reported that the author had succumbed to obsession, committing a murder identical to that in his novel, and had been apprehended? Is this an update on his life after breaking out? Had Tomato lost its mind to release this book again, and to allow it to continue updating? This was unprecedented, a fugitive narrating his escape after breaking out of prison. Regardless of whether he was wronged, it was a blatant affront to the entire law enforcement system, a direct challenge to the Security Bureau of Yong City. If the narrative of his escape from custody was genuine, it would undoubtedly serve as a textbook example of a jailbreak, coerced confessions, forced admissions. Surely we have progressed beyond such tactics in this day and age. You upstairs, you are still too naive. Comments: 99 chapter reviews, 99 book reviews, 99 after a hiatus of 2 months. My novel, I Am Not a Criminal, resumed its updates, igniting a wildfire of interest among readers. Various forums and social media platforms related to literature exploded with related information, a.k.a. the Yong City Security Bureau. The investigation team was shaken. What? One investigator leaped from his chair, pallid with shock after receiving a phone call. What happened? The investigation team leader, Zhou Sun, who had just received the case file for the 6/21 massacre, halted his movements, a sense of dread washing over him as he turned to look. Zhou team. That novel, Not a Criminal, has resumed updates. The investigator trembled, his voice quaking. What? Zhou Sun had yet to respond when the other investigators erupted in disbelief. The author of I Am Not a Criminal is Chun Mu, the murderer of the 6.21 massacre, pen name Chun Mu. However, following the events of the 6.21 massacre nearly 2 months prior, and with Chun Mu's arrest, the novel had been taken down across all platforms, including the ban on Chun Mu's author account. How could it suddenly be reinstated? Immediately, investigators voiced their astonishment. Yes, but the fact remains that I Am Not a Criminal has reappeared on the Tomato Novel Network. And reportedly, the updated content narrates the protagonist's experiences after being taken away by the Security Bureau due to the 6.21 massacre, detailing the entire escape process. Upon hearing this, every hair on the investigation team stood on end, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 005. He will certainly go to the 6.21 crime scene. Quickly, open that novel. Zhou Sun urged, breathless and pointing. Yes, Team Zhou. Without hesitation, a clerical investigator hurriedly began typing on the keyboard. Soon, he accessed the page for I Am Not a Criminal on the Tomato Novel Network. It displayed an update from 37 minutes ago. As the investigator clicked on the latest chapter, Zhou Sun lunged forward, the rest of the investigators crowding around to read the new content, until I was brought back to the interrogation room of the Security Bureau. I had no comprehension of what had transpired, not until they mentioned the massacre. Yet, at that moment, I maintained an unwavering resolve, believing in my innocence in the face of their so-called interrogation. But soon, I sensed something was amiss. They seemed convinced I was the perpetrator of the massacre. They demanded that I provide an alibi, which I could not furnish, for as a reclusive online author living alone, without surveillance in my home, such proof was unattainable. Thus, I witnessed the cold smirk on the face of the interrogating officer. I believe I shall never forget the expression he wore as he glanced at the corner of the interrogation room. For it marked the beginning of my nightmare. Under 72 hours of relentless interrogation, I endured inhumane torment that words cannot adequately describe. In a state of complete physical, psychological, and emotional collapse. The only thing that sustained me was a flicker of defiance. Yes, defiance, for I had done nothing wrong. I was innocent. Yet, to my utter astonishment, after surviving that hellish ordeal, 2 reports were slammed down before me. One detailing the DNA evidence from the crime scene. The other the fingerprint comparison results. All matched my DNA and fingerprints. Gazing upon those reports, I was struck by a thunderbolt, as if I had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse myself of the stain. I insisted I had never been to the crime scene, and until being taken back to the Security Bureau, I had been unaware that someone had replicated a massacre based on my writings. Yet, in light of the evidence, my words became feeble and futile. At that moment, confronted with the so-called irrefutable evidence, I understood that the sky had fallen upon me. Later, I was transferred to the Yong City First Detention Center, and from the moment I arrived there, the thought of escape took root in my mind. Yes, I had to break out. Otherwise, a predetermined death awaited me, and I could not resign myself to such an unjust fate. To becoming a ghost condemned to the death penalty. Thus, from the moment I entered the detention center, I began to observe everything around me, seeking any resources or conditions that might aid in my escape. As the 25th day of my confinement approached, nearly a month of constant plotting and preparation had finally yielded an opportunity. I designated that day as the dawn of my new life. Listening to the wailing police sirens, I found myself no longer gripped by panic. I did not expect the lofty Yong City Security Bureau to discern my innocence. I simply knew that since I had fallen into this predicament, I might as well make my life henceforth more tumultuous. Thus, at a fork in the road, less than 2 kilometers from the Yong City First Detention Center, between the options of fleeing to a neighboring city or within the city itself, I chose the latter. I understood this choice would elevate the risks of my escape exponentially. But rather than live as a pitiful corner dog, I would boldly declare war on the Yong City Security Bureau. I am in Yong City. Come and catch me. P.S. To be continued, with irregular updates on my latest escape status. The narrative concluded abruptly, leaving the investigators seething with rage, their teeth clenched. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is not ghostwriting. He penned this himself. He dared to resume his novel amidst a citywide manhunt, presenting all his experiences as a direct provocation. The evidence was irrefutable. All clues pointed to him. And the fingerprint and DNA results were indisputable proof. Now he had the audacity to claim innocence. Team Zhou, could he be attempting to mislead us, diverting our attention to the urban area while leaving room for his next escape? The investigators voiced in unison, indignant. Investigate the IP address he used to log into his author account, and contact the Tomato novel platform immediately to have that novel taken down and blocked. Zhou Sun barked. Ignoring the rising clamor around him, he stood tall, addressing 3 investigators by name. Tai Tu, Xiaozhan and Tai. Team Zhou, the 3 named investigators responded swiftly. Immediately deploy personnel to stake out the vicinity of the 621 crime scene. Zhou Sun commanded. Team Zhou, what are you planning? He will undoubtedly go to the 6.21 crime scene. A flicker of sternness crossed Zhou Sun's eyes. Yet, following that fleeting intensity, a struggle emerged. Yes, Captain Zhou, despite their confusion over Captain Zhou Sun's conclusion. The reconnaissance team swiftly turned and departed. Captain Zhou, are you beginning to waver on the previous investigation results? An older criminal investigator, significantly senior to Zhou Sun, inquired quietly beside him. Old Lin, you know I have always disagreed with the premature conclusion of the 621 case. Unfortunately, Director Li disregarded my opinion and insisted on a swift resolution. Zhou Sun replied. When did you start to falter? Lin Guodong raised an eyebrow and whispered again, after he withstood the memory recovery technique of those little rascals who shut off the interrogation room surveillance cameras. Zhou Sun stated, once this novel is released, his account of the interrogation will undoubtedly thrust the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and our investigation team into the spotlight. How do you plan to respond? Old investigator Lin Guodong asked again that a fugitive's narrative cannot stir significant waves, even if it holds truth. The higher-ups will cover it up. Zhou Sun narrowed his eyes. But if this is indeed a miscarriage of justice? Lin Guodong could not continue. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's face trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, if such a hypothesis were to hold, it would spell disaster for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, for the investigation team, and for Zhou Sun himself. Chapter 006. An unavoidable hurdle. Perhaps it was the heavens showing mercy to the working class. The rainstorm that had persisted throughout the afternoon abruptly ceased around 6:30 in the evening. As the city lights began to illuminate, Chun Mu chose not to flee aimlessly. Instead, he made a startling decision that would undoubtedly leave the Public Security Bureau dumbfounded. He resolved to return to his residence. He knew that plainclothes officers would certainly be stationed at his original home. However, he equally believed in the age-old principle that darkness conceals. With his previous experience as a criminal investigator and his understanding of the personnel within the Public Security Bureau, he was aware that those monitoring his residence would likely adopt a procedural mindset and would never suspect that a fugitive would dare return to their old lair. As he anticipated, outside the community, scattered plainclothes officers occasionally cast glances around. Yet, their body language and demeanor indicated a lack of seriousness regarding their task. With this understanding, Chun Mu slightly hunched his shoulders and approached the community's entrance. As he passed by the plainclothes officers, they merely glanced at him before diverting their gaze. After all, the appearance of the wanted fugitive Chun Mu had long been etched in everyone's minds. With several residents entering and exiting the community, his new face did not draw excessive attention from the security guards. Thus, he smoothly entered his designated unit. However, upon entering the elevator, he did not ascend directly to the 16th floor where his apartment was located. Instead, he first went up to the 21st floor and then took the fire escape to reach the balcony door of his apartment. When he initially purchased this unit, he had somewhat resented the dual doors. Besides the main entrance, there was also a side door leading to the fire escape. Little did he expect that the dual fire escape doors would provide him with convenience. With a swift click, he slipped into the house, not daring to turn on the lights. He skillfully navigated to the bedroom. Under the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he quickly opened the safe in the wardrobe. When his fingers brushed against the several tens of thousands in cash, he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. At least this would make his upcoming escape much easier. After retrieving the cash from the safe, Chun Mu leisurely rummaged through the wardrobe in the dark for a few sets of clothes, folding them meticulously into his backpack due to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. With money and clothing secured, all that remained was a computer to prove that he was indeed not a criminal. However, when he entered the study to retrieve his laptop, he discovered the desk was completely bare, realizing that the police had undoubtedly confiscated his computer for investigation. Strangely, the telescope positioned by the window, which should not have been left behind by the police, remained in place. Upon seeing the telescope, Chun Mu's face contorted with a surge of inner turmoil. This telescope had brought him unexpected trouble. The reason was simple. It pointed directly toward the scene of the 621 murder case. This had become a factor in the Public Security Bureau's determination that he was the true culprit of the 621 case. Even though he had continually explained that it was merely a coincidence and that he had never used the telescope to observe the victim's life, his statements had evidently lacked substance and persuasiveness, suppressing the anger rising from his sense of injustice. Chun Mu stood before the telescope once more, that he understood that to clear his name, he must extricate himself from the 621 massacre case. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Thus, the 621 massacre case had become an insurmountable hurdle for him. Yet, just as he prepared to revisit the crime scene with the clarity of someone who had previously been handcuffed and shackled, he noticed several parked vehicles outside the yard, motionless and scattered. Upon closer inspection, these cars formed an encirclement around the yard. While an ordinary person might overlook such details, Chun Mu, with his past experience as a criminal investigator, recognized this as a police stakeout. Particularly, one of the cars occasionally emitted faint glimmers of light, further solidifying Chun Mu's suspicions. In the next moment, Chun Mu instinctively raised the corners of his mouth. How interesting. Do they believe I will certainly go to the 621 crime scene? It seems even your investigation team considers the possibility of my innocence. Do you think I will find a way to exonerate myself? Chun Mu chuckled darkly to himself. He then mused aloud. Since that's the case, Let us play a little game. Relying on you to clear my name is out of the question. We shall see whether you capture me first or I prove my innocence first." With that, Chunmu deftly disassembled the telescope and concealed it in his bag. Without lingering, he hurriedly retraced his steps and departed. Just as before, neither the community security nor the plainclothes officers noticed the disguised Chunmu. After all, no one would suspect that a wanted fugitive would brazenly return to their residence. Leaving the community, Chunmu made his way to a nearby commercial street. He first gathered a variety of cosmetics, fake beards, wigs, and the like. Then he headed to an electronics store to purchase a phone and a laptop AS for the SIM card. There was no rush. Once everything was in order, he entered the mall's restroom with his backpack. When he emerged, he bore an entirely different visage. He then leisurely entered a Heinz AF, confident that no matter how rigorously the Public Security Bureau searched, they would not demand identification from every patron in such an establishment without clear leads. Choosing a random spot, Chunmu ordered a cup of coffee and pulled out his notebook. Without wearing a cap or sunglasses, let alone a mask, he exuded a casual yet sophisticated demeanor as he typed away on his keyboard. P.S. I had intended to update in a few days, but I suddenly found it hard to resist. Perhaps I've become a bit too carried away, worrying that the Public Security Bureau might not find any leads on me. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be quite dull. Returning to my escape experience. On September 29, following the Public Security Bureau's increased deployment of personnel, the number of checkpoints on the streets was noticeably higher than the previous day. After avoiding a wave of mounted police, I plunged into the old district, which was about to undergo demolition, only to find, to my dismay, that it was a dead-end, Chapter 007. I wonder which scoundrel it was. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Investigation Team. Captain Zhou, the Zhangxi novel site, claims they cannot take down that book. I am not a criminal due to technical reasons. Moreover, they repeatedly emphasize that neither the book nor the author account named Chunmu was released by them. Su Man, a sweet-faced investigator with a ponytail responsible for data technology, hurried into Captain Zhou Sun's office. What nonsense is this? They can't possibly be serious. Are they joking? Zhou Sun exclaimed, throwing down the half-eaten instant noodles and leaping from his office chair. They wouldn't dare to brush us off on such matters. Nor would they have any reason to play games with us. It's highly likely that hackers have infiltrated the Zhangxi novel website and tampered with the backend. In response, the Tomato Novel Network expressed its commitment to swiftly resolve the pertinent issues, including the removal and banning of the novel and the author's account. Su Man exclaimed, "Damn it! Could it be that he has those so-called hackers behind him?" Aware of the severe repercussions that the novel could incite, Zhou Sun slammed his fist onto the desk with great force. However, Zhou Sun had little time to dwell on such matters. Had they pinpointed the IP address used to log into the Tomato Novel Network's author backend? "We've locked it down. It's traced to an apartment on the 5th floor, room 503 of 176 Ma Street, adjacent to the Old City Demolition Zone," Su Man replied promptly. "Notify Air who to prepare the vehicle." Grabbing a bowl of instant noodles, Zhou Sun devoured a mouthful without bothering to wipe his grease-stained mouth, striding purposefully towards the exit. "Captain Zhou, may I accompany you? I wish to go out with you," Su Man implored, having run out to notify the vehicle without waiting for orders to know. "Focus on your duties as a technical expert. Leave the field work to us." Zhou Sun rejected her request without a second thought. "Captain, it's precisely because of my expertise that I must accompany you. After all, the suspect may leave behind electronic data clues or traces, allowing us to initiate a swift investigation." Su Man persisted, unwilling to relent. Zhou Sun raised an eyebrow at her words. "Captain, grant me this opportunity. I am eager to apprehend that scoundrel." Seeing Zhou Sun hesitate, Su Man seized the moment. "This is the last time." Zhou Sun finally acquiesced, recalling that the fugitive Chunmu had most likely already fled. "Thank you, Captain. No need for Air who to prepare the vehicle. I shall drive you." The ponytail policewoman joyfully turned and hurried outside. Soon, a civilian-registered Jeep emerged from the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, racing toward the old town. After a swift 30-minute journey, the Jeep halted at the entrance of the rental area on Ma Street. Under Su Man's guidance, the group ascended to the 5th floor, room 503 of 176 Ma Street. Without needing further instruction from Zhou Sun, the two detectives drew their sidearms. remaining on high alert as they knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A perturbed female voice responded from within. "We're from the street, conducting a population census," one detective declared. The woman's vigilance seemed low as she opened the door. Little did she know that in the next moment, the two detectives swiftly charged inside in a combat stance, instinctively searching every possible hiding spot. However, the commotion startled the young occupant, leaving her pale and trembling. After a brief moment, witnessing the detectives shake their heads, Zhou Sun revealed his badge before the young tenant. "Zhou Sun, from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation team. You are police?" The sight of Zhou Sun's badge visibly relaxed the young woman's tense demeanor. "Yes." Before Zhou Sun could continue, "Sure," the occupant urgently began to plead. "You arrived just in time. I was about to report a burglary." A burglary. The mere mention sent a jolt of tension through Zhou Sun and his team. "What happened?" "Someone broke into my home. The clothes I bought for my brother have been stolen, and my cosmetic from the vanity have been used. I can't believe some despicable scoundrel would take half of the cosmetics I bought with 2 months' salary." As she lamented the loss of her hard-earned cosmetics, the recent college graduate Chu Yuer appeared visibly distressed. "May I borrow your computer?" Without addressing her outburst, Su Man had already spotted the computer glowing in the corner of Chu Yuer's room and seized the opportunity. "Wait, what are you here for?" Chu Yuer finally grasped the situation. "The suspect we've been seeking has been reported near this area, so this is a routine check. Please cooperate," Zhou Sun replied. "Huh, a suspect? Is it the escaped convict Chinmu?" Chu Yuer gasped. "Right now, we are questioning you, not the other way around." Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, Zhou Sun exchanged a glance with Su Man before commencing the standard inquiry. "What is your name?" Chu Yuer. As Zhou Sun initiated the questioning, Su Man silently slipped into the young woman's room, while the other two detectives began searching for evidence within. After a series of inquiries yielded no results, Zhou Sun lost the will to continue. She had left for work early that morning and returned only half an hour ago, and aside from the missing clothes for her brother and the significant loss of her expensive cosmetics, she had no other valuable information to provide. "Captain, is that suspect the one named Chun Mu who is currently wanted throughout the city? Do you know about the novel on Tomato novel titled I Am Not a Criminal?" The author, Chun Mu, is the same person who is on the run. He claims in the novel that he is innocent and was coerced into confession through torture. Is this true? Seizing the moment when Zhou Sun paused, the youthful Chu Yuer bombarded him with questions, seemingly unafraid of the term wanted criminal. "Captain," at that moment, Su Man emerged from Chu Yuer's room briskly. "Do you have any results?" Without addressing Chu Yuer, Zhou Sun inquired eagerly. "Yes, it is indeed him." Su Man's delicate face quivered with excitement. Based on her recent examination, she had confirmed that Chun Mu had updated his novel on that very computer, with content amounting to 7,000 or 8,000 words entirely composed on Chu Yuer's device. In other words, he had been typing right under the nose of the police, brazenly continuing his work. What audacity! What provocation! Goodness, it really is Chun Mu. Upon hearing Su Man's affirmation, Chu Yuer's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, she was not afraid. Rather, she was exhilarated. The renowned author of a hit novel, tortured into confession and subsequently escaping from custody, eluding the police's every effort to locate him while simultaneously updating his ongoing narrative of his flight, even including a segment that openly declared he was in Yangcheng and challenged the local police to apprehend him. For a young woman who had recently graduated and had independently analyzed the myriad of information available online, concluding that he was surely wronged, this was undeniably a figure she could idolize, a true bigwig. Most importantly, based on the leaked photographs, Chun Mu was undeniably handsome, which caused her to momentarily forget that she was in the presence of police officers determined to capture him. Chapter 008. Forgive my indiscretion. I apologize that I believe you may need to accompany us back to the Public Security Bureau. The detective, visibly agitated by Chu Yuer's reaction, stated coldly. However, upon hearing this, Chu Yuer immediately became defensive. "Why must I go back with you? On what grounds?" "Because assisting the police in an investigation is a civic duty. Moreover, the suspect we are searching for has been in your home. Do you think you can refuse to accompany us?" The detective retorted that I am the victim here. Someone has. Remembering that the suspect was Chun Mu, Chuyuera swallowed the words about the burglary and instead exclaimed, "I have lost my belongings, and I am facing a financial loss. Yet you wish to investigate me. Do you suspect me of collusion with the suspect? Is this how you conduct your work? You are only reinforcing my belief in Chen Mu's claims about the so-called memory restoration techniques he mentioned in his novel." "Nonsense," the detective snapped back, anger flaring. "We will neither wrongfully accuse any innocent person nor let any guilty party escape. You are merely being asked to provide a statement to assist with the investigation. There is no need for concern about persecution. Furthermore, I think it is necessary to warn you that the Chunmu you refer to is currently a fugitive, wanted throughout the city. Do you not find it absurd to trust the self-serving narrative of a wanted criminal over the police?" Zhou Sun cast a dispassionate glance at Chu Yuera before striding out of the room. The SU man and the other detective hurriedly followed. "Captain, that guy is too brazen. Not only did he use that computer to publish his novel, but the content he updated was most likely typed there as well. In other words, he infiltrated room 503 right under our noses and wrote, while we were unaware. It's a blatant provocation." Su Man reported as they descended the staircase. "Go find the surrounding surveillance footage that could capture the entrances and exits of this building." Chu Yuera lamented that half of her cosmetics had been tampered with, and it was highly likely that he had utilized those products to disguise himself. Zhou Sun remarked, "Indeed, Captain Zhou." Su Man, accompanied by another investigator, Eru, hastily jogged towards areas with surveillance for further inquiries. Meanwhile, Zhou Sun settled into the passenger seat of the Jeep. Although it could not yet be said that he was truly engaged in a confrontation with Chun Mu, the head of the investigation team was gripped by an unsettling premonition. His instincts hinted that Chun Mu could very well become the most formidable and troublesome adversary he had encountered since joining the force. Inside a CAF in the pedestrian street mall, after a flurry of keystrokes, the latest content he had composed was distinctly about the time he departed from the rental at 176 My Ma Street. Room 503. However, the specific locations of 176, My Ma Street, and room 503 had been fabricated. It was not due to fear of writing it, but rather a reluctance to cast shadows or troubles upon the tenants of that place, especially the young woman in room 503. For why he had pushed the update progress so close to the deadline, despite the system's restrictions on updates being limited to within 3 days. It was purely because the system's point reward mechanism had opened a new door for him. Why updating the novel, provided it did not consist of mere filler and met the standards set by the system. He could earn 10 points per update, with a daily cap of 10 points. Accumulating 60 points would allow him to exchange them for skills, granting him access to a temporary ability to, in a certain sense, this was akin to a life-saving trump card. He was not in a rush to release it immediately. After all, he could only earn the point reward once a day. If he were to publish it now, it would be a waste of 10 points. Closing his notebook, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and exited the CAF, disappearing into the bustling commercial street. An hour later, guided by the memories of the original owner, amidst the cacophony of blaring sirens, Chun Mu navigated through the streets, evading surveillance cameras until he arrived at an aging residential complex, long abandoned by property management due to various issues. Ascending the stairs to the 6th floor of a certain unit, he skillfully used a wire to unlock the door. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a pungent odor of rot and mildew. Takeout boxes and beverage bottles were strewn haphazardly about. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Mu could not help but sigh inwardly. Stealthily making his way into the room, he found a disheveled man, unkempt and slovenly. Deeply asleep on the bed on the nearby computer desk, the screen was alight, displaying the homepage of an online gambling site. Yes, this was a gambling addict, a person whom the original Chun Mu had once cared for deeply. Despite his lackluster academic performance, he had barely managed to scrape into college due to his family's affluence, which should have promised him a brighter future. However, everything changed when he fell into the abyss of online gambling during his university years. Not only did he fail to graduate, but his once relatively comfortable family fell into ruin due to his gambling addiction. In less than 4 years, he lost over 20 million, and to save their only son, his family had sacrificed everything to cover his debts, hoping he would reform and return to the right path. Alas, in the world of gambling, there is no such thing as cutting losses. Only the obsession to recover losses prevails. Thus, amid relentless collection efforts, his parents could no longer endure the strain and tragically passed away from the stress. Yet, even this could not sway him from his path. He remained mired in the quagmire of online gambling. The very apartment he resided in would have long been sold off for gambling funds, if not for various constraints preventing its sale, as Chun Mu, once the closest friend of this man. Initially unaware of his descent into madness, he had unwittingly been swindled out of over 100,000 that although he considered it a loan, upon learning of the true circumstances, he realized it had been in vain. Nevertheless, despite being cheated out of such a sum, Chun Mu still wished to rescue him, repeatedly visiting to offer counsel, hoping he could turn his life around, but all his efforts ultimately proved futile. Looking at the scattered beer bottles and cigarette butts littered across the floor, along with the man's face, which seemed to have lost all semblance of humanity as he lay asleep, Chun Mu took a deep breath and shook his head. His gaze then shifted to the desk, where amidst a pile of cards, he found a man's long-neglected ID card. "Lao Song, I hope you don't mind me borrowing your ID. My apologies for taking the liberty," he murmured softly. Chun Mu picked up the ID card and, without lingering, quickly departed, disappearing into the night. With a semblance and an identity secured, it was time to engage in a game with the Yangqing police. Chapter 009. The Thorn That Pierces the Heart. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Investigation Division. The investigation team leader, Zhou Sun, returned from Ma Street, engrossed in the 621 case files, lost in thought. Although the evidence for the 621 case appeared sufficiently compelling, it remained a thorn lodged deep in his heart. He felt that Chun Mu's motive for the crime lacked sufficient persuasiveness. Consequently, he had repeatedly delayed transferring the case to the prosecutor's office. However, his superior, Deputy Director Li Hongwei, insisted on expediting the case's transfer for the sake of public concern, demanding a swift resolution to provide the citizens of Yangqing with an explanation. As for Zhou Sun's assertion that the motive was questionable, Deputy Director Li adamantly claimed that Chun Mu, immersed in his literary work, sought to craft a perfect crime to showcase his superior intellect, only to end up failing miserably. Zhou Sun, however, held a different perspective. Even if Chun Mu eventually provided a confession after a memory recovery procedure, stating his intention to create a perfect crime, Zhou Sun still found it hard to accept. Throughout his career and in all the criminal cases he had encountered, he had never seen a situation like this, one that involved a massacre executed to manufacture a high-intelligence perfect crime. Such a thing had never occurred, neither domestically nor internationally. Even the most twisted and deranged criminals would not resort to mass murder with the intent of crafting a flawless case. Moreover, if he were indeed attempting to create a perfect crime, he would have meticulously planned every detail. How, then, could biological evidence that could be tested for DNA and fingerprints be left at the scene? It could be argued that biological evidence was left behind accidentally. But fingerprints? Logically, that should not happen. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming authority of higher-ups and amidst the rampant media coverage of this atrocious massacre, Zhou Sun was compelled to produce the report that Deputy Director Li desired, signing his name to it. This thorn, which had begun to fade, was unexpectedly exacerbated when Chun Mu not only escaped from custody, but audaciously updated his narrative in his novel, claiming he was wrongfully accused and coerced into confession. Now, Zhou Sun had to confront not only the capture of a fugitive, but also re-examine the 621 massacre case. Captain Zhou, as Zhou Sun continued to peruse the case files, Su Man rushed in. "Have you located the surveillance footage?" Zhou Sun inquired immediately. Across from 176 Ma Street, an external camera from a labor protection store captured some footage. However, due to the angle, it did not monitor the entrance of the rental building at 176 Ma Street. Nevertheless, a suspicious individual did appear in the footage, and judging by his trajectory, it is highly likely he emerged from 176 Ma Street. Su Man hurriedly inserted the USB drive containing the footage copied from the labor protection store into the computer. Surrounded by other investigators, she quickly pressed play at In the Pouring Rain. A man wearing slightly too short denim pants and an ill-fitting outfit hurriedly crossed the street with an umbrella. However, due to the umbrella and the camera angle, his face was obscured. This all we have. We can't see anything. One investigator exclaimed, "No, there's more." Su Man responded, deftly clicking on her notebook's touchpad. The scene shifted. Two police officers clad in raincoats appeared on screen, heading towards the rental at Manhunt Street. Upon closer inspection, their route closely mirrored that of the suspicious man. The footage continued. Moments after the two officers disappeared from view, the man with the umbrella reappeared. Could those officers have encountered this man? An investigator immediately raised the question. That possibility is quite high, Suman replied. But that doesn't make sense. If they had seen him, they should have conducted a routine check or inquiry. If he is indeed the fugitive Chun Mu, how could he slip away right under the officers' noses? It's highly likely he was disguised, Zhou Sun concluded. Disguised? This is not Zhou, for he is a man, and moreover, he is a web fiction author. Could he possibly disguise himself through makeup? The possibility remains uncertain until one has seen his visage. Zhou Sun turned to Suman and said, Go, Chuer should still be taking notes. Ask her to identify whether the trousers worn by the suspect are those that went missing from her household, and inquire about that umbrella as well, whether it belongs to her family. Understood, Zhou. Furthermore, immediately locate those two police officers and inquire if they have encountered the suspect, and whether there was any exchange between them. If so, instruct them to come to the investigation team without delay. Zhou Sun added, Got it. After several investigators dispersed, Zhou Sun slowly furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, Where will you go? What will be your next move? Is it to flee, or do you intend to investigate the 621 case? However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face began to tremble uncontrollably, and his throat involuntarily constricted. If the individual were indeed to pursue the 621 case, it would strongly suggest his innocence, implying that the investigation team of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau had unjustly prosecuted an innocent man. The thought of a wrongful conviction, coupled with the potential ramifications of this incident, sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Zhou Sun's back. However, at that moment, neither Zhou Sun nor anyone else could have fathomed that Chun Mu would brazenly enter a hotel. Successfully checking into a luxurious room of a chain hotel, his appearance bearing a striking resemblance to the ID photo of Song Chengfei, given that his body was that of the original owner. After over 60 hours of sleepless evasion and having been drenched in a downpour, he was utterly exhausted. After a hasty hot shower, he donned makeup to transform into Song Chengfei's likeness, then collapsed into a deep slumber. As time elapsed, while the city was on high alert for the wanted criminal, affecting the nerves of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, all officers, and the citizens of Yangcheng, Chun Mu was already sound asleep. In stark contrast, the Yangqing Public Security Bureau was ablaze with light. All personnel of the investigation team were present. On Suman's end, she had already confirmed through Chui Ware that the umbrella indeed belonged to her family, and the jeans seemed to resemble those she had purchased for her brother. With Chui Ware's confirmation, the Criminal Investigation Division was now nearly certain that the man in question was the citywide wanted criminal. Chun Mu. In the office, the two police officers who had encountered Chun Mu were summoned. Hey, you two saw this guy near my street during the evening, right? An investigator inquired, pointing to the surveillance footage on the computer screen. Although the captured image showed only Chun Mu's lower half, the two officers recognized him immediately. It was indeed the same individual with whom they had exchanged words. Instantly, their nerves tightened, as members of the law enforcement system. They could not possibly overlook the gravity of the situation. Although they could not see his face, they deduced from his attire that it had to be him, realizing the seriousness of the matter. The two officers dared not harbor any further thoughts of concealment. Did you interrogate him at that time? The investigator asked. No, we did not. He exhibited no abnormal behavior, and his appearance differed significantly from the wanted poster. So we did not proceed with an interrogation. We merely showed him a photo of the wanted criminal, Chun Mu, and asked if he had seen him. One officer replied. Detail the circumstances at that time. We were preparing to enter the rental building at number 176 My Street for a routine inspection. When he emerged from the building, we conducted a standard inquiry, showing him a photo of the wanted criminal Chun Mu and asked if he recognized him. He claimed he had not seen him and insisted that if he did, he would certainly report it. Later, when I advised him to be vigilant and to report any sightings immediately, he proclaimed with great righteousness that it was everyone's responsibility to combat crime and that cooperating with the police to eliminate threats was a civic duty. After that, we allowed him to leave. The officer swallowed hard. He initially intended to add that he felt something was amiss after going upstairs and chased after him, but the fear of accountability silenced his thoughts. Do you remember his appearance? The investigator probed. Yes. Good. Then please provide a description of his facial feature for the sketch. Soon, Sue Mann, a skilled technical specialist in the investigation team, arrived with a drawing board. No, the nose needs to be a bit higher. The eyebrows should be thicker and longer. The cheekbone smaller. It's getting closer, but it's still not quite right. The eyes. Make them larger. After more than an hour, the sketch was completed. If Chun Mu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the likeness depicted was nearly identical to his appearance after applying makeup. Is this definitely how he looks? Sue Mann asked for final confirmation. Yes, absolutely identical. Both officers replied in unison. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts. Sue Mann quickly gathered the drawing and hurried into the office of the investigation team leader, Zhou Sun. Zhou, there's been a development. Indeed, based on the facial information provided by the two officers, I created a sketch, and they have confirmed it. Chun Mu has indeed disguised himself to look like this. Sue Mann placed the sketch before Zhou Xun. Oh, you think someone is aiding him? After all, as a male web fiction author, it seems improbable he possesses such advanced makeup skills. This level of transformation is exceptionally rare in the makeup industry. I doubt Chun Mu has such expertise. Let's table the matter of whether he had assistance for now, though we must immediately review the surveillance along Chun Mu's escape route and disseminate this sketch to all search units, prompting them to initiate new patrols and inquiries based on the image. I believe that after undergoing such a transformation, he will likely become somewhat complacent and may not actively evade detection. Zhou Sun instructed. As he spoke, he also took a photo of the sketch with his phone. The investigation team leader's expression was not one of excitement, but rather a deepening frown. Given that Chun Mu could utilize makeup to alter his appearance, the existing information they had would soon become obsolete, as he might change his visage once more. Additionally, we need to launch surprise inspections at all hotels, motels, internet cafes, and bathhouses. After enduring a prolonged and intense escape, I suspect he will take the opportunity to rest now that he has a new face. Zhou Sun added, Zhou, if I were in his shoes, I would undoubtedly use my new appearance to flee Yangqing swiftly. Although he mentioned in that novel, I am not a criminal, that he would not leave Yangqing. This might be a ruse to mislead the police that I believe no fugitive would dare forego a chance to escape when the entire city is on alert. That IT simply does not add up. Even if he is not the true culprit of the 621 case, prioritizing his escape from Yangqing would be his immediate concern, Sue Mann asserted. Whether he desires to leave Yangqing is one matter. Whether he can is another. Currently, all exit points from Yangqing are under scrutiny. Although he has adopted a new appearance through makeup, how will he resolve his identity issues? If he encounters a checkpoint, how will he respond? Thus, attempting to escape at this critical juncture is far from a prudent choice. The risks are too substantial. Zhou Sun retorted. Sue Mann seemed to have further insights, but Zhou Sun did not afford her the chance to elaborate, stating, the critical 48-hour window for apprehending him has already elapsed. We have little time left, so expedite the dissemination of my instructions. Understood. Zhou, recognizing that the information they possessed would become increasingly volatile with the passage of time. Sue Mann hastily exited Zhou Sun's office, clutching the sketch to Sue Mann departed. Zhou Sun sent the photo of the sketch to the investigator stationed near the scene of the 621 case, urging them to remain vigilant for any suspicious faces in their vicinity. He then resumed his seat at the desk, his furrowed brow deepening as he scrutinized the case files before him. The seemingly perfect narrative of the case now raised more questions than answers within him. Given the methods and details of the crime, could it truly be the work of a mere reclusive web fiction author? Yet if Chun Mu were indeed innocent, why then were his fingerprints and biological evidence found at the scene? If someone was attempting to frame him, what could be their motive, and how did they acquire his fingerprints and biological samples? During the investigative phase following the incident of June 21, the authorities conducted inquiries into Chun Mu's social connections, discovering that he bore no grudges against anyone. Furthermore, if Chun Mu were indeed innocent, how could one explain the telescope found in his study, perfectly aligned with the direction of the crime scene? Is it merely a coincidence, one so remarkably improbable? More crucially, on the night of the incident, a suspicious figure was reportedly seen and subsequently identified as Chun Mu during the lineup that in addition, the indistinct silhouette captured on surveillance cameras bore a striking resemblance to him. All evidence seems to point towards Chun Mu as the true perpetrator of the June 21st case. However, if Chun Mu were the genuine culprit, numerous inconsistencies and implausibilities would arise, complicating matters significantly. Unbeknownst to him, this has become the most contradictory case of Zhou Sun's career, without exception. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Sun sat before his computer and navigated to the Tomato novel website. Seeking out the book I Am Not a Criminal, he yearned to delve into the literary realm crafted by Chun Mu, hoping to glean insights into his inner psyche through the narrative. Chapter 011. The plan to gain a time advantage in the urban district of Yang City. At the Werner Hotel, the front desk staff, upon witnessing a throng of police officers streaming in, hurried forward with a look of concern. "Excuse me, officers, may I inquire what this is about?" "Routine inspection," the leading officer replied after presenting his credentials. "Routine inspection? Wasn't there a check conducted this afternoon?" the front desk attendant questioned. Bewildered. Afternoon is afternoon. Now is now. The head officer brandished a photo of Chun Mu post-disguise. "Have you seen this individual?" "Not at all." The attendant scrutinized the image closely, shaking her head vigorously. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. With a face like that, I would have definitely taken a second look. Our sole delight at the front desk is admiring handsome men." The young woman shyly jested, leaving the head officer momentarily speechless. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his team to ascend the stairs and commence their room inspections. In room 708, Chun Mu, who had only just succumbed to slumber, was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks. Sitting upright, he quickly deduced the possibility of police conducting a search. Though he remained composed, taking a deep breath to steady himself, he muttered, "What a wretched hotel! Can't they let one sleep?" Just as the officers were about to force the door open, he shouted in exasperation, donning his hotel robe and making his way to the door, stifling a yawn as he opened it. "What on earth is happening? Why did it take so long for you to answer?" He feigned astonishment upon seeing the police. "Officer, I apologize. I was sleeping and didn't hear you," Chun Mu replied sheepishly. "What is your name? Where are you from? Are you alone in this room?" one officer queried, while two others swiftly began their routine search of the premises. "Song Jifei, from this city. I wish I had a girlfriend to share the room with, but alas, I have yet to find one," Chun Mu retorted, adding a playful quip. "Please present your ID." "Thank you," the officer requested just a moment. Chun Mu hurriedly turned to retrieve his identification. Once compared and verified, the officer returned it to him, following a nod from his colleagues indicating no irregularities were found. The inspecting officer acknowledged, "Apologies for the intrusion." "No problem. It's all good," Chun Mu responded with a sheepish grin as he closed the door behind the departing officers. Chun Mu exhaled deeply, his mind racing, having once served as a criminal investigator. He understood that in cases involving fugitives, the police would inevitably conduct thorough checks of hotels. However, upon checking into this establishment, he had overheard a cleaning lady discussing the police's earlier visit, since they had already conducted an inspection that afternoon. This latest visit hinted at something amiss. Did they reach that rented room? Did they inquire with those two officers I encountered? Chun Mu murmured to himself. He was acutely aware that the police would trace his IP address from his computer, leading them to the rented room. Consequently, they would deduce from the cosmetics found there that he had been disguised, and given that he had crossed paths with the two officers, along with the knowledge that the shop across from the rented building was equipped with surveillance, it was likely that footage of him walking with an umbrella had captured their attention. Should they conclude that the individual in question was indeed him, and based on the officers' descriptions, they would likely have sketched a new likeness of his disguised self. With this new image, they would certainly initiate another round of surveillance and inquiries, quickly discovering his return to the residential area. They would find the clothes missing from his wardrobe and the telescope absent from his study, leading them to realize that the officers stationed near the June 21st crime scene had been compromised, likely resulting in the withdrawal of their surveillance. Furthermore, based on the surveillance from his exit of the community, they would track his appearance on the pedestrian street, where he had purchased a plethora of items for disguise, before entering a CF. Finally, once they identified him with a new face in the CF, the trail would abruptly cease as he exited into a blind spot, that point, everything would revert to the beginning. With a slight smile, Chun-Mu realized that this was all part of his carefully orchestrated plan. Not only to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with the Yang City police, but also to manipulate them into his rhythm, allowing him to gain a crucial time advantage that he was certain that the police would dismantle their surveillance of the June 21st crime scene the following day, presenting him with the perfect opportunity. For once the police realized they had been outwitted, their attention would likely shift back to the crime scene itself. As his thoughts raced, Chun-Mu found himself unable to sleep, opting instead to take out his notebook and prepare his manuscript. Regarding those two officers, it was likely they would emerge as new leads for the police, given that the shop opposite the rented building was equipped with surveillance. However, due to the distance, it would undoubtedly not cover the entrance of the rented property. The police would track him based on the IP address from his chapter postings, pinpointing the exact location from which he had published. With a flurry of keystrokes, Chun-Mu focused more on predicting the police's subsequent actions rather than detailing his own escape. He aimed to see if such analytical content could earn him system rewards, as he knew that merely chronicling his flight would yield limited material. However, if analysis of police behavior could also garner points, it would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 012. The chase is on that night. It was not just the various police officers conducting a sweeping search who were on high alert. Within the brightly lit Yang City Public Security Bureau, nearly all personnel were on standby. The escaped convict Chun-Mu had become a metaphorical sword hanging over everyone's heads, if it remained unresolved. Restful sleep would become a distant memory. Surveillance has tracked him. As midnight approached, a jubilant shriek erupted from the investigative team's office. In an instant, the entire team, including Captain Zhou Sun, surged towards Su-Man. This is the Yujing Shijia community. Upon witnessing the target's figure appear on the screen in the previously visited Yujing Shijia community, the detectives were left in stunned silence. Chun-Mu, as he returned to his residence right under the noses of the plainclothes officers. Did he lack awareness? Or was he simply fearless? The answer was clearly not the former. Speed up the playback. Ignoring the astonished expressions of his colleagues, Captain Zhou Sun urged with rapid breaths. Yes, Captain Zhou. Suppressing the excitement that arose from capturing a clue, Su-Man hastily accelerated the playback speed of the surveillance footage on the screen, displaying the urban public surveillance from the plaza outside the Yujing Shijia community. Chun-Mu was seen strolling leisurely past several plainclothes officers before entering the community's main gate, ultimately vanishing from view. All clear, Zhou Sun shouted, lifting his nose in excitement. Captain Zhou, the team of investigators responded in unison. All field personnel were immediately dispatched to Yujing Shijia, with Su-Man taking her computer to continue tracking the surveillance on the road, checking if he had emerged at Who. Contact the brother unit currently surrounding Yujing Shijia, and instruct them to swiftly seal off all entrances and exits to the community, conducting indiscriminate checks on all individuals entering and leaving. Zhou Sun commanded urgently, not daring to waste a moment. Understood. The team, filled with fervor, dashed outside. Outside the Public Security Bureau building, this time Zhou Sun personally drove, with Su-Man seated in the passenger seat. Her eyes were fixed on the screen as she prayed silently, hoping that the fugitive Chun-Mu would not reappear in the footage. However, before Zhou Sun could cover half the distance, there was a sharp sound as Su-Man pressed the freeze frame button. The figure and face that she least wanted to see had re-entered the surveillance footage, leaving the premises. Captain Zhou, he has left. According to the time, he only stayed inside for about 30 minutes. Su-Man declared, biting her lip in frustration. Are you certain? Zhou Sun asked, momentarily taken aback. Aside from a change of clothes, his face, figure, and gait are identical. Although the clarity is slightly lacking, it should be accurate. Su-Man affirmed. Whether he has left or not, we must investigate. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth, pressing the accelerator further down. At Yujing Shijia. Although aware that Chun-Mu had likely fled the community, Zhou Sun ordered the officers from the brother unit to guard all entrances and exits, meticulously checking everyone entering or exiting. The community property manager, who had rushed over from home upon being informed by the duty staff, was thoroughly flustered at the sight of such a police presence. After all, he was aware that a heinous murderer had been among the community's residents not long ago and had escaped from custody just a couple of days prior. Captain Zhou, what is happening? The property manager, who had met Zhou Sun during the investigation of the 6.21 case, hurriedly approached. Immediately have your personnel pull up the internal surveillance footage. Zhou Sun instructed curtly, striding towards the community's monitoring room with Su Man in tow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the property manager quickly dashed to the monitoring room. Under Zhou Sun and Su Man's swift pace, they soon arrived. Su Man sat before the screen, which had already been set to the playback page. Based on the time Chen Mu entered the community, she quickly retrieved the footage of him appearing within the premises. This isn't the owner named Chen Mu. The property manager exclaimed in bewilderment upon seeing Su Man lock onto the target. How do you know we were looking for Chen Mu? Zhou Sun shot him a glance. That's just that, aside from that deranged individual. Who else could warrant such a significant police response? The property manager replied awkwardly with a forced smile. Zhou Sun chose to ignore him that moment. Su Man turned back. Captain Zhou, how did he access the 21st floor? 21 SD floor. Zhou Sun furrowed his brow. The footage clearly showed Chen Mu pressing the button for the 21st floor. Switch to the 21st floor surveillance playback, Zhou Sun ordered. Understood. Su Man promptly switched to the corridor surveillance of the 21st floor on another screen. Upon viewing the playback, they saw Chen Mu exit the elevator on the 21st floor before abruptly turning towards the fire escape. In an instant, Zhou Sun's eyes widened as a realization struck him. Manager Liu, I remember you mentioned that this building has 2 fire escapes. One connecting odd-numbered floors to even-numbered floors, and the other connecting even-numbered floors to odd-numbered floors. Correct? Yes, that's how it's designed. Manager Liu replied, perplexed. Is there surveillance in the fire escape? Zhou Sun inquired. No. As far as I know, none of the communities in Yangcheng have installed surveillance in the fire escapes. Manager Liu hurriedly explained. After receiving the answer, Zhou Sun said no more and turned to Su Man. Su Man, accelerate the playback speed and see how and when he left. Yes, Captain Zhou, after a series of operations. Su Man simultaneously monitored the corridor footage of the 21st floor, the elevator footage, and the footage from the first floor's fire escape in the high-speed playback. Moments later, Su Man pressed the pause button. Chen Mu's figure emerged once more from the fire escape on the 21st floor, subsequently taking the elevator down to the first floor. Checking the time, it took approximately 30 minutes from when he disappeared from the footage to when he reappeared. Copy the surveillance content. Zhou Sun clapped Su Man on the shoulder and swiftly exited the monitoring room. He then regrouped with the other investigators and promptly followed Chen Mu's route into the building. Taking the elevator first to the 21st floor and then walking down the fire escape to the 16th floor. Captain Zhou, what is happening here? An investigator questioned, bewildered, outside the side door of Chen Mu's residence on the 16th floor. Chen Mu must have sneaked in from here. Come, open this door, Zhou Sun replied, brushing aside his disheveled bangs. An investigator immediately produced a wire and easily unlocked the balcony door. Unlike the other officers who assumed defensive postures, Zhou Sun boldly stepped inside. Chapter 013. Save that for your uncle. With a click, Zhou Sun, who had previously visited for a capture and had returned once or twice for further investigation, effortlessly switched on the lights inside the room. His keen memory allowed him to scan the living room with sharp eyes, finding nothing amiss, just as he had left it. The next moment, he turned towards the bedroom, once again observing his surroundings without any valuable discoveries. Zhou Sun then focused on the wardrobe. He pulled the door open, and to his surprise, several garments were noticeably missing since his last visit for evidence collection. You went through all this trouble and risk just to take a few pieces of clothing? Zhou Sun murmured, furrowing his brow. Undoubtedly, this was illogical. He then closed his eyes, recalling the scenes from his previous visit. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, locking onto the safe embedded within the wardrobe, if he remembered correctly. The last time, this safe had been opened by their team, revealing only some documents and several thousand yuan in cash. With that thought in mind, Zhou Sun bent down, since the safe had already been unlocked by the technicians during the last visit. Zhou Sun merely twisted the handle to open it. Sure enough, the documents remained, but the cash he had seen last time had vanished. Just then, a voice called out from outside the master bedroom. Captain Zhou, we found something. Zhou Sun quickly stood and walked outside in the study, which was positioned in a zigzag layout relative to the master bedroom. An investigator emerged and said, Captain Zhou, I remember there was a telescope here the last time I came. But it's gone now. Hearing this, Zhou Sun immediately looked towards the spot where the telescope had been set up. Indeed, only the stand remained. In the next moment, Zhou Sun's expression changed dramatically. The direction the telescope faced was precisely towards the scene of the 621 case. What did this imply? It meant that Chen Mu had likely discovered the investigators lying in wait at the crime scene through that telescope. Otherwise, if he had merely returned to retrieve clothing and cash, he wouldn't have stayed inside for such an extended period. With this thought, Zhou Sun suppressed his rising anger and calmly asked the young investigator, "What did you say? You saw a telescope here the last time you were here." Yes, the young investigator replied, uncertain of Zhou Sun's sudden shift in demeanor. As he glanced at the other investigators, he noticed their expressions had also turned oddly apprehensive. "Are you sure the last time you came there was a telescope here?" Zhou Sun asked, his breath heavy. Certain. The young investigator stammered. Damn it! Unable to contain the fury that surged within him any longer, Zhou Sun bellowed. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Team Leader Zhou. Go. Head to the evidence room immediately and check if there is a telescope related to the 6.21 case." Before the other party could finish speaking, Zhou Sun admonished loudly, "No more nonsense. Get there at once. Keep the call connected and inform me of the results at the earliest. Hurry." "Oh, all right, Team Leader Zhou. Hold on." The sound of hurried footsteps soon echoed from the speaker of Zhou Sun's phone. Moments later, "Team Leader, no, there isn't." Those words sank the hearts of the investigators beside Zhou Sun. Without hesitation, Zhou Sun ended the call and turned to find a contact labeled T in his call log. Pressing the dial button. "Team Leader, the telescope in the residence of the suspect, Chen Mu, related to the 6.21 case. Did you not retrieve it as evidence back then?" Zhou Sun inquired at T that moment. Atai, who was stationed nearby the scene of the 6.21 case, felt a chill run down his spine. Memories of the search at Chen Mu's residence rushed back to him. On that day, Team Leader Zhou Sun had determined that the telescope in the study could observe the scene of the 6.21 case and instructed him to photograph and take it as evidence. However, just as he finished taking the photo and was about to retrieve the telescope, he received a call from his girlfriend, whom he had not seen in 3 months, announcing their breakup and her intention to pursue a new relationship. This sudden news struck him like a bolt from the blue, for he had been preparing to propose to her. Overwhelmed by the call, his mind became a whirlwind of chaos, and he could only think of finishing his current task before attempting to salvage the relationship. In the midst of this tumult, he completely forgot about taking the telescope, mistakenly believing he had already done so. Upon returning to the station, he hastily placed a series of evidence items into the evidence room, his thoughts solely occupied with how to save the relationship he cherished. Ultimately, he could not withstand his girlfriend's resolve, and they parted ways. The emotional turmoil stemming from the breakup severely affected his performance during the interrogation of Chen Mu. Now, confronted by Team Leader Zhou Sun regarding the telescope, Atai suddenly recalled that he indeed had forgotten to take it. Such a mistake was undoubtedly grave, let alone in the investigative unit of the city bureau. It was rare even at the most fundamental levels. Team Leader, Atai stammered. This inadvertently provided an answer. "This is already your 4th year in the investigative unit, and you still manage to commit such an error? Is this how you conduct investigations? Do you not realize that this mistake has cost us the opportunity to apprehend Chen Mu?" Zhou Sun shouted in anger, even cursing. "Team Leader, I acknowledge I made a serious mistake, and I accept all consequences, but to say that we missed the chance to catch that scoundrel because of me, I cannot accept." Atai's voice was subdued that if all went as expected, Chen Mu would likely return to the scene of the 621 case. But he had already successfully slipped back to his residence and taken the telescope with him, that if he truly intended to revisit the scene, upon discovering the telescope, he would instinctively observe the area through it. And with his counter-surveillance awareness, do you think he would not notice you lurking there? In that case, would he still return to the scene of the 6.21 case? Zhou Sun reprimanded. "Team Leader, I was wrong. Save that for your uncle," Zhou Sun coldly retorted, his emotions spiraling out of control. The investigators around them couldn't help but flinch at the mention of Atai's connection to Deputy Director Li Hongwei. "Notify Tai Tu and Xiaozheng. They don't need to remain on standby anymore. Return to the station. Since our intentions have been exposed, there's no need to waste time and manpower." Chapter 14. Is that guy's mentality so strong that it borders on the absurd? The clues pointing to Chun Mu's whereabouts were once again interrupted as he exited the Yujing Jia community. The entire investigative unit of the City Security Bureau found themselves in a state of sleeplessness that night. Based on Chun Mu's last known location, the entire team launched a comprehensive review of urban surveillance footage. Time passed. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, a new lead finally emerged. Team leader, we have a discovery. Zhou Sun, who was lying on the sofa with his arms crossed and eyes closed, sprang to attention upon hearing this. Team leader, that guy went to the night market. The investigator who had spotted Chun Mu at the night market was utterly bewildered. Is he not afraid of running into patrolling officers checking IDs or police inquiries? Other investigators chimed in. His disguise face does not exist in the National Security Systems database. In other words, this is an identity that has not been recorded. If he encounters a check, he will undoubtedly be exposed and taken back to the station for questioning, and his fingerprints and even DNA will be collected. In that case, it would be like walking into a trap. What is he thinking? Is he audacious to such an extent, or does he simply not realize the risks? Another investigator added, this moment. Su Man spoke up. He does not seem to be unaware of the risks, nor is he recklessly bold. Look at the crowd at the night market. Under such circumstances, the police cannot possibly check everyone. He is a popular online author known for writing suspenseful detective novels, and he understands that as long as he acts normally, the probability of being checked is low. Moreover, from the surveillance footage, he maintained a relatively safe distance from the patrolling officers, indicating his caution. Is that guy's mentality so strong that it borders on the absurd? Another investigator remarked. Enough chatter. Let us see what he has been up to. Zhou Sun commanded. The officers then focused intently on the surveillance screen. They observed Chun Mu first entering a cosmetic store, then emerging and purposefully stepping into a jewelry store. Following that, he entered a brand-name electronics store, and finally disappeared into a commercial complex on the pedestrian street. Team leader, he has likely purchased a large quantity of cosmetics for disguise and various accessories for altering his appearance. I have been to that jewelry store. They sell items like wigs. Su Man furrowed her brow. If he's planning to disguise himself in the mall, that means the facial information we currently possess will become invalid again. Another investigator added. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. What kind of criminal is this? If he can frequently change faces, it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack for us law enforcement. Head to that mall immediately and retrieve their surveillance footage. No matter how he disguises himself, as long as he's inside, we will find him, Zhou Sun declared. Team leader, it's currently 3 or 4 in the morning, and if he is indeed changing faces frequently, then several hours have already passed. With less than 70% coverage of surveillance in the city, if he veers into areas without coverage, we will be back at square one. Su Man bit her lip. And then what? Should we do nothing? Wait for him to turn himself in? Zhou Sun retorted coldly. Su Man fell silent. As long as there are traces, they can be followed. As long as he remains in Yangqing. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find him. Zhou Sun spoke sternly. Go. No matter the time, contact the mall manager and visit the stores where Chun Mu has been sighted. Regardless of what they are doing now, instruct them to cooperate in retrieving the mall surveillance footage. We have already lost enough time, and we cannot afford to waste any more. Yes, team leader, as the sun rose in the east. The Venal Hotel stood quietly. Chun Mu had already awakened from his slumber. Despite the fatigue that had enveloped his body over the past few days, thoughts of the scene of the 6/21 incident lingered in his mind, preventing him from surrendering himself to restful sleep. After a refreshing wash, he stepped out of the hotel. Greeted by the gentle rays of the morning sun, he did not hasten directly to the site of the 6/21 incident, but instead took a taxi to a location nearby. Along the way, it was no surprise when he encountered police officers who had set up a checkpoint, requesting identification. However, upon presenting the ID of Song Qingfei and confirming that no one was concealed in his trunk, the officers waved him through a breakfast stall less than 2 kilometers from the 6.21 crime scene. Chun Mu took a seat. I wonder when those incompetent fools will finally apprehend that demon. It has already been 3 days since it happened, and I heard he escaped 3 days ago. He mused. They're so skilled at checking licenses, alcohol levels, and helmet use, and they excel at cracking down on vice. Yet, when it comes to capturing actual criminals, it's as if they've been rendered useless. Just last night, I was stopped 6 times on my drive home over a mere 10 kilometers. Taking an hour to return, it's infuriating. If they can't catch that fugitive, will we citizens be perpetually at their mercy? Have you heard? He continued. That guy was a web novelist before the crime. My daughter told me that after escaping from the detention center, he returned to writing novels, documenting his own escape. I had her find it for me last night, and I must admit, the writing is truly captivating. But I can't discern its authenticity. If it's true, then it's quite astonishing. He claims he was wrongfully accused, asserting he is not the 6.21 murderer and that someone framed him. He even alleged that the law enforcement had tortured him into confession. Indeed, I read that book titled I Am Not a Criminal. I, too, am starting to believe he might not be the murderer. Why else would someone openly challenge the police and brazenly declare in his novel that he would remain in Yang City, daring the authorities to capture him? If he were the killer, would he not fear admitting it? I suspect that the police must have coerced him into a confession through severe interrogation. After all, such incidents are not uncommon. Just a few months ago, a university student spent 15 years wrongfully imprisoned. Even though he received compensation of $1 to $2 million upon release, what good is that when he lost 15 years of his youth? It is clear he was wronged, as I have yet to hear any connection between the deceased family from the 6.21 case and that novelist. If there were, the rumor mill would have churned long ago. Some claim he lost his mind over writing, but that is utter nonsense. No matter how obsessed one becomes, it is inconceivable that they would commit such a heinous crime. That would be a complete loss of humanity. Chapter 015. Did you truly recreate the book's content in its entirety? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Chun Mu remained unfazed as he consumed the breakfast of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and buns that the vendor had served, that he understood that the opinions of the masses stemmed not from any profound analytical abilities, but rather from the influence of his own work. I'm not a criminal. He found it perplexing that the Tomato Novel website had yet to take action against his work or to suspend Chun Mu's author account. The only plausible explanation seemed to be the system itself, a remarkable entity that had likely infiltrated the back end of the Tomato Novel site, rendering them incapable of taking any action. After satiating his hunger, he noticed that the discussions around him still revolved around the 6.21 case. What had once been a quiet matter was reignited into a hot topic among the citizens of Yang City due to his escape. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the very fugitive they spoke of was sitting among them. Rising to settle his bill, Chun Mu proceeded toward the location of the 6.21 incident. Drawing from his previous experience as a police officer, he meticulously scanned his surroundings for any police presence centered around the crime scene, to ensure he would not fall into any traps. He found a high vantage point a few hundred meters from the site, using his binoculars to survey the area. As he had suspected, the investigative officers who had been stationed nearby the night before had vanished. Moreover, the houses adjacent to the 6.21 scene were tightly locked, devoid of any signs of life. The overgrown weeds in the yards and layers of dust on the windows spoke volumes about the impact the incident had on the local residents. Clearly, following the 6.21 case, neighbors had vacated the area, fearful of residing there any longer. Minutes later, adorned with a cap and faux beard, Chun Mu skillfully evaded the sparse surveillance cameras and approached the crime scene, which felt vaguely familiar yet unsettling. The iron gate of the property was securely locked, but after some effort with a wire, he managed to pry it open. Stepping into the chilling desolation, he stood before the 2.5-story villa. Using the wire once more, he effortlessly unlocked the main door of the crime scene and slipped inside. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of foreboding enveloped him. However, at the moment when the male protagonist bellowed in a furious voice, blood began to seep from the child's neck, causing him to forget his anger in a state of terror. He repeatedly pleaded to offer all the wealth and possessions of the household to the assailant. Yet the killer remained unmoved and initiated a countdown in her panic. The female protagonist was compelled to comply, binding her unresisting husband and tightly sealing his mouth with tape thrown by the assailant. After completing this task, the killer commenced a grotesque and inhumane act, instructing the female protagonist to strangle the elderly woman, who lay on the floor, gasping and struggling. with a bedsheet, justifying it as a life for a life. It was either she would suffocate the old lady, or he would sever the child's carotid artery. The female protagonist's pleas fell on deaf ears, and in her desperate maternal instinct, she was forced to strangle her mother-in-law before the eyes of her husband and child. Subsequently, amidst her breakdown and supplications, the assailant threw another fruit knife from the kitchen at her feet, commanding her to stab her husband to death. If she completed this act, they would be spared. Otherwise, her child's carotid artery would also meet the blade, in a state of despair, where she dared not call for help for fear that the assailant would kill her child. The killer escalated his threats and inducements, compelling the female protagonist to ultimately thrust the fruit knife into her husband's heart. Witnessing the life ebbing from her husband as blood gushed from his chest, her sanity shattered completely. Yet the demon's madness did not cease. Leveraging her actions against her mother-in-law and husband, he questioned how she would face the child who had witnessed her heinous deeds, how she could continue to exist in this world, and how she would help the child come to terms with a mother who had killed his father. Pondering the shadows she would cast over his life if she were to survive. Under the killer's manipulations and provocations, the female protagonist ultimately bound herself with a bedsheet to the window's grill, leaving behind a plea, "I beg you, spare my child," before choosing to hang herself in a complete mental collapse. In the end, the assailant smothered the child with the quilt from the master bedroom. Committing a suffocating murder, this narrative is indeed a recounting of the events as detailed in the book I Am Not a Criminal by Chun Mu. From start to finish, the case baffled the local authorities, who could not deduce the sequence of events based on the crime scene information. Thus, they had to rely on Chun Mu's account to reconstruct the case, ultimately employing advanced memory recovery techniques to compel him to provide a confession eerily akin to the narrative of his novel. Without that fingerprint and the stray hair, this case would likely have remained unsolved. Even though the details in Chun Mu's novel closely mirrored the crime scene, without the fingerprint and hair, a conviction would be impossible, as it could merely be claimed that the perpetrator had been inspired by the book, with a clear recollection of the events detailed and I Am Not a Criminal surfacing in his mind. Chun Mu exhaled deeply. "Did you truly replicate the contents of the book one-to-one?" he muttered to himself, then strode towards the children's room. Chapter 16. A super crazy and audacious idea. Gazing at the empty room, Chun Mu closed his eyes, attempting to immerse himself in the perspective of the killer, envisioning and sketching the scene of the crime, given that the assailant had come fully prepared and was exceptionally cautious. Controlling a child under 9 years of age would undoubtedly be a trivial endeavor. This realization diminished the likelihood of the assailant leaving behind any clues in the children's room. Nevertheless, Chun Mu diligently documented everything in the room. Subsequently, drawing upon the narrative of the novel and his imagined scene, he envisioned the child sleeping on the bed while he simulated the actions of the assailant. Dragging the helpless child out of the children's room, he proceeded directly to the elderly woman's quarters. Chun Mu mimicked the light-footed action of pushing the door open, imagining pulling out the prepared tape and rushing to the bedside to cover the old woman's mouth. He then mimicked the motions of binding her with electric wire to that moment. He suddenly paused. If binding was involved, there would certainly be knots tied. However, the original narrative in I Am Not a Criminal did not elaborate on the specific type of knot used. Thus, what kind of knot did the assailant tie when binding the elderly woman? This question immediately circled in Chun Mu's mind as he continued to simulate the action of dragging the bound elderly woman out of the room. The probability of leaving behind any trace or clue during these 2 stages was undoubtedly minimal. In his self-imagined reenactment of the crime, Chun Mu dragged the elderly woman and the child into the kitchen. Retrieving both a kitchen knife and a fruit knife from the container holding the utensils, he then dragged the elderly woman and the child towards a master bedroom. Throughout this process, Chun Mu glanced back several times, but found no significant thoughts that could yield clues. He had no choice but to continue reconstructing the scene in his mind, bringing the elderly woman and child to the outside of the master bedroom. Upon stealthily entering the master bedroom, he first took the mobile phones of the male and female protagonists, then dragged the elderly woman and child into the room. Finally, he sat on the bedroom sofa, mimicking the action of holding the kitchen knife to the child's throat. He fixated on the vacant mattress, picturing the scene when the male and female protagonists would awaken and their ensuing dialogue. Was it truly flawless? Chun Mu murmured to himself, "No, Why would the assailant orchestrate such a crime? Was it genuinely an attempt to create a perfect crime that would distance him from a scene? However, from a criminal psychology perspective, no matter how depraved or disturbed the assailant's mind may be, it is inconceivable that they would employ such tactics to fabricate a flawless crime. Moreover, considering the ease with which the assailant infiltrated the crime scene, it was evident that there had been ample preparation and that the assailant was entirely confident in controlling both the child and the elderly woman without awakening the male and female protagonists in the master bedroom. Therefore, did the assailant have knowledge of the victim's family? After all, novels and reality are two different realms. Novels are fictional constructs based on logic, extending from the author's thoughts and settings, while reality is fraught with unpredictable variables. If the assailant merely sought to transpose the content of the original protagonist's novel into reality to create a perfect crime, why not select other cases from the novel? In contrast, this case undoubtedly carried a higher risk, along with numerous uncertainties. Chun Mu spoke to himself, and to this point, he had yet to ponder why the assailant sought to frame him. Truly understand this case. The assailant's motive was paramount. Furthermore, if the assailant's sole intention was to frame him, given that they had already obtained his fingerprints and DNA samples, there would have been no need for such a complex and troublesome execution of a massacre. Could it be that the assailant had some connection with the original protagonist and the victim's family? Chen Mu pondered slowly. He then mentally reconstructed the scenes where the female protagonist strangled the elderly woman and stabbed the male protagonist, ultimately culminating in her suicide by hanging while pleading with the assailant to spare her child. And finally, the assailant suffocating the under 9 child with the bedsheet. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu exited the master bedroom. Although he had already meticulously photographed several rooms earlier, he returned once more to the elderly woman's room. According to the police information, the hair that underwent DNA testing had been found on the elderly woman's bed, leading the police to surmise that the hair had been pulled from the assailant's head during the elderly woman's instinctual resistance after having her mouth taped shut. The reason there was only one hair was attributed to the assailant cleaning up after the crime. The single hair taken for testing was one that had been inadvertently left behind during the cleanup. With the assailant being sufficiently prepared, could a woman in her 70s truly have pulled a hair from the assailant's head? Leaning closer to the bed, Chen Mu scrutinized the bedsheet. He noticed that the sheet was not particularly wrinkled. If it was not very wrinkled, it indicated that the elderly woman's resistance was likely minimal, or perhaps she was unable to resist in time. Conversely, had the elderly woman recognized the assailant? If she had awakened to find a stranger, it would be illogical for her to not have an instinctual and vigorous reaction. Therefore, was it possible that the hair had been deliberately left behind by the assailant? And how did the assailant acquire their hair? Departing from the elderly man's room, Chun Mu made his way to the restroom. His gaze immediately fixated on the wash basin, for the fingerprint extracted by the police was found on the faucet switch. According to the statement that the authorities had compelled him to provide, it indicated that after committing the crime, he had washed his hands in the restroom, inadvertently leaving behind that partially erased fingerprint on the switch. Based solely on the crime scene, which had already been investigated by the police, the only discernible conclusion was the likelihood of an acquaintance being involved. Beyond that, there were scant leads to pursue. It was imperative to acquire the 6.21 case dossier from the police. Gazing at the reflection in the mirror above the wash basin, where he saw Song Chingfei adorned with a duckbill cap and a fake mustache, an audaciously reckless idea suddenly ignited in Chun Mu's mind. He contemplated a scheme to infiltrate the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and single-handedly extract the 6.21 case files, Chapter 017, a brazen provocation at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. The investigation team had endured a night of alternating 2-hour sleep shifts, and the atmosphere had descended into an unprecedented state of tension. Suddenly, a frantic ringtone pierced through the air from Zhou Sun's phone. It was a call from Su Man Speak. Zhou Sun, deprived of sleep throughout the night, answered hastily. Captain Zhou, I visited the cosmetics, accessories, and electronics stores that Chen Mu frequented. Aside from confirming his identity post-disguise, the only pertinent detail we gathered was that he purchased a significant quantity of cosmetics and various accessories. To quote the accessory store owner, he initially believed Chen Mu was a procurement agent for a film crew. However, as Chun Mu did not engage in much conversation, the owner's impression was merely that of a lavish, amiable, and cheerful individual. Nothing more, Su Man continued. According to the mall's internal surveillance, he did enter the restroom, but there's only footage of him going in and none of him coming out. Thus, we can conclude he must have undergone another round of disguise. Upon hearing Su Man's assertion that he had undoubtedly undergone a new disguise, Zhou Sun felt a heavy weight in his chest. This implied that Chen Mu possessed exceptionally advanced skills in makeup and disguise. It also meant that they might have to return to the drawing board in their pursuit. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. Investigate, as long as he enters. He will certainly exit. We must establish a timeline to compare his restroom entry. Understood, Su Man replied, her urgency palpable. Meanwhile, Zhou Sun, situated in the office of the investigation team leader, felt an even greater sense of dread after hanging up. If Chen Mu's makeup skills had reached an unparalleled level of proficiency, or if someone was assisting him with such expertise, capturing him will become infinitely more challenging. Time continued to tick away, and the sun outside the office grew increasingly intense. As Zhou Sun's mind raced with analysis and contemplation of Chen Mu's inner world, an unknown amount of time passed before the phone rang once more. Captain Zhou, we found something. Through our timeline comparison, only one suspicious male matches Chen Mu's height and build. After he exited the restroom, he entered a CAF. We reviewed the public surveillance in the CAF. And he ordered a coffee before retrieving a laptop from his bag and began typing. The brand of the laptop appears to be the one he previously purchased. Su Man's voice came through the phone. However, we currently have no way of knowing what he was inputting on the computer. He stayed in the CAF for about an hour before leaving, first retrieving his backpack from a public locker in the mall, then exiting. The external road surveillance will only be accessible through the city's monitoring system, which requires access from our bureau's computers. We can't investigate it from outside. Send me his new face and the time he left the mall to my phone. I'm heading to the dispatch hall now. Zhou Sun instructed immediately. Yes, Captain. A few minutes later, Zhou Sun hurried into the dispatch hall. Captain, several staff members rushed over. Quickly retrieved the city surveillance from last night at 10:27 p.m. from the Wenchuan pedestrian street. Starting from the main entrance of Guangming Square to track this individual's movements. Zhou Sun opened the image Su Man had sent on his phone, displaying it to the officers. Follow me, a diligent officer replied without hesitation. Hastening toward the Tianwang workstation. Under his rapid instructions, the technical officers swiftly began typing on their keyboards on the large screen. A compilation of multiple surveillance feeds began to replay the footage from the pedestrian street last night. Following Zhou Sun's provided information, they quickly pinpointed Chen Mu after he left the CAF. He was seen strolling leisurely along the pedestrian street, even passing by two patrolling officers without exhibiting any signs of anxiety or suspicion. After covering a distance of approximately 200 to 300 meters, he turned into an alley that was out of the surveillance range. However, just as he was about to vanish from view, he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and turned back, flashing a slight smile at the surveillance camera before disappearing from the footage. Damn it, Zhou Sun muttered in a low, furious tone. The other staff members in the dispatch hall were equally filled with indignation. As members of the public security system, they could not help but recognize, through Zhou Sun's anxious reactions and the man's enigmatic smile at the surveillance camera, that he was most likely the escaped perpetrator of the 6/21 case. Regarding why his appearance did not match that of the escapee, it was likely due to some sophisticated means of disguise. Captain, does the 6.21 case suspect still possess the skill of disguise? A nearby officer could not help but inquire. In our pursuit, this is already his third face. Whether it is his own skill or assistance from others remains to be seen. Zhou Sun replied, just as his phone buzzed in his pocket again. Hello, Su Man. Captain, he has updated again. Su Man's voice carried a hint of urgency. What? Zhou Sun raised his voice sharply. He updated 10 minutes ago that I'm on my way back to the bureau and will arrive in 3 minutes. Su Man informed him. All right, I understand, Zhou Sun said, ceasing further conversation as he turned and rushed back to the investigation team's office. While in the elevator, he hastily retrieved his phone and opened the Tomato novel app. Clicking into the latest chapter of I Am Not a Criminal.p.s. I initially planned to update in a few days, but I suddenly couldn't restrain myself. Perhaps I've become too complacent, worried that the Public Security Bureau wouldn't find any clues about me, which would undoubtedly be rather dull. Returning to my escape narrative, On September 29, after the Public Security Bureau intensified its manpower deployment, the checkpoints on the streets were noticeably more frequent than the previous day. After evading a wave of patrolling officers, I plunged into the old district, which was soon to undergo demolition, but to my dismay, I found myself in a dead end. Chapter 018. Zhou Sun, what are you doing? The investigation team, the SU man, had returned, but every expression was shrouded in darkness. Clearly, they had all read the latest chapter of I Am Not a Criminal. However, compared to Chen Mu's blatant provocation, it was the myriad of comments from the readers that left them feeling anxious and unsettled. Damn, how did he manage to escape this time? Are the public security personnel in Yangcheng utterly incompetent? It seems a bit far-fetched that he could remain undetected for so long in that alley. Aren't such captures supposed to be like a net closing in? Isn't the police supposed to conduct a thorough search? I too suspect that it might be a bit exaggerated. As a citizen of Yangcheng, I believe what the author wrote must be true, because regarding the capabilities of a Yangcheng Security Bureau, all I can say is, it's beyond words. Exaggerated? Nonsense. If you question the author's credibility, you clearly don't understand Yangcheng. Last year, a drug-addicted thief managed to escape while being taken to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, you read that right. A petty thief could successfully flee under such circumstances, and it required hundreds of officers and the mobilization of the public for nearly 24 hours to finally recapture that drug addict. Just think about it carefully. I want to say more for fear of being invited for tea. 666666. Is this the classic case of surviving a great disaster brings good fortune? If what the author wrote is true, then Yangcheng's public security is truly a pack of inept fools. Let us momentarily set aside the veracity of this chapter's content. It is likely that the leaders in Yangcheng are currently in a state of acute anxiety. Why is there no discourse regarding why this book has not been taken down, and why has the author's account not been suspended? Is it a matter of obstinacy on the part of Zhangxi novels? Or is there some hidden agenda at play? Logically, such a situation should not arise. Those comments are undoubtedly like stinging slaps, landing fiercely on the faces of the investigators. Anger and frustration intertwine, but more prevalent is a sense of helplessness. Captain Zhou, Su Man hurriedly approached, calling out, "Investigate immediately. Ascertain the IP address from which he updates his content. Additionally, continue to reach out to Zhangxi novels and inquire about their intentions." The pent-up fury erupted entirely. Zhou Sun bellowed in exasperation. Just then, his phone rang once more. It was Deputy Director Li Hongwei. Director Li. Zhou Sun struggled to steady his emotions, forcing his throat to cooperate. "Come to my office immediately." Deputy Director Li Hongwei roared with fury from the other end. "Yes, Director Li." A few minutes later, when Zhou Sun knocked on the door of the Deputy Director's office and stepped inside, Li Hongwei, the second in command of the Yangcheng Security Bureau, sprang to his feet from his chair. "Zhou Sun, what on earth are you doing?" Deputy Director Li Hongwei's voice dripped with ire. "Why on earth is that damned fugitive still able to write novels online? And why is Zhangxi novels allowing that so-called autobiographical account to continue serialization? Is this the fruit of your labor? Do you have any idea of the chaos and uproar this novel has caused? Do you realize the trouble it has brought to our leaders in Yangcheng? Just moments ago, our top leader, Secretary Xia, called me, and do you know what the first thing he said was? He expressed disbelief that our humble Yangcheng produced a writer with hundreds of millions of readers. Do you comprehend the implication of that statement? It's as if he is pointing a finger at me, the Deputy Director of the Municipal Security Bureau leading this capture operation, demanding to know what I am doing. Right now, the discussions surrounding that novel have transcended the case itself, evolving into profound skepticism regarding the Yangcheng Security Bureau, especially with certain local citizens spreading sensational rumors and fabrications, branding the Bureau as inept. This is not merely a disgrace for you and me, but a stain on the Yangcheng Security Bureau, and indeed, a shame for the entire city. Li Hongwei unleashed a tirade upon Zhou Sun. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Sun replied, "Director Li, regarding why that novel remains within the public eye and continues to be updated, we have promptly contacted Zhangxi Novels, demanding they take down the novel and suspend the author's account at the earliest opportunity to mitigate the impact. However, Zhangxi Novels has responded that they have already imposed a ban on the author and the work, and there are no personnel available to lift that ban. Therefore, we suspect a hacker has infiltrated their system, manipulating the back end of the novel site. Currently, Zhangxi Novels is endeavoring to resolve the issue, and once they regain control, they will take immediate action against the author and the work. Nevertheless, Zhou Sun's explanation failed to quell Li Hongwei's fury. The higher-ups demand results, not excuses. Furthermore, you, Zhou Sun, claimed you would undoubtedly appear in an area not covered by surveillance. Yet, the reality is that he brazenly showed up under the watchful eyes of the cameras and even returned to his residence at Yujing Shijia, nonchalantly departing afterward. Explain that to me. Although Zhou Sun had yet to report to Deputy Director Li Hongwei, he was not surprised that Li was aware of Chun Mu's return to Yujing Shijia and his subsequent untroubled exit. After all, one of the investigators in the team, Tai, is the Deputy Director's own nephew. Previously, they had failed to ascertain that he possessed the capability of disguise through makeup, leading to a misjudgment in their pursuit direction. Director Yin has already issued a directive. We have a maximum of 72 hours, and over 20 hours have already elapsed, leaving us with little time. Zhou Sun continued. Moreover, the time limit set by Director Yin was before the fugitive began using the novel to narrate his so-called experiences. With the reemergence of that damn novel and its incitement of widespread public interest, the situation has fundamentally changed if we are unable to capture him before the third update of the novel. The higher-ups will definitely intervene, and you should be aware of what that implies. Li Hongwei's fist struck the table, revealing his dissatisfaction and unease regarding the current pursuit, that I will do my utmost. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth, his expression grim that it's not merely about trying. It's imperative. If we fail to apprehend him, the troubles for our Yangqing Security Bureau will only escalate. Moreover, with the fervent discussions online, particularly from local netizens, Yangqing could find itself thrust into the spotlight, subject to societal scrutiny. Should matters tragically escalate to that point, neither you, as the head of the investigative team, nor I, as the deputy director, can expect to remain in our positions, Li Hongwei declared. Chapter 019. He is declaring war against us. While Zhou Sun endured the reprimand with immense frustration, Chun Mu, through the timely release of his latest content, had once again garnered 10 reward points and made his way to a hotel situated diagonally across from the Yangqing Security Bureau. Under the guise of Song Qingfei, he successfully checked in, then drew the curtains, leaving only a discreet vantage point. He subsequently retrieved a pair of binoculars and began to observe the Yangqing Security Bureau across the street. He was not interested in anything specific. Rather, he sought to locate the investigator known as Tai, the one who had relentlessly employed high-intensity memory recovery techniques during his interrogation. Inside the investigative team's office, upon exiting Deputy Director Li Hongwei's office, Zhou Sun refrained from voicing his suspicions about the potential wrongful apprehension in the 6.21 case. Upon returning to the team, before he could speak, Su Man hurriedly approached him. Captain Zhou, we've traced the IP address. The updates were scheduled, and the IP address is from a CAF in the Walking Street Mall. The individual set up the timed release last night. Additionally, we have contacted Zhangxi Novels. They stated they're still unable to crack the issue. In other words, the book I Am Not a Criminal cannot be taken down, and the author, Chen Mu's account, remains suspended. Zhou Sun paused momentarily at Su Man's words, the earlier agitation seemingly dissipating from his being. He responded with a subdued, and gradually added, in that case, let us set aside the matter of the novel for now and reevaluate our approach. With that, Zhou Sun strode purposefully to the case analysis board, pinning up images of Chun Mu's true appearance, along with those of his subsequent disguises that Su Man, I will speak. You summarize, Zhou Sun instructed, glancing at Su Man, who promptly positioned herself at the board with a pen in hand. If Chun Mu's initial escape could be deemed somewhat ordinary, his actions after entering the rental unit at 176 Ma Street, room 503, had already begun to appear abnormal. Why would he showcase his escape experience to the public? And why would he choose such a method to provoke the police? That is one question. Furthermore, after his escape from the detention center, he exhibited remarkable anti-surveillance awareness, appearing on camera a remarkably few times during the initial 48 hours of his flight. Yet, why is it that after disguising himself, we are able to repeatedly track his movements? Does he believe himself so clever as to evade detection, thereby allowing himself to relax his vigilance? Or is he intentionally leaving clues for us? Consider this. If he had left my street and sought another blind spot for new disguises, the police would undoubtedly remain in the dark. Yet he deliberately left us traces to follow, leading us back to his residence at Eugene Shurgia. Is this a lapse in judgment or a calculated decision on his part? Furthermore, after leaving the community, he demonstrated a complete lack of the anti-surveillance awareness one would expect, frequently exposing himself to city surveillance that if he thought the police would be unable to track him, then why, upon entering the mall, did he immediately seek out the restroom, only to emerge with a new face? And after donning this new disguise, he leisurely entered a CF, lingering there for a whole hour. What could he possibly be planning? Have you considered that? Under Zhou Sun's words, the group of investigators fell into a frown, enveloped in silence. After a moment, one of the investigators spoke up. Captain Zhou, are you implying that all of this was intentional on his part? Intentionally leaving us clues, deliberately allowing the police to know what he has done? Yes, it was intentional without a doubt. Otherwise, with his keen sense of counter-surveillance and the formidable reasoning abilities he demonstrated in him, not a criminal, he could never have made such a blunder that exposed him right under our noses. Given his awareness of counter-surveillance, these mistakes were entirely avoidable, Zhou Sun declared sternly. Could it be that he believes that after disguising himself, the police would be unable to ascertain his latest appearance and thus be powerless against him? Another investigator suggested, that's beside the point. If his actions stem from arrogance, then why would he go to the trouble of redisguising himself after entering the mall's pedestrian street restroom? Zhou Sun countered. Is it possible that he undertook all of this merely to provoke us? Another investigator chimed in. Zhou Sun chose not to respond to this question. Instead, he turned to the side and addressed Su Man. Su Man retrieved the surveillance footage from the pedestrian street at 10:39 p.m. last night. That was the last moment Shen Mu appeared on camera. Find it and print it out. Although the intent behind Zhou Sun's request was unclear, Su Man promptly rushed to the computer. After a flurry of keystrokes, when she finally glimpsed the last frame of Chun Mu on the surveillance footage, her body tensed up instantly, followed by a surge of anger on her delicate face. However, she refrained from speaking immediately. Gritting her teeth to suppress her fury, she froze the last image of Chun Mu on the screen before printing it out and handing it over to Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun took the image and affixed it to the top of the board. It depicted Chun Mu with a mocking smile, the corners of his mouth turned up as he gazed into the camera. Bastard, damn it, this scoundrel! In the next moment, the investigators erupted in furious outbursts. This is provocation, an unambiguous challenge. This scoundrel has declared war on us. One investigator, filled with impatience, clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for that final smile directed at the camera, I might have thought he was merely being provocative. However, in that last smile, it signifies more than mere provocation. It reflects a purpose achieved and reveals that he anticipated we would track his movements and capture this moment. He is leading us by the nose, and we have completely fallen into his rhythm, Zhou Sun stated. Captain Zhou, what is his true objective? Su Man gasped instinctively. To buy time. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. Buy time? The group of investigators echoed in unison. Yes, if it weren't for the missing telescope, I might not have been so sure. But given that the telescope was most likely taken by him, we could be almost certain that he is trying to buy time, to disrupt our rhythm, and to divert our focus on tracking his movements. Unquestionably, he should have returned to the scene of the 6.21 incident by now. Zhou Sun's expression grew intricate. What? He has returned to the scene of the 6.21 incident? The investigators gasped in astonishment. Very likely. He deduced that once we discovered the telescope was missing, we would realize that the surveillance around the 6.21 incident had been compromised, leading us to withdraw our resources from that area. In order to prevent us from having the time to analyze further, he intentionally exposed himself in the surveillance, thus entrapping us in the rhythm he orchestrated. He even calculated that by the time we reached this stage of tracking and analysis, he would have successfully returned to the scene of the 6.21 incident. Zhou Sun continued solemnly. This is also why he disguised himself and went to the CAF after entering the mall, as this would lead us to waste considerable time in comparison and investigation. By the time we ascertain his new appearance, he would have already gained the advantage of time. Just like now. It is already noon, yet we are still stuck on the tracking from 10:39 p.m. last night. Chapter 20. Many do not wish for the true culprit to be someone else. Captain Joe, you should not have let us withdraw from the surveillance at the 6.21 incident scene. Atai, who had only slept for 2 hours before dawn, groaned that if you hadn't withdrawn, with his awareness of surveillance, he would have discovered your presence. In such circumstances, he would never willingly walk into a trap. Zhou Sun had yet to respond. It was Su Man who could no longer hold back and argued. Moreover, if we can confirm that he has returned to the scene of the 6.21 incident, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for us. At least it could provide us with a new direction for our pursuit. Rather than stumbling around like headless flies, led by his rhythm, why would he revisit the scene of the 6.21 incident? To admire his previous diabolical masterpiece, to revel in the sense of accomplishment that comes from dehumanization? Investigator Atai scoffed. Clearly, he did not believe Chen Mu would return to the scene of the crime. Have you ever considered that perhaps he is not the true culprit of the 6.21 incident? At that moment, veteran investigator Lin Guodong slowly interjected. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he spoke, Atai was the first to react with agitation. Old Lin, what do you mean? Fingerprint comparisons, DNA tests, eyewitness identifications before and after the crime, and so forth. Even he himself provided a confession. These can all be considered irrefutable evidence. How can he not be the true culprit? Old Lin shrugged, unconcerned. What about his motive? To immerse himself in his creative world and to orchestrate the perfect crime. Does that not suffice as a motive? Moreover, he himself admitted that it was to create a perfect case that would provoke the police. Atai retorted, so. To provoke the police, he practiced the crime in advance using words in his novel. Is that what you were saying? Old Lin countered, it not so. He simply did not anticipate that he would inadvertently leave behind fingerprints and hair that had not been cleaned up. Otherwise, this would have been the perfect crime. Even if we highly suspect him as the culprit, we would have no evidence to substantiate it further. After all, he could easily claim that someone mimicked his crime after reading his novel. Atai argued. Then let me ask you this. If he aimed for a high-intelligence, perfect crime, and given that he has already demonstrated a certain level of counter-surveillance awareness and meticulous reasoning in the content of his novel, would he truly leave his fingerprints on the faucet of the sink due to carelessness? Would he really commit such an elementary mistake? Old Lin challenged. Yet, this still failed to convince Atai, who then scoffed. Old Lin, are you suggesting that we have wronged him? That we have arrested the wrong person? I merely wish to express my opinion. Nothing more, Old Lin replied, shaking his head with a forced smile. It was at this moment that Zhou Sun, who had refrained from stopping Old Lin and Atai's argument, finally spoke up. Enough. If we were to assume, just assume, that he is indeed wronged, then his return to the scene of the 6.21 incident would have one purpose, to see if there are any clues or traces that could exonerate him. However, we have conducted multiple investigations at the 6.21 incident scene, and the likelihood of missing any clues is virtually negligible. In this case, if he seeks to prove his innocence, from which angles do you think he would approach? Zhou Sun inquired. Captain Zhou, do you also believe that we have arrested the wrong person? Do you think this is a miscarriage of justice? Do you believe he is not the culprit? Hearing Zhou Sun's words, Atai grew increasingly agitated. If this were indeed a miscarriage of justice, then half of Chen Mu's life would be ruined. For the one who had tortured him the most during his interrogation was Atai himself. It was he who had tormented Chen Mu to the point where he had to follow the direction Atai led him in to provide certain details of the crime. Therefore, if Chen Mu were ultimately proven to be wronged, coerced into a confession, Atai would be finished. Even if Deputy Director Li Hongwei were his uncle, amidst the intense scrutiny surrounding Chen Mu's escape narrative, he could not save him. Is there any better option than to engage in such hypotheticals and use these assumptions as new directions? He currently possesses excellent disguising and counter-surveillance skills, coupled with his awareness of surveillance. The success rate of tracking him through surveillance footage is undoubtedly very low. Only by pinpointing his movement direction can we narrow the scope for tracking and capture, Zhou Sun explained calmly. In response to Zhou Sun's words, the other investigators each wore grave expressions, their faces revealing a heightened sense of worry that it was simple. If Chen Mu were indeed wronged, not only Captain Joe Sun, but each and every one of them would face dire consequences. Thus, following Zhou Sun's hypothesis, everyone's minds went utterly blank. At this moment, the seasoned detective Lin Guodong gently spoke to ease the atmosphere. Captain Zhou, perhaps we should allow everyone to rest in turns for a while. Since Chun Mu escaped from the detention center, the team has scarcely had any respite, especially last night, when the most sleep anyone managed was merely 2 hours. At this rate, even Iron Men would struggle to endure, let alone maintain an effective work state. Was he unaware that their superiors had granted them a mere 72 hours? He was well aware. Yet he understood just as clearly that, given Chun Mu's myriad manifestations, capturing him within the remaining 2.5 days was utterly unrealistic. In light of this, it would be far more prudent to let everyone rest, conserve their energy, and prepare for a prolonged battle. All right, let half the team remain on duty, while the other half returns to get some well-deserved sleep. We shall reconvene at 8 o'clock tonight. The remaining personnel would continue to monitor the surveillance, hoping to glean any new insights, while also conducting fresh inquiries around the vicinity of the 6.21 case crime scene to ascertain if any suspicious individuals had appeared in the interim and to determine, as best as possible, whether Chun Mu had returned to the crime scene. Zhou Sun pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yes, Captain Zhou. Soon, after some deliberation, the detectives established a roster for those who would stay behind and those who would rest. Captain Zhou, do you wish for the suspect to be innocent or for him to be the true culprit? After the detectives dispersed, Lin Guodong leaned closer to Captain Zhou and whispered, if possible, I would hope we have indeed apprehended the wrong person. Otherwise, I fear he may continue to commit crimes. Zhou Sun's eyelids fluttered slightly. Lin Guodong, in deep contemplation, nodded lightly and inquired further, Captain Zhou, if he is indeed innocent. What would you do in his place? Naturally, one would seek to clear their name. Zhou Sun instinctively replied. Given the circumstances surrounding the 6.21 case, the only way to exonerate oneself was to identify the true perpetrator. However, I believe many would prefer that the culprit was someone else entirely, Lin Guodong remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's expression twitched. Captain Zhou, perhaps you are willing to bear the cost of a wrongful conviction. But not everyone shares that sentiment. If Chun Mu is truly innocent, it would undoubtedly rob many of their sleep. After all, Chun Mu's account of his escape has already caused significant repercussions, and under such circumstances, even if he were to be captured, it is unlikely that we would be the ones interrogating him. Lin Guodong said meaningfully that moment. Zhou Sun fell into a brief stupor. Chapter 021. Hey, Tai, wake up! In a hotel opposite the Public Security Bureau of Yang City, perhaps due to having been a detective in a previous life, Chun Mu maintained a vigilant posture, peering through binoculars at the entrance of the bureau. Finally, a figure resembling his own appeared. A Tai. Just as a Tai exited the bureau's office building, Chun Mu swiftly vacated his hotel room, hastening to a parked car outside. This was the dilapidated second-hand vehicle previously abandoned by Song Chengfei, a car that no dealer would offer more than 3,000 for. While borrowing Song Chengfei's identification, Chun Mu had taken the liberty of driving off with the car inside the vehicle after starting the engine. Chun Mu raised his binoculars, fixating on the cars emerging from the bureau. Soon enough, a Tai's SUV came into view. Sensing an opportunity, Chun Mu, having locked onto the target, cautiously followed suit. Although he had reservations about a Tai's professional competence, he acknowledged that a Tai was, after all, a member of the investigation team. Thus, he executed his counter-surveillance tactics to perfection, perhaps due to the proximity of a Tai's residence to the Yang City Public Security Bureau. A distance of less than 5 kilometers, he encountered no checkpoints along the way. After a brief journey, a Tai's SUV pulled into a community's underground parking lot. However, Chun Mu, keeping his distance, did not follow him inside. Instead, he parked across the street, exited the vehicle, and deliberately evaded the surveillance cameras as he slipped into an alleyway. Upon emerging, he had changed into a crisp white shirt and black suit, presenting himself as a suave insurance agent. With confidence, he crossed the street into the community where Tai had just parked. Since the community was not particularly upscale, Chun Mu navigated through its interior with ease, quickly spotting a Tai's SUV. With a slight smile, he dialed 114. After a series of automated prompts, he reached a human operator. "Hello, 114. How may I assist you? I accidentally bumped into an SUV with the license plate NQYY 626. But I'm unable to contact the owner. Could you help me reach them? I'm waiting here." Chun Mu explained, "Is that NQYY 626? Yes, NQYY 626. Chun Mu affirmed once more. "All right, please hold on while we contact the owner." After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Mu ended the call. He then made his way to the nearest elevator, selecting it based on the SUV's parking location. Sure enough, the elevator, which had been on the 3rd floor, ascended to the 25th floor. As it descended to the underground parking lot, Atai, still clad in pajamas and groggy from sleep, stepped out of the elevator, brushing past Chun Mu. Remaining composed, Chun Mu entered the elevator just as Atai walked by. But instead of heading straight to the 25th floor, he pressed a random button. After reaching the designated floor, he assessed the layout, recognizing it as a 2-elevator, 3-unit arrangement. He then descended to the 1st floor, exiting the elevator and confidently striding out of the community. For Chun Mu, this excursion was primarily to ascertain Atai's residence. There was no rush for anything else. Meanwhile, Atai, having been jolted awake by the call from 114, discovered upon reaching the 1st floor that his vehicle remained undisturbed. Although puzzled, he thought little of it, as mix-ups with license plates were not uncommon. With drowsiness overtaking him, he grumbled a few curses before turning back toward home. As for Chun Mu, after leaving the community, he leisurely enjoyed lunch at a nearby shop and even purchased snacks for several elderly migrant workers engaged in landscaping around the area. Noticing that over an hour had elapsed since he had drawn Atai out, Chun Mu, with the instincts of a former detective, understood that Atai had likely fallen back asleep. Given the current circumstances, their rest time was limited, and it was improbable that they would squander it. Since entering through the main gate required a key card, Chun Mu opted for the underground parking entrance. Having previously scoped out the area, he navigated with ease to the 25th floor of Atai's building. In the 2-elevator, 3-unit layout, one door featured a shoe rack, which Chun Mu immediately dismissed based on the footwear present. Among the remaining 2 units, one door displayed a charming decoration with a house number and a kawaii sticker reading, "Delivery personnel, please hang food here." This unit was also eliminated from consideration. Ultimately, Chun Mu's gaze settled on the barren door of Unit 2503, characterized by its simplicity. Casually retrieving his lock-picking tools, he disregarded the surveillance camera positioned at the corridor's ceiling. With his body concealing his actions, Chun Mu swiftly began picking the lock. Before long, a faint click echoed as the unbolted door swung open, allowing him to slip inside. Without surveying the interior, Chun Mu headed directly for the master bedroom. His formidable combat skills, honed through numerous accolades and police academy competitions, provided him with ample confidence to confront Atai should they cross paths. He was assured of his ability to subdue him, though such an encounter would complicate matters. Fortunately, the noise he made did not disturb Atai, who remained fast asleep. Silently approaching the bed, Chun Mu gazed down at the slumbering figure of Atai. In that moment, memories of the original occupant's torture flooded his mind, recalling the severe methods Atai had employed against him. Overwhelmed by a surge of indignation, Chun Mu nearly succumbed to the impulse to strike. Suppressing the anger stemming from the injustices endured by the original owner, he allowed a slight smile to creep onto his lips as he gently nudged the sleeping Atai. Hey, Tai, wake up." Startled by Chun Mu's prodding, Atai jolted awake, and upon seeing the unfamiliar face before him, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" In a moment of instinctual urgency, Atai suddenly leapt forward, aiming to seize Chun Mu by the throat. As an experienced investigator, he understood all too well the implications of the other's presence. However, Chun Mu had evidently anticipated Atai's reaction well in advance. The very instant Atai launched himself into the air, Chun Mu, who had been poised and ready, delivered a powerful punch directly into Atai's chest, precisely targeting his stomach. Still disoriented from being abruptly awakened, Atai was caught off guard by the unexpected blow, causing him to instinctively bend at the waist in pain, which left the back of his neck exposed to Chun Mu's sight. In the next heartbeat, Chun Mu raised his hand in a swift motion, striking downwards with a knife-like chop onto Atai's vulnerable neck. In an instant, Atai's body crumpled and fell onto the bed, rendered unconscious. Chapter 022, Audacious and Recklessly Endangering Himself, Observing the Unconscious Tai. Chenmu calmly retrieved 2 power strips from the living room that he then returned to the bedroom, binding Tai's hands and feet with precision. Once he ensured that the binding would render Tai utterly incapable of escape, Chenmu produced his makeup tools from his satchel and began to skillfully alter his appearance to mirror Tai's before long. He had crafted a visage strikingly similar to Tai's. Although it was far from being indistinguishable, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge for anyone who did not scrutinize closely. After all, when such a skill is derived from a system and adorned with the prefix godly, it transcends any so-called top-tier makeup techniques found in everyday life. Satisfied with the reflection of a face that stood a good chance of deceiving others, Chenmu smirked. He then retrieved Tai's foul-smelling socks, pried his mouth open, and stuffed them inside to further prevent Tai from causing a ruckus upon regaining consciousness. Chenmu utilized the bedsheets to secure Tai's range of motion, ensuring that he would not create noise that might arouse suspicion from the outside world. Having completed these tasks, Chenmu rummaged through Tai's wardrobe to find a suitable outfit to wear. Finally, he took Tai's mobile phone and car keys, but after searching thoroughly and finding no relevant identification, he concluded that they must have been left in the vehicle. With that, he departed with a sense of satisfaction and nonchalance. In the underground parking lot, seated in Tai's SUV, Chenmu took out his phone and opened an instant messaging app. He navigated through the chat history to enter a conversation with an investigator. "Is Captain Zhou in the office right now?" Chenmu typed and sent. He preferred to avoid any direct encounters with Captain Zhou Sun whenever possible. The reply came swiftly. Aren't you asleep yet? You need to come in for shift change at 8. Don't oversleep, or Captain Zhou will lose his temper. Understood. Is Captain Zhou currently at the office?" Chenmu mimicked Tai's texting style and inquired further. "Just went out to the scene of the 621 case. I have to head out for interviews soon. Why do you need to find Captain Zhou?" Misunderstanding Tai's inquiry as a matter related to a telescope. The other party did not suspect anything amiss regarding Tai's question about Zhou Sun's whereabouts. "Oh, never mind then. You should rest up that I'm waiting for you to come in for the shift change. I'll head out on my field assignment now." "All right." After putting down the phone, Chenmu took a deep breath. He glanced at the documents in the passenger seat, and a faint smile crossed his face. He started the car and drove out of the underground garage, heading straight for the Yongqing Public Security Bureau. Upon smoothly entering the bureau, a sense of trepidation gripped Chenmu's heart. Regardless of how resilient his mental fortitude was, or his previous experience as a criminal police officer, the reality of his current status as a wanted criminal and the recklessness of his actions left him feeling undeniably anxious. After several deep breaths, as his inner turmoil gradually subsided, he exited the vehicle and made his way toward the investigative team's office building. The path was uneventful and relying on his past experience as a police officer. Chenmu swiftly arrived at the archives room. "Taigu," the staff member in charge, greeted him as he approached. Although Tai's abilities were often privately criticized within the investigative unit, most people greeted him warmly due to his familial connection to a deputy director. "I'm here to retrieve the files for the 621 case." Chenmu disguised his voice to sound hoarse, adding a couple of coughs for effect. Initially intending to express concern about Tai's voice, the clerk quickly interjected, "The files for the 621 case? Didn't Captain Zhou send Brother Wang to take them yesterday?" Upon hearing that the files had been taken by Zhou Sun, Chenmu's expression shifted slightly. "In that case, I'll check with Captain Zhou first," he replied, turning on his heel and leaving the clerk in a state of confusion. How the files reached Zhou Sun's office as he walked, Chenmu furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. Should he abandon his pursuit or audaciously escalate the risk by heading to Zhou Sun's office to obtain the files? After a brief moment of deliberation, he resolved to take the gamble. After all, without access to the case files, identifying the true culprit behind the 621 case within a month would be a Herculean task. Exhaling a deep breath, Chenmu steeled himself as he proceeded toward the investigative team's main office. Tai, why are you back?" "Taigu, didn't you go back to rest?" The investigators in the office were taken aback upon seeing Tai from a distance. "I had just fallen asleep when I had a dream. After waking up, I thought of some clues. After discussing it with Captain Zhou, he asked me to come back and confirm the details in the files. Chunmu maintained his raspy voice. What happened to your voice? Are you all right? A colleague immediately inquired. I'm fine. I just woke up like this. Probably didn't sleep well. Chunmu forced a smile. Be careful. Understood, he replied with a hoarse chuckle. Having already identified Zhou Sun's office, Chunmu quickened his pace toward the captain's office, his heart racing as he approached Zhou Sun's desk. Sure enough, the files for the 621 case lay atop the desk. Aware that time was of the essence, Chunmu hastily pulled out his phone, flipping through the pages of the files and snapping photos of the contents one by one. Minutes later, Chunmu stowed his phone and closed the files, feigning calm as he exited Zhou Sun's office. Atai, all done. An investigator remarked upon seeing him emerge. Yes, I'll call Captain Zhou to update him. Chunmu responded with a feigned chuckle, taking out Atai's phone as if to make a call, while swiftly heading toward the elevator. Just as he made his exit, an investigator suddenly had a realization. Doesn't this feel a bit off? What do you mean? Another inquired that if we needed to verify the contents of the files, would Captain Zhou really send Atai to do it? He could have just called us to check. The suspicious investigator remarked. Hey, are you new here? Don't you know our esteemed relative? Who knows? Maybe he is trying to take this as an opportunity to earn some brownie points, another investigator jested. All right, enough with the sarcasm. Captain Zhou already has a bias against him due to that telescope incident. Perhaps he thought being proactive would help change Zhou's perception of him. Another added, come on, why are we even getting into the sarcasm? It was just a joke. The initial investigator hurriedly defended himself. However, none of them could fathom that the very fugitive they had been tirelessly pursuing, Chunmu, had audaciously disguised himself as Atai, brazenly appearing before the investigative team, unperturbed, and then calmly walking away. Chapter 023. This is no longer walking a tightrope. It's reckless endangerment leaving the investigative team's office building. Chunmu hurried toward Atai's SUV without daring to pause, lest unforeseen complications arise. He swiftly started the vehicle and drove away from the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, from the moment he appeared at the bureau to when he left. Over 30 minutes had elapsed. Had Zhou Sun returned during that time, or if any other investigators sensed something amiss, he would likely have found himself in dire straits. It was only after departing the bureau that Chunmu truly grasped the extent of his reckless audacity. Yet, there was no turning back. This step had to be taken. To place one's hopes on the Public Security Bureau of Yangqing to clear one's name has, to a certain extent, become rather unrealistic. As it pertains to the career paths and destinies of too many individuals, the SUV returned to the parking lot of the residential community where Atai resided. Without hesitation, Chunmu tossed his phone and car keys into the passenger seat. Subsequently, donning Atai's visage, he swaggered out of the community, ultimately vanishing from the gaze of the city's surveillance cameras. He did not rush to retrieve Song Chengfei's dilapidated vehicle, which was parked on the outskirts of the community. Once again slipping into the blind spot of the cameras, he reverted to Song Chengfei's appearance before leisurely making his way back to the wretched car that not even a dog would drive. He then returned to the hotel room opposite the Public Security Bureau of Yangqing. Simultaneously across the street, Zhou Sun had also returned to the Bureau's investigation team. Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou! Upon seeing Zhou Sun, the team of investigators rose in unison to greet him. Any new findings from the surveillance? Zhou Sun inquired, his expression impassive. None. Several investigators shook their heads with complex expressions. One of them then asked, Captain, we're the new lead from Atai's side. Little did they know, as soon as those words were uttered, Zhou Sun was taken aback. What do you mean? New lead from Atai? Didn't Atai mention he had some clues, and after reporting to you? You instructed him to return to verify the details of the 6.21 case files? The investigator replied. Zhou Sun's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this. Atai reported, leads to me, I told Atai to return to verify the 6.21 case files. Are you saying Atai just returned and entered my office to check the files related to the 6.21 case? Zhou Sun stammered, struggling to comprehend. Yes, indeed. He said it was your instruction, upon noticing Zhou Sun's uneasy expression. The investigator's face paled slightly. Damn it, Zhou Sun exclaimed in a panic, rushing into the office on the desk. Fortunately, The files pertaining to the 6.21 case were still there. Unfortunately, their conspicuous placement would undoubtedly have caught the attention of any observer, meaning the contents of the files had most likely been entirely photographed by the intruder. How long did he stay in my office? Zhou Sun shouted as he exited. Perhaps 10 minutes? The remaining investigators, who had been left in the office, were now visibly flustered, having realized the gravity of the situation. However, Zhou Sun's face trembled uncontrollably upon hearing 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was undoubtedly ample time for the intruder to photograph every page of the 6.21 case files. Immediately review the surveillance footage. He is definitely not Atai. Absolutely not. Zhou Sun roared, panting heavily as he dialed Atai's phone number. Yet after several attempts, it remained unanswered. Just then, the surveillance footage was retrieved, capturing scenes from outside the Public Security Bureau, within the investigation team's office and the elevator. "Captain, the footage is ready," an investigator stammered. Zhou Sun swallowed hard and moved towards the screen. The footage revealed the Atai SUV entering the Public Security Bureau, Atai proceeding into the investigation team's office, then heading to the archives room, making his way to the investigation team's main office, entering Captain Zhou Sun's office, and finally departing leisurely in the elevator. "Captain, he really isn't Atai." Suman, who had not rested, murmured beside Zhou Sun. She found it hard to fathom how audacious one must be to impersonate an investigator and infiltrate the Public Security Bureau, penetrating into the office of the investigation team as captain to steal files. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, this intruder had the audacity to boldly venture forth. This was no mere tightrope act. It was a death wish of the most profound kind. Atai had never called me, nor did I instruct him to return to verify the 6.21 case files. Even if hypothetically he had thought of crucial new leads that required verification, would I really have him make a special trip back for that? Are the personnel in our investigation team merely wooden props? Zhou Sun gasped. As these words left his lips, the investigators who had allowed the fugitive Chun Mu to slip away under their noses trembled in apprehension. Go immediately head to Atai's residence. He should be in trouble, Zhou Sun urged urgently. Although he held some bias against Atai, the latter was nonetheless a member of the investigation team, one of his own. The investigators swiftly dashed off in response. Captain Atai graduated from the police academy. With his skills, how could he possibly be overpowered by Chun Mu? Su Man furrowed her brow beside Zhou Sun. That is a question we'll have to answer once we find Atai. Zhou Sun replied, his expression grave. Captain, do you think he might have already? Su Man hesitated, the implication of her words hanging heavily in the air. Yet Zhou Sun shook his head. No, that possibility is exceedingly slim. After all, his goal was merely the files. He truly isn't the real perpetrator of the 6.21 case, is he? At that moment, even Su Man began to waver, because from every angle, the actions of the intruder seemed to contradict the profile of the actual perpetrator of the 6.21 case. For instance, if the intruder were indeed the true culprit, would he take such risks to steal the case files? In response to Su Man's wavering question, Zhou Sun's gaze wavered as well. At least for now, there was no evidence to prove he was not the true perpetrator of the 6.21 case. In a hotel room opposite the Public Security Bureau, Chen Mu peered through binoculars at the flurry of investigators rushing out of the investigation team's office, heading straight for their police vehicles. That a smile crept upon his lips once more. Have they finally realized? He murmured softly. Setting down the binoculars, Chun Mu retrieved paper, pen, and his phone, moving to the desk in his hotel room to begin organizing the contents of the 6.21 case files. Chapter 024. Are we perhaps being overly distrustful from the gruesome details of the victim's demise, the forensic evaluation, the evidence collected from a scene, to the police inquiries into the social relations surrounding the victim's family, and the testimonies of witnesses who had caught glimpses of the suspect's vague silhouette before and after the incident? Chun Mu meticulously reviewed everything. He sought to uncover any connections to himself within the social relationships of the victim's family. However, it seemed there were none. None of the names resonated with him at all. Finally, he focused on the knots binding the elderly victim and child. A fisherman's knot, a not uncommon knot in daily life. From the details of the knot, it was evident that the perpetrator was quite adept at tying it. How did you acquire my hair and fingerprints? What motive do you have for framing me? What benefit could that possibly bring you? Or do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against me? Furthermore, if it was merely to frame me, you would not have gone to such lengths to harm the victim's family. So what profound enmity exists between you and the victim's family? Am I entangled in this because I have offended both you and the victim's family? Or is there a three-way grudge among us? The problem is, I don't even know the victim's family. Moreover, is it merely a coincidence that my telescope in my study just happens to align perfectly with the angle of the 6.21 case crime scene? Or have I unknowingly been led in some way? Lastly, do you know me? Yes, you must know me. You certainly do, otherwise you wouldn't have attempted to harm me in this manner. After all, you could have allowed this case to remain unsolved, yet you chose not to. Instead, you aim to place the blame on me, to drive me to my demise. Just how much do you hate me? Setting down the paper and pen, Chen-Mu gazed at the array of thoughts he had penned down. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Memories began to surface of the intricate web of relationships from the depths of the original owner's mind, from classmates to friends, relatives to family, even casual acquaintances and neighbors, including delivery personnel. All were encompassed in his recollections. AS faces and myriad events flooded his mind. The chaos left him utterly confounded, for throughout his life, he had maintained an optimistic and cheerful disposition, rarely harboring enmity toward others. While there were certainly moments of dispute and conflict, they invariably led to reconciliation. And regarding those trivial matters, they hardly warranted the elaborate scheme devised to frame him for such a grave crime. After a series of filters, Chen-Mu infused the fisherman's knot into his thoughts, attempting to delve deep into his memories for those adept at tying such knots. However, his efforts yielded no results. It seemed he would have to dig deeper into the past of the victim's family. With a murmured sigh, Chen-Mu gazed at the sheet detailing the basic information of the victim's family. Tang Wenxiu, 45 years old, a Chinese language teacher in the second grade at Yanqing No. 3 Middle School. Wei Wenhui, 39 years old, a nurse at Yanqing Second People's Hospital. A Shufan, 71 years old, a former employee of Yanqing Welfare Institute. Tang Haoyu, 8 years old, a second grade student in Class 3 at Yanqing No. 1 Primary School. The question remained, which one among you is the source of this problem? Chen-Mu murmured again, realizing that since he could not uncover any anomalies from the numerous records in the files, he would have to investigate each individual thoroughly. He tore the sheet into shreds and flushed it down the toilet. Subsequently, he left the hotel room once more. Staying in a hotel for an extended period was not a viable option. Aside from inconvenience, the nature of hotels made them susceptible to police visits that it was better to be cautious than to take chances. Thus, Chen-Mu deemed it necessary to find a more suitable place to stay, preferably somewhere upscale, as such locations were less likely to attract scrutiny. The Yanqing Public Security Bureau, the investigation team. Zhou, we have arrived at Atai's residence. Zhou Sun answered the call from the investigator dispatched to Atai's home. Speak. Zhou Sun replied in a low voice. While Atai was asleep, someone had unlocked the door and sneaked in. Upon entering the bedroom, the intruder awakened him, and as Atai attempted to subdue the intruder, he was struck in the stomach. As pain forced him to bend over, the assailant delivered a knife-hand blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. After that, he had no recollection of events, only awakening to find his hands and feet bound, his mouth stuffed with socks, preventing him from calling for help. The investigator on the other end stammered. Undoubtedly, this was a disgraceful incident as an investigator, particularly one from the city's investigation team. To be stealthily infiltrated and subdued so easily was a matter of shame for the entire team and the Yanqing Public Security Bureau. Did he see the assailant's face? Upon hearing the words of Zhou Sun, Su Hailin immediately furrowed his brow. Indeed. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Sun affixed several photographs of the faces used by Chen-Mu onto the blackboard beside him. This one is his true visage. This one depicts the face he wore after infiltrating room 503 at 176 My Street, and the same face was adopted upon his return to his residence at Yujing Shijia Community, as well as during his subsequent appearance on the pedestrian street. This photograph captures his countenance as he exited the restroom in the mall on the pedestrian street, where he lingered for about an hour in the CAF before vanishing from the surveillance scope. This last image showcases the disguise he assumed while infiltrating the home of our investigation team member, Atai. Before Zhou Sun could finish his explanation, Li Hongwei, the deputy director, could no longer contain himself. "What did you say?" He infiltrated the home of our investigation team member. At the same time, Su Hualin and Gao Mingwei shared an expression of utmost gravity. To what extent does his audacity reach? Another leader from the Public Security Bureau exclaimed angrily. Zhou Sun continued, his expression impassive, "And there's even more audacity to come." After entering Atai's home, he subdued the sleeping Atai, bound him, and gagged him, then masqueraded as Atai himself that he subsequently drove Atai's vehicle to our Yangqing Public Security Bureau, deep into our investigation office area, all without raising any suspicions, under the pretense of needing to review the case files of the 621 incident for clues. He brazenly entered my office, and without a doubt, he is photographed and absconded with the contents of the 6.21 incident case files. With that, Zhou Sun slapped the photograph of Chun Mu disguised as Atai onto the blackboard. The leaders of the Public Security Bureau were left aghast, their anger surging uncontrollably. Director Li, this matter was only recently discovered, which is why I had not yet reported it to you before you summoned me to your office. Zhou Sun turned to Li Hongwei and then pressed a button on the remote, projecting a series of surveillance videos of him driving Atai's SUV into the bureau onto the large screen. The attendees in the conference room all turned their attention to the footage displayed. In the interim, Zhou Sun affixed the latest photograph of Atai, taken merely half an hour prior, onto the blackboard. Once the surveillance video concluded, Zhou Sun seamlessly continued. "This is his appearance after masquerading as Atai, and this is the authentic Atai. A comparison of these two photographs undeniably reveals the extraordinary level of his disguise capabilities." Chapter 26. Another useless scoundrel Mingwei. Does your high school classmate possess such skills? Criminal investigation expert Su Hualin, observing the two photographs with a striking similarity of 80 to 90%, deepened his frown and turned to Gao Mingwei. Gao Mingwei's brows were equally knitted. She had never heard of Chun Mu possessing such a talent. Shaking her head, she replied, "After university and several reunions, I never noticed him exhibiting any makeup skills. Nor had I heard of his profound capabilities in cosmetics." Su Hualin, lost in thought, began to express his perspective. If the previous instances of disguise and makeup do not eliminate the possibility of someone assisting him, then based on his appearances before and after infiltrating the home of that criminal investigation officer, it is undeniable that he possesses exceptionally advanced skills in makeup, allowing him to change his appearance at will. Coupled with his demonstrated counter-surveillance awareness, the likelihood of tracking and capturing him through monitoring is exceedingly low. Once we are unable to identify him through appearance, we are left with only fingerprints and DNA to ascertain his identity. However, given his ability to disguise and alter his appearance, gathering fingerprints and biological samples from the entire city for comparison would yield little significance, not to mention the impracticality of such an endeavor. Consequently, we must fundamentally shift our approach. Why has he chosen to forego the opportunity to escape Yangcheng? Why does he remain here to provoke the police? Does he truly believe he can toy with law enforcement without revealing himself? Or is his stay in Yangcheng an attempt to clear his name? Every criminal, indeed every individual, acts with motive. Thus it is imperative to discern what drives his presence in Yangcheng. As Su Hualin concluded his thoughts, a leader from the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau interjected, "Professor Su, is there a possibility that he does not want to leave Yangcheng? Rather, he cannot leave? Presently, all entry and exit points in Yangcheng are under rigorous scrutiny. Should he fail to present identification, or if his appearance does not match that on his ID, or if the ID is counterfeit, or if a police dog detects a suspicious scent, he will be promptly apprehended for further examination. Under such a net, escaping Yangcheng is no simple feat. Given his demonstrated capabilities, do you believe acquiring an ID would pose a challenge for him? If he were to secure an ID and then disguise himself accordingly, would the police's scrutiny still pose a risk of capture? After all, the extent of the checkpoints would only allow for identity verification and vehicle inspection, without the capacity for deeper inquiry, correct? Of course. Perhaps police dogs could be of assistance, but having read his novel, I am not a criminal. I believe he possesses the means to evade detection by police dogs. Upon hearing Su Hualin's remarks, the leader of the Public Security Bureau fell silent, his brow furrowing. Thus, the conclusion remains, to apprehend him, we must predict his next moves. Only by determining his intentions can we establish an effective pursuit strategy. Otherwise, given his exceptional disguise skills, we risk becoming like headless flies, led astray by his rhythm. Su Hualin continued, and presently, a clear direction presents itself. The 6.21 incident, whether through his numerous declarations of innocence in his novel, or through his infiltration of the Public Security Bureau as a disguised investigator to steal the 6.21 incident case files. These clues suggest he intends to investigate the 6.21 incident himself to exonerate his name. This, indeed, provides us with the best and only direction for our pursuit. However, upon hearing the mention of the 6.21 incident, many investigators could no longer remain composed, including Deputy Director Li Hongwei, who adamantly declared Professor Su. I believe this is merely a smokescreen he has released. The true perpetrator of the 6.21 incident is him, and no one else. This is an irrefutable case, devoid of any possibility of wrongful accusation. Speaking of the 6.21 incident, might we take a look at the case files? Su Hualin, without acknowledging Li Hongwei's statement, simply shook his head and smiled. Certainly. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth, glanced at Deputy Director Li Hongwei, and replied. Then I shall entrust this to you, Captain Zhou. Soon, the 6.21 incident case files, locked away in the office drawer, were retrieved by Zhou Sun. Without asking the attendees to leave, Su Hualin and Gao Mingwei began to peruse the documents. Before long, both of them furrowed their brows in succession, causing a palpable sense of apprehension among the gathered investigators and leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, particularly in Li Hongwei's heart. It was evident that if the 6.21 incident had indeed apprehended the wrong person, resulting from a coerced confession, then with Chun Mu's escape and the resurgence of his novel, I Am Not a Criminal, the catastrophic repercussions would be immense for them. After an indeterminate time, amidst the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, Gao Mingwei, after a cursory review of the entire case file, spoke up, preempting Professor Su Hualin's comments. The fingerprint comparison's DNA results from biological samples, along with the fact that the telescope in the suspect study was precisely aimed at the crime scene, alongside eyewitness accounts and identifications of figures seen before and after the incident, coupled with the suspect's inability to provide any alibi. Indeed, this is sufficient for conviction. As for the motive for the crime, the desire to transcend fictional cases in his novel and create a perfect crime in reality aligns with criminal psychology, thereby supporting the motive. Hearing Gao Mingyue's assertions, Deputy Director Li Hongwei felt a weight lift from his chest. The other investigators shared similar sentiments. Only veteran investigator Lin Guodong felt a pang of disappointment. Shaking his head in dismay, another useless scoundrel. With this in mind, can we then dismiss the possibility suggested by Professor Su earlier? Deputy Director Li Hongwei immediately remarked. Little did he know that Gao Mingwei remained non-committal. She slowly articulated that there was no rush to eliminate that possibility. Instances of dissociative identity disorder exist within criminal groups. If the individual in question suffered from such a condition, it would elucidate why he claimed in his novel to have been coerced into confession and sought to steal the case files in an attempt to exonerate himself. In his subconscious, he does not perceive himself as the perpetrator, despite the undeniable fact that he committed the crime. Such occurrences have been documented among offenders with dissociative identity disorder. Chapter 027. It seems far-fetched indeed if he were indeed afflicted with dissociative identity disorder. One would expect some signs to manifest during his more than a month of detention. Yet the reality is that his mental state seems remarkably stable. Veteran investigator Lin Guodong struggled to contain his frustration. What utter nonsense is this? To even suggest dissociative identity disorder. It is utterly absurd. However, the perspective of Lin Guodong found resonance among the leaders and investigators of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, who turned their gazes toward Gao Mingwei. To their surprise, she appeared unfazed, offering a gentle smile as she elucidated that dissociative identity disorder is latent. It does not necessarily manifest within a specified time frame. In other words, it is random, Often, it may be triggered by certain stimuli, akin to an individual writing a novel. When immersed in the world he has created, he may unwittingly lose himself and become engulfed by that fictitious realm, thereby uncontrollably activating his alternate personality. Listening to her seemingly irrefutable argument, Lin Guodong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even if he still firmly believed that the notion of dissociative identity disorder was sheer nonsense, it was evident that Gao Mingyue's assertions had merit. After her exposition, Deputy Director Li Hongwei and Chief Investigator Zhou Sun were addressed by Gao Mingyue. Deputy Director Li, Chief Investigator Zhou, I wish to further examine the case files pertaining to the 6/21 incident with Professor Su. Would that be permissible? Zhou Sun instinctively glanced at Li Hongwei. With a resigned nod from the latter, Zhou Sun acquiesced. He then inquired, since Comrade Gao and Professor Su hold such views, what should our next steps be? Focusing on the 6.21 incident, if he wishes to investigate it himself, he must inevitably delve into the interpersonal relationships of the victim's family prior to their demise. Particularly the names that appeared in the case files, he will undoubtedly seek out those individuals. Gao Mingyue interjected, suggesting that we should closely monitor those who provided information to the police regarding the 6/21 incident. Zhou Sun raised an eyebrow. Given that he risked traversing a tightrope to steal the case files, it was evident he aimed to uncover clues through them, and thus Comrade Mingyue's assertion was astute. He would likely reach out to those who had previously supplied information to the authorities. This time, Su Hualin did not allow Gao Mingyue to respond first, stating, very well, we shall promptly keep a close watch on those who have provided pertinent information to the police. Zhou Sun maintained a stoic demeanor. Let us proceed with that plan. Su Hualin nodded. With his affirmation, the analysis session concluded. Li Hongwei led Su Hualin, Gao Mingyue, and Lin Dong to an office within the Public Security Bureau. Ensuring they each had a designated resting area, Li Hongwei departed with an awkward smile. Lin Dong could no longer restrain himself in Su Hualin's lounge. Sister Mingyue, your assertion regarding dissociative identity disorder seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? It is indeed far-fetched, for Mingyue was merely placating or stabilizing the individuals at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Su Hualin chuckled, shaking his head. What? She was merely placating the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. What does that mean? Lin Dong inquired, bewildered. Consider this. If Chen Mu were indeed wrongfully accused, having been coerced into confession under duress, what would that signify for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau? In the case of a typical incident, they might manage it internally, but with the uproar triggered by the novel I am not a criminal, should it be conclusively determined that Chen Mu is innocent, the relevant leaders and investigators at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Therefore, it is imperative to keep them calm for the time being. We cannot immediately assert that this could be a miscarriage of justice, as it would be detrimental to the progress of our investigation. Gao Mingyue elucidated. Sister Mingyue, are you implying that you believe the 6.21 incident to be a wrongful conviction, that Chen Mu is indeed innocent? Lin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, criminal investigation expert Su Hualin interjected before Gao Mingyue could respond. From reviewing the case files, the 6.21 incident presents numerous ambiguities that I have meticulously studied the content of I am not a criminal, and the author's reasoning is remarkably coherent. Both the logic and inference demonstrate a commendable level of capability, even suggesting a hint of obsessive perfectionism. Thus, would someone with such meticulous thought processes, sound logic, and strong inferential skills truly commit the fundamental error of leaving fingerprints on a faucet? Moreover, the narrative of his novel reveals that he possesses a considerable understanding of criminal investigation, indicating a substantial reservoir of relevant knowledge. Therefore, it is inconceivable that he would be unaware that water cannot erase fingerprints. Undoubtedly, this assertion is untenable. Regardless of how careless he might be, it is improbable that he would commit such a grave error. At this juncture, Su Hualin paused, directing his gaze toward Gao Mingyue. Mingyue, are you confident that your high school classmate is not the true perpetrator of the 6.21 incident? I cannot say for certain, but regardless of whether he is the true culprit, he is currently a wanted fugitive, and we must apprehend him first. Otherwise, the citizens of Yangcheng will be left in a state of unrest. even if many online have rallied to his defense. For the general populace of Yangcheng, until the 6.21 incident reaches a definitive conclusion, he remains a fugitive suspect. The presence of such a suspect in Yangcheng will undoubtedly sow discord among the citizens. Gao Mingyue exhaled. Continuing, that said, I personally hope he is not the true culprit, and my assessment lead me to believe the odds are slim. From a criminal psychology perspective, I find no justification for any motive that would compel him to commit such a crime. Not to mention my understanding of his character, his consistently cheerful, optimistic, and amiable demeanor. If his intent were to orchestrate a high-intellect, flawless crime, would he truly resort to such a heinous and uncertain method? Clearly, this does not align with criminal psychology. At least in my prior encounters with criminal psychology, I have never encountered a similar case. Furthermore, with regard to the notion of a perfect crime, unless it is a typical act of revenge or merely to satiate extreme desires, perpetrators typically leave behind some artistic or provocative elements post-crime. However, the 6.21 incident lacks such elements. Thus, considering the aspects presented in the case files alongside the criminal psychology, I am inclined to believe this is an act of vengeance. Yet, if it were indeed revenge, Chun Mu would possess even less motive to commit the crime. Otherwise, the Yangcheng police would not have proposed the notion of orchestrating a perfect crime. Chapter 028. Is this not child's play? Gao Mingyue's words elicited a satisfied nod and smile from Professor Su Hualin. Although Gao Mingyue was not one of his students, he held her expertise in criminal psychology in high regard. Even more impressively, Gao Mingyue not only excelled in criminal psychology, but also possessed an extraordinary aptitude for criminal investigation. For this reason, when the need arose, this criminal investigation expert would specifically request Gao Mingyue's assistance. It was precisely due to this that when Gao Mingyue volunteered to assist with the case in Yangcheng and requested his presence, he agreed without hesitation. Indeed, there are numerous ambiguities surrounding the 6.21 incident in Yangcheng. Su Hualin remarked, surely, the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau and the investigative team must be aware of these issues. Lin Dong inquired. Increasingly perplexed, in a small city like Yangcheng, a crime of such a heinous nature resulting in the demise of 3 generations would undoubtedly place immense pressure on the Public Security Bureau's leadership to resolve the case. The relevant authorities would be focused solely on swiftly solving the case to provide the citizens of Yangcheng with answers. Given this backdrop, when the fingerprints and biological evidence left at the crime scene matched Chun Mu, and as a web novelist, Chun Mu's writings bore striking similarities to the crime scene details, Su Hualin continued. Under such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for the eager Yangcheng police to conclude that he is the perpetrator. Regarding the doubts surrounding the case, for leaders burdened with the pressure of solving it, those so-called conclusive pieces of evidence may hardly merit mention. Is this not rather trivial? Lin Dong exclaimed, trivial, you say, on this matter? Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue offered no response, for, as far as they knew, there were even more absurdities. After all, there have been instances where a swiftly resolving detective goddess has fabricated numerous wrongful convictions, merely to solidify her detective goddess halo, in a bid to ascend the ranks more rapidly. Professor Su, what do you think our next move should be? Gao Mingyue inquired of Su Hualin. The arrest of Chun Mu will proceed in tandem with the investigation of the 621 case. If all goes as expected, should Chun Mu wish to investigate the 621 case independently, he will likely begin by probing the social connections of the victim's family. However, it is highly improbable that he will, as you suggested, consider those individuals recorded in the case files as interview subjects. Su Hualin's expression grew grave. Professor Su, what do you mean? Gao Mingyue frowned. Let me ask you this. If the true backdrop of the 621 case is a vendetta and the murderer is not Chun Mu, why would the perpetrator so deliberately frame him? Su Hualin spoke in a low voice. Gao Mingyue was taken aback. If the aforementioned 2 hypotheses hold, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that framing Chun Mu serves to divert the police's investigative direction, thus allowing the perpetrator to escape. The other possibility is that there exists a connection among the perpetrator, Chun Mu, and the victim's family, at least in the sense that the perpetrator harbors animosity towards both Chun Mu and the victim's family. I believe that Chun Mu, capable of penning a novel titled I Am Not a Criminal, should be able to deduce this as well. Among these two possibilities, I tend to favor the latter. Therefore, while it is highly likely that Chun Mu will initially investigate the social network of the victim's family, it will certainly not be the same connections listed in the case files, but rather those that remain unlisted. For if this is indeed a case of vendetta, there must be some undisclosed past events surrounding the victim's family that led to this hatred, Su Hualin asserted. Professor Su, why didn't you mention this in the analysis meeting just now? Lin Dong scratched his head in confusion. Little did he know that Su Hualin shook his head meaningfully, choosing not to disclose his thoughts. In fact, he shared Ming Yue's concerns. He feared that if the Public Security Bureau of Yang City were to ascertain that this was a wrongful conviction, Chen Mu might very well be shot for resisting arrest. Yet, such matters were clearly not suitable for open discussion in the urban area of Yang City, within the upscale Sherdai Mingyuan apartment building, situated less than 3 kilometers from the Public Security Bureau. Chen Mu, bearing the visage of Song Chingfei, ascended to the 4th floor in the company of the landlord. By the way, Xiao Song, what line of work are you in? Many of the residents in our building are elite professionals. Even the police are among them. You know, the unit 405 opposite yours houses our people's police, and she happens to be a beautiful police officer, the plump and jovial landlord remarked with a smile. Having purchased the entire floor for rental, Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. What's this? A police officer? A wanted criminal living across from a police officer? Isn't that a bit? Just then, footsteps echoed. Chun Mu and the landlord turned in unison. They beheld Su Man, a fatigued female investigator from the Public Security Bureau's investigation team. Approaching Officer Su, you're back, the landlord exclaimed cheerfully. Chun Mu's pupils involuntarily contracted at that moment. Isn't she the female investigator from the Public Security Bureau? This is unbelievable. Hey, Finjia, what brings you here? After multiple attempts to correct the landlord's address for her, wishing she'd refer to Su Man as Xiao Su or Su Man, only to be met with failure. Su Man had grown weary of the exchanges. This unit 406 has been vacant for a while. This handsome guy wanted to rent it, so I brought him over for a look. Come, Xiao Song. Meet Officer Su. If you end up renting, you'll be neighbors with Officer Su. And since you'll be seeing each other often, it'll be great to help one another out. The landlord lightly nudged Chun Mu as she spoke. Su officer, hello, I'm Song Chengfei. Maintaining composure, Chun Mu smiled and extended his hand toward Su Man. Just call me Su Man, Mr. Song. No need for formalities. After all, I'm just an ordinary staff member. Su Man raised an eyebrow at the outstretched hand, but still managed a forced smile as she shook it lightly before quickly releasing it. She then turned to the landlord, saying, Finjia, I want to interrupt you any longer. I'll head back to my place. Oh, all right. The landlord smiled as she watched Su Man unlock her door and step inside. Only then did she return her gaze to Chen Mu, discreetly raising her eyebrows and whispering, Our officer Su seems to be single. If you don't have a girlfriend, this could be an opportunity. Chun Mu thought to himself. Is this to hasten my renting of the apartment? I'm just an ordinary person. I can't afford to reach for such heights. Chun Mu chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean reach for heights? You make it sound absurd. Isn't the essence of romance between unmarried individuals simply mutual attraction? If you find her appealing, what barriers could possibly exist? The landlord chided him lightly. Ahem, Finjia, let us focus on the apartment first. Oh, all right then. Chapter 29. Since we are here, let us make the best of it. The loft-style apartment spans nearly 50 square meters. Fully furnished and equipped with appliances. Despite having been previously rented, it remains in impeccable condition. From the residual signs of use, it is evident that the previous tenant was likely a female. After a brief inspection, Chen Mu signed the lease. The monthly rent is 4,500, with a 2-month deposit and 1-month advance payment, for a short 6-month lease. Xiao Song, while Finjie consents that you are a discerning individual, I must remind you to maintain the apartment well, considering the next tenant after you. After all, the upkeep of the property will impact future rentals. Moreover, let's avoid unnecessary visitors as much as possible. The other terms in the rental agreement are minor. With your refined appearance and eloquence, I have faith in you. The landlord beamed, patting Chun Mu's arm with satisfaction. However, little did she know that the very young man she found so pleasing was, in fact, the prime suspect in a city-wide manhunt for a massacre case. Yes, Finjie, you needn't worry. I won't be a bother. Chen Mu flashed a smile. All right then, by the way, Xiao Song, remember what I mentioned earlier? You might want to consider it. They say proximity breeds affection. And if you manage to win over the beautiful officer Sue across the hall, you must be sure to thank Finjia later. The landlord winked mischievously. Ahem, let us not get sidetracked. Chen Mu quickly interjected. Seeing Chen Mu's bashful demeanor, the landlord chose not to tease him further. After a few more brief exchanges, she took her leave from Unit 406. As the door closed behind her, Chen Mu let out a long breath. Become the neighbor of a female investigator from the Public Security Bureau was something he never could have imagined. Of course, upon learning that his neighbor was Investigator Su Man, he could have opted for another location. However, after careful consideration, he chose to embrace the situation. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Having a neighbor from the investigation team, though it might elevate the risk of exposure to some degree, did not necessarily spell doom. In fact, should he manage to approach her successfully, she might even assist him in ways he could not foresee. It was precisely these considerations that led him to decisively rent Unit 406. In the afternoon, Chen Mu did not linger indoors. Instead, he confidently ventured out to purchase a range of household items. He also acquired a standing blackboard, some erasable markers, and various magnetic accessories. After completing his shopping, he returned home just as night fell. He was bringing the blackboard inside. He encountered Su Man, who had just emerged from her apartment after a 4 to 5 hour nap. Upon seeing Chen Mu preparing to move the blackboard, the investigator, who had no intention of engaging in too much conversation, was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was rather unusual to see someone placing a blackboard in their home, unless they were raising children. Yet, Chen Mu clearly did not fit the profile of a family man. Perhaps due to her profession, Su Man instinctively pointed to the blackboard and inquired, Mr. Song, what is that for? Oh, I'm a designer. I have a habit of jotting down initial concepts and inspirations on a blackboard, so I make sure to have one wherever I go. Chen Mu replied with a gentle smile. Mr. Song, may I ask what type of design you specialize in? Su Man asked, her curiosity piqued. Graphic design. Officer Su, if you ever need assistance, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to provide designs free of charge until you are completely satisfied. Chen Mu chuckled softly. All right, if you need anything, just reach out. After posing those two inquiries, Su Man wisely decided to cease questioning. After all, continuing further would verge on the realm of interrogating a suspect, with Chen Mu's agreeable hum and laughter echoing in her ears. Su Man turned and walked away, her mind at ease. Meanwhile, Chen Mu pivoted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he moved the blackboard into the room. After hastily arranging the space, he locked the door and approached the blackboard once more. He meticulously organized the details of the 6.21 case based on the dossier, yet ultimately found no new breakthroughs. It appeared that delving into the social relations of the deceased family was imperative. If this were indeed a case of revenge aimed at framing him, the deceased family must have some form of enmity with the perpetrator. However, based on the police's interviews, the likelihood of a vendetta seemed rather slim. Thus, it was essential to explore the social connections of the deceased family that fell outside the police's investigation scope. Chen Mu gazed at the blackboard, contemplating the family members: husband Tang Wenxiu, wife Wei Wenhui, mother-in-law Ma Shufan, and son Tang Haoyu. The possibility of a vendetta stemming from the 8 or 9-year-old Tang Haoyu was almost non-existent. Otherwise, the police would have uncovered something during their inquiries. Ma Shufan, over 70 years of age, was well regarded by neighbors, yet her past as a welfare institution employee raised questions. Could she have inadvertently stirred up trouble during her tenure? Wei Wenhui, a nurse at Yangcheng's Second People's Hospital, had been recognized as an exemplary employee with no complaint from patients, earning numerous accolades. If any trouble had arisen due to her, it likely involved disputes with patients, for which the hospital would certainly provide relevant information. As for her husband, Tang Wenxiu, a Chinese teacher at Yangcheng Third Middle School, the police discovered he was amiable yet strict with students, never crossing the line. Even if there had been past instances of corporal punishment, which were well controlled, was there ever a situation where he lost control? Would the school conceal such a serious matter to protect its reputation? No, the likelihood seemed minimal. In cases of this nature, even the school would not dare to hide the truth. Furrowing his brow, Chun-Mu resumed his analysis aloud, that he promptly crossed out the word school on the blackboard and began outlining Tang Wenshu's life trajectory based on the dossier. A local of Yangcheng, he attended Nanyuan Normal University at the age of 20, graduated at 24, and returned to teach in Yangcheng. Initially, he taught at Yangcheng 7th Middle School before being transferred to Yangcheng 3rd Middle School, where he had remained for over a decade. What about the investigation into Yangcheng 7th Middle School? In an instant, Chun-Mu hurriedly reviewed the dossier contents he had photographed on his phone. However, there was nothing. The police's investigation was limited to Yangcheng 3rd Middle School. But upon reflection, it made sense. Tang Wenshu had been transferred to Yangcheng 3rd Middle School over a decade ago, and from a standard investigative perspective, the police would not trace back to the time he taught at Yangcheng 7th Middle School. With a swift motion, Chun-Mu wrote Yangcheng 7th Middle School on the blackboard. Could there be a revelation? Squinting, he murmured to himself. With uncertainty gnawing at him, he retrieved his laptop and opened a search engine, hoping to uncover information regarding the teaching staff at Yangcheng 7th Middle School, particularly those with extensive tenures. After a thorough search, a name caught his attention. Lu Wenqing did a model teacher at Yangcheng 7th Middle School. She had been repeatedly honored as an outstanding homeroom teacher, boasting a remarkable teaching career spanning 20 years. A teaching tenure of 20 years at Yangcheng 7th Middle School. This coincidentally aligned with Tang Wenshu's period of employment there. Chapter 030. Is it him? The answer would soon unfold. With this name locked in, Chun-Mu turned his attention to Lu Wenqing's basic information at Yangcheng 7th Middle School. Thanks to the relatively advanced internet era, he managed to gather a substantial amount of foundational information about this middle-aged female teacher who had been recognized as an exemplary educator for many years. After imprinting that information in his mind, he shifted his focus to the Yangcheng Welfare Institution. Unfortunately, unlike the wealth of information available on Yangcheng 7th Middle School, the data on the welfare institution was scarce, reflecting its lesser prominence in daily life. Moreover, negative news was entirely absent. Standing before the blackboard, Chun-Mu formulated his next steps and gradually halted his thoughts. He then covered the blackboard with a white cloth before exiting the room and making his way to the kitchen. He hastily prepared a bowl of instant noodles to satisfy his dinner needs, followed by a refreshing shower in the bathroom. Finally, he settled onto the bed in the attic with his laptop, not rushing to recount his fugitive experiences, but instead exploring the public discourse and sensationalism surrounding the notion that he was not a criminal. Meanwhile, within the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau, the investigation unit was ablaze with lights. After Chun-Mu had subdued and replicated the appearance of the individual who infiltrated the bureau to steal the dossier concerning the 6.21 case, Atai returned to the unit, but he lacked the previous air of confidence. He hung his head low, evidently aware that this was a profound humiliation for any investigator. Had it not been for his somewhat resilient psychological fortitude, he might have found it unbearable to re-enter the bureau. Let alone the investigation unit. Atai, let's hear your account, Zhou Sun said, his expression impassive. What should I say? Team leader Zhou. Atai replied, biting his lip and unable to meet his gaze. Zhou Sun remained silent, and the atmosphere fell into a tense stillness. After a brief moment, Atai, finally regaining his composure, began to recount. Yesterday afternoon, shortly after I had just fallen asleep at home, I received a call from 114, stating that someone had accidentally bumped into my car and was waiting for me to discuss the matter. I went downstairs to check, but to my surprise, no one was there, and I saw no signs of damage on my car. I assumed there had been a mistake with the license plate when they called 114, so I thought nothing of it and returned home. While I was dozing off again, I was suddenly awakened by someone. It was a completely unfamiliar face. Instinctively, I attempted to subdue them, but in that moment, they struck first, landing a punch to my stomach. The pain caused me to double over, and before I knew it, they delivered a swift blow to the back of my neck, and I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, my hands and feet were bound with wires, and my mouth was stuffed with a sock. Shortly after, Ironhead and the others arrived. As Atai recounted his ordeal, Zhou Sun closed his eyes, envisioning the scenes described from a third-party perspective. Team leader, the way they struck me and used the hand blade, CLE, how did they come to know which floor and which room Atai resides in? It seems that the topic concerning the veteran investigator Lin Guodong weighed heavily on A Tai, prompting another investigator to hastily divert the conversation that we have examined the surveillance footage of the community. The suspect first entered the underground parking lot on foot, then made a phone call near the elevator where A Tai parked his vehicle. If all goes as expected, it should be number 114. He lured A Tai out under the pretense of having bumped into A Tai's car, coincidentally at the elevator entrance of A Tai's unit. Thus he must have seen A Tai descending from the 25th floor. Had A Tai not emerged from that elevator, I believe he would have followed A Tai to ascertain his floor. The investigator who had previously infiltrated the building to pilfer the case files continued. Once we confirmed the floor of A Tai's unit, identifying his room number would not be a challenge. With 2 elevators servicing 3 households, one of the neighboring units exhibits distinct family characteristics, while the other presents a notably feminine entrance. In contrast, A Tai's door is rather minimalist, making it easy to pinpoint. As for how he knew A Tai lived in Palm Garden, I suspect he must have been tailing A Tai. At this point, the investigator bitterly smiled. Yet even if we could establish that he had indeed followed A Tai, it holds little significance for us in terms of leads, given his counter-surveillance skills and ability to disguise himself. Even if we managed to identify him, it would likely amount to nothing, just like the previous instances. Not participating in these discussions, Captain Zhou Sun raised his hand to brush aside his disheveled bangs, exhaling a deep breath. He then furrowed his brow and looked at A Tai. Are you sure he is highly skilled, and that he was able to render you unconscious with just one punch and a chop while waking you up? Chapter 031. Is there a possibility that he has accomplices? Captain Zhou, do you suspect I'm fabricating this? Hearing the skepticism in Zhou Sun's words, A Tai clenched his teeth. Even if I were to fabricate a story, I wouldn't concoct something like this. It is far from glorious, rather. It is utterly humiliating. Although Chun Mu does not fit the mold of a weakling, claiming that a writer who spends all day at home composing online literature possesses such skills seems rather unrealistic. Zhou Sun remarked, "That's why I say he is not some petty criminal. His actions are exceptionally professional, as I mentioned earlier. He has absolute confidence in his abilities. Otherwise, he would have dared to wake me before striking. This is certainly not something a mere petty criminal could achieve." A Tai exclaimed urgently, "If it wasn't him, then how do you explain that he had already assumed your appearance when he left your home? Moreover, his height and build are consistent with Chun Mu's, and after disguising himself as you, he headed straight to our investigation team to steal the 6.21 case files. Given these conditions, who else could it be? Could it be that he has accomplices with nearly identical height and build? If that were the case, wouldn't it imply that his disguise was aided by that accomplice?" As he concluded, the veteran investigator Lin Guodong's tone dripped with sarcasm that if he has an accomplice, then whether it is his disguise, the infiltration of Tomato Novel Network, or the incursion into my home to exert control over me, all of it begins to make sense, does it not? A Tai retorted. Lin Guodong shook his head, wearing a nonchalant expression, and wisely chose not to pursue the argument further. Meanwhile, Zhou Sun furrowed his brows once more. Although the notion of Chun Mu having an accomplice who alternates with him during operations is rather far-fetched, it cannot be entirely dismissed at this juncture. However, if this is indeed the case, apprehending Chun Mu would undoubtedly become even more complicated. You all discuss amongst yourselves. I will step outside for a moment. Rising from his seat, Zhou Sun turned to leave. Captain Zhou, I will accompany you. Upon seeing this, Lin Guodong immediately stood up. Zhou Sun paused briefly, nodded without saying much, and quickened his pace. I in the elevator. Captain Zhou, you're going to find Gao Mingwei, aren't you? Lin Guodong pressed the button for the first floor. Yes, she mentioned she was classmates with Chun Mu, so I'd like to inquire whether he possesses such skills. Zhou Sun did not conceal his intentions. Do you not think the likelihood of this is minuscule? Lin Guodong replied, you suspect that A Tai is not speaking the truth. Zhou Sun whispered, I only know that he certainly does not wish for that person to be Chun Mu. If it truly were Chun Mu, he would undoubtedly be marked with disgrace. A distinguished investigator from the investigation team, being infiltrated at home and subdued by a mere homebound online writer, would become an indelible stain on his career. Lin Guodong remarked. Zhou Sun was taken aback by this revelation. As the elevator chimed to announce its arrival, he did not respond to Lin Guodong's comments and swiftly made his way toward the building where Gao Mingyue resided. Shortly thereafter, he knocked on Gao Mingyue's door. "Captain Zhou, what brings you here?" Upon opening the door and seeing Zhou Sun, Gao Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. "Comrade Mingyue, is it convenient for us to speak inside?" Zhou Sun inquired. "Yes, come in," Gao Mingyue smiled and ushered them into a small one-bedroom suite. "Captain Zhou, are you looking to discuss something with me?" After Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong took their seats, Gao Mingyue spoke first. "Comrade Mingyue, since you were high school classmates with Chun Mu and have met after graduation, do you believe he possesses the potential for remarkable skills?" Zhou Sun posed the question. "Are you referring to the kind of skills that could subdue a member of the investigation team?" Gao Mingyue replied with a faint smile. This remark caused Zhou Sun's expression to darken. For a Tai to have been subdued in his own home is not only a personal disgrace, but an embarrassment for the entire investigation team. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly cement the label of incompetence upon the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation team. Before Zhou Sun could respond, Gao Mingyue continued. During high school, he was quite fond of sports and played basketball well. However, after graduation, we all went our separate ways. As for his university life, my knowledge is limited. I only know that he became fascinated with criminal investigation literature starting from college. One thing is certain. Since he ultimately chose to write online literature, particularly in the investigative genre, he must possess a broad knowledge base. With such a foundation, coupled with his meticulous thinking, I believe he could find a way to subdue an ordinary investigator in a state of slumber. From the perspective of criminal psychology, if he first woke the individual before striking. What kind of psychology does that represent? Zhou Sun inquired further. Gao Mingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Waking someone before attacking. Are you suggesting that Chun Mu deliberately woke the investigator A Tai before making his move? Gao Mingyue asked. Yes. Zhou Sun did not hold back. Gao Mingyue raised her eyebrows, her expression grave as she fell silent. After a moment, she said, during the interrogation of Chun Mu, A Tai must have subjected him to quite a bit of torture. Right? Zhou Sun remained silent. Such matters could not be disclosed to the outside world, and seeing Zhou Sun's response, Gao Mingyue quickly grasped the situation. That explains it. It's a vengeful mindset, a desire to pin the other person to a pillar of shame. A form of retribution that surpasses mere physical harm. Gao Mingyue paused before adding, Captain Zhou, since you've come to ask me these questions, it implies that in your previous investigations, Chen Mu likely did not attend any training institutions to learn combat skills. Thus, you are perplexed as to how he managed to infiltrate A Tai's home and subdue him, correct? Exactly, it seems illogical. According to A Tai, after waking him, he instinctively attempted to subdue Chun Mu, who preemptively struck A Tai in the abdomen and then delivered a chop to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Such precision cannot be achieved without training. Zhou Sun elaborated. You should have read his novel. I Am Not a Criminal, right? Although it contains little about fighting, it is very realistic and insightful. It does include descriptions of hitting the stomach followed by a chop to the neck, indicating he must have consulted numerous relevant resources that if he has an interest in this area, it is entirely plausible that he practiced privately. This is why I did not question your analysis during the meeting when you mentioned his infiltration of the investigator's home and subduing him. I believe the possibility exists, Gao Mingyue stated. Is there a possibility that he has accomplices? Zhou Sun queried. Accomplices? Gao Mingyue chuckled. Captain Zhou, are you suggesting accomplices who simultaneously possess near superhuman skills in disguise, hacking, and impressive combat abilities? If such a person exists, do you think they would take the risk to assist Chen Mu? Moreover, if such a person were real, wouldn't you have found leads during your investigation of Chun Mu's social connections? Moreover, I neglected to mention during the analysis meeting that Chun Mu possesses an extraordinary ability to learn quickly. To be able to grasp concepts and apply them in different contexts is a mark of excellence. Yet his potential far exceeds this ability, were it not for his lack of focus on his studies. I firmly believe he could have gained admission to a prestigious 985 university during the college entrance examination. Even so, despite his disinterest in academic pursuits, he could effortlessly secure a spot at a 211 university, illustrating his remarkable innate talent. Thus, I would rather believe that he has self-taught himself impressive makeup skills and hacking techniques, rather than entertain the notion that he has accomplices. The idea of having accomplices strikes me as far-fetched, as I find it hard to believe anyone would dare to associate with him. However, as Gao Mingwei concluded her statement, veteran detective Lin Guodong could not refrain from interjecting. Compared to the notion of him having accomplices, the suggestion that he suffers from dissociative identity disorder and committed the 6.21 incident during the activation of his second personality seems even more implausible. Upon hearing Lin Guodong's assertions, both Zhou Sun and Gao Mingwei were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 032. Wait, I will personally unearth the truth. If you find it implausible, why did you not express your doubts further during the analysis meeting? Or do you secretly believe that the true culprit of the 6.21 incident may not be Chen Mu? After a brief pause, Gao Mingwei, regaining her composure, fixed her gaze on Lin Guodong and remarked with a subtle smile. Lin Guodong was momentarily speechless. There were certain things he could share with Zhou Sun. Yet there were others, particularly in the presence of those outside Zhou Sun, that were absolutely unsuitable to disclose. Sensing the information he desired from Lin Guodong's reaction, Gao Mingwei further teased, if Chen Mu is indeed wrongfully accused, then the repercussions of this case will be quite burdensome for both the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and your investigation team. I believe your eagerness to intervene in Chen Mu's apprehension may not be entirely motivated by a desire for justice. Am I mistaken? Zhou Sun interjected sternly. His intention for coming here was not solely to ascertain whether Chen Mu possessed remarkable skills. He also sought to probe Gao Mingwei's true motives for her involvement in Yangqing. In the responses Gao Mingwei had just provided, it seemed she had already grasped his intentions. However, how could Zhou Sun's subtle calculations possibly escape the notice of Gao Mingwei, an expert in psychology? It was precisely due to her ability to see through Zhou Sun's thoughts that she offered those particular answers. After all, if she wished to exonerate Chen Mu, her efforts alongside Su Hualin and Lin Dong would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, she was contemplating finding a few reliable individuals within the investigation team, allowing her to pursue both the capture of Chen Mu and a re-examination of the 6.21 incident simultaneously. To her surprise, Zhou Sun, the investigation team leader, and Lin Guodong, the most senior detective in the unit, were both willing to step forward. Captain Zhou has yet to respond to my inquiry. Gao Mingwei smiled. If this indeed constitutes a miscarriage of justice, I would not hesitate to relinquish my police uniform or even pay a greater price. For compared to the sacrifices I would make, the nature of the 6.21 incident means the other party could face the death penalty, unjustly losing their life, should such a situation arise. And if an innocent person were to die because of a wrongful conviction, it would not merely be a question of whether I could continue to wear this uniform. My entire future would be plagued by unrest and turmoil, Zhou Sun declared with righteous fervor. Then do you believe there exists a possibility that Chen Mu might be wrongfully accused? Gao Mingwei pressed. At this, Zhou Sun's face quivered, and he fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Mingwei continued, Captain Zhou, as the leader of the investigation team, do you perceive any doubts surrounding the 6.21 incident? Authority often trumps reason. Before Zhou Sun could respond, Lin Guodong interjected with a wry smile, quickly shifting the conversation. If that is the case, then why did you suggest the possibility of dissociative identity disorder during the analysis meeting? I merely stated it as a possibility, without asserting it as fact, did I not? Gao Mingwei replied with a knowing smile. At this juncture, both Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong could no longer miss the implications of Gao Mingwei's words. So this was merely a ruse to placate the masses, to alleviate any anxieties the other party might harbor. What is your true intent, esteemed expert? Lin Guodong inquired. Take no apprehension, Mu. We must also reinvestigate the 6.21 incident. I wonder if both of you are prepared to undertake such a task. Gao Mingwei fixed her gaze intently on Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong. Few are willing to accept, and even fewer can fathom the notion that 6.21 could be a miscarriage of justice, Lin Guodong stated, his expression fraught with complexity. Thus, I am addressing both of you, rather than the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, Gao Mingwei asserted. Conduct an undercover investigation, Lin Guodong posited. Yes, at least until there is substantial evidence indicating that Chun Mu may not be the true culprit behind 6.21, or until we successfully apprehend him, we cannot allow the public to know that 6.21 may be a wrongful conviction. Gao Mingwei insisted. To her words, Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong could not help but tremble in apprehension. Is there a fear that Chun Mu might be shot during his capture? Yet, they quickly reconciled themselves to the reality, for they had previously contemplated these matters. Hence, Lin Guodong had discreetly asked Zhou Sun when he began to waver regarding the 6.21 incident, which is why Zhou Sun had refrained from disclosing his thoughts to superiors in the Times Mingyuan apartment building. Chun Mu remained oblivious to the fact that his former classmate Gao Mingwei had intervened in his case. Reclining against the wall on a mattress in the loft, he placed his notebook on his lap and perused the various reviews and critiques, asserting that he is not a criminal. Although doubts had begun to surface, questioning the authenticity of his so-called escape, countless individuals still held unwavering faith in him, idolizing him, with expressions of admiration permeating the comments. Even the slightest hint of skepticism was met with fervent rebuttals from his devoted fans. In stark contrast, the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau and the investigation team had been thoroughly branded as inept and incompetent. Moreover, many local book enthusiasts had taken it upon themselves to expose various scandals regarding the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau in the review section, undeniably thrusting both the Bureau and the local government into the spotlight, making them the target of public scorn. Observing the deluge of incriminating information emerging like mushrooms after a rain, Chun Mu could easily envision the turmoil plaguing the leaders of the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau at this moment. This also implied that the intensity of the manhunt would escalate exponentially. Chun Mu could distinctly sense this change, for even in the dead of night, the wailing of police sirens could still be heard echoing from outside. Little did he know, countless individuals with shady pasts were already cursing his lineage, blaming him for the relentless and exhaustive searches conducted by the Yangcheng police, which had led to the capture of numerous fugitives and individuals with unresolved issues. Since his escape from the detention center, every detention facility in Yangcheng was nearing capacity. Just as Chun Mu was about to exit the comment section of "I am not a criminal," a comment that had neither likes nor replies, posted 6 hours earlier, caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Who would have thought that even in such places, one could escape? But so what? Your fate is sealed. Predetermined. Haha. Gazing at the comment posted 6 hours ago, Chun Mu's breath quickened uncontrollably. Is this the work of the true culprit behind the 6.21 incident? Instinctively, he believed it must be that scoundrel, struggling to suppress the fury rising within him. Chun Mu, now fully merged with his original self, forced himself to remain calm and responded in the comment section, "Is at you." After completing his reply, he continuously refreshed the comment section. Minutes later, the individual who had posted the initial comment replied to him with a barrage of laughter. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. From that string of laughter, it was not difficult for Chun Mu to imagine the twisted insanity of the individual at that moment. He swiftly typed a response. Just wait, I will personally unearth the truth. This time, Chun Mu did not have to wait long. Within a minute, the individual responded again. Following the extreme madness, the screen was filled with a cascade of derisive laughter and contempt. Just as Chun Mu attempted to reply, he was met with a notification stating that the comment had been deleted. This left him momentarily disoriented, and as I twitched violently, in that instant, he was utterly convinced that the individual was undoubtedly the perpetrator of the 6.21 incident, Chapter 033. What? He has updated again, amidst the surging tide of tumultuous emotions. Chun Mu involuntarily dredged up memories once more, attempting to unearth any acquaintances from the depths of his recollection that might harbor motives for his entrapment. Yet, as one name after another surfaced, only to be dismissed, he ultimately found himself empty-handed. He could not discern any rationale for those familiar figures to conspire against him. With his mind growing increasingly chaotic and agitated, Chun Mu was compelled to take deep breaths in an effort to restore his inner calm. Once tranquility began to return, he opened the Word document on his notebook. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. I am confident that the Public Security Bureau of Yang City could never anticipate my return to my former residence. Or rather, they would never suspect that I would dare to return to my previous dwelling. Observing the plainclothes officers outside my apartment complex, I felt not fear or panic, but exhilaration. Indeed, exhilaration. What could be more thrilling than a wanted fugitive nonchalantly passing by the police? Fortunately, they had not brought any police dogs. Otherwise, I would surely have had to abandon my plan to sneak back into my residence. In my study, I discovered that they had not taken the telescope as evidence. The very device that implicated me in the massacre case, perfectly positioned to observe the crime scene, that I must say, this is an egregious oversight of the utmost negligence. Standing before the telescope, I attempted to peer through it for any new insights, only to find several vehicles scattered around the perimeter of the crime scene, seemingly surveilling by plainclothes security personnel. The faint glimmers of light emanating from within the cars suggested that the Public Security Bureau suspected I might return to the scene of the crime. This time, they were indeed correct. I did plan to revisit the site. However, I believe that once the Bureau tracked my return to my own residence and confiscated the telescope from my study, they would realize that their scheme to wait for me to walk into their trap had been uncovered. Consequently, they would likely withdraw their personnel from the scene to avoid wasting valuable resources, as they would assume I would cancel my plans upon discovering their intentions. Little did they know, that was precisely the outcome I sought. It was the very reason I had taken the telescope, as it would undoubtedly provide me the optimal opportunity to return to the crime scene. After leaving my residence, perhaps lost in the thrill of the moment, I strolled past the plainclothes officers once more. This time, having already experienced the situation, I felt no anxiety, only exhilaration. Such a rush. Armed with my escape funds, I did not shy away from the City surveillance cameras. After all, I needed to leave them a final clue, ensuring they would be fully engaged in tracking me and oblivious to the possibility of my audacious return to the crime scene. Thus, I chose to visit the night market. After wandering through it, I entered a shopping mall, and to increase their workload, I immediately headed to the restroom, where I disguised myself once again. Upon exiting, I made my way directly to a CAF within the mall, where I lingered for nearly an hour, doing nothing but typing away. Yes, the very content you previously encountered was composed during my time in the CF. When they traced me to the last sighting on the pedestrian street and observed me turning to smile at the surveillance camera. I imagine it must have been around noon the following day. By that time, I would have successfully returned to the crime scene. That I wonder how the officers at the Public Security Bureau felt when they read that chapter. With no hint of sleepiness, Chen-Mu found himself increasingly invigorated as he continued to type. He decided to document the events of the previous day, detailing how he lured Atai out to confirm his floor, how he subdued him, and how he infiltrated the Yang City Public Security Bureau to obtain the case files. Every detail was meticulously recorded. However, he refrained from writing about his analysis of the 621 case files in his search for a place to rent, choosing not to disclose these aspects in his narrative. The analysis of the 6.21 case files, if documented truthfully, would undoubtedly provide the police with direction, which would be detrimental to him. As for his search for accommodation, aside from the fact that the female investigator from the Municipal Bureau lived directly across from him in apartment 405. Revealing this part of the story would prompt the Yang City Police to conduct citywide searches based on the dates, inevitably leading them to him, that if he were to be taken back to the Public Security Bureau for fingerprint and DNA collection, it would spell disaster. Although the system required a relatively realistic portrayal of his escape, it did not mandate an exhaustive account of every detail. By the time it was 2 in the morning, Chen-Mu finally ceased his typing, powered down his computer, and succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, in Yang City, police cars were still omnipresent, some flashing red and blue lights, others intermittently blaring their sirens, for all the law enforcement personnel in Yang City. It remained a sleepless night. The following morning, as the previously scheduled chapters were automatically published, Chen-Mu, freshly washed, received a notification from the system. 10 points. Another deposit that brought his total to 40 points. Just 20 points shy of unlocking a one-time exchange in 2 days, he began to anticipate the surprises that awaited him. After hastily preparing a bowl of noodles for breakfast, Chen-Mu opened his door, only to be met by the weary visage of Officer Su-Man. "Officer Su, have you just finished your shift?" Not evading Su-Man, Chen-Mu instead expressed his surprise with casual candor. Yes, Su Man replied politely, forcing a smile. You all are working yourselves too hard. But then again, it is understandable, considering that the wanted fugitive named Chun Mu is still at large and continues to provoke the police, that it's only natural that your work pressure is immense. But regardless, you must take care of your health. You look utterly exhausted, Chun Mu remarked with a gentle smile. However, Su Man was not inclined to engage in extensive conversation with a neighbor she had only just met, particularly regarding police matters. Politely offering another smile, she changed the subject. Are you heading out, Mr. Song? Yes, just stepping out for a bit, Chun Mu replied candidly. All right, I want to keep you, Mr. Song. With that, Chun Mu made his way past Su Man. Yet only a few steps away, Su Man's phone rang. Chun Mu instinctively slowed his pace. He overheard Su Man exclaim in surprise and anger. What? He updated again. Upon hearing that, Chun Mu slightly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Chapter 034. Just thinking about it is exciting. What on earth is the Yang City Public Security Bureau doing? Their audacity is astonishing. The protagonist of a novel wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Incredible, they're on the path to becoming legends in the realm of fugitives. Where are the police dogs? Doesn't the Yang City Public Security Bureau have any? If they had police dogs, wouldn't that solve everything? Speaking of police dogs, is their intelligence questionable? If a police dog were to appear, would Mu Shun really approach it? Given his counter-surveillance awareness, combined with the fact that he has been on the run for several days and a torrential rainstorm had recently swept through Yang City, the effectiveness of police dogs would undoubtedly be severely diminished. Unless they were in close proximity, it would be exceedingly difficult for a police dog to track a scent. What kind of disguise must one employ to pass by plainclothes officers without arousing suspicion? It seems utterly implausible. You've never witnessed the skills of those masterful impersonators. You can search online and see how they can transform into entirely different people, unrecognizable even to those standing right before them. This idol is simply too impressive to dare return to his residence under such circumstances. That is a bold slap in the face to the Yang City Police. Truly commendable. What level of psychological resilience and courage must one possess to achieve such feats? Mu Shun, send me your location, and I'll airdrop supplies from 1,000 miles away, right for the picking. Mu Shun visited my home, and he made off with half of my 2,000-plus cosmetics. The clothes I bought for my brother were even taken by him. Woe is me. He didn't even leave a contact number for future compensation. How utterly infuriating. Miss Yuer, consider yourself fortunate. Miss Yuer, in the future, are you certain Mu Shun would be interested in you? Across the nation, countless bibliophiles, upon seeing the update notification for I Am Not a Criminal on the Zhangxi novel app, immediately clicked to enter. Subsequently, an avalanche of various 99 comments flooded in. The tone of the comment section seemed to have become twisted. As for this audacious fugitive who dared to serialize his own escape narrative, the comments appear to tilt overwhelmingly towards adulation or infatuation. As for the voices of righteous indignation denouncing the local Public Security Bureau, they were all directed at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, railing against their incompetence, condemning them as useless, and branding them as nothing more than a bunch of inept buffoons at that moment. Within the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, every officer who had read the latest chapter of I Am Not a Criminal and the ensuing comments wore expressions of clenched teeth and ashen faces. A surging sense of humiliation struck at their hearts. Almost all of them wished they could tear Chun Mu apart limb by limb. However, in stark contrast to the furious officers, Gao Mingyue, Su Hualin, and Lin Dong appeared notably calmer. Can we trace him? Lin Dong, Gao Mingyue inquired with a furrowed brow. Not yet. I've never encountered such a method of IP tampering. IT not only bypassed all defenses, but also caused them to default and follow commands. Furthermore, it carried an extremely provocative nature, first circling the globe and then returning to Yangcheng. Lin Dong bitterly lamented, continuously tapping away at the keyboard. So, where's the final location? A detective inquired in the office of the head of the Yangcheng municipal government. Do you want to go investigate? Lin Dong replied. What on earth? The IP is traced to the head of Yangqing's office. Everyone clenched their fists in unison. This is utterly outrageous. What's the situation over at Zhangxi Novel Network? Can we thwart their intrusion and take down that novel? Zhou Sun asked Lindong. Although removing "I am not a criminal" might address the issue temporarily, given that the perpetrator could easily switch platforms. The repercussions of the novel clearly warranted immediate action to prevent further continuation. As for the follow-up, that could be discussed later. The technicians at Zhangxi Novel Network still hadn't regained control, and the local officials had intervened with their tech experts, including myself participating remotely. But we faced failure. The methods employed by the other side were unprecedented and utterly bizarre. Lin Dong shook his head, plagued by a sense of defeat. If it were merely a matter of regaining control, he might not have felt so disheartened. Yet the real issue was that he couldn't even comprehend how the other party accomplished it. Even with remote involvement and having learned everything necessary, he was left with no clues. The only solace for his frustration was that not only did he struggle to understand, but the technicians at Zhangxi Novel Network and the local tech experts were equally perplexed and at a loss. Meanwhile, after leaving the rented Shurdai Minyuan apartment, Chen Mu drove Song Chengfei's dilapidated car straight to Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. However, he didn't tee into the school directly. Instead, he parked on the outskirts for the sake of safety. Rather than donning a police uniform and confronting Lu Wenqing, he opted for a more cautious approach, choosing to wait and observe the vehicles entering and exiting. Yet, from morning until afternoon, he garnered no results. Fortunately, having been a criminal investigator in his previous life, he had considerable experience with stakeouts, so he managed to endure the monotony. Finally, just as the school day neared its end, Lu Wenqing slowly drove out of the school. Seeing this, Chen Mu waited a moment before following suit. Relying on his familiarity with the area, he employed his counter-surveillance skills to the fullest. Minutes later, Lu Wenqing parked alongside a residential building and stepped out. Heading towards the aging structure, "Lu Laoshi, do you live here?" Chen Mu murmured softly. Not rushing into his next move, he drove away in Song Chengfei's battered vehicle. Next, he needed to consider acquiring a police uniform to approach Lu Wenqing. But obtaining that uniform posed a challenge. Although there were avenues to purchase one online, there was always the risk that the seller might notice the shipping address was Yangcheng and report him. While the likelihood of this was low, he was reluctant to take the risk, especially with the current heat surrounding Yangqing. Therefore, should he make another trip to the Palm Garden community? Or perhaps revisit Tai Gu's place? Previously, when he opened the wardrobe in Tai Ji's bedroom, he had spotted a police uniform inside. Unfortunately, he had failed to seize that opportunity. As this thought crossed Chen Mu's mind, he was momentarily startled by the audacity of it all. This was, without a doubt, a perilous gamble. Yet, on the other hand, if he succeeded this time, what would that mean for Tai Gu? And if he later included this episode in the novel, what would await Tai Gu then? Detective, twice infiltrated by a wanted criminal. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Chapter 035. Escaping a crisis. The reason Chen Mu entertained such a reckless notion was not due to ignorance or fearlessness, but rather his firm belief that his infiltration of Tai Ji's home and subsequent control over him would remain undisclosed within the Public Security Bureau. The Palm Garden community would undoubtedly be unaware of such events. Even if the investigation team had accessed the community's surveillance footage, they would strive to minimize the impact without the community's management being informed. Consequently, this would ensure that the community would not enhance its security measures. Oblivious to the incident, as for whether Tai Gu or the investigation team would intensify their scrutiny of Palm Garden community? No, that was utterly implausible. No matter how they tried, they could never anticipate his counterstrike. Moreover, would Tai Gu consider changing the locks and reinforcing the lock cylinder to prevent similar occurrences? Perhaps, but he likely lacked the time and inclination to address such matters. Nevertheless, if this plan could be flawlessly executed, it would clearly be unsuitable for inclusion in the novel. Though thrilling in the context of an escape narrative, it ultimately constituted breaking and entering, which was hardly worth the trouble. Having solidified his thoughts and plans, Chen Mu drove straight to the vicinity of Palm Garden community. Adhering to his previous approach, he parked far off and then evaded surveillance by weaving through the alleys. When he emerged, he donned a different face. Watching the police whizzing by, he felt no significant stir of emotion. He then briskly approached Palm Garden community, opting once again to enter through the underground parking garage. However, this time, the security guard stopped him. "What are you doing?" "I'm from a real estate agency. An owner wants to sell their property, and I'm here to assess the condition of the house. Chun-Mu flashed a friendly smile, casually pulling out a cigarette. He expertly flicked it from the bottom of the pack and extended it towards the guard. Here, brother, have a smoke. The guard, initially inclined to inquire further, swallowed his words upon seeing Chun-Mu's harmless demeanor and the friendly offer of a cigarette. The guard took the proffered cigarette, and in the next moment, Chun-Mu promptly produced a lighter, saying, "Here, brother, let me light that for you." This display caused the guard to feel a bit elated, and his tone softened considerably. "Why not enter through the main entrance? The owner said to meet us in the basement, that I was originally driving over, but I got a flat tire at the intersection that my colleague is changing it. And I didn't want to keep the owner waiting, so I came ahead." Chun-Mu quickly replied with a grin. "All right, off you go then." The guard waved his hand grandly, cigarette in mouth. "Thanks, brother." Chun-Mu slightly bowed his head and swiftly made his way to the underground parking garage, then headed straight to Tai Ji's parking spot. The space marked for the vehicle with the license plate South QYY 626 was conspicuously empty, given his prior experience as a police officer. Chun-Mu knew that at such a critical juncture, the detective would have very limited time at home. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 25th floor, pulling out his tools from his pocket. Chun-Mu adeptly began to pick the lock that, as a former detective, he was already familiar with using tools to unlock doors, and after spending time in prison, he had honed this skill out of sheer boredom. Thus, this door posed no challenge for him. Once inside, he quickly scanned the room to confirm it was unoccupied and made his way to the bedroom. Upon opening the wardrobe, the police uniform was clearly visible. Chun-Mu swiftly retrieved it and stuffed it into his backpack, then hurriedly exited. From the moment he entered to when he left, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. At most, just over 2 minutes. Or perhaps even less than 2 minutes. Wow. How did you come out so quickly? At the entrance of the underground parking garage, Chun-Mu was momentarily taken aback when he saw the security guard who had just stepped out. The guard inquired. The owner mentioned he had something to attend to and asked me to come back tomorrow. Chun-Mu feigned helplessness, offering a wry smile and shaking his head that, what a wasted trip this is. Sigh, I've gotten used to it. Without waiting for the guard's response, he hurriedly added, "Brother, I must be off now to my colleague should still be struggling with changing the tire. I need to lend him a hand." With a friendly wave from the guard, Chun-Mu strode away, retracing his steps through the alley. After a series of maneuvers to restore his appearance as Song Ching-fei, he had exchanged his original backpack for a different one. Upon returning to Song Ching-fei's dilapidated vehicle, he set off once more. However, before he could drive far, a left turn revealed a scene ahead where the police had set up a checkpoint for inspections. In an instant, Chun-Mu's heart sank. The vehicle contained not only some disguises, but also a Thai's police uniform. While the disguises might allow him to slip through, the presence of that police uniform was undeniably incriminating. Chun-Mu never anticipated encountering such a checkpoint. That it wasn't due to a lack of foresight. Rather, the probability of a checkpoint being set up on a main road in broad daylight was exceedingly low. Yet, there was no opportunity to turn the vehicle around now. Attempting to make a sudden U-turn would be futile. The chances of success in such a scenario were virtually non-existent. What to do? A flicker of panic surged within Chun-Mu in the next moment, as he contemplated creating a chain collision to evade the imminent crisis. A loud bang echoed. He abruptly glanced at the rearview mirror to see an SUV making a sharp turn, forcefully colliding with another vehicle in the left turn lane and then speeding off in the opposite direction. As this scene entered the sight of the officers at the checkpoint, they abandoned their inspections and hastily boarded a marked vehicle labeled Special Police to pursue the fleeing SUV. The remaining officers drew out their radios, urgently waving at the vehicles to move along while calling out, "A suspect has fled the scene, heading towards Xinfeng Street, license plate NQZ096U. I repeat. A suspect has fled the scene, heading towards Xinfeng Street, license plate NQZ096U. Initially cornered and preparing to orchestrate a chain collision to buy himself some time, Chun-Mu never expected such a fortunate turn of events to occur at this critical moment. Was this extraordinary luck or sheer fate? While a chain collision might have provided him with a chance to escape, the backpack in the trunk would inevitably be inspected by the police. Thus, even if he managed to dodge this bullet, his identity as Song Ching-fei would be irrevocably compromised, and he could no longer stay at the Times Minuan apartment. There was no doubt this would lead to yet another troublesome situation. Yet at this pivotal juncture, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Chapter 036. No, absolutely not. Captain Joe, we received word that a suspected fugitive crashed into other vehicles and fled during the police checkpoint on Xinqing Second Road. Heading towards Xinfeng Street, an investigator rushed into the case handling area, breathless with urgency. A suspected fugitive crashed and fled during a police inspection. Is it possible that the wanted criminal Chun Mu has surfaced? The mention of Chun Mu sent a wave of excitement through several investigators. It wasn't that the vehicle fleeing the scene was definitively Chun Mu, but in light of the police's extensive manhunt, most criminals or those with something to hide in Yang City had either been apprehended or had gone into hiding. Even petty thieves were reluctant to commit crimes under such scrutiny. In this context, any vehicle that fled during a police inspection would immediately evoke thoughts of Chun Mu. Whether or not it is Chun Mu, the individual will undoubtedly be caught. There is no chance of escaping the encirclement. The investigator asserted. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other investigators sparkled with renewed hope. Unbeknownst to them, however, Gao Mingyue was about to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't even think about it. It absolutely cannot be Chun Mu. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Gao Mingyue. Given Chun Mu's intellect, do you really think he would act so irrationally in such a situation? Would he not realize that such behavior amounts to walking into a trap? Gao Mingyue reasoned. If it were indeed him, what other choice would he have? Would he simply surrender? An investigator interjected. You are correct. If he did not have an identification card, surrender would be his only option. But do you really believe he would lack a legitimate ID? He managed to infiltrate investigator Atai's home and even the office of the head of the Public Security Bureau's investigation team. If he wanted to find an ID to conceal his identity, wouldn't that be easy? This question had already been posed by Professor Su. So, if he possesses an ID that matches his appearance, why would he run? Why would he expose himself in such a manner, leading to a capture with minimal chances of escape? Gao Mingyue asked with a calm smile. The investigator fell silent at her words. Let's focus on what needs to be done, that we must continue to follow up on this incident of fleeing the checkpoint, regardless of whether it's Chun Mu or not. We need results. Zhou Sun clapped his hands. Yes, Captain Zhou. As the investigators resumed their tasks, Su Hualin turned to Zhou Sun. Captain Zhou, shall we discuss this in the conference room? All right, Professor Su. As they spoke, Zhou Sun glanced at veteran investigator Lin Guodong. Following Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue, they made their way to the office. Professor Su, expert Gao, we can no longer flounder about aimlessly. Upon entering the conference room, Zhou Sun immediately spoke up, and then Su Hualin replied with a faint smile. If Chun Mu has indeed obtained a legitimate ID to disguise himself, he certainly would not allow his escape to be spent in discomfort, especially as he should have ample funds at his disposal. Zhou Sun added. So, Su Hualin continued. Without waiting for Zhou Sun's response, he suggested, we should conduct a thorough and continuous investigation of all hotels, inns, and rental properties in the city to check for any male guests wearing makeup. If we find any, we should require them to remove it or take them to the Public Security Bureau for questioning. This is certainly not without merit, Zhou Sun remarked. The problem is, could this not alert him? If he becomes aware of police intentions and is given a chance to escape, such an action would be rendered meaningless. Can we truly carry out such a large-scale operation without raising any alarms? If we do alert him and he chooses to hide, finding him again in a city of millions will be increasingly difficult, Su Hualin said solemnly. Professor Su, we can't just do nothing. We can't just keep watching the victims' family members who appeared in the 621 case file, waiting for Chun Mu to show himself. Frankly, I don't believe he would seek out those individuals, as it would hold little significance that we've asked all the necessary questions, and they provided all the information. Lin Guodong asserted. Chun Mu will make an appearance. Su Hualin posited. Based on his actions in stealing the 621 case file, let us hypothesize that he does not view himself as the murderer. Suppose he wishes to delve deeper into the 621 case to uncover the true culprit and clear his name. In that case, he must pursue certain inquiries. First, why did the murderer kill the victim's family? Second, why was he framed? Homicides typically fall into a few categories: revenge, passion, or financial gain. Passion and financial gain can be largely discounted. leaving us with the possibility of revenge. If it is revenge, there must be a causal relationship. Of course, one might argue that the perpetrator could have randomly selected their target to fulfill their twisted desire for murder. But based on the information we have, this possibility is exceedingly low. Why past experiences with similar cases suggest that the characteristics of the 621 case do not align with such a pathological inclination. Su Guilin stated, shaking his head. Moreover, my psychological profiling of the perpetrator indicates that many features of the 621 case do not align with that kind of sadistic urge, Gao Mingwei added. However, during the investigation of the victim's social connections, potential motives of revenge have already been ruled out, Lin Guodong interjected. Have you considered the possibility that your inquiries may not have been thorough enough? Could it be that some individuals were overlooked during your investigation? Furthermore, regarding the 621 case file, the deceased Hang, once used life trajectory prior to teaching at Yang City No. 3 Middle School, lacks any investigative records, including his initial teaching position at Yang City No. 7 Middle School and his studies at Nanyuan Normal University. Similarly, the deceased Wei Wenhui's background before becoming a nurse at Yang City Second People's Hospital has not been investigated, Su Hualin stated solemnly. But those are from over a decade ago, Lin Guodong exclaimed. Suppose Chun Mu is not the true culprit of the 6.21 case, and suppose the real perpetrator is someone else. If we also assume that the 6.20 incident is an act of revenge, then from the killer's modus operandi, it is unequivocally an embodiment of extreme hatred, a hatred that is ingrained to the very bones. There are indeed numerous instances where such profound animosity has festered for years before erupting in retaliation. Gao Mingwei interjected, if this is not an act of revenge, then we. Before Zhou Sun could finish his thought, Su Hualin, with a serious demeanor, declared, based on my years of experience in criminal investigation, the revenge aspect of the 6.21 case exceeds 95%. Zhou Sun's expression faltered. In other words, you believe that the likelihood of Chun Mu not being the true culprit of the 6.21 case also exceeds 95%. Su Hualin slightly shook his head, his countenance turning gravely serious. No, it is 100%. He is absolutely not the murderer. Chapter 037. This must be asked of yourselves 100%, not the murderer. Although the possibility of Chun Mu's innocence had long lingered in Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong's minds. Hearing Su Hualin assert this so definitively caused their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Noticing their reactions, Su Hualin remained unfazed. As I mentioned earlier, delved deeply into the social connections of the victim's family. Those references in the case files need not be revisited. Focus instead on investigating those aspects you previously overlooked, thinking them too distant in time or unnecessary to explore further. Additionally, Chun Mu's social connections must be thoroughly examined. If the 6.21 case is indeed an act of revenge, then the fingerprints and hair found at the crime scene were planted to frame him. Since the perpetrator was able to obtain Chun Mu's fingerprints and hair, it indicates a familiarity with him, coupled with a deep-seated enmity that has, until now, remained concealed. This was merely a ploy to create an opportunity for framing Chun Mu as the perpetrator of the 6.21 case, to bear the burden of the massacre's true guilt. Listening to Su Hualin's words, Lin Guodong found himself swallowing hard. Professor Su, what about the telescope that was found in Chun Mu's study, which was aimed at the scene of the 6.21 case? How do we explain that? Chun Mu personally admitted that he purchased it and has the receipts to prove it. Moreover, the angle of the telescope has not been altered. This was something he acknowledged from the outset, despite his lingering suspicion that the 6.21 case was indeed suspicious, and that Chun Mu might be a victim of a frame-up. Lin Guodong still posed the question. The explanation of this issue is secondary. What is paramount is that when you arrested him, you had already completed the evidence collection at the crime scene and had withdrawn. While some criminals enjoy returning to the vicinity of the crime scene to gloat over the police's efforts, relishing in their twisted sense of accomplishment, it is exceedingly rare for a perpetrator to maintain interest in the crime scene after the police have concluded their preliminary work. Therefore, based on the psychology of criminal behavior, if Chun Mu were indeed the murderer, after reveling in that sense of achievement, he would have instinctively moved the telescope away. This was not Su Hualin's response, but rather Gao Mingyue's assertion that so, You are suggesting that the telescope's alignment with the 621 case crime scene is merely a coincidence? Lin Guodong continued that it could be a coincidence, or perhaps it is not. But for now, this question is not particularly significant. What is crucial is to urgently probe into the social connections of the victim's family that you have yet to investigate, as well as Chun Mu's interpersonal networks. Su Hualin replied. Professor Su, I have another question that perplexes me. If the telescope's positioning is indeed a coincidence, it implies that the alignment with the crime scene was not a consideration for the murderer. If that is the case, how could the true culprit be so confident that we would inevitably convict Chun Mu based on the planted fingerprint and hair? Lin Guodong inquired. That is a question you must ponder yourselves. Even without the existence of that telescope, based solely on the content of Chun Mu's novel, his fingerprints and DNA, the vague witness accounts of the perpetrator's silhouette, and the surveillance footage showing a shadowy figure, combined with Chun Mu's inability to provide an alibi, would you not convict him based on these pieces of evidence? Su Hualin countered. Lin Guodong's expression became increasingly complex, filled more with embarrassment than anything else. The massacre involved 3 generations of a family, including a teacher, a nurse, a young child, and an elderly individual who had retired from a welfare institution. Such a heinous and brutal case would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Yangqing. With the pressure to solve the case quickly to avoid public scrutiny on social media, the time available for their investigation was limited. Therefore, the Yangqing Public Security Bureau had to swiftly provide the citizens with an explanation, as well as a justification to their superiors. Given this backdrop and the existing evidence, even if they wanted to delay further investigation, the leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would not permit it. And indeed, the facts had proven as much. Let us act swiftly. Once Chun Mu sees the 6.21 case files, he is likely to pursue the same leads as Professor Su suggested, though we must outpace him. As long as we can do so, we will have a substantial opportunity to catch him off guard, Gao Mingyue urged. Agreed. Zhou Sun, with a grave expression, swept a glance at his disheveled bangs, then turned and exited the conference room, with Lin Guodong hastily following suit. Meanwhile, on Chun Mu's side, having extricated himself from the danger, he swiftly returned to the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment. After organizing the items used for disguise and altering his appearance, he prepared a small bag with the essentials for transforming into Atai and reverting to Song Qingfe. He then employed a small home printer he had purchased the previous day to print Atai's police badge, which he subsequently trimmed and inserted into a badge holder that closely resembled an official police credential, also bought the day before. Yes, while driving Atai's car, he had been cautious enough to take a detailed photograph of the police badge. He had not anticipated it would be useful so soon. After removing his outer clothing and wrapping Atai's summer police uniform along with the police badge around himself with tape, he donned his loose black top. Under such circumstances, unless he encountered a police search on the road, he could easily manage. After this flurry of activity, night had fallen. This time, he did not encounter the female investigator Su Man driving Song Qingfei's old car. Chun Mu first arrived at the residential building where Lu Wenqing had parked previously. Upon seeing that the car was still there, he continued to drive around to the other side of the building, entering a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, having already disguised himself as Atai. Chun Mu did not waste much time in successfully replicating a face that bore a striking resemblance to Atai's. After changing into Atai's summer short-sleeve police uniform, he headed directly to Lu Wenqing's building. As soon as he arrived at the ground floor, several elderly women sitting outside in the cool evening air looked at him with palpable anxiety. Comrade policeman, is there someone here who has committed a crime? One of the elderly women inquired. Don't be alarmed, ma'am. There aren't so many criminals around. If someone had committed a crime, I wouldn't be the only one here, huh? I'm just here to ask about Lu Laoshi. Chun Mu replied with an innocuous smile. Lu Laoshi? You mean Wenqing? One of the elderly women asked. Yes, that's right, Lu Wenqing. Chun Mu nodded eagerly. Comrade policeman, what do you want with Wenqing? Another elder inquired. It's nothing serious. Just a little matter I want to discuss with her. No need to worry. Chun Mu's calm demeanor seemed to ease their tension. Wenqing lives on the 5th floor, just to the right. One elder gestured upwards at the building. After obtaining the information he sought, Chun Mu thanked them with a smile and made his way inside the residential building. Chapter 038. Understanding Tang Wenxiu on the 5th floor before the neat stainless steel double doors. Chun Mu pressed the doorbell. Just a moment. Coming, a middle-aged woman's voice responded from within. Shortly thereafter, the inner door swung open. Lu Wenqing, dressed in plain clothing and wearing sunglasses that hinted at an air of scholarly elegance, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a police officer standing outside. "Comrade policeman, what brings you here?" Chun Mu smiled and displayed his police badge. "Hello, Lu Laosher, I am from Municipal Public Security Bureau's Investigation Unit. Here is my police badge. I would like to gather some information from you. May I come in?" The Municipal Public Security Bureau's Investigation Unit. Lu Wenqing's eyes widened slightly behind her glasses as she instinctively glanced at the police badge. "Very well. Please come in." After confirming the information on the badge, Lu Wenqing opened the door wider to welcome Chun Mu inside. "Officer He, please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water." No, Lu Laosher, you are too kind." As he took a seat, Chun Mu quickly declined her offer. "Oh, then that's fine." With a faint smile, Lu Wenqing finally took a seat beside him, just as she was about to inquire about the purpose of his visit. Chun Mu noticed the suitcase in the middle of the living room. Accompanied by some personal items awaiting packing, he instinctively pointed at the suitcase and asked, "Teacher Lu, are you planning to go somewhere?" "Yes, my mother-in-law's health has deteriorated, so I took leave from school to accompany my husband on a trip back to visit her." Lu Wenqing replied with a strained smile. Yes, she spoke of these matters. The forced smile concealed a hint of heaviness. Before Chun Mu could continue, she swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Officer He, what information do you wish to gather from me?" "Teacher Lu, I would like to ask you about Tang Wenxiu." Chun Mu stated plainly, without any preamble. Lu Wenqing's body involuntarily trembled at the mention of his name. It was evident that she was aware of the tragic fate that befell Tang Wenxiu's family, and it affected her deeply. "Isn't the murderer already confirmed?" "Officer He, what more do you want to know?" Lu Wenqing replied, her fleeting emotional turmoil quickly subsiding into calmness. "Nothing else. I merely wish to supplement some information," Chun Mu said with a slight smile, continuing, "Teacher Lu, based on our previous background check on Tang Wenxiu, he taught at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School for a few years before joining No. 3 Middle School. And you happened to join No. 7 during that time. Therefore, I wonder what your relationship with him was like. Are you asking about the time he taught at No. 7, or after he was transferred to No. 3? Lu Wenqing inquired. If it's convenient, please share both," Chun Mu requested. Lu Wenqing lowered her gaze, reflecting, "During his tenure at No. 7, we had quite a good relationship. However, once he was transferred to No. 3, we hardly kept in touch at all. For the last decade or so, we might as well have been strangers." "Officer He, may I ask why you are inquiring about this?" "Teacher Lu, please don't overthink it. It's simply what I mentioned earlier. To gather some relevant information," Chun Mu replied, not giving her a chance to ponder further. He pressed on. "Teacher Lu, could you elaborate on why your relationship was strong during your time at No. 7, yet it dissipated after his transfer to No. 3? One would expect such camaraderie among educators to endure, especially since you are in the same city." At this point, a trace of bitterness emerged on Lu Wenqing's face, hinting at something difficult to articulate. "What's the matter?" Chun Mu inquired, keenly observing her subtle change. "Nothing, it's just that your words have stirred many memories," Lu Wenqing replied without prompting. "I recall that we both started at Yangqing No. 7 in the same semester, of course. I wasn't the only new teacher. There were several others as well. However, Tang was quite shy and introverted, making it difficult for him to integrate into our No. 7 family. So, I endeavored to help him change that. After several attempts to involve him in our gatherings and camping trips, his personality gradually shifted. While he remained somewhat reserved, he became more engaged in school activities over the next couple of years. He may not have been talkative, but he was the most refined and gentlemanly among the male teachers at the time, and also the most humble and polite. This inadvertently fostered a fondness for him in my heart, though it remained merely that, an affection without any intention of pursuing anything further. Thus, our relationship remained that of ordinary colleagues. That ordinary camaraderie persisted until his third year at Yangqing No. 7. I remember one stormy night when I was bedridden with a fever and unable to attend to my students. I decided to call him, hoping he could cover for me. To my surprise, instead of going to the classroom, he came to my dormitory to check on me, upon learning that I lacked fever-reducing and cold medications. He immediately left without a word. An hour later, drenched from the rain, He returned with the medicine he'd gone out to buy for me. I told him I could manage with rest and physical cooling. Questioning why he would go through such trouble in the storm, but he simply replied that he couldn't bear to see me in discomfort. Those words left me speechless. The usually taciturn Tang unexpectedly confessed his feelings for me, saying he had always liked me, but lacked the courage to express it. From that night on, we became a couple, albeit secretly, as it was his request to keep our relationship private to avoid teasing from other teachers and gossip from students. I didn't think much of it and consented. Thus, we embarked on a clandestine romance, maintaining our usual demeanor at school while being affectionate outside of it. However, after 6 months, I could no longer endure the fade of a mere colleague relationship and insisted on going public. He, however, hesitated and expressed his reluctance to do so. In a fit of anger, I suggested we revert to a standard colleague relationship, freeing us from the pretense. He fell silent for a long while before asking for a bit of time. Although I was puzzled by what he needed to contemplate, I agreed to give him a month. But if he still resisted going public after that, I would see no reason to continue. Lu Wenqing recounted these memories. She seemed lost in reflection. Meanwhile, Chun Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, taken aback by the unexpected past between Lu Wenqing and Tang Wenxiu. Yet the information she provided seemed insufficient to yield any substantial leads for him. In the subsequent month, he initially reached out several times, but I declined, waiting for him to make a decision. To my dismay, he never contacted me again. Not even a message or a call. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Reverting to his earlier demeanor when he first arrived at number 7, though still polite and humble, his smile had noticeably faded, and he began to decline invitations to various informal gatherings among teachers under various pretenses. At first, I thought his change was due to my suggestion of a breakup, which made me feel guilty, just as I was preparing to soften my stance and discuss things with him. He approached me, initiating the breakup himself, stating that he wanted to focus on his work. He also informed me that his transfer to Yangshan number 3 had been approved, and he would be moving there soon. Given his resolute stance, I did not attempt to dissuade him and agreed to the separation. Thus, what could have been an open and honest relationship ended in secrecy. Shortly thereafter, he transferred to No. 3, and our communication dwindled to nothing. And why stubborn nature prevented me from reaching out. And after he left number 7, he consistently found excuses to avoid any gatherings organized by our former colleagues. Gradually, everyone stopped trying to invite him, and I eventually met my current husband, embarking on a new relationship and later entering into marriage. Hence, I found no reason to reach out to him again. Of course, a few years later, he also married and had children, making it even less necessary for us to cross paths. Nevertheless, upon learning of his tragic fate and the loss of his entire family, I found it profoundly difficult to accept, regardless of our past romance. We had shared several years together, and the thought of his demise weighed heavily on my heart. Previously, Lu Wenqing's words had failed to resonate with Chun Mu, but the revelations she shared now quickened his pulse. Why had Tang Wenxiu seemingly transformed overnight? Was it merely because Lu Wenqing insisted on making their relationship public? No, that seemed far-fetched. Lu Wenqing's account indicated that even after she expressed her desire for transparency, Tang Wenxiu had still considered asking her out. In such circumstances, could a simple refusal have instigated such a drastic change in him? It hardly seemed plausible that if Lu Wenqing's request for openness had prompted a shift, then why did he revert to his former self after she merely sought to clarify their relationship? Furthermore, after transferring from number 7, why did he resist reconnecting with his former colleagues? Was it solely due to his history with Lu Wenqing? What warranted such a reaction? Or perhaps Tang Wenxiu, upon joining number 3, wished to completely sever ties with his past. But why would he want to do that? Moreover, Lu Wenqing had noted that he had entirely changed as a person. What could have led to such a transformation? Without a doubt, the matter between him and Lu Wenqing is certainly not the sole reason. After all, at that time, Lu Wenqing had no intention of completely severing ties. She merely proposed a reasonable and entirely justifiable request for a public relationship. Additionally, his avoidance of those at Shizhong could not possibly stem from the clandestine affair with Lu Wenqing that had never been made public. Thus, was there something that transpired during that period? Did some events occur that led to such a dramatic transformation in Tang Wenxiu? In an instant, Chen Mu seemed to grasp the edge of a clue. For where there is an anomaly, there lies a reason. Teacher Lu, during the phase when you felt that Tang Wenxiu had seemingly transformed into a different person, did he exhibit any unusual words or actions? I'm not referring to what you mentioned about him appearing to revert to his earlier self upon arriving at Qizhou, but rather to any behaviors that struck you as peculiar and inexplicable. Chen Mu inquired. Lu Wenqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Although she was unsure why he was asking these questions, considering his identity as a police officer, she did not dwell on her curiosity. After a moment of recollection, she replied, "Officer He, if you're asking this, there's indeed something that comes to mind. Please go ahead." Chen Mu instantly held his breath. He had never believed in superstitions. Yet during that period, I once stumbled upon a safety talisman tucked away in his pocket. Would you consider that an anomaly? Lu Wenqing articulated. A person who does not believe in superstitions suddenly carries a safety talisman, especially during the phase when he was as if he had become a different person. This is not merely unusual. It is exceedingly peculiar. Chen Mu restrained his excitement. I asked anything else? Let me think. There was another incident. Once, when we collectively took a bus for camping, a sheep suddenly rushed out, and he, seated in the front row, panicked and shouted. The driver laughed and told him to calm down, saying it was still quite far away. After that incident, he never participated in any subsequent activities. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's pupils constricted sharply. Is this post-traumatic stress disorder? Seemingly grasping a clue, Chen Mu asked, "Does Teacher Tang know how to drive?" "He has a license, but as for driving, I have never seen him do so. Moreover, during that era, car owners were still quite rare." Lu Wenqing responded, you recall the approximate date?" Chen Mu inquired further. "What date?" "The time you felt Tang Wenxiu was as if he had become a different person, which is to say, after you declined his invitation, when he stopped sending you messages or calling. It was during the May Day holiday. At that time, we had a 7-day break, and I distinctly remember he wanted me to visit his hometown the day before the holiday. After I declined, he never contacted me again until he returned after the holiday." Seemingly transformed, Chen Mu nodded, feigning deep contemplation. Lu Wenqing could no longer suppress her questioning. "Officer He, why are you asking all this?" "Oh, it's merely a routine inquiry into Teacher Tang's past for supplementary information regarding the case." Chen Mu smiled, continuing to deflect. By the way, regarding that case, the perpetrator. Has he escaped?" Lu Wenqing's hands clenched tightly on her thighs. In the corner of Chen Mu's eye, he noticed her knuckles turning white. It was evident how deeply this model teacher resented the perpetrator of the 6.21 incident. I cannot disclose detailed information to Teacher Lu, but rest assured, our police force will not let any evildoer escape. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, we are determined to bring them to justice and ensure they face legal retribution. Chen Mu declared with righteous fervor. Chapter 040. Mr. Song, wait. At the Times Mingyuan apartment, after leaving Lu Wenqing, Chen Mu hurriedly changed his attire and returned to the apartment. He then made a beeline for his room. Before the blackboard, he swiftly wrote down the clues and information he had gathered from Lu Wenqing. With his previous experience as a police officer, he could already deduce that Tang Wenxiu had undoubtedly experienced some unspeakable events during the May Day holiday a decade ago. After meticulously jotting down the relevant clues, Chen Mu plopped down onto the lazy 5-finger sofa in front of the blackboard. Gazing at the series of information on the board, his brow gradually furrowed. "Tang Wenxiu, what exactly did you go through during that May Day holiday? Is your decision to break up with Lu Wenqing related to your experiences during that time? The safety talisman that Lu Wenqing mentioned, does it signify that you, who have always dismissed superstitions, were feeling guilty and seeking peace? What could have led a skeptic like you to carry a safety talisman for comfort? Furthermore, Lu Wenqing noted your unusual reaction during the camping trip. Could this be post-traumatic stress disorder? If so, is it connected to your experiences during that May Day holiday? Could the emergence of such a disorder indicate that your experiences during that time were related to a vehicle? Was it linked to an accident? Did the drastic change in your demeanor stem from a traumatic incident involving a car during the holiday? Lu Wenqing mentioned that you had already obtained your driving license. While it is understandable that one could have a license without owning a car during that era, why, in this day and age, when cars are ubiquitous, does your family not possess one? Is it due to frugality? No, your mother, Ma Shufan, receives a pension, your wife is a nurse, and you are a teacher with nearly 20 years of experience. Given your income levels, is it plausible that you would need to be so frugal as to forego purchasing a car? Moreover, the police have learned that you are affable and kind-hearted. Yet how does a person known for their amiability sever ties with former colleagues at Chijo? Everything seems so abnormal. After a thorough analysis, Chunmu approached the blackboard once more, writing down the keywords: safety talisman, car, suspected post-traumatic stress disorder, May Day holiday. He circled these terms, spaced them apart, and then inscribed the word perpetrator beneath them. Finally, he drew an arrow from perpetrator pointing towards the circled words. If Tang Wenxiu truly experienced an accident back then, if the 6.21 incident was indeed fueled by revenge, then perhaps the accident Tang Wenxiu faced years ago could be the source of this vendetta. However, the question remains, how could this possibly implicate himself? How could the perpetrator also target him for retribution? How young was he at that time? Or is it that his family and he were merely collateral damage, with no actual connection? Perhaps they both ended up on the perpetrator's list of targets, leading to the framing of himself as a scapegoat to divert attention from the true criminal. Chunmu could not fathom this dilemma. Yet this question was not of immediate importance. What truly mattered was uncovering the real culprit behind the 6.21 massacre and clearing his name. With the clues gleaned from Lu Wenqing, Chunmu no longer felt the urgency to investigate her mother, Ma Shufin, or his wife, Wei Wenhe. In fact, he did not intend to probe into anyone else from the past who had interacted with Tang Wenxiu and had not yet been interviewed by the police. After all, the information Lu Wenqing provided had illuminated a glimmer of hope. It was imperative to first ascertain what transpired with Tang Wenxiu during that May Day holiday. With this thought in mind, Chunmu looked towards the blackboard. Sini County. This is Tang Wenxiu's hometown, nearly 100 kilometers from the urban area of Yangcheng. It is situated at the outskirts of Yangcheng's jurisdiction, and economically, it ranks at the bottom among the 6 counties of Yangcheng. Fortunately, Sini County still falls under Yangcheng, for otherwise, according to the system's regulations, he would not be allowed to leave the city. He truly would not know how to proceed, that a trip to Sini County is in order. Chunmu murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative, that a night passed without incident. Following the establishment of his plan, Chunmu spent the remaining time documenting his experiences while on the run. He was constrained from revealing his rented accommodation to avoid drawing the police's attention and could not publicly indicate that he was investigating the 6.21 incident to prevent alarming the real culprit. Consequently, to fill this gap and accumulate system points, Chunmu had to exert considerable effort to obscure the details while maintaining a semblance of realism. It was not until late into the night that he finally fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just as Chunmu opened the door, preparing to set off for Sini County, he spotted the female detective Su Man hurriedly moving items out of the room. "Officer Su, what are you doing?" Chunmu asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. "That I'm clearing out some things to make space." Su Man replied, "Oh, you need any help?" Chunmu chuckled lightly and inquired. Instinctively, the phrase "no need" lingered on the tip of his tongue, but it was swallowed back by Su Man in the face of the clutter. A hint of awkwardness suddenly transformed into hesitation. Is it convenient? Convenient? Absolutely. Chunmu replied with a grin. "All right then, please help me carry this down to the first floor, that I shall find someone to clear away later. If that's acceptable?" I initially intended to hire movers, but it was too early to find anyone, and it was quite bothersome, so I thought I would handle it myself. Su Man cleared her throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and offered a rare explanation. The main issue was that there were several cabinets that were no longer in use. Even though she had disassembled them, they still amounted to quite a pile and were heavy. "Of course, come, let me assist you in moving them." Chunmu readily jumped into action. After several trips back and forth, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, after each round of moving, he took a moment to cool off outside, ensuring that his makeup did not smudge. Having undergone multiple sessions of makeup transformations, his skills have become increasingly refined. Unless one were to scrutinize his face with utmost diligence, it would be nearly impossible to discern any traces of makeup. After all, the system had bestowed upon him an unparalleled mastery of makeup artistry, capable of achieving an effect that could easily deceive the eye. Thus, his only concern was that excessive perspiration might lead to revealing any flaws. Mr. Song, thank you for your hard work. By the time Chen Mu had helped to move all the items outside room 405 down to the first floor, over an hour had passed. Observing that, Song Qingfei appeared to have his clothes subtly dampened by sweat. Su Man felt a twinge of guilt. It's no trouble at all. Officer Su, you are too courteous. With no intention of seeking favor or furthering their rapport, Chen Mu said, is there anything else that needs moving? Officer Su? No. Nothing more. Thank you. Su Man hurriedly replied. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. With a somewhat smile, Chen Mu turned and walked away. This unexpected turn of events took Su Man by surprise. Initially, she had assumed that Chen Mu would seize the opportunity to ask for her phone number or to add her as a friend on an instant messaging platform. After all, aside from her identity as a city detective, she had always held confidence in her appearance. While she could not claim to possess an extraordinary beauty, her natural visage outshone many women, and she had often been approached by suitors. Some, upon discovering her profession, would retreat, while others, undeterred, would persist, attempting to ingratiate themselves with her, a behavior she found utterly distasteful. However, given their previous interactions, she could clearly sense that Chen Mu was not the type to be intimidated by her role as an officer. Therefore, it seemed improbable that he would willingly squander his time assisting her without eventually seeking a closer connection, perhaps to ask for her contact information. After all, most people are inclined to cultivate friendships with law enforcement, are they not? Yet he simply completed his task and departed. This left Su Man feeling somewhat bewildered. Mr. Song, wait. As she watched Chen Mu's retreating figure, she suddenly called out. What is it, Officer Su? Chen Mu turned back, his expression one of confusion. I would like to invite you to dinner another day. As a token of gratitude for your assistance today, Su Man managed to muster a radiant smile. This small favor hardly warrants a meal. Officer Su. Chen Mu shook his head, declining politely that I am not accustomed to being in debt to others. Su Man stated earnestly. Well, if you insist, then let us arrange a time when you're free to treat me to some crayfish at the street vendor downstairs. Chen Mu replied. Agreed. Su Man responded. All right then. I shall take my leave now, and we can discuss it when you are available. With a broad smile, Chen Mu turned to depart. Unbeknownst to him, his cheerful demeanor caused Su Man to momentarily falter. It felt strangely familiar, yet, recalling the effort he had put into helping her, combined with the myriad of faces she had encountered, she simply shook her head, dismissing any further contemplation. She turned back, closing the door behind her. Upon leaving the apartment, Chen Mu promptly started Song Qingfei's old vehicle and set off towards City County. Along the way, he encountered 3 checkpoints, but, without exception, passed through smoothly under the guise of Song Qingfei. 2 hours later, he arrived in City County. Given that City County is nearly 100 kilometers from the city, and considering that all police checkpoints and searches were concentrated within a 20-kilometer radius of the city center, he encountered no visible law enforcement presence in the relatively underdeveloped City County. As he approached the village where Tang Wenshu's family resided, he transformed once more into Ah Tai, donning Ah Tai's police uniform. After all, only with a police identity could he more conveniently and reasonably investigate matters. Although the police had previously visited the village committee in connection with the 6.21 case, the Tang family had relocated to the city many years ago, and they only returned once a year to pay respects during Qingming. For over a decade, they had not returned even during festivals, so the police had not pursued further inquiries. Nevertheless, based on the information provided by Lu Wenqing, Chen Mu decided to start with the village committee at the entrance to the village committee. When Chen Mu stepped out of the car in his police uniform, a cadre from the committee, upon seeing him through the window, hurriedly approached. Officer, what brings you here? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline quickly discarded the half-finished cigarette from his mouth and rushed to Chen Mu's side. I am from Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation team, here to gather some information. Chen Mu displayed his police credentials, then tucked them away, adopting a serious demeanor. His tone was markedly different from how he had addressed Lu Wenqing earlier. He understood that in front of these grassroots village officials, authority was far more effective than mere politeness. Is there a case involving someone from our village? The middle-aged man queried. Without answering, Chen Mu inquired. Who is the leader of the village committee? I am the village committee director, Tang Wenzhong. The middle-aged man replied hastily. Very well, Director Tang. Let us discuss this inside. Chen Mu tucked his briefcase under his arm and led the way into the dilapidated village committee office. Several village officials exchanged glances. Then, without any further hesitation, followed him inside. Faced with the warm hospitality of the village officials, Chen Mu no longer declined their offerings, though he did not partake in any refreshments. Officer, what information would you like to gather? The village director asked nervously that I am investigating a traffic accident case that requires your honest responses without any intent to conceal, Chen Mu stated. What? A traffic accident case? Has someone from our village been involved in an accident? The village director exclaimed, in the past few years, has anyone in your village experienced a significant traffic accident? Chen Mu pressed. Upon hearing this, the village committee members appeared even more perplexed. What is this about? The village director scratched his head. In recent years, only a few people in our village have purchased cars, and I've not heard of any accidents. Are you sure? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow if his deductions based on Lu Wenqing's information were correct. It was highly likely that Tang Wenxiu had been involved in a traffic accident during the May Day holiday 15 years ago. However, Chen Mu could not be certain whether the village would be aware of such an incident. After all, according to Lu Wenqing, Tang Wenxiu, who was known for his disbelief in superstitions, even carried a safety talisman with him, suggesting that if his deductions were right, the accident he caused must have been serious. Possibly involving fatalities. In such a scenario, it was plausible that Tang Wenxiu had opted to handle matters discreetly to avoid legal consequences. Thus, obtaining reliable information from the village committee might be a long shot. Chen Mu approached this inquiry with a sense of cautious optimism, hoping to unearth some useful information. Under Chen Mu's intense gaze, the village officials exchanged uncertain glances once more. Seeing this, Chen Mu pressed further. Did anyone in your village have a traffic accident over a decade ago? Over a decade ago. Our village was so poor back then. Who had a car? A woman responded with a laugh. However, just as her words fell, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared to recall something and exclaimed, Wait, there was someone in our village who had a car back then. Tang Chenghui. His family owned a car. Yes, that's right. Tang Chenghui's car was involved in an accident, and it was driven by that kid, Tang Wenli. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's hair stood on end, although it was not Tang Wenxiu being mentioned. The confirmation of such an incident undoubtedly illuminated the path ahead for Chen Mu. Tell me more about Tang Chenghui and Tang Wenli. Chen Medeo remarked that Tang Chenghui was among the first individuals from our village to venture out into the world, and he is also the wealthiest person in our community. Before the middle-aged man could finish his statement, another man in his 40s immediately interjected sarcastically, He is nothing but a pipsqueak in the village. Has he ever contributed anything to our community despite accumulating so much wealth? Years ago, when we sought his financial support for building a paved road to facilitate access for his car, he kept postponing it year after year, always promising to do it next year. Damn it, next year has turned into over a decade, and in the end, it was the government that constructed the road for us. Every time I think of that miser Tang Chenghui, it fills me with rage. He may be rich, but he no longer considers himself one of us. He's a foreigner now. A foreigner, Chen Mu echoed. Indeed, first he became a city dweller, and then a foreigner. His entire family has long since moved their household registration to the city, only returning during the Qingming festival. They no longer regard themselves as residents of Pingyao village. A few years back, they even immigrated abroad. Now, they don't even return for tomb sweeping during Qingming, effectively severing ties with Pingyao village. Yet, although they don't come back to pay their respects, they still remember to ask for blessings from their ancestors. Every year, during Qingming, they have Tang Wenxiu send them roasted pig and other offerings from their ancestral rites to enjoy abroad. Now that even Tang Wenxiu's family is gone, I wonder if anyone will help him with the tomb sweeping or send him roasted pig to eat. The other man continued. Tang Wenxiu. Upon hearing the name, Chen Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 42. The connections have emerged. Tang Wenxiu? Chen Mu called out, suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Yes, he's the Tang Wenxiu whose family was exterminated in the city. The man replied. Chen Mu swiftly inquired, What is his relationship with Tang Chenghui? The other explained, In our village, names are given based on generational order. The Chang generation is followed by the Wen generation, so Tang Wenxiu refers to Tang Chonghui as uncle, although they are not blood relatives. To elaborate, Tang Wenxiu's father and Tang Chonghui are cousins, so during Qingming, they would jointly tend to some of their ancestors' graves. However, after Tang Chonghui's family immigrated abroad and stopped returning, even Tang Chonghui's father's grave began to be swept by Tang Wenxiu. As the explanation concluded, other members of the village committee chimed in, acknowledging that while Tang Chonghui might be stingy and unhelpful to the village, he had nonetheless assisted Tang Wenxiu's family significantly. At least it was said that he helped them secure their urban household registration. However, upon hearing this, the earlier middle-aged man scoffed. If it weren't for Tang Wenxiu's grandfather helping that old miser Tang Chonghui years ago, would he have what he has today? Helping them get a city household registration? What does that even mean? Listening to the village committee's increasingly tangential remarks, Chenmu quickly intervened to redirect the conversation. Let us talk about that person named Tang Wenli. You mentioned he was involved in a car accident while driving Tang Chonghui's car over a decade ago. Yes, that incident caused quite a stir at the time, especially since it involved a fatality. Director Tang Wenjong replied solemnly, a fatality. The mere mention of those words sent Shun Mu's adrenaline surging. Do you recall the approximate time this incident occurred? He asked, an approximate time? Let me think. Director Tang Wenjong scratched his bald head. Before he could recall, a village official interjected, I believe it was during the May Day holiday that year. Director Tang Wenjong immediately snapped to attention, exclaiming, yes, it was during the May Day holiday, over a decade ago. We had a 7-day break, and my children were home helping with farm work. It spread quickly that morning in the fields that Tang Wenli had run someone over with a car and was arrested by the police. May Day. That aligns perfectly. Now we just need to ascertain the year of the incident. With his heart racing, Chunmu hurriedly confirmed the year with the officials. Amid their back and forth, the final answer sent chills down Chunmu's spine. The timing coincided precisely with the last year Tang Wenxiu was teaching at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, which meant it matched the year Lu Wenxing noted that Tang Wenxiu seemed to have changed. Although the village committee members said it was Tang Wenli who had the accident and not Tang Wenxiu, for Chenmu, it wasn't yet time to delve into that matter. As long as he could confirm that his deductions had some basis in truth, it indicated that a breakthrough was beginning to emerge. What do you know about the incident involving Tang Wenli hitting someone? Chenmu asked. Those are just things we've heard. We can't confirm the specifics. Tang Wenjong mused. Just share what you've heard. Chenmu urged that ITS said that night, Tang Wenli was driving Tang Chonghui's car home from town when he accidentally struck a woman riding a bicycle. Some say the woman was still alive at the time and could have been saved if an ambulance had been called quickly, while others claim she was thrown over 10 meters and died on the spot. There are also rumors that Tang Wenli had been drinking that night, but I think that is unlikely. If he had been drinking, someone would have been with him, yet there is no word of anyone having drunk with him. Regardless, it doesn't matter now. Tang Wenli ended up serving 3 years in prison. Tang Wenjong recounted that in your accounts. Was there anyone who witnessed Tang Wenli hitting the person? Chenmu pressed. Well, that's unclear. I haven't heard anything about that. However, the location where Tang Wenli struck the person was particularly secluded, so it wouldn't be surprising if someone had seen it. At this point, Tang Wenjong paused, then with a wry smile added, Officer, we're just recounting hearsay. If you want to know more, you should contact the local police station. This accident caused a fatality, and the police were involved. Understood. Chunmu nodded, deciding to momentarily halt that line of questioning, but he then shifted to inquire about Tang Wenli as a person. Tang Wenli, his life has been quite tragic. His parents passed away when he was young, and he was raised by his grandmother. Life was extraordinarily difficult for them early on, but the villagers occasionally helped him and his grandmother, especially the Tang Wenxiu family, since they were neighbors and offered them considerable support. Once Tang Wenli grew up and stopped studying, he went to the city to work for Tang Chonghui. ITS said that his opportunity to work for Tang Chonghui was thanks to Ma Shufan, Tang Wenxiu's mother, who took pity on him and sought help from Tang Chonghui's wife to secure him a job. Though Tang Chonghui is miserly, it seems he didn't mistreat him. However, after a few years of working for him, when his grandmother fell ill, Tang Wenli left to care for her. It is a matter of fate, I suppose. He likely only stayed home to care for her for 2 or 3 months before she passed away. And shortly after dealing with her funeral, he was involved in that fatal car accident. Tang Wenjong concluded with a shake of his head and a sigh that, "Is Tang Winley still living in the village?" Chun Mu asked that no, he is long gone. After serving 3 years in prison, he returned to work for Tang Chenghui again. However, once Tang Chenghui's family immigrated abroad, we lost track of what happened to him. Although he comes back every Qingming to sweep the graves, whenever someone asks where he is making his fortune, he just laughs and says he is working as a laborer abroad. But by the look of him, he seems to be doing poorly. Otherwise, at his age, he wouldn't still be single, Tang Wenjong replied. Furrowing his brow, Chimu nodded thoughtfully that in his mind, a relatively clear thread was beginning to take shape. This trip to Sinny County was proving worthwhile. If he could uncover the identity of the victim from that fatal accident, based on the assumptions he had formed, it would undoubtedly serve as a crucial breakthrough. After contemplating, Chimu ultimately posed a question he probably shouldn't have asked. Director Tang, do you know where the victim who was hit by Tang Wenli was from? It was evident that if the other party had even a slight sense of awareness, they would detect something amiss in Chun Mu's inquiry. After all, if he wanted to know such details, a simple phone call to the local police department would suffice. Why would he need to ask them? Yet at that moment, Chun Mu couldn't afford to be overly cautious. Compared to the significant risk of contacting local law enforcement, his best option as a fake police officer was undoubtedly to extract information from Tang Wenjong and the others. Chapter 43. Where did the problem lie? Fortunately, these grassroots village committee members lacked any sense of abnormality. Yet it was also true that Chun Mu's police uniform and the badge he displayed were enough to dispel any vigilance they might have had. Moreover, the inquiries he made seemed innocuous enough to them, not warranting any suspicion that a female village official immediately responded. I believe it was said she was from Sichuan Handan village. After speaking, the female cadre cast a somewhat uncertain glance at the others. Well, it's said to be from Handan village near Sichuan. Several cadres eagerly chimed in. Once it was confirmed which Han and which Tan were in question, Chun Mu stood up, having exhausted his inquiries. He extended his hand to the village head, Tang Wenjong, saying, "All right, Director Tang, thank you for your cooperation. You're too kind, too kind. It's our duty." Director Tang Wenjong repeatedly grasped Chun Mu's hand, his face adorned with ingratiating smiles. "Well, let us end it here. I'll take my leave. Let me see you off." Under the attentive gaze of Tang Wenjong and his entourage, Chun Mu swiftly departed in his dilapidated car, which had been fitted with false plates. "Director, what do you think the city bureau's investigation is about?" A village cadre asked, belatedly realizing that if you ask me, who should I ask? They're from the city bureau's investigation team. Do you think they would disclose their intentions to us? Tang Wenjong shot a glare at his companion. Could it be that something has resurfaced regarding that incident with Tang Winley hitting someone years ago? Another village cadre speculated. Who cares? That is not something we should concern ourselves with. Tang Wenjong shook his head, adopting an air of official authority as he turned and walked back to the village committee office. After leaving Pingyao village, Chen Mu pressed on, navigating towards Handan village with his phone. Covering a distance of around 20 kilometers, he arrived in Handan village in 40 minutes. He headed straight for the village committee. Upon learning that Chun Mu was from the city bureau's investigation team, the villagers' enthusiasm surpassed that of Pingyao village's committee. "Officer He, may I ask what you wish to know?" After Chun Mu declined a cigarette offered to him, the gray-haired village head with a broad smile inquired, "I'm here to gather information regarding a traffic incident from over a decade ago that involved a victim from your village." Chun Mu replied sternly, maintaining a serious demeanor. Over a decade ago? The victim was a villager from our village." Upon hearing these two pieces of information, the village head of Handan village immediately exclaimed, "Officer He, are you referring to Li Guolan?" "Li Guolan?" Chun Mu feigned ignorance, hoping for the other party to reveal more. "How is it that I haven't even mentioned a name, yet Director Ma already knows?" "You seem to have quite an impression," Chun Mu remarked with a semblance of a smile. Little did he expect this would frighten Director Ma, who enjoyed crime dramas, prompting him to hastily defend himself. "Officer He, please don't misunderstand. It's just that Handan village has had only one incident of a villager dying in a car accident over the years, apart from Li Guolan, and that was many years ago, so there can't be anyone else." Director Ma, please don't be alarmed. I meant no offense. Chen Mu offered a measured smile that as long as there's no offense taken. That is good. Director Ma hurriedly responded with a smile. However, Chen Mu's approach had thrown off his original rhythm. Director Ma, could you tell me about Li Guilon's family situation? Chen Mu inquired. What? Li Guilon's family situation. Director Ma appeared bewildered. What do you mean? Sensing something amiss, Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. Director Ma promptly explained, Li Guilon's family situation was wiped clean long ago. There is nothing left to discuss. What do you mean by that? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. Well, after Li Guilon's accident, her husband, Ma Hongming, I don't know if he was trying to extort money or if he had lost his mind. But he insisted that it wasn't he, the poor solitary man who hid his wife, claiming she could have been saved had the other party called for an ambulance in time. And he accused them of bribing the traffic police and the authorities to cover it up. At first, they thought he was merely grieving, so they didn't take action against him, but he became increasingly erratic, eventually getting detained for a few days due to his excessive disturbances. After his release, he insisted that the village sign petitions and give him fingerprints, saying he wanted to appeal to the city and even the province. But who would support him in that? So, we advised him to accept reality, but he wouldn't listen that he abandoned his 2 young daughters and rode his motorcycle to the city to appeal. But before he could reach, he fell from a hillside due to slippery roads in the rain, and he died. This back and forth left his 2 daughters orphaned. As he spoke, Director Ma sighed deeply. After all, they were our village's kin. Why do you think he was trying to extort money by causing such a ruckus at the Public Security Bureau and the traffic police? Chen Mu frowned. Because that old fool Ma Hongming shouted back then that unless he was compensated 100 or 80,000, this matter wouldn't end. He had a history of gambling and was nearly at the point of selling everything he owned. He didn't consider that back then, 15,000 could build 3 to 4 floors with renovations. How could they compensate him that much? Besides, the car had insurance and everything. He must have known that the owner of the vehicle that hit his wife was wealthy. Which is why he wanted to escalate the situation to extort money that, of course, it's not just me who thinks this way. Everyone does. Director Ma said sheepishly to D, "Oh, you have any further information regarding the incident of Li Guilon's death and Ma Hongming's motorcycle accident?" Chen Mu pressed. Further information? Let me think. There is not much follow-up, but I did hear that Ma Hongming's sister, who was also a woman from our village, attempted to sue the owner of the vehicle that caused Li Guilon's death. But she lost the case and even ended up with a reduced compensation for the original accident. And what happened after that? Chen Mu asked. After that, Ma Hongming's 2 daughters were cared for by his sister for a few months. But due to health issues, she couldn't continue looking after them, so they were taken to a welfare home. However, it said that the 2 children didn't stay there long before they sneaked out. And after that, we haven't heard anything more about them. What was Ma Hongming's sister's name? Do you know where she lived? Chen Mu pondered aloud. Officer He, are you looking to find her? It might be difficult. I heard she passed away a few years ago, but she had a hard life. After marrying, she was driven out by her husband's family for being unable to bear children. And then her family faced one calamity after another. Sigh, what a tragic fate, Director Ma lamented. Does Ma Hongming's family still have anyone? No, he was the only son in his generation, and his father was also the only son. He had 2 siblings, but the elderly couple had already passed away before all this happened. Otherwise, how could they bear to lose their children one after another? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's brow furrowed deeply. Unlike the enlightening clues he had gathered in Pingyao village, the information he received in Handan village felt daunting. The clues had reached this point if the 621 case was an act of retaliatory murder. Then the close relatives of Ma Hongming and Li Guilon would undoubtedly be the next suspects. The problem was the only remaining individuals related to Ma Hongming and Li Guilon seemed to be the 2 girls who had escaped from the welfare home over a decade ago. However, the 621 case appeared to have been committed by a male based on the police's findings at the crime scene. Where was the disconnect? Had he misjudged the direction of his suspicions from the outset? No, that couldn't be. His instincts told him he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. Chapter 044. Do you not even understand the most basic principles? Tang Wenxiu, Tang Wenli, Tang Chung, Li Guilon. Ma Hongming's sister, and the 2 daughters of Ma Hongming who had been taken to the welfare home and then ran away. This was the bounty of his trip to Sinny County. While he seemed to have gathered a wealth of information capable of weaving a relatively complete narrative, in reality, he felt as though he had hit a wall regarding the next breakthrough. Tang Wenxiu was deceased. The Tang Changwei family had emigrated abroad, Galan, and Ma Hongming had perished many years ago. Even Ma Hongming's solitary sister had succumbed to illness in recent years. In the entire chain of information, only Tang Wenli and Ma Hongming's two daughters remained alive. It was even uncertain whether Tang Wenli was alive, considering he was one of the key figures in the accident from years ago. If the 621 case was indeed a revenge killing related to that accident, the question of whether the murderer would target Tang Wenli remained a significant uncertainty. As for Ma Hongming's daughters, the only direction to pursue for information related to them seemed to be the welfare home that had taken them in. But the issue was, after so many years, it was highly probable that such a small local welfare home had disbanded long ago. Yet, out of sheer unwillingness to accept defeat, Chun Mu still sought to see if he could obtain any clues regarding the welfare home from Director Ma. Director Ma Hongming's two daughters should have been taken in by her local welfare home. Right? I wonder if that welfare home still exists. Welfare home. That place closed down ages ago. Director Ma shook his head. What was the name of that welfare home? Are you aware of the names of the leaders or staff members of the welfare institution at that time? Chen Mu inquired. The welfare institution is called the Cine Third Welfare Institute. As for the staff, since they came to our village to obtain detailed information about those two children, and I was the one coordinating with them, I have some recollection, but I only remember the director. I can't recall the others, Director Ma replied. What is the director's name? I believe it was something like Huang. Huang Yuzhu. Yes, that's it. Huang Yuzhu. Is she from your locality? Can we reach her? Chen Mu asked. She is indeed from our area. We communicated in the local dialect back then, but I'm not sure exactly where she is from. Director Ma shook his head. Just as Chen Mu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, suddenly, Director Ma seemed to have a thought that, wait, we can inquire. How so? The feeling of disappointment stirred again within Chen Mu, and he quickly responded. My daughter works as a clerk at the town government, and I remember she mentioned something about the welfare institution. I think she said that the director, Huang Yuzhu, later joined the town's women's federation after the welfare institution closed. Right? Officer He, please hold on. I'll ask my daughter right away. Saying this, Director Ma promptly took out his phone and dialed. He put on speakerphone in front of Chen Mu. Hello, Xiao. Dad, what's wrong? I'm at work. No, it's just that an investigator from the City Public Security Bureau is here at our village committee to understand the situation of Ma Hongming's two daughters, while discussing the welfare institution. The officer wants to find the director, Huang Yuzhu, from back then, and I recall you mentioning that she joined the Women's Federation after the welfare institution closed, correct? Director Ma asked earnestly. Director Ma's daughter hesitated for a moment. Yes, but she retired last year. She was quite puzzled at that moment. Why would someone from the city bureau need to ask her father about Huang Yuzhu? However, considering her father's enthusiasm, that varied from person to person. She soon understood that it was likely her father who had taken the initiative to help inquire. How can we find her? Chen Mu instinctively interjected before Director Ma could respond, and I'm not sure, but I believe she lives in Yuan Feng Garden in the town. Director Ma's daughter replied, slightly taken aback. How can we locate her? Wouldn't a word with the local public security department suffice? However, she merely felt puzzled and didn't dwell too much on it. Thank you for your cooperation. Sensing the confusion in the other party's voice, Chen Mu decided not to press further. The other party politely acknowledged his gratitude before ending the call. Director Ma. Thank you for your cooperation. Chen Mu stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. It's my duty. But Officer He, regarding your investigation into Li Guilan and Ma Hongming, is... Director Ma tightly grasped Chen Mu's hand repeatedly. Unable to hold back, Director Ma, as the head of the village committee, surely you understand the basic rules, don't you? After flattering Director Ma, Chen Mu added playfully. Upon hearing this, the spirited Director Ma quickly smiled. Yes, it's inappropriate for the public security agency to disclose information. I spoke out of turn. All right, I'll take my leave. Grabbing his briefcase, Chen Mu confidently departed from Director Ma's office. Ma Hongming's daughters reportedly sneaked out shortly after being taken in by the welfare institution. It seems that even if we find the former director, Huang Yuzhu, it may not hold much significance. After setting the GPS for Yuan Feng Garden in the town, Chunmu couldn't help but murmur to himself as he pressed the accelerator. Based on his previous analysis, the information gleaned from Pingyao village seemed to be bringing the threads of the two a close. Yet, the information provided by the village head of Handan village inexplicably dimmed the once bright path ahead. Although the system had allotted him a month, the reality was that within this month, he not only needed to investigate the 6.21 case but also had to maneuver covertly with the police, even though he looked down upon the capabilities of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. With his escape becoming increasingly notorious, it was likely that higher-ups would send someone to intervene in the capture. Consequently, even with exceptional disguising skills, he could not afford to be complacent. This inadvertently plunged him into a state of anxiety. For before unveiling the true culprit behind the 6.21 case and clearing his name, he faced not only the risk of capture, but also the possibility of being shot. For if he were to die, the 6.21 case would certainly reach a resolution for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Given the controversies surrounding the 6.21 case due to his ongoing narrative, it was evident that the leadership of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would not remain idle, making the outcome of captured and shot likely the result they most desired. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chunmu unwittingly accelerated further to this moment. The sky was darkening, the setting sun gradually fading as nightfall began its countdown. Chapter 045. The fake police officer enters the real police officer's home. Upon arriving at Yuanfeng Garden in the town, the darkness had fully descended. Though the myriad lights did not evoke a sense of prosperity, they nonetheless contrasted starkly with Pingyao village and Handan village, as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds on the road outside Yuanfeng Garden. Chunmu was pleasantly surprised to find that it was not a typical residential complex. The weathered walls exuded a profound sense of 8G first glance. It appeared to be at least 20 years old. Despite its name resembling that of a community, it consisted of only a single 7-story building. Judging by appearances, it seemed to accommodate merely 2 households per floor. The faded green iron gate stood wide open, but to the entrance sat a small elderly security guard, clad in a uniform, dozing off while listening to a radio broadcasting new opera. His presence felt more symbolic than functional. However, this was undoubtedly what Chunmu was most pleased to see. Stepping out of the car, he walked over briskly. The drowsy elderly guard sprang to attention upon spotting an approaching police officer. Quickly standing up from his chair, saluting Chunmu, he exclaimed, "Officer," stifling a smile. Chunmu raised his hand in acknowledgement and directly inquired, "Hello, is Miss Huang Yuzhu residing here?" "Huang Yuzhu? Ah, yes, she lives here. Her home is in 301. Without Chunmu needing to ask further, the elderly guard divulged the information. He then, with a curious expression, asked, "Officer, what's going on?" "It's nothing," Chunmu replied with a smile, continuing his stride inside. In such an old building, elevators were certainly non-existent. The paint on the walls flaked onto the narrow staircase as Chunmu made his way straight up to the 3rd floor. Before the door of 301, unable to find a doorbell, he resorted to gently knocking on the door. Soon, a woman in an apron, upon seeing a police officer through the peephole, hurriedly opened the door, with shoulder-length curly hair and an air of grace. Huang Yuzhu was the first to speak. "Officer, what brings you here? Are you Director Huang Yuzhu?" "I am from the City Bureau's investigation team, and I would like to ask you about a few matters." Chunmu replied with a gentle smile. Hearing the title Director Huang Yuzhu caused Huang Yuzhu to momentarily lose her composure. After Chunmu presented his badge, she quickly ushered him inside. "Officer, please wait a moment. I'll just turn off the stove in the kitchen." Once inside, Huang Yuzhu smiled apologetically. "Please go ahead, Director Huang. There's no rush." "Oh, thank you, Officer. Please have a seat." After Chunmu sat down, Huang Yuzhu hurriedly removed her apron, turned off the stove, washed her hands, and rushed back. "Officer, you're here to inquire about the welfare institution, right?" Before Chunmu could respond, Huang Yuzhu, seated beside him, smiled and asked. Chunmu instinctively smiled lightly at her words. "Oh, how did you know I was here to ask about the welfare institution?" "Just calling you Director indicates that I must be inquiring about the welfare institution. It has been over 10 years since it closed, and I haven't been the director for over a decade. There are hardly any who still refer to me as Director." "Officer, please tell me what you wish to know." Huang Yuzhu smiled gracefully, a stark contrast to the previous village heads from Pingyao and Handan villages. All right, I 1T beat around the bush, Director Huang. When you were appointed at the Cine Third Welfare Institute, your institution took in a pair of sisters from Sichuan Handan village, correct? Chen Mu asked. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the phrase a pair of sisters from Sichuan Handan village, the previously composed Huang Yuzhu immediately lost her smile. Her expression transforming into one of indescribable complexity, tinged with a sense of guilt and self-reproach. Officer He, what brings you to ask about this? Without directly answering Chen Mu's question, Huang Yuzhu retorted, Director Huang, it is currently not suitable for me to disclose too much information. You only need to provide me with some relevant details from back then. Chen Mu responded with a gentle smile. At this reply, Huang Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. She then exhaled deeply, expressing her understanding. As for those two sisters, they left the deepest impression on me due to my guilt. I regret that our welfare institution did not adequately support them after taking them in, and that some staff members failed to provide them with sufficient care. I feel even more remorseful for our negligence, which allowed them to escape within 6 months of their arrival. Huang Yuzhu spoke with immense weight in her voice. It was evident that her remorse was sincere and not feigned. Did your welfare institution ever attempt to find them afterward? Chen Mu inquired. Yes, I personally searched for half a month. Although many claim to have seen those two children, we were never able to locate them. They were only 8 and 6 years old at that time. How could such young children survive on their own out in the world? Tears began to fall uncontrollably from her eyes as she spoke. Observing this, Chen Mu reached for a few tissues from the box on the table and handed them to her. After thanking him and drying her tears, Huang Yuzhu continued, Every time I think about what might have happened to them if they encountered bad people, I cannot bear to imagine further. During the time they escaped, I was plagued by nightmares every night. Waking up to an endless tide of guilt, I tried every possible connection to help find them. But to no avail. All these years, I have been unable to move past that incident, and I still often dream of those sisters. Only knowing they're living well now can finally ease my heart that has been troubled for over a decade. Hence, I asked my son, who works as a police officer at the Cine branch, to help me find them. Huang Yuzhu wiped away her tears. However, upon hearing that her son was a police officer, Chen Mu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. What a predicament! This fake police officer has entered the domain of a real police officer. In that instant, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming urge to leave. He knew that once her son returned, he would likely be exposed. That it was a foregone conclusion, as police protocol dictates that investigations must be conducted by 2 or more officers. This alone made it impossible for him to maintain his facade. Should suspicion arise, the chances of his fake investigation remaining undiscovered would be exceedingly slim. And no matter how strong his psychological fortitude or how seasoned his experience, everything would be futile in the face of a genuine police badge. Director Huang, do you have a photograph of those sisters? Chen Mu inquired rapidly, having made up his mind to depart as soon as possible. Yes, we took pictures of them when they entered the welfare institution, and I have kept them all this time. Without needing further prompting, Huang Yuzhu quickly rose to retrieve the photographs from her room as Chen Mu anxiously glanced outside. Thankfully, Huang Yuzhu did not take long. She soon emerged with the photographs, which depicted the two sisters together. Despite the passage of over a decade, they had been remarkably well preserved. Director Huang, I must take a picture of this, Chen Mu remarked with a forced smile. Yes, Officer He, go ahead. He swiftly captured an image with his phone. Then, ready to depart, he stood up and said, All right, Director Huang, we shall leave it at this for now. Should any further inquiries arise, I will reach out to you. All right, Officer He, please jot down my phone number. If you manage to find those sisters, you must inform me, so I can finally put my heart at ease after all these years. Huang Yuzhu quickly rose as well. Very well, please provide me with your mobile number. Despite his reluctance to waste time, Chen Mu had no choice but to endure this additional delay. After noting down her number, he wasted no time in exiting. As Chen Mu hurriedly drove away, a police officer in a nearby car, who had been avoiding pedestrians, furrowed his brow upon seeing Chen Mu exit the Yuan Phone Garden. Why is a police officer entering Yuan Phone Garden? What on earth happened? P.S. Thank you to Owen Wansa for the bubble milk tea, and He Jogu for the love power contributions, and Lin Dong for the love power contributions as well. Thank you all. Sending Love, Chapter 046, Taigo. Where are you now? Lu. Reply. At the entrance of Yuan Phone Garden, the police officer who had just witnessed Chinmu's departure had already changed out of his uniform before getting out of the car. As he stepped inside, the elderly security guard greeted him with a grin. Grandpa Wang, have you eaten? The man referred to as Lu laughed in response. Yes, yes. Grandpa Wang is always punctual when it comes to meals. Ah, the old man chuckled heartily. By the way, Grandpa Wang, I think I just saw an officer come out from here. What was that about? I was just about to tell you. He said he was looking for his mother. But as for the details, I don't know. Looking for my mother? Lu Donglin furrowed his brow. Yes, go ask your mother, and you'll find out. After a perfunctory reply, Lu Donglin hastened his pace back inside. Room 301. As Lu Donglin opened the door and entered, he immediately called out to Huang Yuzhu, who was busy in the kitchen. Mom, I just heard Grandpa Wang downstairs say a police officer came looking for you. What happened? Which department is he from? I'll tell you in a moment. Huang Yuzhu did not respond immediately. After plating the food from the pot, she took off her apron and brought the dishes to the dining table. Then she addressed Lu Donglin, saying, he is from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. What? The Investigation Division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Lu Donglin was bewildered. Why would they come to Cine? Moreover, it seems that our branch hasn't received any related news. This shouldn't be the case. Also, investigators from the Investigation Division typically don't wear uniforms when they go out. What could they possibly want? Lu Donglin hurriedly asked. They didn't come for anything specific, just to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the sisters Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling after they were taken in by the Cine Third Welfare Institute. Huang Yuzhu explained. This revelation only deepened Lu Donglin's confusion. He raised an eyebrow and asked, so, do they have news about the sisters? Huang Yuzhu shook her head. I wish they did. Unfortunately, they don't. They only came to ask about Xiaoli and Xiaoling's situation at the welfare institution. I even asked them why the Municipal Investigation Division wanted to inquire about this, but they didn't say. After taking a photo of the sisters for back then, they left. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Donglin was increasingly troubled by the situation. If they were indeed looking into the sisters' disappearance from the welfare institution, they ought to have contacted the Cine branch first for information. Why would they go directly to his mother? Moreover, if it were an investigative visit, it shouldn't have been just one person. Yet he distinctly saw only one person leave. This was clearly illogical. Mom, how many people came? Lu Donglin asked, his expression serious. Just why not why? Huang Yuzhu inquired, puzzled. One person. In an instant, Lu Donglin's nerves tightened. Did they show you their police badge? Yes, Huang Yuzhu responded, still confused. What was their name? Lu Donglin pressed on. He Tai. Huang Yuzhu replied. He Tai. Hearing that name, Lu Donglin's hair stood on end, and his scalp tingled with alarm. The reason was simple. The person could not possibly be He Tai. He Tai was a senior from the Nanyue Police Academy, a year ahead of him, and they had a certain rapport during their time in school. They occasionally kept in touch through instant messaging even now. Therefore, if the person were truly He Tai, he would most likely have given Lu Donglin a heads up before coming to Cine for an investigation, rather than showing up unannounced and alone. Could it be that they were impersonating He Tai, a fake police officer? Donglin, what's wrong with you? Noticing Lu Donglin's distress, Huang Yuzhu asked in surprise. Nothing that I just need to make a phone call. Lu Donglin forced a smile at his mother, not wanting to worry her, before quickly returning to his room, that he took out his phone and dialed He Tai's number. Hello, Donglin. Why are you calling me out of the blue? On the other end, He Tai, who had just returned to the Palm Garden underground parking lot in Yang City, answered the call, looking exhausted. Taigu, where are you now? Neglecting pleasantries, Lu Donglin hastily inquired. Huh? Where? What does it mean? Tai, taken aback, replied, Huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Donglin let out a complex sigh. Just now, a person claiming to be an investigator from Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation team came to my home, seeking my mother regarding an incident that occurred over a decade ago at the Cine Third Welfare Institute, where my mother was the director at that time. And then, Tai seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting dramatically. The individual who claimed to be from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation team is named He Tai, Lu Donglin stated. What? In the SUV parked in the Palm Garden underground garage. Tai, who had just unbuckled his seatbelt, suddenly jerked up, his head colliding with the roof of the car. However, he had no time to dwell on the pain. Are you suggesting that someone impersonated me to visit your mother? To investigate an incident from over a decade ago. The Municipal Public Security Bureau investigation team. Investigator claiming to be Hitai. If that person is not you, then they must be impersonating you. And according to my mother, they even presented relevant police credentials. Lu Donglin explained to this revelation. Atai could not contain his growing panic. He recalled the individual who had infiltrated his home, rendered him unconscious, and then impersonated him to infiltrate the investigation team. Stealing documents related to the 6.21 case from Captain Zhou Sun's office. Yes, it must be that scoundrel. What could he possibly want with your mother regarding the Welfare Institute from years ago? Tai's breathing became rapid. He is here for a pair of sisters. Years ago, when their parents tragically passed away, they were taken in by the Cine Third Welfare Institute at a tender age, but merely 6 months later, they escaped from the institute and have been missing ever since. He must be investigating their circumstances. Lu Donglin elaborated. Sisters who escaped from the Welfare Institute after losing their parents years ago? Damn it, what is that scoundrel up to? Atai's mind raced, smoke seemingly rising from his thoughts. Could it be that those sisters are somehow connected to the 6.21 case? Taiga, this matter must be reported. After all, someone is impersonating a municipal investigator and roaming about in police uniform. This could be serious. Lu Donglin insisted. No, hold on. Upon hearing Lu Donglin mention the individual was clad in a police uniform, Atai immediately trembled and interrupted. His intuition warned him that the uniform might belong to him. Huh? What? Wait for my call. Chapter 047. Su Man's gratitude after hanging up on Lu Donglin, Atai hastily pushed open the door and exited the car. Striding into the elevator. Upon returning home, he dashed straight into his bedroom. Flinging open the wardrobe to his horror, the police uniform that had been hanging there was conspicuously absent. Seeing the empty hangers, Atai trembled in fear. During the last intrusion, the intruder had left his home empty-handed after knocking him out, so when had his uniform been stolen? In the next moment, parched and anxious, he promptly opened the home surveillance footage to review the recordings. While rewinding the footage incessantly, suddenly, Atai's eyes widened in shock. The timestamps indicated that the intruder had entered his home once again yesterday afternoon, purposefully heading straight for the bedroom, and left shortly thereafter. Undoubtedly, they were after his police uniform, and they had succeeded. Damn it! Damn it! Unable to contain his emotions any longer, and disregarding the fact that he was a public servant, Atai erupted in a fit of rage, veins bulging as he shouted, even displaying signs of a breakdown. This is utterly outrageous. This is simply intolerable. For 2 consecutive days, they have infiltrated my home, first rendering me unconscious, and then returning to steal my police uniform. What do they take me, a member of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation team, for? If this gets out, how can I maintain my standing in the Bureau, let alone in the investigation team? How would my colleagues view me? Even if such matters cannot be blamed on me, and I would not face any criticism or punishment, the fact remains that, given the circumstances of my previous assault and the subsequent theft of my uniform, should this come alight, I would undoubtedly become the subject of endless gossip and ridicule. How would my superiors perceive me? My already dim prospects would become even bleaker. No, I cannot report this to the investigation team. Otherwise, they will certainly follow up and question the origin of that scoundrel-esque uniform. Tai muttered, regaining his composure. First, there was the negligence regarding the surveillance, then being rendered unconscious during the intrusion. And now, the second break-in resulting in the theft of my uniform. This series of events has thoroughly disturbed my peace of mind, in an effort to preserve my pride and prevent any further humiliation. This individual, who relied on connections and was able to join the investigation team through his uncle, the deputy director of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, has made an exceedingly foolish decision. With parched lips, he quickly dialed Lu Donglin's number again. Taiga? On the other end, Lu Donglin answered promptly. Donglin, let us hold off on reporting this for now. I'll head to Cine personally, Atai declared. Yes, he wished to personally follow up on the matter. To track down that scoundrel, if he could apprehend the individual in Cine, regardless of whether they were Chunmu or not, he could clear away the shame he had previously endured and dispel the lingering darkness. All right, then come on over. Taiga, Lu Donglin replied without further thought. In the town of Sini. Chun Mu was blissfully unaware that he was so close to falling into Lu Donglin's hands. However, he understood that if Huang Yuzhu mentioned his visit for inquiries to her son, who was an officer at the Sini branch, suspicion would surely arise as for how that suspicion would manifest. Chen Mu could not predict with certainty. Therefore, after hastily departing from the Yuanfeng residence, he immediately sought a place to revert to his original appearance as Song Chengfei and switch back to the original license plates on his vehicle. Under the starry night, despite having barely eaten all day, Chen Mu did not feel hungry as he made his way back to Yangqing, the Times Mingyuan apartment. He was too preoccupied with the thought of summarizing the series of information he had learned in Sini to consider food. As soon as he entered the lobby of the apartment, he spotted the female investigator Su Man exiting the elevator, a bag of trash in hand, ready to dispose of it. "Officer Su, what a coincidence." Chen Mu greeted politely. "I knocked on your door earlier, but you weren't home." Su Man smiled in response that I was out meeting with a client, and before I knew it, time had slipped away. Chen Mu replied, suddenly realizing, "Officer Su, what brings you here?" "I'm here to express my gratitude to you. Would it be convenient?" Su Man replied casually, "If it's convenient, I can take you out for the small crayfish you mentioned this morning." She added, "Oh, I was merely joking. It was a small favor, Officer Su. You needn't take it to heart." Chen Mu quickly responded, "No, I said I'm not used to being indebted to others. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable." Su Man stated earnestly. Chen Mu feigned helplessness, smiling. "So, to put your mind at ease, I should accept your gracious offer of thanks." Su Man nodded slightly. "Yes, if possible, that would be best, since Officer Su had put it that way." Chen Mu felt compelled to acquiesce. "Let me just put my things away and freshen up a bit," he said. "All right, I'll wait for you at the Xingyin Yitlong food stall on the left as you exit." Su Man smiled. "Okay." Chen Mu responded calmly, giving an okay sign before stepping into the elevator in apartment 406. After stowing away his backpack and Tai's police uniform, Chen Mu glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock at night. Remembering he was just 10 points away from unlocking a one-time exchange in the system, and considering the potential complications that might arise from his upcoming encounter with Su Man, he decided to open his computer and he uploaded the latest chapter of I Am Not a Criminal to be released at midnight. Once the clock struck 12 and the chapter was published, the system would reward him with the 10 points needed to unlock the exchange shop. After finalizing these arrangements, he checked the mirror to ensure there were no flaws in his disguise before heading downstairs towards the Xing Yitlong food stall as instructed by Su Man. Here, there is no need for Chen Mu to search far and wide. With sharp eyes, Su Man immediately raised her hand to call out upon seeing him. Chen Mu, adorned with a harmless smile under the gentle sunlight, hastened his steps towards her. "I've ordered 5 gene of crayfish and some local specialty barbecues. What else would you like to eat?" As soon as Chen Mu settled down, Su Man swiftly inquired, pushing the menu towards him. "That's plenty. More than enough." Chen Mu quickly responded. "Well then," Su Man replied politely with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen Mu, understanding the nuance, refrained from pursuing the topic, aware that forcing conversation could come off as frivolous and might evoke an unwelcome discomfort. After all, through their brief interactions, he had gleaned some insight into her character. Thus, he believed that if he remained silent, Su Man, as the one expressing gratitude, would eventually break the awkwardness herself. However, before Su Man could initiate a conversation, an unexpected notification from the system interrupted the moment. Chapter updated successfully. Reward 10 points. Following this, the system announced the opening of a one-time exchange mall. Simultaneously, as Su Man felt increasingly awkward and prepared to engage Chen Mu in conversation, a sudden exclamation erupted from a nearby diner. "I can't believe it. Mu Shun has updated. I'm really not a criminal." Mu Shun has updated? Did he really update this early today? Incredible. With that exclamation, diners around began to echo one another in surprise. The fervor surrounding "I'm really not a criminal" had already reached unprecedented heights in the online literature realm, given that it was set in their very city of Yangqing. It was easy to imagine the multitude of fans it had garnered. Even those who previously had little interest in novels found themselves engrossed in Chen Mu's tale of escape. Yet, upon witnessing the reactions of those around her, Su Man, who had intended to break the ice with Chen Mu, suddenly turned pale with anger. The enthusiasm of the crowd for "I'm really not a criminal," in a certain light, reflected the utmost disgrace for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, a profound humiliation. Struggling to suppress the indignation brought on by this disgrace, she abandoned her intention to alleviate the awkwardness. Instead, she picked up her phone, opened the Zhongxi novel app, and accessed the sole book on her shelf. "I'm really not a criminal." Meanwhile, Chenmu was utterly astonished by the explosive popularity of "I'm really not a criminal," as the update had elicited such a fervent response from so many. Unlike Su Man and the others, he was not merely eager. His anticipation stemmed from the activation of the exchange mall by the system. With a silent thought, a virtual panel manifested before his eyes. Advanced combat skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced firearm skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced driving skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced negotiation skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced cooking skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced hacking skills, 60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced. The virtual panel displayed a plethora of skills, ranging from psychological manipulation to flirting techniques and debate skills. An array so vast that it seemed there was nothing beyond its reach. However, upon seeing "advanced and valid for 120 minutes, Chenmu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although he had anticipated that the skills offered for exchange would be one-time use, the notion of charging for 6 days only to use them for 2 hours felt rather excessive. Moreover, the skills were merely classified as advanced, not godly. Even if the system's advanced skills might be top tier in daily life, having experienced the miraculous effects of god-level makeup skills, he couldn't help but feel somewhat let down by the distinction. How incredible would it be to deceive an investigator into revealing their flaw by calling for assistance, then to wander around until they return home and infiltrate their residence to subdue them? To then enter the Public Security Bureau, even the office of the investigation team leader, to access case files? That would be an extraordinary feat. While Mu Shan's narrative was indeed captivating, it raised questions about the incompetence of the city's public security personnel and investigation team. If Mu Shan's account were not fictional, it painted a rather dismal picture of the investigators, who were being outsmarted by a mere author. This is how taxpayer money is being spent. Although such audacious maneuvers were perilously reckless, they undeniably provided great amusement. Should Mu Shan continue in this manner, one could only dread the possibility of him being discovered and facing dire consequences. As the diners began to share their thoughts on the newly updated chapter, Chenmu discreetly stored away the virtual panel to align with the prevailing atmosphere. He pulled out his phone to join the throng of eager readers. Upon hearing Su Man's teeth-gritted exclamation of "bastard," he lowered his voice to inquire. The law is indeed vast and all-encompassing. He cannot escape, absolutely cannot. Su Man's face was dark with anger as she retorted, unaware that her visible frustration amused Chenmu. If this continued, it would not bode well. Regardless of whether Chenmu was wronged or not, he remained a prime suspect in a heinous case. An escapee implicated in a massacre. His blatant provocations towards the police only served to rally the public to his side, transforming them into fervent supporters. What on earth was happening in this world? Feigning a righteous indignation, Chenmu muttered, "Injustice cannot prevail." His words seemed to ease Su Man's ire somewhat, while simultaneously enhancing her regard for him. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, he seized the moment to ask, "By the way, Officer Su, why hasn't that novel been taken down? Why allow it to exacerbate the negative perceptions of the Public Security Bureau?" His inquiry aimed to ascertain whether the police were truly powerless against the system's intervention. As expected, Su Man, caught in his rhythm, inadvertently blurted out, "Hacker? Does he have accomplices?" Feigning astonishment, Chenmu widened his eyes, while Su Man's expression changed abruptly, realizing she had let slip something that should remain confidential. At that very moment, the staff from the roadside eatery brought over plates of crayfish and barbecued delicacies. Observing this, Su Man hastily diverted the conversation. "Let's eat first. My apologies, Officer Su. I spoke out of turn and asked questions I shouldn't have. Rest assured, I won't utter a single word to anyone." At this point, Chenmu had already arrived at a definitive conclusion. The hacker Su Man mentioned was undoubtedly the result of system intervention. After all, no matter how formidable a hacker might be, They would not dare to audaciously infiltrate the back end of the Zhangxi novel official website for such an extended period. It was apparent that both the Zhangxi novel website and the relevant official departments were undoubtedly striving to reclaim control. The crayfish and barbecue were served, yet Su Man did not partake. Perhaps it was the slip of the tongue that revealed unwarranted information which left her in a state of disarray. Or perhaps it was the surrounding diners, who were fervently discussing her innocence and attributing various negative labels to the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation team. In that moment, Su Man yearned for a moment of solitude to compose herself. "Mr. Song, please go ahead. I need to use the restroom." With a forced smile, she rose from the outdoor table and made her way toward the entrance of the eatery. However, before she could reach the door, she paused, contemplating the restroom's condition in such an establishment. With a slight hint of germophobia, she decided against entering and instead turned toward her apartment. Chen Mu, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Is she discontented with the cleanliness of the eatery's restroom? Opting to return to her apartment, under Chen Mu's gaze, Su Man walked toward the apartment building until her silhouette vanished from view. Only then did Chen Mu retract his gaze in that fleeting moment. He noticed Su Man's phone left on the table, its screen still illuminated, displaying the last page of the latest chapter of I Am Not a Criminal. Suddenly, Chen Mu froze. Had she disabled the auto-lock feature? Nevertheless, he was not overly surprised, as some individuals possess such habits. After a brief moment of confusion, gazing at the abandoned phone, an audacious thought struck him. If he could hack into Su Man's phone, transforming it into his own listening device, would that not allow him to gain significant insights into the movements of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation team? Once this notion took root, he recalled that he currently possessed 60 points, enough to redeem 2 hours of advanced hacking skills. With a grave expression, he repeatedly twitched his eyelids. Ultimately, he decided against saving his points for a critical moment. Realizing that this opportunity was exceedingly rare, with his resolve solidified, Chen Mu no longer hesitated. He glanced toward the apartment building, noting that Su Man's figure had yet to reappear, and swiftly redeemed his 60 points for a one-time use of advanced hacking skills. As the redemption succeeded, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind. In the next moment, methods for hacking into a phone and conducting surveillance crystallized in his consciousness. Wasting no time, Chen Mu retrieved his own phone and quickly began typing. After a glance toward the apartment building, still no sign of Su Man. He held his breath and marked the position of Su Man's phone with a few toothpicks. He then donned disposable gloves meant for eating crayfish, picked up her phone, and initiated a rapid series of inputs. Throughout this, he continually glanced toward the apartment building, relieved that Su Man had not yet emerged, as he monitored the loading progress of the intrusion on his phone. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Fortunately, by the time the progress reached 100, Su Man had still not appeared. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Chen Mu promptly restored her phone's display to its original state and returned it to its marked position. Just as he completed this task, Su Man gracefully exited the apartment building. Discarding the toothpicks and removing the disposable gloves, Chen Mu stealthily tucked them into his pocket before nonchalantly picking up his phone to feign distraction. "Why aren't you eating?" Su Man inquired upon her return, immediately glancing at her phone. It was only when she reached the entrance of her apartment that she remembered her phone was left behind. However, she dismissed the thought of going back to retrieve it, as she felt secure with Chen Mu present, believing there was little risk of it being lost. Regarding the possibility of Chen Mu peeking at her phone, she similarly doubted that he would be foolish enough to do so. Seeing her phone still in its original position, displaying the same pause screen, she inquired without further thought, Officer Su, you're back already?" Chen Mu looked up with a smile. Putting his phone down, "No need to wait for me. Please eat." With a renewed sense of calm, Su Man resumed her seat and instinctively pressed the screen lock on her phone. "Well then, let me extend my gratitude to Officer Song for this meal. I shall not be polite." Chen Mu donned a pair of disposable gloves and reached for the crayfish. Yet he soon noticed Su Man remained inactive. "Officer Su, are you not eating? I'm not accustomed to these foods." "You go ahead." Chen Mu responded. "You invited me to dinner, and now you just watch me eat?" This, Su Man paused, realizing it did indeed seem somewhat improper. She then extended her delicate hand to take a lamb skewer from the platter, saying, "I'll just have this." Regardless of Chun Mu's past life or the memories of the original owner in this new existence, this late-night snack constituted the most awkward meal of his life. Throughout the entire time, Su-Man only consumed a single lamb skewer, while the rest of the time she merely observed Chun Mu eat. Consequently, more than half of the 5 pounds of crayfish and a platter of barbecued items went to waste. Setting aside whether Chun Mu could consume such a quantity, the dynamic of him eating while Su-Man watched rendered any appetite nearly non-existent. Moreover, he was keen to conclude this thank-you dinner swiftly. After all, the one-time advanced hacking skills he had redeemed were limited to a 2-hour usage window. Eager to make the most of it, he was determined not to squander the remaining time. Thus, from the moment they began until the end, the entire meal lasted a brief 20 minutes, and Su-Man's thank-you dinner concluded. Chapter 050. No, the direction is wrong. Good night, good night. In the corridor of the Era Minuan apartment, both Chun Mu and Su-Man spoke in unison. Unlike Chun Mu's knowing smile, Su-Man's words were more of a polite formality. She then opened the door to her apartment 405 and stepped inside, listening to the sound of the door closing behind her. A faint smile curved Chun Mu's lips as he quickly entered his own room. He needed to seize the time to maximize the utility of the 120 minutes of advanced hacking skills he had acquired. And there was now just over an hour remaining. Upon entering his room, he hurriedly unfolded his laptop. With the advanced hacking skills fresh in his mind, he focused intently and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Those intricate lines of code, once akin to hieroglyphics in his eyes, now danced like sprites beneath his fingertips, thanks to the enhancement of the advanced hacking skills. Half an hour later, the screen flickered with static before revealing the surveillance interface of Yangqing's Skynet. However, Chun Mu was far from satisfied that he minimized the Skynet page and continued to type swiftly. His goal was not merely to infiltrate, but to conceal his intrusion as perfectly as possible to avoid detection by the authorities. After all, once the skill's time limit expired, he would be helpless against the police in a digital confrontation. Lines of data and code flashed across the screen, and just before the skill's duration ended, the internal surveillance of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau appeared on the computer screen. As Chun Mu halted his fingers, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. In the next instant, the hacking knowledge he had just utilized dissipated entirely from his mind. Thank goodness I made it in time. Feeling the elusive grasp of technical knowledge slipping away, Chun Mu couldn't help but murmur a sigh of relief, having successfully infiltrated and obtained covert access. Even if bereft of advanced hacking skills, he could still monitor the surveillance feeds of his intrusions through basic computer operations. All he needed to do was maintain his computer's power, as long as it remained operational. He would hold the movements of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation team firmly within his grasp. Regrettably, he could only access visuals, as the distance of the surveillance cameras severely limited the audio quality. Nonetheless, having successfully hacked into Su-Man's phone somewhat mitigated this shortcoming, for whenever Su-Man was present, he could eavesdrop on their conversations. After a flurry of activity, Chun Mu finally withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and stepped into the room. He pulled aside the white cloth masking the blackboard and erased the analysis of the 621 case that had already been recorded on his phone. He then took up his pen anew. Documenting the insights gleaned from this trip to Cine Point 15 years prior, an accident occurred. The car owner was Tang Chenghui, the perpetrator Tang Wenli, and the victims included Li Gulan and Ma Hongming, who tragically fell to his demise while petitioning. The two daughters of Ma Hongming and Li Gulan, who had vanished after escaping the welfare institution, along with various connections between the 621 case victim Tang Wenxiu and the aforementioned Tang Wenli and Tang Chenghui, were meticulously recorded on the blackboard for further analysis. Ultimately, he affixed a printed photograph of the two sisters, obtained from Huang Yuzhu, the director of the Cine Third Welfare Institute, to the board, based on the information provided by Lu Wenqing and the Pingyao Village Committee. It was now evident that the accident caused by Tang Wenli had occurred during the period when Tang Wenxiu returned home for the May Day holiday. Thus, could it be that Tang Wenxiu's drastic change upon returning, as noted by Lu Wenqing, was somehow linked to that accident? If unrelated, why would such star transformations manifest around the time of the holiday? Moreover, it appeared he was exhibiting signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. Additionally, according to the village head of Handan, Ma Hongming's fixation on the notion that his wife, Li Gulan, would not have perished had she received timely medical attention, and his belief that it was not the solitary Tang Wenli who caused her death raises questions. Was this truly a matter of extortion, or had he uncovered some hidden truth? If it were the former, why would his sister pursue legal action following Ma Hongming's untimely death? Logically, even if Ma Hongming saw compensation, it seems implausible that he would resort to such crude tactics. Yet if he possessed information that could clarify the situation, why would he remain silent, especially when the villagers were entirely unaware? Could it be that he feared revealing it would jeopardize his chances of receiving the compensation he sought? Furthermore, the incident involving Ma Hongming's fatal motorcycle accident while petitioning, was it truly an accident or a deliberate act? No, the direction was amiss with this thought. Chun Mu shook his head vigorously. Just suppose, that Ma Hongming spoke the truth, that the one who killed Li Guilin was not the impoverished Tang Wenli. Given the delicate information he had gathered and his prior suspicions, it was undeniable that Tang Wenxiu emerged as the primary suspect. If one were to reconstruct the events from the perspective of Tang Wenxiu as the true perpetrator, it would unfold thus. After returning home for the May Day holiday, he drove Tang Wenxiu's vehicle to town and, on the way back, struck Li Guilin. Fearing the repercussions on his teaching career, he sought someone to take the blame. Undoubtedly, Tang Wenli would be the most suitable candidate. After all, having relied on Tang Wenxiu's family since childhood, and with his job arranged by Tang Wenxiu's mother, the now isolated Tang Wenli possessed ample motive to take the fall, especially considering the potential involvement of Tang Chenghui, who had benefited immensely from his grandfather's support. If Tang Wenxiu were indeed the true offender, and Tang Wenli merely a scapegoat, then Tang Wenxiu's subsequent withdrawal from Yangqing No. 7 Middle School and his avoidance of interactions with other teachers could be rationalized, for any contact with the school's faculty would likely lead to discussions about Lu Wenqing. Despite the fact that those teachers were unaware of their clandestine relationship, for Tang Wenxiu, who sought to attribute the source of his guilt to Lu Wenqing, it was clear he wished to avoid any mention of her, as it might rekindle memories of the tragic incident that haunted him. Indeed, this may very well be the crux of the truth from 15 years ago, if this were indeed the case. Then the origins of the 621 massacre could very well trace back to that fateful accident. Huang Yuzhu noted that Ma Hongming and Li Guilin's daughters were aged 8 and 6 at the time. The elder, now in her early 20s, would undoubtedly have the means to seek retribution. Moreover, the justification for vengeance was absolute, as not only had they lost their mother, but their father's demise likely stemmed from the delayed medical assistance. If Tang Wenli truly took the blame for Tang Wenxiu, the time required for such a cover-up could very well have led to Li Guilin's untimely death. However, the forensic findings from the 621 case indicated that an adult male was responsible, affirming it was a solitary act. While one might question the competence of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation team, it was reasonable to expect no errors in their fundamental conclusions drawn from the crime scene. Could it be that someone was aiding Ma Hongming's daughters in their quest for vengeance? A boyfriend? A husband? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Mu rapidly rose from the lazy sofa, rushing to the blackboard to jot down his insights. With the connections formed from these clues, his prior experience as a criminal investigator made it impossible to overlook this possibility. Indeed, there were numerous cases from his past where men, blinded by love, committed heinous acts. At this point, Chun Mu felt as though he were grasping the very tail of the truth. If he could locate Tang Wenli, he might uncover whether he had indeed taken the fall for Tang Wenxiu. Should he ascertain through Tang Wenli that Tang Wenxiu was the perpetrator, the focus of the 621 case would inevitably shift toward the accident, thereby implicating the Ma sisters. Yet the pressing question remained: how to find Tang Wenli? Clearly, he could not wait until next year's Qingming festival, when Tang Wenli would visit Pingyao village. Even if the true culprits behind the 621 massacre were indeed the Ma sisters, one had to ponder whether Tang Wenli was still alive to provide answers. Moreover, even if Tang Wenli were alive and found, how could he connect with the Ma sisters? This posed yet another formidable challenge for Chun Mu. If the 621 massacre was indeed an act of vengeance by the Ma sisters, why had he been ensnared in this web? Was he merely a scapegoat, or had he unwittingly become an obstacle in their scheme to mislead the police? Chun Mu furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of such a scenario. There had to be an aspect he had overlooked. Meanwhile, as Chun Mu meticulously organized the details of the 621 case. In room 405 across from 406, Su Man was equally engrossed in the blackboard that she had had delivered to her room after clearing out its contents that morning. The blackboard was now densely filled with a series of events that Chun Mu had undertaken since his escape from prison. Her gaze fixated on the prominently highlighted phrase, the theft of the 621 case files. Her brows knitted tightly together. Why would one seek to steal the contents of the 621 case? What could possibly compel someone to take such monumental risks to acquire information pertaining to this case? Furthermore, why not leave Yang City? Why persist in lingering there to provoke the police? Is it, as Gao Mingwei suggested, that he suffers from dissociative identity disorder, with an alternate, distorted persona committing the crime unbeknownst to his primary self? Or perhaps, he truly is not the perpetrator of this 621 case? Could it be that he confessed only due to the intense interrogation by the likes of Atai and his associates? Indeed, Su Man found herself wavering. Initially, she was resolute in her belief that Chun Mu was the true culprit of the 621 case, firmly convinced that his early actions were deliberate provocations aimed at the police. Yet gradually, as Chun Mu's subsequent actions unfolded, particularly his insistence on documenting the known behaviors of the police in I Am Not a Criminal, her certainty began to erode. Could it be that Chun Mu is indeed wronged? For if he were the genuine culprit of 621, what motive would he have to remain in Yang City? What rationale could justify the perilous gamble of attempting to steal the case files? Such notions were undeniably flawed. Moreover, even the common folks dining at the night market tonight could surmise that if matters continued in this manner, higher authorities would inevitably intervene in Yang City, plunging Chun Mu into a hellish predicament. Could it be that with Chun Mu's intellect, he was oblivious to such possibilities? Absolutely not. Given these circumstances, Chun Mu's presence in Yang City and his audacious attempt to pilfer the case files warrant profound contemplation. The reason for his serialization of his actions in I Am Not a Criminal was to create a significant impact, redirecting public attention to the 621 case while simultaneously drawing the notice and concern of higher-ups. Was it not? Su Man murmured softly, her brows furrowing in contemplation. But on the other end, in a modest one-bedroom apartment temporarily assigned to criminal psychology expert Gao Mingwei by the Yang City Public Security Bureau. The hour approached 3 in the morning, yet the tall expert, clad in pajamas and reclining on her bed, remained wide awake. With her hands cradling her phone, she found herself engrossed in the comments section of I Am Not a Criminal. After a considerable time, she decided to leave a comment. Her slender fingers, devoid of embellishment, began typing in the input field. If you are truly innocent, then turn yourself in. Trust me, Jim Y. This was the only means Gao Mingwei could conceive to communicate with Chun Mu. Even though she harbored doubts about the likelihood of him responding, or even seeing her comment at all. Yet, as a former classmate, someone with whom she had once shared a cordial relationship, she genuinely wished for him to cease this reckless path. From her studies in psychology, she had thoroughly concluded that Chun Mu was intent on investigating the 621 case himself. However, while seeking to prove his innocence was commendable, the question remained, could he truly contend against the police alone? Furthermore, with the continuous updates in I Am Not a Criminal, as more information emerged, the Yang City Public Security Bureau was not foolish. Their leadership was even less so. It was inevitable that they would reconsider their prior conclusions. This, without a doubt, would heighten the likelihood of a fatal encounter during apprehension. Otherwise, the leaders of the Yang City Public Security Bureau and the investigative team would face severe repercussions due to the influence propagated by I Am Not a Criminal regarding wrongful accusations. Undoubtedly, at this juncture, the 621 case must not be a miscarriage of justice, and should Chun Mu be fatally shot during an attempt to apprehend him, this turmoil would dissipate as long as Chun Mu were to perish. Even if the 621 case were later revealed to be a wrongful conviction, the relevant authorities might find ways to downplay the incident privately. Conversely, if Chun Mu were to survive and it was ultimately proven that he was coerced into a confession, the repercussions for the responsible leaders, especially for Li Hongwei, who oversaw the investigation, would be dire. His best outcome would be the end of any hopes for promotion. Such outcomes were certainly unacceptable to them. Yet, What puzzled Gao Mingwei was why Chun Mu failed to grasp this underlying logic. Why did he continue to amplify the influence of "I am not a criminal"? While this might, to some extent, draw the attention of higher authorities to reinvestigate the 621 case, the side effect was that once he became a target for the Yang City Police, any misstep could lead to his immediate demise. Was it worth risking his life to prompt higher authorities to intervene in the 621 case investigation? Moreover, and perhaps most crucially, if Chun Mu's intention was indeed to incite the upper echelons to engage in the investigation, why then did he jeopardize himself by infiltrating the Public Security Bureau's investigation team to steal the case files? Was it evident that he was intent on conducting his own inquiry? Thus, Gao Mingwei found herself increasingly perplexed by Chun Mu's simultaneous updates to "I am not a criminal," while daringly risking the theft of the 621 case files, as these seemingly contradictory questions swirled in her mind. It was destined to be a sleepless night for her. At this moment in the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment, in room 406, Chen Mu, preparing to sleep, once again scrolled through the comments section, attempting to see if the individual who had provocatively taunted him the previous night had resurfaced. After filtering through the comments, he abruptly froze that it was Gao Mingyue's message in the review section of "I am not a criminal." The comment stood out as exceedingly incongruous. If you were truly innocent, then turn yourself in. Trust me, GMY.GMY. Chen Mu, still reclining on his bed, sat upright. GMY. 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 What was Gao Mingwei implying? His eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware that Gao Mingwei had majored in psychology during their university years and had since secured a position within a governmental department in the province. Yet, he was oblivious to the specifics of her role or department, and seemingly, so were their classmates at a previous reunion. Someone had inquired, but Gao Mingwei had deftly evaded the question. Consequently, Chun Mu had chosen not to press the matter further. Upon seeing the content of that comment, he felt nearly certain it was indeed Gao Mingwei. Setting aside the abbreviation GMY, only a former classmate working in the provincial government would have the audacity to utter the words "trust me." However, after a moment of daze, Chun Mu chose not to respond that it was not a matter of whether he trusted Gao Mingwei. Rather, he had no choice should he turn himself in, regardless of whether Gao Mingwei could genuinely assist him in clearing his name. The most critical point was, if he failed to update "I am not a criminal" for 7 days, the system would retract all its endowments and self-destruct. Furthermore, if the true culprit of the 621 case remained undiscovered within a month, he would face the death penalty without any possibility of appeal. Given these stakes, it was inconceivable for him to turn himself in, not even for his father, let alone for a mere high school classmate. Disturbed by Gao Mingyue's comment, Chen Mu lost interest in continuing to scroll through the comments below. He retrieved a photograph from his album, one taken 15 years ago at the orphanage featuring the Ma sisters. Enlarging the image on his screen, he pondered aloud, "The massacre of the Tang family. Is this your revenge? Where are you now in Yang City? What have you become?" Chun Mu was certain that the perpetrator of the 621 massacre case must still be residing in Yangcheng, someone living among its inhabitants. Otherwise, the system would never have issued such a side quest. For now, he decided to temporarily set aside the lead involving Tang Wenli. The immediate priority was to locate the two sisters that he was confident that, with his experience, he could discern whether they were involved, as no deceit could escape his keen gaze in a residential area of Yangcheng. A phone rang urgently in the dead of night. The person asleep in bed jolted awake, taking several deep breaths after abruptly flipping over. He grabbed the mobile phone from the bedside table and pressed the answer button. "Have you seen the latest content of "I am truly not a criminal"? Came a voice from the other end. Yes. If he wasn't merely fabricating stories and had indeed infiltrated the Public Security Bureau to steal the case files of 621, it would signify that he intended to investigate on his own. The occupant of the bedroom remained silent. After a moment of stillness, he responded, "What do you wish to convey?" After a brief hesitation, the voice on the line suggested, "Perhaps you should leave Yangcheng." However, the other party scoffed derisively. "What? Do you think he could trace me back here?" He was too cunning, not only leading the Yangcheng police by the nose, but also managing to stealthily disguise himself to infiltrate the Public Security Bureau and steal the case files. "Am I not capable of leading the Yangcheng police astray as well?" The other party retorted with a mocking tone. Not waiting for a response, he then coldly stated, before he is recaptured and faces capital punishment, "I cannot leave Yangqing." The fact that I am truly not a criminal had led many to start believing in his wrongful accusation. The voice on the phone replied solemnly, "Isn't that even better? This way." The pressure shifts onto the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. If this is a case of wrongful conviction, those responsible for 6.21 would not only face severe consequences, but also jeopardize the future of relevant leaders. Can they accept that? Thus, the greater the popularity of that novel, the more significant its impact. It may not necessarily be a bad thing that I believe the Yangqing Public Security Bureau will go to great lengths to find him, ultimately culminating in a scenario where the criminal resists arrest and is shot dead. Once he is gone, the matter of 6.21 will be settled. Chapter 053. Out of reach, a night passed in silence. The following morning, Chun Mu chose not to venture outside, perhaps out of curiosity regarding the daily operations of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation team. He woke, washed up, prepared a simple bowl of noodles, and sat down at his computer to monitor the surveillance of the investigation team. Before long, Su Man's figure appeared on the monitor. Noticing this, Chun Mu promptly retrieved his phone to initiate eavesdropping. However, upon activating the eavesdropping, the scene on his computer screen caused him to widen his eyes in shock. Gao Mingwei. Gao Mingwei had appeared among the investigation team of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. What was happening? Was she coming to assist him in clearing his name? Or was she there to aid the Yangqing Public Security Bureau in capturing him? Chun Mu quickly plugged his headphones into his phone, eager to listen in on Su Man's conversations through her phone's microphone. Yet he was soon disappointed. Gao Mingwei merely smiled and nodded at the investigators before promptly entering the office of Captain Zhou Sun alongside a middle-aged man and a young lad. "Captain Zhou, how did yesterday's inquiries go?" Gao Mingwei asked as soon as she took a seat in Zhou Sun's office. "That we visited Yangqing No. 7 Middle School and South Guangdong Normal University, but we didn't gather any useful information." Zhou Sun replied with a grave expression that "Let's hear about the inquiry results," said criminal investigation expert Su Hualin. Zhou Sun turned his gaze toward veteran investigator Lin Guodong, who immediately understood and began recounting. "Professor Su, expert Gao, there was little information regarding Tang Wenxiu from South Guangdong Normal University as he graduated over 20 years ago. There are hardly any faculty members left who interacted with him. We managed to find an older staff member nearing retirement, but the information provided was quite limited. They only mentioned that Tang Wenxiu was rather shy back in the day, diligent in his studies, and a decent person, though not very talkative. Beyond that, there was nothing more." Following Lin Guodong's account, Zhou Sun continued, regarding Tang Wenxiu's shy and reticent nature. This was corroborated by Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, where it was noted that when he first arrived, he had a pleasant demeanor and never displayed hostility, being exceptionally courteous and humble. However, due to his lack of verbal communication, he struggled to integrate into the faculty community for quite some time. "Yes, Captain Zhou, please proceed," Gao Mingwei interjected lightly. Nodding slightly, Zhou Sun continued. "However, over time, Tang Wenxiu's shy disposition gradually changed, thanks in part to a female teacher named Lu Wenxing, who made persistent efforts to involve him in their private faculty activities. After several such occasions, Tang Wenxiu's personality began to transform, allowing him to finally integrate into the teacher community at the school. Throughout his tenure at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School until his departure. According to their accounts, Tang Wenxiu never bore any grudges against anyone, that he was always greeted with smiles and exhibited a courteous demeanor, which endeared him to many, especially among the female teachers, although he did not engage in any romantic relationships during his 4 years there. Upon hearing this, both Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin furrowed their brows, clearly dissatisfied with the information they were receiving. That if this were indeed the case, it would mean that the roots of the revenge behind the 6.21 case could potentially be eliminated from Tang Wenxiu. However, one teacher mentioned something that struck me as rather peculiar. Zhou Sun remarked, Gao Mingwei's eyes narrowed. What was peculiar? It was stated that after leaving Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, Tang Wenxiu ceased all contact with the faculty there. Initially, several teachers attempted to invite him out for gatherings, but he consistently declined with various excuses, even ignoring a wedding invitation from one of the teachers. Zhou Sun explained. Noticing his apparent reluctance to reconnect with them, the teachers gradually ceased their attempts. "Captain Zhou, Could you elaborate on why you found this peculiar? Criminal investigation expert Su Hualin inquired. Because, based on our previous inquiries at Yangqing No. 3 Middle School, we learned that Tang Wenxiu was quite affable and caring towards students from less fortunate backgrounds. His rapport with fellow teachers was exceptionally harmonious, with hardly anyone speaking ill of him. Yet, such a person, who had never clashed with anyone during his time at No. 7 Middle School, would abruptly sever ties with all the faculty after his transfer. This is quite illogical. It defies common sense. Zhou Sun shook his head, his gaze contemplative. Are you certain that he never had any unpleasant encounters with other teachers during his time at No. 7? Gao Mingyue questioned. There should be none, as multiple teachers corroborated this during our inquiries. They had no reason to conceal anything, Zhou Sun replied. Captain Zhou, you mentioned that Tang Wenxiu's personality transformation was aided by that teacher named Lu Wenqing. What did Lu Wenqing have to say about Tang Wenxiu? Su Hualin asked. We have been unable to reach Lu Wenqing. Zhou Sun replied with a wry smile. What? Unable to reach her? Su Hualin furrowed his brows in confusion. Yes, the school informed us that Lu Wenqing has taken a few days off due to her mother-in-law's health issues. After obtaining her contact information from the school, our calls have either indicated that she is out of service area or that the line is unreachable. Even this morning, I tried calling again. But still no luck, Zhou Sun explained. What about Tang Wenxiu's wife, Wei Wenhui, and his mother, Ma Shufan? Have you re-examined their social connections that you previously overlooked? Any unusual findings? Gao Mingyue inquired further. This task is quite substantial, and we haven't had time to reorganize it yet. After all, it's just Lin and me handling it, and we can't manage everything. Zhou Sun shook his head, recognizing the implications in his words. Gao Mingyue glanced at Professor Su Hualin, who subtly nodded in understanding. Captain Zhou, are there any trustworthy individuals in the team? Gao Mingyue asked out of course. I mean no offense. I just wish to keep our investigation discreet. Otherwise, others in the team and relevant leaders at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau may harbor objections, which could impact our subsequent actions. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment. How about Su Man? He suggested. Fine, since she is someone you trust, let us bring her on board. Gao Mingyue smiled faintly. Professor Su, expert Gao, are you certain that re-examining the social connections of the victim's family in the 621 case will be truly beneficial? Will it indeed lead us to Chen Mu and uncover the actual points of suspicion in the 621 case? Old investigator Lin Guodong remarked that I can only assert that this direction is currently the most worthy of our in-depth exploration. As for whether we can trace Chen Mu through this method or identify the true points of suspicion in the 621 case, no one can guarantee that. Su Hualin spoke solemnly. Old investigator Lin Guodong gave a sheepish smile. He then glanced at Gao Mingyue and said, Expert Gao, your visit here seems more about exonerating your old classmate Chen Mu and restoring his innocence. Am I right? Chapter 054. An innate dread from the depths of memory, eh? The sudden interrogation instantly rendered the atmosphere in the office peculiar. Even Zhou Sun could hardly believe that Lin Guodong would utter such a statement. What? What do you wish to say? After a brief moment of astonishment, Gao Mingyue looked at Lin Guodong with a half-smile. If Chen Mu truly isn't the murderer of the 621 case, what harm is there in my coming to clear his name? Should wrongful convictions be regarded as a commendable tradition within a law enforcement system? Expert Gao, I did not mean that. Indeed, if Chen Mu is not the murderer of the 621 case, then clearing his name is imperative. However, the pressing priority remains to apprehend him first, regardless of whether he is the perpetrator or not. After all, he is still labeled as a fugitive from the 621 case, is he not? So, should we not delineate the primary from the secondary? Meeting Gao Mingyue's gaze, Lin Guodong exhibited no signs of trepidation. For someone like him, who was well aware that his prospects for advancement were bleak, his concerns were notably FEW in light of Lin Guodong's remarks. Zhou Sun remained silent, his unspoken stance being sufficiently clear. Yes, his thoughts aligned with Lin Guodong's. So what do you believe we should be doing now? How do you propose we distinguish between what you term the primary and secondary? The web of law enforcement in Yangqing has been consistently tightening, and the police's scrutiny has never ceased. Yet, the fact remains that so many days have passed, and we have long missed the optimal window for apprehension. Under these circumstances, do you believe continuing the routine checks holds significant value? Or do you expect Shenmue to await your inquiries? Unmoved by Lin Guodong's words, Gao Mingwei maintained her composure. That I hope you can grasp one thing clearly. The Shenmue you are facing is not an ordinary individual. He is a mastermind whose meticulousness is truly alarming. Consider the crime-solving novels he has authored, from the plot lines contained within them. Shouldn't you, as investigators, find it indicative of a mind that is exceedingly formidable? Routine arrests, comprehensive searches. Ask yourselves, do you genuinely believe you can catch him using such methods? Let us not forget his skills in disguise are so advanced that he can easily impersonate one of your own investigation team members and infiltrate the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, escaping unscathed. With such a character, is it feasible to apprehend him without altering our approach and strategy? Gao Mingwei countered with a series of soul-searching questions. Yet Lin Guodong remained unfazed. I do not deny what you say. But I must emphasize that if the direction proposed by expert Gao and Professor Su is erroneous, it would mean we have labored in vain and wasted much time. Oh, were you not already laboring in vain before? Have you not been wasting time all along? Since we have already squandered so much time, what difference does a little more make? Gao Mingwei replied with a faint smile. Yet that smile felt like a slap to Lin Guodong and Zhou Sun, leaving Lin Guodong momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Gao Mingwei chose to cease her remarks. She continued, I believe it is necessary for me to clarify, as I mentioned earlier, the effort to capture Shenmue does not contradict my desire to help him clear his name. In fact, I desire for him to surrender sooner than later, for the longer this drags on, the higher the likelihood he will be shot dead. After all, individuals like him, even when pursued by the police, are unlikely to surrender easily. Once he resists arrest, it means he could be shot at any moment, which is something I, as his former classmate, certainly do not wish to witness. Having finished, Gao Mingwei smiled once more, looking at Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong. I've said all that I needed to say, and I have been completely transparent about my thoughts. Oh, you have any further questions? Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong fell into silence, their expressions somewhat grim, clearly unable to refute her points. First, let's clarify the peculiarities surrounding Tang, once-used transfer from the 7th middle school. Additionally, we should sift through the prior social connections of Tang once-used wife, Wei Wenhui, and his mother, Ma Shufan, to ensure we have not overlooked anything. It is highly likely that this will also lead us to Shenmue's next move. If we can align our thoughts with his, the probability of successfully apprehending him will dramatically increase. At this moment, investigation expert Su Hualin spoke up slowly. Whether it was due to the limited perspective of personnel in smaller locales, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong's demeanor. All right. Noticing that Su Hualin seemed somewhat displeased with him, Zhou Sun refrained from countering further, as that was not his role. Now, Lin Guodong, please summon Su Man. Understood. Lin Guodong nodded and promptly exited the office. In the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment, due to the absence of surveillance in Zhou Sun's office, Shenmue remained oblivious to the events transpiring within. He could only vaguely discern the presence of Gao Mingwei and others through the monitoring outside the office, which left him with an unsettling itch. For no particular reason, he could disregard the personnel of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation team. Yet he could not afford to ignore Gao Mingwei's arrival. After all, this tall and beautiful woman had showcased her extraordinary psychological insights multiple times during their high school years. It could be said that even including the teachers, and especially those youthful classmates, she could almost discern their intentions merely by observing their demeanor. Consequently, every encounter with Gao Mingwei during high school compelled Shenmue to be exceedingly cautious, fearing he might become her research subject, now that Gao Mingwei had emerged within the Yangqing Public Security Bureau investigation team. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no psychological pressure. Indeed, it was an instinctual dread stemming from the depths of his former self's memories. Amidst this incessant itch, upon seeing Su Man summoned into the office, his heart leaped with joy. He quickly pressed his earphones tightly against his ears. In Zhou Sun's office, Team Leader Zhou, did you call for me? Su Man entered, first glancing at Gao Mingwei, Su Hualin, and Lin Dong. Then, turning towards Zhou Sun, she observed Gao Mingwei's radiant smile. I have a task for you. You'll be going on a trip, Zhou Sun stated. A business trip. Su Man was momentarily bewildered. Yes, you will be heading to Gaoshan village in Nanhu, the neighboring province, to find a female teacher named Lu Wenqing who teaches at Yangqing's 7th middle school. Zhou Sun spoke in a grave tone. In the Shurdai, Mingyuan apartment 406, upon hearing the name Lu Wenqing. Chen Mu's eyes widened in surprise. The investigation team had already shifted their focus towards Lu Wenqing. Chapter 055. Nearly tripping into the gutter team leader, you want us to go to a rural area in the neighboring province to find a teacher from Yangqing's 7th middle school. Su Man was utterly perplexed. Indeed. As Zhou Sun looked towards Gao Mingwei, she promptly provided an explanation. Su Man was left utterly dumbfounded by Gao Mingyue's explanation. Was the possibility of Chun Mu being wrongfully accused now infinite? Su Man, remember to keep this information confidential to avoid unnecessary trouble and to ensure it does not affect our forthcoming actions. After all, you know that if we even harbor doubts about the possibility that Chun Mu, the 621 cases suspect, might be a victim of injustice, such information spreading within the investigation team and the Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly cause significant complications. Therefore, your task is to keep this matter as discreet as possible and travel to Gaoshan village in Nanhu to find the teacher Lu Wenqing, who has taken leave from Yangqing's 7th middle school, and see if you can glean any information about Tang Wenxu from her. Gao Mingwei instructed solemnly. Su Man initially nodded in a daze before muttering. Are we pursuing Chun Mu, or are we reopening the investigation into the 621 case? The two matters are not in conflict. According to Professor Su's assessment, if Chun Mu's theft of the 621 case files is an attempt to exonerate himself, it is highly probable that he would seek out Lu Wenqing. Therefore, the most effective strategy for apprehending Chun Mu is to approach the situation from his perspective if our direction aligns with his. Capturing him will undoubtedly become significantly easier, Gao Mingwei remarked. All right, Su Man, unable to process the information as swiftly, nodded after swallowing. She then turned to Zhou Sun. So, Team Zhou, when do I depart? However, before Zhou Sun could respond, Gao Mingwei interjected. Time is of the essence. You and Comrade Lin Guodong should prepare to leave immediately. Understood, I'll go make preparations, Su Man replied promptly. Indeed, it was Gao Mingwei. I had a feeling that the detective from the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would not have thought of this so quickly. It seems we must accelerate our pace. In the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment, as Su Man exited the office, Chen Mu also removed the earpiece he had been using for surveillance, with the involvement of Gao Mingwei and the provincial criminal investigation experts. Chen Mu realized that as soon as they contacted Lu Wenqing, they would likely come to the same conclusions he had, prompting an investigation towards Pingyao village. While this might seem advantageous for him, as the reopening of the 621 case investigation could, in a sense, pave the way to clear his name, it also meant that he was at significant risk of exposure. The crux of the issue lay in the Song Chengfei vehicle. If Gao Mingwei and Zhou Sun were to investigate in Pingyao village and Handan village, they would inevitably discover that he had gotten their first assay result. The opposing side would undoubtedly work tirelessly to scrutinize road surveillance footage, pinpointing the vehicle he had been driving. Even though he had swapped license plates upon entering Sinny County, he did not believe this would grant him peace of mind that, on the contrary, once the police identified the swapped plates, they would trace the original owner back to Song Chengfei, and the surveillance cameras would have undoubtedly captured his likeness that, to that point, he would be utterly exposed. After all, wearing the face of Song Chengfei, he was none other than Su Man's neighbor, with whom he had already established a basic friendship. Given this, the police would hardly need to investigate Song Chengfei further. As soon as his image emerged, Su Man would instantly bring the investigators to his door. Reflecting on this, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he was thankful for the assistance he had extended to Su Man, grateful that she had invited him to dinner in return for his help, and relieved that he had wisely opted to use his points to redeem a one-time advanced hacking technique, which allowed him to infiltrate Su Man's phone for surveillance. Otherwise, had he failed to uncover the true culprit behind the 621 case before being exposed, escaping capture would have been nearly impossible. However, this was also where his overconfidence lay, had he not considered the potential complications of driving to Sinny while impersonating Song Chengfei. He had thought about it and recognized the inherent risks. Yet, The reality was he could not avoid encountering checkpoints on the way to Sinit. He needed to present legitimate identification that matched his appearance. With only Song Ching-fei as his identity, he had no other choice. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would redirect their focus towards reopening the investigation of Tang Wensu. It was not that he viewed them as incompetent. Rather, he had somewhat underestimated their capabilities based on their previous handling of the 621 case. However, he never imagined that the provincial criminal investigation experts and Gao Mingwei would arrive so swiftly to intervene. This unexpected turn of events nearly led to his downfall, despite realizing that his exposure might very well have begun a countdown. Chen Mu had no intention of relocating immediately. Firstly, based on the police's progress, it would likely take quite some time before they connected the dots to Song Ching-fei. Secondly, the fact that he could still monitor Su Man's activities gave him a sense of stability. These two factors assured him that there was no need for undue panic. Exhaling slowly, Chen Mu set aside the earpiece and once again summoned the photograph of the Ma sisters from 15 years ago on his phone. It was not that he did not want to begin with the lead from Tang Wenli, nor did he wish to temporarily shelve that line of inquiry. The reality was that even if Tang Wenli were still alive, he could only confirm whether she had indeed taken the blame for Tang Wenxiu back then. However, given that he was nearly certain that Tang Wenxiu was the perpetrator of that incident, was it worth his time to search for Tang Wenli in the vast sea of humanity? The Ma sisters, on the other hand, presented a different scenario that if he could locate them, he could certainly probe whether they had any connection to the 621 case. With his background as a former detective, he felt confident in his ability to navigate this situation. Leaning back in his lounge chair, he closed his eyes, contemplating how best to seek out clues regarding the Ma sisters. 15 years after their disappearance, attempting to search for leads based on the names Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling seemed unrealistic. Otherwise, the director of the Cine Third Welfare Institute, Huang Yuzhu, would not have been unable to find any information on them for years. Since relying on names yielded no results, he would have to resort to images. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Ma Xiaoli was 8 or 9 years old, and Ma Xiaoling was 6 or 7 at the time. Could he realistically find clues from a childhood photograph? The most pressing concern was that he could not alert them. If they were indeed the true culprits behind the 621 case, this move would surely jeopardize everything he had accomplished and might even lead to their escape from Yangqing. If they left Yangqing, identifying the true perpetrator within a month would become exceedingly difficult. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the two faces displayed on his phone. His mind raced, searching for a feasible approach. P.S. Thank you to all the generous supporters for the gifts. Aside from our efforts fueled by love, there are also bubble milk teas, urging for updates. And even blades. So happy, so happy. I hear that flowers can be sent for free, that I'm shy and timid, but I must ask, can the princes and princesses send your flowers to me? Chapter 056. Aside from this, there are no other choices. Utilizing social media to unearth clues in this matter is undoubtedly impractical. Relying on the police's assistance is equally absurd. Visiting relevant locations in search of leads. Given that the Ma sisters have been missing for 15 years, this approach is equally unrealistic, especially considering that Huang Yuzhu and the Welfare Institute have likely already been investigated at AS for employing technology. Using facial recognition to predict their appearances as adults is far too unreliable. To put it bluntly, it is simply not dependable in this situation. What on earth can he do to break through? Chen Mu felt as though his brain was about to overheat. Various methods flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one regarding the Ma sisters. There were only 3 possibilities after they escaped the Welfare Institute. They were either abducted, met with misfortune, or were adopted and had their stories concealed. While it seems unlikely that they fell victim to foul play, unless their remains were destroyed, the rumors would have spread like wildfire in such a small county. This probability is relatively low. This leaves the possibilities of abduction or adoption. However, if they were abducted, based on numerous abduction cases, the subsequent experiences of girls aged 8 or 9 are predominantly dark, perhaps even comparable to hell on earth. In such an environment, would a girl raised under such conditions possess the capability to unravel the truth behind that incident? Even if they did uncover it, could they possibly execute such a flawless plan concerning the 621 case? Hence, if the Ma sisters are linked to the 621 case, the the probability of their abduction should not be too high. Lastly, regarding adoption, this raises another question. Were they adopted by locals or by outsiders coincidentally present in Cincy County? No, the latter scenario is unlikely. While it might be plausible for the younger Ma Xiaoling to accompany a stranger from another locality, would an 8 or 9-year-old Ma Xiaoli really leave with someone unknown? Additionally, Huang Yuzhu had reported the case to the authorities, disregarding whether there was surveillance at the time. If the sisters had left Yangshan with outsiders, there should have been some leads when visiting various transportation hubs. Unless they were taken away in a private vehicle. And no matter if the Ma sisters were adopted by locals or outsiders, if they are indeed connected to the 621 case, it stands to reason that they must have lived in the urban area of Yangshan. Otherwise, how could they possibly have known him? If they were unfamiliar with him, how could they have obtained his fingerprints and hair to frame him? After all, the review in the section for I am not a criminal clearly indicates that the reviewer must be acquainted with themselves and harbors a profound hatred for their own existence. Contemplating this, Chen Mu swiftly approached the blackboard, inscribing the words, Adoption, Urban Life in Yang City, Self-Awareness. After pausing momentarily, he added the perpetrator is an adult male. With a furrowed brow, he circled the phrase the perpetrator is an adult male. At that moment, Chen Mu felt a sense of confusion. Although he had encountered numerous cases in the past where men were willing to sacrifice themselves for women, even becoming mere tools or puppets. In the case of the 6.21 incident, if the reality deviated from this assumption, if his direction was misguided, it would mean that all his efforts had been in vain. However, the pressing question was, apart from his current line of inquiry, did he have any other options? Presently, there were only 2 leads, one concerning Tang Wenli and the other regarding the Ma sisters. If one were to connect the fact that the perpetrator was an adult male and that he was not unfamiliar with the Tang family, it seemed plausible that Tang Wenli could be a potential suspect. After all, although the Tang family had taken care of him, he had also taken the fall for Tang Wenxiu, serving 3 years in prison. Even after his release, he continued to work under Tang Qinghui, who had emigrated abroad several years prior. If it were to be assumed that the now unemployed Tang Wenli, due to financial distress or dissatisfaction with life, might threaten Tang Wenxiu over the incident for continuous demands, leading to a complete breakdown of their previously amicable relationship and ultimately resulting in a bloody confrontation, the question remained, would such animosity compel him to annihilate the entire Tang family? Moreover, could Tang Wenli, who had not completed his education, replicate the crime scene from I am not a criminal with near perfection and without leaving a trace? Lastly, and most crucially, Chen Mu had never met Tang Wenli, had never even heard the name before. How could the latter have acquired his fingerprints or hair to frame him? Due to these numerous inconsistencies, Chen Mu had no choice but to set aside the lead on Tang Wenli for the time being. As for the fact that the 6.21 perpetrator was male, which contradicted the gender of the Ma sisters, Chen Mu chose not to dwell on that issue for now. The immediate priority was to locate the Ma sisters. Drawing upon the intuition honed from his previous career as a police officer, he felt compelled to pursue the lead concerning the Ma sisters. Even if, in the end, they turned out to be innocent and all his assumptions were fundamentally flawed. He would accept that, being adopted and living in Yang City, should he seek assistance from the police, these 2 points could be investigated. However, given the current circumstances, that was utterly unrealistic, regardless of the myriad of constraints. The only viable course of action was to start with facial sketches, using a 15-year-old photograph of the Ma sisters to project their adult likenesses, even though the success rate of such an approach was low. He had to try his luck. After all, there should be some mutual recognition between them, and even if the rendered image did not accurately depict their adult features, identifying certain characteristic points could potentially lead to a breakthrough. If it turned out to be a dead end, he would have to devise another strategy to approach the police. No matter the risks involved, he had to determine the current identities of the Ma sisters. With the next course of action established, Chen Mu began to feel perplexed. While he had a direction, attempting to strike luck with the sketches, given the small size of Yang City, if the Ma sisters truly recognized him and had some past interaction with him, the resulting image could very well yield surprising results. However, the pressing issue was how to find a competent sketch artist, although there were some individuals in the city parks who specialized in rendering portraits. Chen Mu deemed them unreliable, yet without a better alternative, He would have to give those artists a try, or perhaps invest a considerable sum to seek out a reputable portrait artist online, despite the risk of being scammed. Just as Chun Mu was lost in thought about how to locate a trustworthy sketch artist, a fleeting piece of information from the depths of the original owner's memory struck him with excitement. Didn't Song Ching-fei's father have a painter friend? While not a renowned master, this individual was passionate about portraiture. Back in middle school, Song Ching-fei's father even hoped that his son could apprentice with him to pursue a path as an art major. Unfortunately, Song Ching-fei lacked the talent that as for the original owner. He had accompanied Song Ching-fei to that painter's place on one occasion. During that visit, surrounded by lifelike portraits ranging from infants to the elderly, even Chen Mu was left in awe. Had he not known that he lacked any innate artistic talent, he would have undoubtedly pursued an apprenticeship with the painter. Regardless of the odds, he wondered if Uncle Tan still resided there. With a slight gasp, he murmured to himself. Without further hesitation, he exited the room. After glancing at the surveillance camera inside, he took out his phone to confirm that the internal monitoring system was functioning properly before hastening his steps outside. As long as someone entered, the surveillance would recognize it and send an alert to his phone. Chapter 57. Has Chenmu not sought you out since his escape? On the outskirts of Yang City. Outside a villa constructed on a residential plot, which had seen better days, Chenmu did not drive directly through the open gate. Instead, he parked Song Ching-fei's dilapidated vehicle outside before proceeding on foot. Hey, child. Who are you? Upon entering the villa, which exuded simplicity rather than opulence, a middle-aged housekeeper, nearing 50, promptly called out to Chenmu. Hello, ma'am. I'm here to see Uncle Tien. Is he home? Chenmu flashed a bright smile, instantly easing the housekeeper's wariness. And you are? Though her vigilance had lessened, the housekeeper still inquired again, why father is friends with Uncle Tan. I come to pay him a visit, Chun Mu replied innocently. Maintaining an air of harmlessness, that he then added, if Uncle Tan is home, could you please let him know that Song Yi's son is here to see him? All right, wait here. After scrutinizing Chun Mu for a moment, the housekeeper finally turned and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Before long, a middle-aged man with a goatee and nearly shoulder-length hair descended the stairs alongside the housekeeper. At first glance, he embodied the quintessential image of an artist. However, from his expression, Chenmu sensed no warmth whatsoever. Yet, that was to be expected. Given Song Ching-fei's infamous reputation, it was remarkable that the man would even grant him an audience, let alone display any enthusiasm. Uncle Tan. Seeing Tan Sanxiao making his way down the staircase, Chenmu called out with a smile. However, the latter did not respond to his cheerful greeting with any warmth. Instead, he gestured towards a wooden sofa in the living room, indicating for Chenmu to sit. All right. Feigning caution, Chenmu hurried over and took a seat. In the meantime, Tan Sanxiao instructed the housekeeper to tend to the vegetable garden in the villa's backyard before joining Chenmu on the sofa. I can't believe you dare to come find me. This is quite a surprise. As soon as he sat down, Tan Sanxiao let out a cold laugh, aware of the deep-seated resentment that stemmed from the deaths of both Song Ching-fei's parents and the latter's refusal to repent. Chenmu immediately adopted a pained expression. Uncle Tan, I was wrong. I repent daily, wishing I could die. Unbeknownst to him, Tan Sanxiao raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. Are you here to borrow money? His skepticism towards gamblers, especially those who were utterly lost in their addiction, rendered him disinclined to believe even a single punctuation mark of their words. No, Uncle Tang, I've changed. I really have. I found a job in graphic design, which aligns with my college major. Although I don't earn much yet, I can manage to get by. Chun Mu, bearing the face of Song Ching-fei, spoke earnestly, though a sense of guilt gnawed at him internally. After all, the real Song Ching-fei was still mired in the depths of gambling addiction. That you started working? No longer gambling. Tan Sanxiao, who had always believed that one's nature is hard to change, seemed incredulous, instinctively scrutinizing Chun Mu. Upon seeing his cleanly dressed and spirited appearance, he momentarily felt disoriented. Logically, if Chun Mu were still the worthless, gambling-obsessed individual he once was, he would not exude such vitality. So, is this genuine reform? Well, to say you've washed your hands of gambling would be an insult to the act itself. Let us just say you've turned over a new leaf, with a forced smile. Chun Mu feigned a tortured struggle, lamenting, but it's too late. I've already caused my parents' demise. Upon hearing those final words and gazing at Chun Mu's reddened eyes, Tan Sanxiao found himself at a loss for words. He lowered his raised hand, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. He refrained from uttering phrases like a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. For the delayed realization came at the cost of Song Yi and his wife exhausting their family fortune and ultimately succumbing to despair. If you can awaken to the truth, then perhaps your parents can finally rest in peace. Not wishing to dwell further on such matters, Tan Sanxiao shifted the conversation, asking, "So, what brings you here?" Sniffling, Chun Mu feigned a deep breath to steady his emotions. "Uncle Tan, I need your assistance." "Assistance? What can I do for you?" Tan Sanxiao furrowed his brow slightly. If the next moment involved a request for money, he would surely slap him. Fortunately, the disappointment he anticipated did not occur. Chun Mu replied, "I would like you to help me create a few portraits." "Portraits? You want me to paint for you?" Tan Sanxiao was taken aback. Chun Mu quickly shook his head. "No, not for me." With that, he retrieved from his pocket a photograph he had painstakingly restored and placed it on the table in front of Tan Sanxiao. "What is this?" Tan Sanxiao picked up the photo. His expression one of skepticism. "A friend of mine, who could be said to have pulled me from an abyss of suffering, has two younger sisters. They went missing 15 years ago. One was about 8 or 9. The other 6 or 7, since their disappearance, there's been no trace of them. Despite years of searching, I want to help him in some way. Knowing you're a master painter, I thought perhaps you could try to depict what they might look like now based on their childhood photos. This could provide my friend with some hope in his search," Chun Mu explained. Unbeknownst to him, Tan Sanxiao was furrowing his brow. He gazed at the photograph in his hand and slowly remarked, "This is quite difficult, if not impractical. The human face undergoes significant changes from childhood to adulthood. For instance, facial bones continue to grow and reshape, and the proportions and shapes of features change as well. The chin may become more pronounced, the forehead less broad. Numerous factors complicate any attempt to render an adult likeness based on a childhood photograph, and precision is nearly impossible." Chun Mu understood this well. "Uncle Tan, I comprehend your concerns, but one must cling to a thread of hope and make an attempt, don't you think? I have seen your artwork, which spans all stages of life, from infants to the elderly. You must have considerable experience. Could you possibly spare some time to apply your expertise and create several versions?" Chun Mu urged with urgency. Tan Sanxiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the photograph. His brow tightly knit. After a long pause, he exhaled, "Very well, I shall give it a try, but the chances of finding them this way are exceedingly slim, so do not harbor excessive hopes. I understand. But regardless of the slimness of hope, it is still better than doing nothing in despair. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Tan." Chun Mu replied eagerly. Tan Sanxiao nodded slightly. "All right, I will do my best. Uncle Tan, if I may ask, how long will it take to complete the portraits?" Chun Mu inquired. Tan Sanxiao paused, surprised by the question. "I guess there's a sense of urgency. It's just that my friend mentioned his mother's health is quite poor, and she constantly worries about her 2 daughters, often weeping. Even if the portraits do not lead to finding them, having a semblance of their likeness could alleviate her sorrow and perhaps offer her some hope, enabling her to endure better." Chun Mu spoke gravely. Tan Sanxiao, however, showed no skepticism towards Chun Mu's words. Whether it was the gravity of Chun Mu's request or something else that stirred him, he merely nodded. "Come back tomorrow at this time to collect the portraits." "Thank you, Uncle Tan, truly, thank you." Chun Mu leaned forward in gratitude. Tan Sanxiao, however, did not acknowledge this. After placing the photograph down, he suddenly asked, "Has Chun Mu sought you out since his escape from prison?" Chapter 058. Execution on the spot. Tan Sanxiao's sudden inquiry left Chun Mu momentarily stunned. If he were indeed Song Chungfei, it would be one thing, but he was Chun Mu. Fortunately, his experience as a former police officer helped him maintain composure. "No, Uncle Tan, why do you ask about Chun Mu? I sent he a close friend of yours. You even brought him to see me back in your middle school days. That I still remember him well, though we only met once. Later, I heard from Xiaoya that your classmate, Chun Mu, became a successful online author. I intended to ask Xiaoya to recommend his work for me to read. That I must say, that kid has a remarkable mind, but I never imagined he would take such a path." Tan Sanxiao sighed. He continued, If he does come to you, be cautious that do not get entangled in his troubles. If he is implicated in any way, you could find yourself facing charges for harboring a fugitive. If he were to approach me, I certainly wouldn't just turn him into the police. Chen Mu replied. Tan Sanxiao chuckled. I've heard the police have put a bounty of 500,000 on him. You are quite loyal. Chen Mu shook his head. He would come to me. All right, go home then. Return tomorrow at this time for the portraits. Tan Sanxiao concluded the conversation. Okay, thank you, Uncle Tan. Chen Mu quickly stood from the sofa, smiling as he shook his head. Tan Sanxiao stood as well, watching Chen Mu leave until the latter's figure disappeared from view. Only then did he clear his throat and sigh. Old song, sister-in-law. Though it is late, he is finally awakened. May you both rest in peace. With that, Tan Sanxiao turned and ascended the stairs, clutching the photograph. Yangqing Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Unit. Where is he, Tai? Has that good-for-nothing not returned yet? Zhou Sun slammed the materials on a Tai's desk. Addressing the other investigators, Captain Zhou, he is on leave. I assenti, a timid investigator replied. Call him and ask if he still wants to work. If not, he can get lost immediately. What right does he have to make exceptions at a time like this? Zhou Sun barked. The room fell silent. Just then, Zhou Sun's phone rang. Seeing it was Deputy Director Li Hongwei calling, he immediately composed himself. Hello, Director Li. Come to my office at once, immediately. Li Hongwei commanded, hanging up without further ado. Zhou Sun narrowed his eyes, sensing urgency in the Deputy Director's tone. Before long, the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit knocked on the door of the Deputy Director's office. Director Li, close the door tightly. Li Hongwei ordered, glancing at the slightly ajar door. Zhou Sun turned back to shut it firmly. Director Li, you wanted to see me? I've heard there are many voices online defending the 621K suspect. Is that true? Li Hongwei's tone was cold and insinuating. Indeed. Zhou Sun's heart sank. Yes, you know how the public reacts online. Once someone sets the narrative, many will follow suit. I ask you, is there any possibility that 621 is a miscarriage of justice? As the lead investigator, you should have a clear mind. Think carefully before responding. Li Hongwei's voice was grave. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment, but his hesitation only deepened the furrow in Li Hongwei's brow. Director, there is currently no evidence proving he was wrongfully accused. Zhou Sun stated, as the novel gained traction. The higher-ups began to pay close attention to the situation in Yangqing. 3 days. This is the final deadline for our Yangqing Public Security Bureau. If we cannot resolve this, the upper management will intervene. Therefore, by any means necessary, even if we have to turn Yangqing up indeed, it is not difficult for Zhou Sun to comprehend Li Hongwei's urgency. Considering that the latter is the supervising leader responsible for the investigation of the 6.21 case. Additionally, Zhou Sun had previously suggested that it was not yet suitable to reach a premature conclusion that it is Li Hongwei. Under pressure, who has insisted on concluding the case based on the existing evidence that implicates Chen Mu as the true perpetrator, should the higher authorities formally intervene in Chen Mu's escape from prison. It is likely that their attention will also shift towards the 6.21 case. If, during this official investigation, it is determined that Chen Mu is indeed the true culprit of 6.21, it would be acceptable. However, if it is ultimately confirmed that 6.21 is a miscarriage of justice, Li Hongwei's position as deputy director would likely come to an abrupt end at this moment. Zhou Sun can already foresee the developments of the next 3 days. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remains unaware that the order for a shoot-to-kill directive has already been issued by Li Hongwei. After leaving Tan Sanxiao, he returns directly to the Shidai Mingyuan apartment, eavesdropping on the activities of Su Man while observing the surveillance dynamics of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation team. On Su Man's side, it has been confirmed that they are en route to Gaoshan Village in Nanhu Province. Concurrently, the personnel at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and regarding Lu Wenqing. He has only just entered the radar of their investigative team today. How could there be any mention of visits made the night before? Lu Laoshi, what is the name of the investigator who came to find you? Su Man inquired urgently. His name is He Tai? Yes, that's right, He Tai. Lu Wenqing replied to Tai. Wasn't he at the team all night the night before? Lin Guodong asked, realizing something. Just one person, he came alone. Lu Wenqing blurted out. In the next moment, Lin Guodong hurriedly pulled out his phone to find a photo of I.S. this him? He asked, leaning in to take a closer look. Lu Wenqing nodded. Yes, that's him. It's him. Su Man's voice trembled as she glanced at Lin Guodong, who nodded gravely in response. Then he turned to Lu Wenqing again. Lu Laoshi, could you kindly elaborate on the situation regarding Tang Wenxiu and what you discussed with Yitai? What? That officer named Yitai isn't from your side. Lu Wenqing was utterly confused. The situation is somewhat complex. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Lu Laoshi, Lin Guodong said. All right, without delving too deeply or perhaps lacking the mental space to ponder further, Lu Wenqing recounted once more what he had said to Chun Mu that evening. There was virtually no concealment and no omissions whatsoever. However, Su Man and Lin Guodong could never have imagined that their entire conversation with Lu Wenqing was being meticulously eavesdropped on by Chun Mu. At that moment, in the Yangchang Shidai Mingyuan apartment building, Chun Mu's brows gradually furrowed. Without a doubt, when this information reached the Yangchang investigative team, specifically to Gao Mingwei and Su Guilin, they would undoubtedly direct their suspicions towards Pingyao village based on those peculiarities. Upon conducting inquiries, they would likely suspect that Tang Wenli was the true perpetrator, with Tang Wenli merely acting as the scapegoat. Consequently, they would undoubtedly split their efforts into several directions. One team would delve into a renewed investigation of the car accident from years ago. Another would pursue Tang Wenli, and yet another would head to Handan village. In such a scenario, it would certainly become evident to both Pingyao village and Handan village that he had already gotten a step ahead of them. It would follow that they would undoubtedly lock onto the vehicle's license plate for comprehensive tracking. The identity of Song Qingfu would be utterly unsustainable. As for how long the countdown to his identity exposure would last, tomorrow morning, they would surely appear in Pingyao village, then based on the information obtained from there, proceed to Handan village, eventually learning from the village head in Handan village that they were looking for Huang Yuzhu, leading them directly to her. This process would likely take a good part of the day. Ultimately, they would certainly retrieve the surveillance footage surrounding Yuan Fengjian to further pinpoint his driving trajectory. And once they identified the true license plate of the vehicle under the false plate, they could immediately lock onto Song Qingfei. Based on experience, for the police to achieve this step, it would take at least a few hours. In other words, the day after tomorrow, at the latest, the police would identify Song Qingfei. Once they locked onto that name, Su Man would undoubtedly be alarmed and immediately target apartment 406 in the Shidai Mingyuan. Drawing from his previous life as a detective, Chun Mu swiftly deduced the subsequent actions of the police and the approximate timeline for their investigation. Finally, he murmured with a solemn expression, "It seems that by tomorrow night, at the latest, I will need to change locations. If tomorrow, Tan Sanxiao could bring him unexpected news, confirming that his previous line of thought regarding the 621 case being related to the Ma sisters was correct. Then he would be able to resolve the situation in one fell swoop. However, if Tan Sanxiao failed to provide any surprises, or if the 621 case was indeed unrelated to the Ma sisters, then the days ahead would likely not be so easy." Chapter 060. I worry the murder might kill him too late at night. At the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the investigation team, Zhou Sun received a call from Su Man. Su Man, is there any news? Zhou team, Chun Mu should have gone to see Lu Wenqing. Su Man hurriedly replied from the other end. What? You want to see Lu Wenqing? Zhou Sun's eyes widened in shock. It should be him. According to Lu Wenqing, a city bureau investigator named Yitai visited her residence in Yangqing the night before last to inquire about Tang Wenxiu, claiming it was to supplement information for the 621 case. Lao Lin provided her with a photo of Yitai, and she confirmed it, Su Man explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's breath quickened with urgency. What information did Lu Wenqing provide regarding Tang Wenxiu? Zhou team, the information Lu Wenqing provided regarding Tang Wenxiu is riddled with oddities, Su Man replied. After relaying the details she gathered from Lu Wenqing, Zhou Sun could no longer contain himself and kicked the air in frustration. Immediately after hanging up with Su Man, he dialed Gao Mingyue's number. Gao, there's been a development from Su Man. All right, I'll head over with Professor Su right away. Shortly thereafter, Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin rushed into Zhou Sun's office, adhering to the principle of not wasting time. Zhou Sun quickly summarized what Su Man had reported and jotted the key information on the blackboard. Professor Su, expert Gao, If we continue to investigate this matter, it will not suffice for just the three of us. We must involve the investigative team. Moreover, Deputy Chief Lee has issued a strict order, and it's no longer meaningful for us to keep this under wraps. Additionally, this is not something I, Zhou Sun, can continue to conceal. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity to capture Chun Mu, whether he is the true culprit behind 621 or not, I would not be able to shoulder that responsibility, Zhou Sun said, brushing his hair out of his eyes. Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin exchanged grave looks. Whether to disclose this internally within the investigative team can be discussed later. For now, let us focus on analyzing Chun Mu's situation, considering Zhou Sun's position as the team leader. Su Hualin looked at him and asked, Zhou team, what are your thoughts? Standing next to the blackboard, Zhou Sun picked up a pen and began to draw, since Chun Mu sought out Lu Wenqing. It indicates he suspects that the deaths of Tang Wenqu's family were due to a vendetta. And if it's a vendetta, it must stem from a social network. According to the information provided by Lu Wenqing, Tang Wenqu exhibited some very unusual behavior before being reassigned from Yangcheng No. 7 Middle School, particularly after returning home during the May Day holiday, suggesting that he must have experienced some extraordinary events during that break. Su Hualin nodded. Zhou team, please continue. The talisman of safety. Zhou Sun circled these 3 words on the blackboard. For someone who previously did not believe in supernatural forces to carry a talisman of safety. Particularly during that period when Lu Wenqing mentioned his behavior changed upon returning from the holiday, indicates a significant degree of guilt and extreme unease. This situation perhaps suggests that Tang Wenqu might have been involved in a life-threatening incident, or entangled in events related to loss of life. After all, such occurrences are not uncommon in criminal cases. Indeed, if the perpetrator of the 621 case is not Chun Mu, and if the hypothesis of a vendetta holds water, then the deaths of Tang Wenqu's family could indeed be linked to his unusual behavior back then. Gao Mingwei added gravely. But the problem is that more than a decade has passed since the incident. Where should we even begin our investigation? Should we go to Tang Wenqu's hometown in Sini County, Pingyao Village, to investigate the murders that occurred during that period? Zhou Sun pondered. Su Hualin immediately shook his head. No, Zhou team, you are overlooking a crucial point. What? Zhou Sun frowned. Without needing Su Hualin to provide an answer, Tang Mingwei interjected. In the information Su Man relayed, Zhou team, didn't you just mention that according to Lu Wenqing, during the time when Tang Wenqu returned to school after the May Day holiday and exhibited such a drastic change, there was an incident where he, along with teachers from Yangcheng No. 7 Middle School, went out for a camping trip and suddenly screamed in terror to brake when a sheep dashed in front of their vehicle, even though they were still some distance away from the sheep. Yes, that's how Su Man related. Zhou Sun confirmed. So, Zhou team, have you considered whether Tang Wenqu's reaction at that time might indicate post-traumatic stress disorder? Gao Mingwei queried. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Zhou Sun understood the term, but found it difficult to wrap his mind around it at that moment. Su Hualin then continued. Previously, when I was reviewing the 621 case files, I found it quite strange. Logically speaking, both Tang Wenqu and his wife's incomes were stable and relatively high, and his mother, Ma Shufan, also had a pension. Given their economic circumstances, why did they not even own a private car? In an era when cars had become ubiquitous, it was unusual for someone like Tang Wenqu, who had a stable job and decent financial footing, to not even possess a vehicle. Moreover, I had my investigators look into it, and it turns out that Tang Wenqu had obtained his driver's license long ago, but it subsequently expired and he never went to renew it. This fact had indeed caused me some distress earlier. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often indicate something amiss, which is a principle in criminal investigation. I considered numerous possibilities, yet ultimately dismissed them one by one. Until I heard you, Captain Zhou, mention the information relayed by Su Man just now, which made me realize that it is highly likely related to the post-traumatic stress disorder mentioned by Mingwei. Listening to Su Hualin's explanation, Zhou Sun's pupils constricted. It seemed to imply that the reason for Tang Wenqu's abnormal behavior back then could very well be that he had caused an accident during the May Day holidays when he returned to his hometown, perhaps even resulting in someone's death. Indeed, this is a plausible scenario, and the likelihood is not insignificant, Su Hualin remarked. Gao Mingwei then added, based on some unusual updates from Chun Mu over the past couple of days in my I am not a criminal posts. I have strong suspicions that he has already considered what we are discussing and has taken action, so we must hurry to Tang Wenshu's hometown of Pingyao Village to gather information. We cannot afford to waste any more time, and we certainly cannot let him uncover the true culprit of 621 before us. Just as Zhou Sun was about to respond, he noticed the urgency on Gao Mingyue's face and suddenly seemed to have a realization. He asked Expert Gao, logically speaking, if this is indeed the correct direction for solving the 621 case, shouldn't you hope for the true culprit to surface as soon as possible, even if he gets to it before us? That would still be beneficial. After a pause, Zhou Sun added, to be frank, the one who should worry about him getting to it before us shouldn't be you, but us, as this reflects on the reputation of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and our investigative team. I fear the murderer may not hesitate to kill another. Gao Mingyue's flawless face trembled at that. No, how could it possibly be her? Zhou Sun was momentarily stunned by her remark about fearing the murderer might kill again. His expression tightened as he said, since we have clarified the direction moving forward, it is imperative that the investigative team be fully involved. Otherwise, regardless of whether we have enough manpower, we simply won't have the time. Then, let us get involved. At this moment, Gao Mingyue was torn if the investigative team intervened. She feared that before they could identify the true culprit, Chen Mu might be shot for resisting arrest. However, if the investigative team did not intervene, given that Chen Mu was likely already a few steps ahead, she worried that he might uncover the true culprit first, which would lead to the situation she had described. The murderer might not hesitate to kill another. If Chen Mu were to die and they failed to apprehend the true culprit, then Chen Mu would undoubtedly be blamed for the 621 massacre. Even if she, Gao Mingyue, wanted to exonerate him, there might not be an opportunity. After all, based on the circumstances at the crime scene of the 621 case, all evidence still pointed towards Chen Mu. Therefore, to solve 621, it was essential for Chen Mu to cooperate and provide relevant information. Otherwise, the difficulty would be insurmountable. Even if Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin were confident that Chen Mu was not the true culprit, without substantial evidence proving his innocence, their efforts would be in vain, no matter how many doubts arose. Moreover, with Chen Mu currently branded as an escaped convict, if he would die, their options would be severely limited. Regrettably, her comments in the IAM, not a criminal comment section, had sunk without trace. However, as the situation evolved, her concern shifted from fearing Chen Mu being shot for resisting arrest to worrying he might fall victim to the murderer. At this moment, Su Hualin also expressed his opinion. Time waits for no one. Let's have the investigative team fully involved and shift our focus toward Tang Wenshu. Zhou Sun nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Quickly exiting the office, he clapped his hands vigorously and called, "All present, Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou!" The investigators stationed in the investigative team's working area quickly responded to Zhou Sun's call. After taking a long half-day leave, Atai also returned to the team. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from mentioning the incident of someone impersonating him in Sinny County. This time, Zhou Sun did not summon everyone to the conference room, but directly issued the next course of action for the investigative team. Nevertheless, Zhou Sun kept some information to himself and did not disclose everything. Although the investigators were filled with numerous questions, considering the current special circumstances, they chose not to voice their inner doubts. Yet they were unaware that the so-called next steps of action had already been partially transmitted to Chen Mu through monitored audio. The Yangqing City Bureau's investigative team's relentless work. Chen Mu, caught in a state of half-sleep, finally welcomed the dawn. After packing up his belongings and stuffing them into his backpack, he intended to erase the analytical content on the blackboard. However, after some contemplation, he abandoned that thought and, with a playful smile, left the room with his backpack. Regardless of whether Tan Sanxiao would bring him surprises, this place was certainly no longer suitable for him to remain. Approaching noon, Chen Mu drove Song Chengfei's old car to Tan Sanxiao's villa once more. This time, the villa's housekeeper did not stop him and greeted him warmly. "Welcome back. Hey, and is Uncle Tan home?" Chen Mu replied with a smile. "Teacher Tan went out half an hour ago. However, he instructed me to give you this if you came by." The housekeeper said that, "Oh, he went out. That's fine. It saves me from having to play the role of Song Chengfei." Accepting the scroll handed over by the housekeeper, Chen Mu thanked her briefly and turned to leave, He did not rush to open the scroll in the car, but instead sought out a nearby hotel. Once in the hotel room, he eagerly began to unroll the scroll. Tan Sanxiao had drawn him a total of 8 versions. Chen Mu first took a cursory glance at the 8 illustrations. Clearly, they bore no resemblance to the acquaintance in his memory. However, this was within his expectations. To attempt to depict an accurate adult likeness from a childhood photograph taken 15 years ago was not merely unrealistic. It was a folly. What he needed to do was identify any features from these illustrations that might resemble those of the acquaintance buried deep in his memory. For the first version, he stared for a solid 10 minutes, yielding no results. The second version, which he examined for nearly 20 minutes, also produced no discoveries. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, sixth versions. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed, and yet he found nothing of interest to be why the 7th version. Chen Mu's patience began to wane that if he could not find a surprise among these illustrations, it would mean he would have to adjust his search for the Ma sisters. Unfortunately, he still came up empty. Sighing deeply as he set down the 7th illustration, Chen Mu took a moment to compose himself before picking up the last drawing. The image was just as lifelike as the previous 7. In fact, one might even say it was more vivid than a photograph taken of a real person. However, the likeness in the drawing still failed to stir any recognition within his memory. Just as Chen Mu contemplated giving up, a sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. With renewed determination, he swiftly began to combine the illustrations, piecing them together both horizontally and vertically. Unbeknownst to him, time continued to slip away. When he pieced together Ma Shaoling for the 13th time, his hands came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened in astonishment, although he could ascertain that it was an unfamiliar face. An indescribable feature evoked a sense of familiarity. When viewing the complete version from any angle, it had not elicited any feelings of recognition. Yet, after merging it with the 3rd illustration, he felt as if he had seen it before. Suppressing the sudden surge of excitement, Chen Mu covered his mouth and chin with his hand. In the next instant, the sensation of déjà vu intensified. Suddenly, a face materialized in his mind. Unable to contain his tremors of astonishment, Chen Mu exclaimed, "Could it be her? No, how could it possibly be her?" Chapter 062, directly opposite the South Park. "Handsome guy, you're back again? Handsome guy, still the same as always? An iced Americano, no water, extra ice? May I curiously inquire, why do you prefer this way of drinking? I've been working here for quite some time, and you are the first to drink it this way. You need not speak further, I understand, iced Americano. No water, extra ice. If I may audaciously inquire further, given that our shop offers delivery, why do you come here every day? Could it be that you've taken a liking to one of our female colleagues? If so, do let me know. I can play matchmaker for you. It's been almost a week since I last saw you. I thought you might have gone out of town or moved away." "Well, our shop has introduced new methods of preparing Americanos. Would you like to try a different flavor?" In the depths of memory, that delicate face with a sweet appearance floated in Chen Mu's mind like a scene from a dream. Her smile seemed to be sculpted onto her face. Over the course of more than a year, it appeared that he had never seen that smile fade from her lips. It radiated from her exquisite visage, reminiscent of the beautiful imprints left by the passage of time. Optimism, yearning, and a bright vision for the future. This was the image that seemed to be indelibly etched upon her being. Chen Mu had always found it perplexing why a beautiful young woman in her early 20s would choose to work in a coffee shop for such an extended period, while other staff came and went. Only her eternally radiant smile remained steadfast as the signature. He recalled having asked her if she had considered pursuing a different path, perhaps venturing into the live streaming industry, where her looks would undoubtedly lead to greater financial prospects than the meager salary of a coffee shop. Yet, she had laughed and claimed she was not cut out for that sort of life. Expressing her dream of opening her own CF, with the ultimate aspiration of creating her own coffee brand. At that moment, Chen Mu had jokingly offered to help finance her dream once he had succeeded in his own endeavors. Up until just a few days before he was taken away by the municipal investigation team, he had ordered an iced Americano, no water, extra ice from her, as the memories crystallized in his mind, focusing on the last image of her from their previous encounter. Chen Mu's breath quickened. Was that young woman, Ma Shaoling, the barista at the CF? He did not know her full name, nor had he ever asked, but he had overheard other staff members refer to her as Yun. However, if Ma Xiaoling, the younger sister of the Ma family, was indeed the Yuan Yuan from the CF, how could she possibly possess such an optimistic smile after experiencing a childhood marked by the loss of both parents, followed by living with her aunt and eventually being taken in by a welfare institution, only to later escape with her sister? How could such experiences have shaped a character infused with hope and a bright outlook on life? Chen Mu did not wish to view matters through a tinted lens. It was merely that the nightmares of childhood upheaval and the subsequent experiences in the welfare system would likely have a profound impact on one's psychological development. Yet, the barista Yuan he knew did not seem like a girl haunted by such tragedies. Quite the opposite. Nevertheless, the two images he pieced together in his mind evoked an undeniable sense of familiarity. Could it truly be that the barista Yuan Yuan was the same Ma Xiaoling from years past? Taking a step back, if she were indeed Ma Xiaoling, could this girl possibly be connected to the 6/21 massacre of the Tang Wenli family? Chen Mu was in turmoil. Regardless of whether she was Ma Xiaoling or if there was a connection to 6.21, he felt compelled to investigate, with the fleeting sense of familiarity intensifying. He found himself unable to turn back. Without further adu, Chen Mu quickly gathered his belongings and departed the hotel, driving directly to the CAF located less than 800 meters from his previous residence, Yujing Shijia. Upon arriving, he found no sign of the barista Yuan Yuan, which was to be expected. Based on his previous visits to purchase coffee, he had deduced her shift schedule and working hours. Thus, it was evident that this was not yet the time for her to be on duty. One iced Americano, please. As it was not yet the peak hour, the CAF was relatively uncrowded. Chen Mu approached with a courteous smile. As the barista acknowledged his order, he feigned interest in the coffee preparation area. Oh, is Yuan Yuan not working today? Yuan Yuan is off today. The barista did not seem surprised by the inquiry, as it was a common occurrence. Off today? Chen Mu paused slightly, but it was of little consequence to him. May I ask, is Yuan Yuan a local from Yangcheng? He inquired with a grin out of course. She's local. Who from outside would come to work at a coffee shop in a small place like Yangcheng for a mere 3,000 a month? A male barista replied with a laugh. 3 or 4,000 with meals and accommodation isn't too bad, right? Chen Mu responded casually. Whereas the accommodation and meals for that amount. We don't provide any of that. The male barista remarked. So you have to go home for meals and lodging? Chen Mu said, those living nearby can go home for meals, but those far away share a place to save on travel. With that in mind, minus the living expenses, there is hardly anything left at the end of the month, especially with the high cost of living in Yangcheng. It's practically like working for nothing. His words struck a chord with the male barista, who suddenly wore a deeply pained expression. Isn't that the truth? Low pay, long hours, and too much work. We'd rather not do it. I remember Yuan Yuan has been here for quite a while. Hasn't she? Over a year, I say. Chen Mu continued. She's doing all right. Her salary is a bit higher than ours. Plus, she doesn't have to pay rent like we do. Does she live in the city? Chen Mu began to gather information about Yuan Yuan. Yes, her home is right across from the entrance of South Park, just 3 to 4 kilometers from our shop. It's a quick bike ride. I heard her area is about to be demolished, and they're compensating per head, around 400,000 to 500,000 each. Just think about it. For the 500,000, we'd have to work ourselves to the bone just to save that much. She's about to become a wealthy woman. The male barista spoke with envy, completely unaware that Chen Mu had extracted both pertinent and irrelevant information. That innocent enthusiasm stirred a twinge of discomfort in Chen Mu's heart. Child, with such naivety, how many hard lessons will you endure in life? At that moment, the iced Americano Chen Mu had ordered was ready, prepared by another female barista. Hello. That's your iced Americano. The barista mechanically smiled as she placed the coffee before him. Thank you. Chen Mu picked up the coffee and turned to the young male barista, delivering a particularly dramatic line. Bro, keep pushing forward. The universe is still unfolding, and we are all dark horses. Let us strive together. Fortunes will shift, and I believe that those who persevere will eventually triumph. The male barista's innocent eyes sparkled with newfound hope that it was a glimmer of longing for a brighter future. Coupled with a confidence in life. Chapter 063. Do bad people wear the label of bad on their faces? Sipping his iced Americano, Chen Mu exited the CAF. It must be said that this visit had been an unexpected delight for him. Although, in his previous life as a detective, he had various ways of extracting information, he had not anticipated that he wouldn't even need to employ any tactics. The young barista had already divulged the information he sought. This was fortuitous, saving him precious time. The South Park, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, was soon reached with ease. Before him lay a vast expanse of residential housing, primarily consisting of two-story buildings. The weathered walls bore the scars of time, contrasting sharply with the newly constructed South Park across the way. Amidst Yangcheng's urban expansion, demolition of these residences appeared inevitable. Parking his car at the entrance of South Park, Chun Mu strode purposefully toward the adjacent residential area. Under the banyan trees, several middle-aged women, past their 50s, were sorting vegetables in their baskets, while children played and laughed nearby. "Excuse me, ladies, are you busy?" Chun Mu approached the group of women. "Young man, who are you?" They collectively looked up at him. "I'm hoping to inquire about someone. Is that all right?" Chun Mu asked warmly. "Inquiring about someone? Who are you looking for, and what do you do?" A middle-aged woman became suspicious and vigilant. Observing her demeanor, Chun Mu feigned a bitter smile and quickly said, "Please don't be alarmed. I am not a bad person." Little did he know that the woman, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Do bad people wear the label of bad on their faces?" Chun Mu thought to himself, "That's rather unfriendly." Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and continued, "Let me clarify. I am from a talent agency for online streamers. Our company came across a girl whose appearance and temperament perfectly align with our requirements. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach her, but after some inquiries, we learned that her home is near the park in the south of the city. So I wanted to come and gather some information." "A talent agency for streamers? What on earth is that?" the woman asked. "Well, we specialize in discovering individuals with potential for online broadcasting. You know what live streaming is, right?" Chun Mu replied. "Those women online who pose provocatively like little vixens," interjected the same unfriendly woman. Chun Mu found himself at a loss for words once again. This was a sweeping generalization that could condemn an entire group. However, before he could respond, the woman continued. "Who are you inquiring about?" "Yuan Yuan. Her name is Yuan Yuan. She lives nearby, doesn't she?" Chun Mu answered. As soon as he finished speaking, another middle-aged woman chimed in. "Yuan Yuan? Con Yuan Yuan? Yes, that's her." Chun Mu responded eagerly. Unbeknownst to him, the woman immediately waved her hand dismissively. Not a chance. She would never get involved in that sort of streaming. "Oh, why is that?" Chun Mu feigned surprise. My son sells clothing in the provincial city and wanted to invite her to shoot some short videos and live stream sales. Claiming she would be perfect as a clothing model, he offered her a base salary of 6,000, with meals and accommodation included, plus a commission on sales. Isn't that a far better deal than working at a coffee shop? Yet she absolutely refused to go, saying she didn't want to expose herself online. The middle-aged woman sighed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Is not like we're asking her to behave like those little vixens. Enticing men for money that we just want her to shoot some short videos for women's clothing and live stream, selling those clothes. Yet she insists on avoiding the limelight, as if she were some sort of special figure. Perhaps she fears that going to the provincial city would jeopardize her compensation for relocation. After all, her situation isn't entirely legitimate. Another middle-aged woman chimed in. "Absolutely. Why should they receive any relocation funds? Their share is essentially taken from us. If they don't get any, we could pocket a few extra thousand." With the lead voice established, a chorus of middle-aged women joined in, expressing their indignation. But Chun Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in curiosity that he seemed to sense something peculiar. "Aunties, what are you talking about?" Chun Mu pretended to be bewildered, as the discussion heated up. One of the women turned to him, saying, "Young man, you tell us. Isn't it only the local residents of the demolition area who should receive relocation funds?" Yes, that seems reasonable," Chun Mu replied. "But why should outsiders like them get a share? Our local women who marry out don't receive any, yet they, as outsiders, are entitled to it. What kind of logic is that?" At this moment, Chun Mu found himself becoming the judge in the eyes of these middle-aged women. All their gazes were fixated upon him, even though they don't know Chun Mu at all, even though he had only appeared in their world for a few minutes. "Wait, isn't Kong Yuan Yuan one of yours?" How can she be considered an outsider? Chun Mu feigned confusion. They're nothing to us. Those two sisters were brought back by old Master Kong over a decade ago. His son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter died in a car accident years ago, leaving him and his wife in distress. It took them a long time to recover that a couple of years later, they brought those sisters back, as their parents also died in a car accident. It seems that was the reason old Master Kong took them in. The earlier middle-aged woman said this in a fit of anger. Little did she know that the information she casually divulged sent Chun Mu's thoughts spiraling into disarray. Sisters adopted over a decade ago, whose parents also perished in a car accident. Given that Kong Yuan was now in her early 20s, it aligned with the age of Ma Xiaoling, who had once escaped from the orphanage. So, the Kong Yuan working at the coffee shop was indeed Ma Xiaoling from the Ma sisters of yesteryear. Auntie, does Kong Yuan have a sister? Seizing the opportunity amidst the emotional turmoil, Chun Mu quickly inquired. Yes, she has an older sister. Each one is worth 4 to 500,000. Together, that's over $1 million, which should be allocated to us local residents affected by the demolition. However, at this moment, Chun Mu was no longer interested in debating further. He hurriedly asked, "What's your older sister's name?" Kong Xiao. The middle-aged woman instinctively replied. Upon hearing the name, Kong Xiao, Chun Mu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Wait, young man, weren't you asking about Kong Yuan? Why are you suddenly inquiring about her sister? Amidst Chun Mu's stunned shock, one of the women suddenly asked, "No. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be fair for them to receive relocation funds." Recovering his composure, Chun Mu swiftly redirected the conversation to topics that interested the women. Sure enough, the next moment, the women completely disregarded why he had asked about Kong Yuan's sister. Exactly. Young man, you're quite reasonable. Given the situation of those two sisters, how can they claim relocation funds? If those leaders were as sensible as you, it would be wonderful. It's unreasonable. If that were the case, shouldn't my married daughter also be entitled to a share? After all, she is a local. The cacophony of voices left Chun Mu feeling overwhelmed. Before the chatter could die down, he hastily interrupted. All right, aunties, since Kong Yuan is in this situation, I must report back. Although her appearance and demeanor suggest potential in the streaming industry. Given the controversy surrounding the relocation funds, we must think twice. If this leads to public outcry, it could affect our company. With that, Chun Mu paid no attention to their responses and quickly turned to leave. Back at his car parked at the entrance of the park, he drove off swiftly. His mind was in a whirl. Kong Xiao, Kong Yuan, could they truly be the Ma sisters from back in the day? If Kong Yuan was indeed Ma Xiaoling, that would be one thing. Even if the Kong Yuan he knew from the coffee shop didn't align with his mental image of the Ma sisters, he could still accept it. But Kong Xiao, the alluring owner of the salon at the corner of Yujing Shijia, who always greeted him with hello, handsome, and was ever so warm and welcoming. Even washing his hair personally on busy days while teasing him flirtatiously. How could she be Ma Xiaoli, the sister of the Ma family? Recalling their encounters, where charm and allure radiated an unmistakable mature aura. It was inconceivable that she was younger than him. Yet, based on the newly acquired information, this captivating Kong Xiao, who had once been the object of his youthful fantasies, was indeed Kong Yuan's sister. Most likely, she was Ma Xiaoli from the Ma sisters. If she truly was Ma Xiaoli, and Kong Yuan was indeed Ma Xiaoling, could it be possible that these sisters were connected to the infamous 621 case? The 621 case raised a direct concern for him. Framing and slander orchestrated by someone harboring deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet if Kong Yuan and Kong Xiao were involved in the 621 case, why would they frame him? There was neither animosity nor grievance between them. Their relationship had been friendly, akin to that of a customer and a shopkeeper. As he recalled Kong Yuan's vibrant laughter and Kong Xiao's flirtatious teasing. He found it hard to believe that they could be the very individuals framing him in the 621 case. Moreover, it was now clear that the perpetrator behind the 621 incident was an adult male. Chun Mu was utterly bewildered, completely lost. As the sun descended in the western sky, Chun Mu chose not to return to the hotel where he had previously stayed. Instead, he drove Song Chengfei's dilapidated vehicle back to the roadside parking spot outside the residential community where Song resided. After all, It was only a matter of time before the identity of Song Chingfa would be revealed. It was time for this old car to return to its original place. Once the vehicle was parked, Chen Mu, with his large backpack slung over his shoulder, approached the roadside and hailed a taxi, once again heading toward the pedestrian street of Yangqing. The vibrant cultural street was bustling with activity as night approached. Chen Mu found himself compelled to undertake the most unwelcome yet necessary task. Locking his gaze on a young man of similar age, he set down his backpack and held it close to his side. Silently, he edged closer, and after a brief moment, he swiftly moved towards the direction away from the surveillance of the pedestrian street. 2 hours later, directly across from the L Styling Salon, a mere 300 meters from the luxury residential complex that Chen Mu had previously purchased. A man named Yi Zhongwen checked into the Magellan chain hotel that he made a request that left the front desk staff utterly bewildered. He asked for a room that faced the street. As night deepened, within the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the investigation team was hard at work, burning the midnight oil in the case analysis room. Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin sat with grave expressions. According to the information relayed earlier, Chen Mu had already outpaced them as early as the morning of the day before yesterday. Chen Mu had appeared in Pingyao Village, Sini County, under the guise of investigator He Tai from the Municipal Bureau. Conducting a series of inquiries at the village committee, in the afternoon, he followed leads from Pingyao Village to Handan Village. Now, it had been a full 2 days since Chen Mu ventured into Sini County. Professor Su, do you think we can catch up to him? Gao Mingyue asked, unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. It's hard to say. According to the information from Handan Village, he is likely pursuing the Ma sisters as his main leads. It all depends on what Zhou Sun's team reports after locating the former director of the Sini Third Welfare Institute. Su Hualin replied solemnly, if finding the Ma sisters proves difficult, we might be able to get ahead of him. However, if it's not too challenging, we may. Su Hualin did not finish his thought, but his expression was stern as he nodded. Just as Gao Mingyue was about to respond, Zhou Sun hurriedly entered the analysis room. Team leader Zhou, do we have any further leads? Gao Mingyue immediately turned, her voice urgent. Zhou Sun brushed aside his disheveled bangs and took a moment to steady his breathing before replying. Chen Mu indeed sought out Huang Yuzhu, the former director of the Sini Third Welfare Institute. However, according to the information from Old Lin, Chen only received one photograph from her, an old group photo of the Ma sisters taken 15 years ago after they were admitted to the Welfare Institute. At that time, one sister was barely 9, while the other was just over 6. Chapter 065. Reassessing the situation as he spoke, Zhou Sun tossed the hastily printed photograph onto the table in front of Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin. The two exchanged silent glances before picking up the photo. Are we certain that this is the only photograph Chen Mu obtained from the former director? Gao Mingyue inquired, frowning after a few moments of scrutiny. There would be no reason for her to deceive us, Zhou Sun replied. According to reports from Handan Village, the Ma sisters disappeared shortly after being taken in by the Welfare Institute. Did they ever search for them? Did they reach out to the police? Su Hualin asked in a low voice. They did search for quite some time. Although they received occasional leads about sightings of the sisters, they ultimately turned out to be unfounded. After that, they completely lost track of them. As for contacting the police, they did report the case, but the outcome was the same. Zhou Sun sighed, shaking his head. Given the societal conditions 15 years ago, it is evident that 2 young girls, merely a few years old, going missing and subsequently losing all contact with the Welfare Institute is a troubling sign. The likelihood of them facing 3 potential fates, being harmed, abducted, or adopted, is high. Frankly, the first 2 scenarios are far more plausible than the last. Considering the prevailing societal bias against female children, how many families would be willing to adopt an 8 or 9-year-old girl? Professor Su, what are your thoughts? Gao Mingyue turned to Su Hualin. Su Hualin did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was clear that identifying the now-adult Ma sisters based solely on a photograph in their childhood would not be an easy task, especially if they had not fallen victim to any misfortune. Therefore, if they found this challenging, would Chen Mu still pursue the Ma sisters? If he abandoned this lead, from which direction would he choose to begin anew? After a long pause, he instinctively tapped on the conference table. Team leader Zhou, let us reevaluate. We should trace back from Chun Mu's inquiries with Lu Wenqing regarding the past, using Tang Wenqiu's unusual behavior as a starting point, and meticulously review the individuals and events involved in the subsequent inquiries. Zhou Sun nodded in agreement, picking up a pen and beginning to write on the whiteboard. As he wrote, he narrated, "Initially, Lu Wenqing found Tang Wenqiu's behavior peculiar. Not believing in superstitions, he kept a protective charm on him. Then there was the suggestion from expert Gao regarding possible post-traumatic stress disorder due to a car accident that we next investigated Pingyao village, where during the May Day holiday, a villager named Tang Wenli was involved in a tragic car accident, resulting in the death of a woman from Handan village, Li Guolan. Tang Wenli was driving the vehicle owned by Tang Chenghui, the wealthiest man in Pingyao village at that time. According to sources from Pingyao village, Tang Wenli lost both parents at a young age and lived with his grandmother, due to the close neighborly relationship with Tang Wenqiu's family. They provided substantial support. After Tang Wenli dropped out of middle school, his mother, Ma Shufan, introduced him to work with Tang Chenghui. A few years later, due to his grandmother's health issues, Tang Wenli resigned to care for her. After her passing a few months later, he was involved in the fatal accident that killed Li Guolan, serving 3 years in prison before returning to work for Tang Chenghui until the latter's family emigrated abroad. As for the owner of the vehicle involved in the accident, Tang Chenghui was wealthy yet miserly, having contributed nothing to Pingyao village, thus earning a poor reputation among the villagers. His rise came with the help of Tang Wenqiu's grandfather, making their relationship the closest in Pingyao village. This included arranging for Tang Wenqiu's university expenses, job placements upon graduation, and facilitating the family's relocation to Yangcheng. Returning to the late Li Guolan, her husband, Ma Hongming was impoverished and prone to gambling. Following his wife's tragic accident, he allegedly attempted to extort Tang Chenghui, causing disturbances with law enforcement and traffic departments, claiming that his wife could have been saved had the perpetrator not arranged for someone to take the blame. He insisted that it was not Tang Wenli who killed his wife, demanding a compensation of several $100,000 to settle the matter. As Ma Hongming's protests escalated, he was detained by local authorities for several days. Upon his release, he attempted to rally villagers to petition for him, but was refused. He then rode a motorcycle to the city to file a complaint, but tragically fell off a cliff on the way, resulting in the couple's demise and leaving their 2 daughters, Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, orphaned. Subsequently, the sisters were taken in by their aunt, Ma Yanqing, who lived in a rented house in town. During this period, they filed a lawsuit against the owner of the vehicle that caused Li Guolan's death. However, they lost the case in the first trial due to the defendant's lawyer's adept defense, which significantly reduced the originally promised compensation. Afterward, Ma Yanqing, unable to care for the sisters due to health issues, chose to place them in the Cine Third Welfare Institute, where she soon passed away in her rented home, in Handan village. It was learned that after marrying out, Ma Yanqing was cast out by her in-laws for failing to bear children and never remarried. Thus, the Ma family was left with only the 2 sisters, who, after being admitted to the Cine Third Welfare Institute, vanished only 6 months later due to negligence on the part of the institute, leading to their disappearance without a trace. Zhou Sun took a deep breath and meticulously recounted all the circumstances once more, his hands busily writing. Tang Wenqiu, Tang Wenli, Tang Chenghui, Li Guolan, Ma Hongming, Ma Yanqing, Ma Xiaoli, Ma Xiaoling. He inscribed each name, accompanied by a series of annotations. This encapsulated the general progression of the incident from years past, a tragic accident involving a vehicle driven by Tang Wenli that led to a cascade of subsequent events. Throughout the ordeal, the deceased Tang Wenqiu of the 6.21 case seemed to lack any sense of presence amidst these happenings. After the May Day holiday, he returned to Yangcheng No. 7 Middle School, but upon his return to school, a series of abnormalities unfolded, leading to Lu Wenqing's remark of him being a changed person. As it stands, the current status of the relevant individuals is as follows. Tang Chenghui has moved his entire family abroad. Li Guolan and Ma Hongming tragically perished in consecutive car accidents. Ma Yanqing has passed away, and both Tang Wenqiu and his mother, wife, and son fell victim in the 6.21 incident, while Tang Wenli and the Ma sisters, Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, remain missing. With Zhou Sun's words concluded, Su Hualin nodded on the blackboard. Zhou Sun's organization of information was already remarkably clear. Have we investigated Tang Wenli? Where is he now? Is it possible to locate him? What is his current status? Su Hualin inquired. Yes, we are investigating, and we should have results soon, Zhou Sun replied. In the next moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing the caller ID, Zhou Sun swiftly answered. However, upon hearing the news on the other end, his expression changed dramatically. What? Damn it, he could not care less that Su Hualin and Gao Mingwei were present. Zhou Sun kicked at the air in frustration. What happened? Gao Mingwei asked, her brows furrowing tightly. Zhou Sun did not respond immediately, but hung up the phone and exhaled deeply. He then turned to Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin, swallowing hard before saying, Tang Wenli is dead. What? Tang Wenli is dead. When did that happen? Where did he die? Gao Mingwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. In a county in Jiangsu, in Zhejiang. According to the local coroner's autopsy, he has been dead for approximately 4 months. The body was discovered a few days ago. Since he had no relatives and was running a scrap recycling business alone, no one reported his disappearance. It was only a few days ago that a homeless person found his body. Due to severe decomposition and the lack of a missing persons report, the local police only confirmed his identity yesterday and have yet to notify the village committee of Pingyao. Zhou Sun explained. 4 months? That means it was even before the 6.21 case where Tang Wenchu's family was murdered, Gao Mingwei exclaimed repeatedly. Indeed, Zhou Sun nodded. Professor Su, what are your thoughts? Gao Mingwei turned to Su Hualin, her urgency palpable. Given the circumstances, the individuals involved in that uninvestigated car accident and its aftermath, aside from Tang Qinghui's family who have immigrated, are the Ma sisters whose whereabouts remain unknown, Su Hualin said gravely. Shaking his head, Gao Mingwei hurriedly added, with Tang Wenchu dead and now Tang Wenli as well. Does that mean we cannot verify whether Tang Wenchu took the blame for the driver who caused Li Guolan's death? 15 years have passed since the incident, and due to limited conditions, the only way to ascertain whether Tang Wenchu indeed took the blame for Tang Wenli is through eyewitnesses from that time. Su Hualin replied. Eyewitnesses? Zhou Sun frowned. If there were eyewitnesses, it likely would have circulated back then, wouldn't it? But if there were no eyewitnesses, why did Ma Hongming insist that Tang Wenli was covering for someone? Why did he firmly state that it was because the true perpetrator had someone take the blame that led to Li Guolan missing the chance for timely medical treatment, resulting in her death? Ma Hongming is a gambling addict, utterly consumed by it. Zhou Sun remarked. Su Hualin shook his head in disagreement. Yes, he is a gambler, and often the words of gamblers cannot be trusted. But have you considered that if he were attempting to extort someone, why would he demand such an exorbitant sum of 1 to 200,000? What does that amount signify 15 years ago? Seeing Zhou Sun about to speak, Su Hualin continued, Are you suggesting that if there were indeed eyewitnesses and Ma Hongming learned about the cover-up from them, why has he never mentioned the eyewitnesses? Why did he still go to petition? Zhou Sun nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed his line of thought, setting aside whether or not there are eyewitnesses. Even if there were, locating them after 15 years would not be an easy task, especially since Tang Wenchu's family and Tang Wenli are now deceased. Therefore, delving into whether Tang Wenli took the blame for Tang Wenchu would lose much of its significance. What then, Professor Su? What are your thoughts? Zhou Sun asked. The only individuals connected to that car accident, aside from Ma's sisters whose fates remain unknown, are Tang Qinghui's family who has moved abroad. Our investigation into that accident is to trace Chen Mu and to re-examine the 6.21 case. But now, are we not losing sight of our primary objective? Losing sight of the primary objective. Did not Chen Mu, as we suspected, begin from that very car accident? Su Hualin countered. The problem is that Tang Qinghui's family, who have been abroad for years, are undoubtedly not related to the 6.21 case, and it is improbable that Chen Mu would venture overseas to find Tang Qinghui. Thus, we are left with the Ma sisters, whose whereabouts have been unknown since 15 years ago. Zhou Sun instinctively remarked, In that case, we should direct our focus towards the Ma sisters. I am sure Chen Mu thinks the same. Su Hualin stated with sharp conviction. Wait, Professor Su, are you suggesting that there is a connection between the 6.21 case and the Ma sisters, who have been missing for 15 years? Zhou Sun queried, his brow furrowing. Su Hualin paused before responding. What if that car accident was indeed Tang Wenchu taking the blame for Tang Wenli? What if Li Guolan died because the perpetrator had someone take the blame? thereby missing the critical time for medical intervention. It is not impossible for the Ma sisters to seek revenge after 15 years, given that it was that very accident that caused them to lose their mother, and subsequently their father, leaving them orphaned. Could that constitute a motive for the 6.21 case? Su Hualin posed, as Zhou Sun stared in astonishment. Su Hualin continued, "Moreover, now it is not just Tang Wenchu's family that has perished. Tang Wenli is also dead. Based on our earlier assumption, if Tang Wenli indeed took the blame for Tang Wenchu, then is it merely coincidental that both Tang Wenli and Tang Wenchu's families fell victim? If the true culprit of this 6.21 case were indeed Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, then, from a criminal psychology standpoint, it makes sense that Tang Wenchu's family was exterminated. After all, it was Tang Wenchu who caused them to lose their parents, rendering them orphans. In this regard, the motive for extermination could be seen as sufficient. Gao Mingyue stated solemnly. In response to Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue's assertions, Zhou Sun posed the most critical and central question. Professor Su, expert Gao, are you not overlooking the most crucial issue? The 6.21 case can be definitively determined to be the act of an adult male acting alone. The Ma sisters are female. Does that align? Furthermore, even if, for argument's sake, the Ma sisters were indeed behind the 6.21 case, why would they meticulously orchestrate a scheme to frame Chunmu? Does that make sense? They harbor animosity towards Tang Wenchu and Tang Wenli for causing their parents' demise, leading them to annihilate Tang Wenchu's family and Tang Wenli. But what about Chunmu? What grievance or hatred could compel them to target Chunmu in such a manner? This is tantamount to orchestrating his execution. In Chapter 067, Zhou Sun demanded, "Find Chunmu. Unearth the truth. Apprehend him." Under Zhou Sun's remarks, Gao Mingyue was taken aback, and Su Hualin fell into silence. Clearly, this was an insurmountable dilemma, observing Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue frowning in contemplation. Zhou Sun added, "I am beginning to suspect that Chunmu might, as you suggested at the outset, be suffering from dissociative identity disorder, with another persona committing the crime. If Chunmu is not responsible for the 6.21 case, then why would the real culprit go to such lengths to frame him? Such a level of framing transcends ordinary animosity or resentment. It aims not only to destroy him, but also to brand him as the perpetrator of a family annihilation. To put it bluntly, it is akin to reducing him to ashes after killing him." Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue remained silent. After all, Zhou Sun's words were indeed irrefutable. "Professor Su, expert Gao, in my opinion, we should not exert ourselves pondering over the car accident from years ago and the matter of the Ma sisters. That incident occurred 15 years ago. Tang Wenchu and Tang Wenli are deceased, and there has never been any mention of eyewitness accounts." As Professor Su stated, the significance of verifying whether it was a cover-up has diminished greatly. Furthermore, regarding the Ma sisters, we only possess a photograph from their childhood taken 15 years ago. Setting aside whether they may have met with misfortune, even if they are still alive, searching for them would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack amidst the vast sea of humanity. Thus, our only objective now is singular and clear: to locate Chunmu, to unearth Chunmu, to capture Chunmu. Upon hearing Zhou Sun's remarks, Su Hualin cast a glance at Gao Mingyue, who blinked several times. She then addressed Zhou Sun. "What does Team Zhou intend to do? It's simple. Our immediate priority is to identify the identity Chunmu is using, according to the security personnel at the gate of Yuan Phone Garden, where Huang Yuzhu, the director of the Pingyao and Handan villages and the Sini Third Welfare Institute, is located. Chunmu, disguised as Atai, possesses a vehicle. Therefore, we shall commence our investigation from the vehicle he drives. Additionally, there have been checkpoints established on the road from Yangcheng to Sini County in recent days, indicating that Chunmu must have used a face that matches his identification. Otherwise, he would have been detained for inspection." Zhou Sun continued, "Thus, if we can pinpoint the vehicle he drives, we can ascertain the identity he is currently using." "Indeed." Gao Mingyue nodded in agreement, her voice steady, although Chunmu's disguising skills are exceptional. Akin to face-changing, if he possesses a stable identity, it is likely he would not change it casually. After all, the more identities one uses, the greater the variables involved. I believe he is cognizant of this. Furthermore, judging by his provocations towards the Yangcheng police and his displayed arrogance, He likely did not anticipate our renewed analysis of Tang Wenqiu's past social connections, nor did he foresee our engagement with Lu Wenqing, which has led us into Pingyao and Handan villages. Zhou Sun appeared quite satisfied with Gao Mingyue's assertions and turned his attention back to Su Hualin. Professor Su, what are your thoughts? I trust that Team Zhou's personnel have already begun retrieving road surveillance footage in Cini. Su Hualin glanced at Zhou Sun. Yes, indeed, the investigation has commenced. Zhou Sun replied. Then let us proceed with the surveillance footage. But we must not overlook the Ma sisters, that we should explore any leads related to their whereabouts as well. Su Hualin nodded. Understood, but I must mention that pursuing leads concerning the Ma sisters may prove to be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, since Professor Su has brought it up, we shall proceed, Zhou Sun responded. From Zhou Sun's expression and tone, Su Hualin discerned that Zhou Sun would not be particularly invested in the leads regarding the Ma sisters, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Firstly, he was not the designated authority commissioned by the provincial government to lead the capture operation. Secondly, regarding whether the Ma sisters were alive or deceased, or if they had been victimized or trafficked, he could not ascertain. Lastly, there were the questions Zhou Sun had previously posed. The perpetrator of the 6.21 case was an adult male, and if Chun Mu was not the murderer, why would the actual killer go to such lengths to frame him? If these two questions remained unresolved, he would find it challenging to influence Zhou Sun's decisions. Professor Su, expert Gao, it is getting late. Perhaps you should both return to rest. The leads on Chun Mu are becoming clearer now. I appreciate your assistance. Without your input, we might not have delved into Tang Wenqiu's past social connections. Otherwise, we truly might have been led astray by Chun Mu. Noticing that Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin had ceased speaking, Zhou Sun adjusted his disheveled bangs and stated earnestly, Team Zhou, are you confident you could definitively pinpoint Chun Mu and apprehend him? Gao Mingyue suddenly interjected. What? Expert Gao, do you have something to say? Zhou Sun was taken aback. No, it's just that my intuition tells me it 1 TB, that's simple. Gao Mingyue replied. Just as Zhou Sun was about to respond, his phone in his pocket rang once more. The caller ID read, Old Lin. Hello, Old Lin. Have you located him? Zhou Sun inquired breathlessly. Not yet, but we have confirmed he is driving a clone vehicle, likely obtaining the plates only after entering Cini County. We are currently examining the road surveillance footage to proceed with the next steps. Lin Guodong, who was in Cini County, spoke in a low voice. Wait, then why did you call me? Zhou Sun's previously heightened excitement dissipated instantly. Team Zhou, can you guess who I saw on the road surveillance footage in Cini? Lin Guodong's tone was laced with complexity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun was momentarily taken aback. The fact that Lin Guodong would express himself in such a manner. Did this mean? Who? Zhou Sun asked in a subdued tone. Atai. Lin Guodong struggled to articulate those two words. What? What did you say? Atai. In an instant, Zhou Sun's chest heaved violently. Yes, just over an hour after Chun Mu left Huang Yuju's location. His vehicle entered Cini, and the driver captured on the road surveillance was him. Lin Guodong clarified, as though he took leave to go to Cini County. Zhou Sun's voice turned ominous. Lin Guodong did not respond to this query, but noted, Team Zhou, while I'm unsure what he is doing in Cini, isn't this a rather curious coincidence? Of course, I do not suspect he has any connection with Chun Mu. I merely want to suggest that he might have known Chun Mu was in Cini. If that is the case, then damn him and his ancestors for generations. Zhou Sun could no longer restrain himself that I end the case analysis room. Before Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin, he erupted, veins bulging, roaring in fury. Chapter 068. Uncertainty about him witnessing Zhou Sun's furious outburst. Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue exchanged concerned glances. After all, he was the local head of the investigative team. Was this demeanor not a bit unbecoming? Team leader Zhou, what's the matter? Gao Mingyue could no longer contain her curiosity. Striving to regain his composure, Zhou Sun replied, Old Lin informed me that while investigating the traces of Chun Mu's vehicle in Cini County, they discovered Hitai appearing in Cini shortly after Chun Mu departed from Huang Yuju. What? Hitai went to Cini. Gao Mingyue exclaimed in shock. Zhou Sun exhaled. He called me 2 nights ago to request leave. But he did not mention where he was going, and I did not inquire. Gao Mingyue instinctively responded, What could he possibly be doing in Cini? Does he know that Chun Mu is present in Cini? I am not certain. If that is indeed the case, then he certainly deserves to be damned. Zhou Sun ground his teeth. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Attai's number. Due to his increasingly deep-seated prejudices against Attai, Zhou Sun chose not to send him a Cine to follow up on the Tangwenshi matter, but rather instructed him to remain at the investigative unit on standby. Hello, Team Zhou. Attai quickly answered on the other end. Come to the case analysis room immediately. Now, at once. Zhou Sun hung up before Attai could respond. Let us hope this is merely a coincidence. If he truly knew Chun Mu was in Cine beforehand, then we might have missed a genuine golden opportunity. Su Hualin remarked gravely. Team Zhou, if I may be so bold to ask, during the prior interrogation of Chun Mu, did he truly resort to any means? Gao Mingwei inquired subtly, avoiding any mention of the harsher terms like torture. Zhou Sun furrowed his brow repeatedly. There are far too many criminals who cling to their luck and resist at all costs. Given the evidence from the 6.21 case and the pressure faced by the Yangqing Public Security Bureau at the time, it would not be surprising if Attai employed certain tactics. After all, this involves a serious criminal case that has instigated public panic. Applying some pressure on the suspect to elicit a confession, thereby saving valuable time, does not seem problematic to me. Zhou Sun added, although the upper echelons have issued strict orders against employing such tactics. I believe that in practice, especially at the local level, few places can truly adhere to a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to interrogating suspects who refuse to cooperate in serious cases. If Chun Mu's account is indeed genuine, then did Attai merely employ a minimal amount of pressure, which you deem acceptable? Gao Mingwei responded solemnly. Let us not discuss this. Zhou Sun raised his hand to deflect the topic, recognizing that further discussion at this juncture would serve no purpose. Just as Zhou Sun's words fell, the door to the case analysis room swung open. Attai entered. Team Zhou, you called for me? Ignoring Su Hualin and Gao Mingwei, Attai turned to Zhou Sun and inquired, did you go to Cine the night before last? Without any preamble, Zhou Sun, suppressing his emotions, got straight to the point. A sudden change swept over Attai's expression. Zhou team, why do you ask that? Just tell me, yes or no. Zhou Sun demanded fiercely, his expression shifting rapidly, his gaze flickering incessantly. Attai clenched his teeth. Yes, I did go to Cine. What of it? What were you doing in Cine? Zhou Sun pressed, I want to see a friend. Attai replied, Chun Mu your friend? Zhou Sun probed. Attai's eyes widened in alarm. Zhou team, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I am associated with that scoundrel? However, the mention of scoundrel caused Gao Mingyue's delicate features to twitch repeatedly, though she ultimately held her composure. Chun Mu appeared in Cine dressed as you, posing as a detective from the Municipal Bureau, and merely an hour or two later, you also showed up in Cine that merely coincidence. Zhou Sun stared bore into Attai's eyes as anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Attai's countenance shifted dramatically. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Sun continued darkly, I do not wish to investigate whom you met or what you did in Cine. But I hope you can tell me the truth about your purpose for being there. You should know this cannot withstand scrutiny. Attai fell silent, his anxious demeanor betraying his inner turmoil. Did you already know about Chun Mu's appearance in Cine the night before? Gao Mingwei interjected. I can't say for certain. Faced with no escape, Attai could only lower his gaze. What do you mean by that? Zhou Sun, on the brink of exploding with rage, inquired. The night before last, I received a call from a junior at the police academy, asking if I had gone to Cine for field work, that a person claiming to be Attai from Municipal Bureau had visited his home to inquire about his mother. Attai's voice trembled as he seemed to recognize the gravity of his misdeeds. That junior, a policeman from the county bureau, is his mother, named Huang Yuju, who is the director of the Third Welfare Institute in Cine. And the imposter posing as he was inquiring about two sisters who escaped from the Third Welfare Institute 15 years ago, named Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, ultimately obtaining a photograph of them from Huang Yuju. As Zhou Sun spoke, his teeth seemed to chatter in fury. Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin's faces darkened to an extreme as well. How do you know all this, Zhou team? Attai instinctively looked up in disbelief. Damn you! At that moment, Zhou Sun's rage erupted completely as he kicked Attai. Why didn't you report this? Why? As he shouted, he lunged forward, seizing Attai's collar. Do you understand that your failure to report this has cost us an invaluable opportunity? Spittle flew from Zhou Sun's mouth as he raged. Give me an explanation. Why? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, then you are complicit with Chun Mu, aiding his escape. His fury was justified. Had He Tai reported the incident immediately, they would have tracked Chun Mu without delay, thereby identifying the individual associated with the vehicle he drove. Yet due to He Tai's concealment, they squandered 2 precious days. You didn't report Chun Mu's appearance in Cine because you thought you could act alone and achieve merit by capturing him. Right? Also, didn't your junior intend to report after confirming that the individual was an imposter? So, you prevented him from reporting, Gao Mingyue coldly remarked. And you, a detective from the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, how did you even become a detective? No wonder Chen Mu was able to manipulate the Yangqing Bureau so easily. Chapter 069. You capture him. In the wake of Zhou Sun's furious outburst and Gao Mingyue's incisive questioning, He Tai realized that there was no room left for evasion. The uniform I'm wearing belongs to me. Gao Mingyue was taken aback. What? The uniform you are wearing is yours. The day after he broke into my home and knocked me out, he returned and stole the police uniform I'd stored in my wardrobe. Zhou Tai confessed. His head bowed. You didn't report it because you were afraid of adding another stain to your career? Afraid of becoming the butt of jokes again? Did you not consider that he might include the experience of stealing the police uniform in his novel claiming he was not a criminal? Once he writes that in, do you think your concerns will be avoided? Gao Mingyue struggled to articulate her feelings at that moment. Once again, how did he get into the municipal bureau as a detective? To put it bluntly, he would probably struggle to serve as a household registration officer at a grassroots police station. That's why I want to capture him personally, if I can catch him. Everything will fall into place, He Tai asserted. You capture him? With a growing sense of disdain for He Tai's foolishness, Gao Mingyue could no longer contain her mocking laughter. This statement once again struck He Tai like a blade of disgrace. Because you were worried about him breaking into your home again to steal your uniform and becoming a laughingstock, you allowed us to miss the golden opportunity to apprehend Chen Mu? Damn. If it were possible, Zhou Sun would have wanted to step outside, procure his firearm, and execute He Tai on the spot. With a forceful shove, he released the incompetent individual he had been gripping. Zhou team, I was wrong. I accept the consequences. Yet Zhou Sun ignored him, pointing and insisting, have your uncle transfer you to another department, and tell him to relay this, from now on, in the investigation team. There is no Zhou Sun with you, He Tai. There is only Zhou Sun without you. An unending humiliation, an inexhaustible resentment weighed heavily upon He Tai, as if an immense mountain had crushed his spirit. The relationship-bound individual responsible for this debacle exited the case analysis room. His uncle is, before He Tai could finish, Gao Mingyue, after He Tai left, immediately furrowed her brow and inquired that Eli Hongwei, Deputy Director Li. My uncle, Zhou Sun panted heavily, he is a relationship-bound individual? Yes, he was forcefully inserted 4 years ago. Su Hualin, who had been quiet, sighed. Though accustomed to the presence of relationship-bound individuals, witnessing someone like He Tai remain in the investigation team for several years was still an eye-opener. One must say the local departments in 3rd and 4th-tier cities truly leave much to be desired. Zhou Sun swept back his disheveled hair, dialing Lin Guodong, who was currently in Cine. Zhou team, find a way to expedite the investigation. We must identify the identity Chun Mu used when entering and exiting Cine. This is our best chance to arrest him, perhaps even our only chance, Zhou Sun declared. Rest assured, Zhou team, with the full cooperation of the Cine branch. If all goes well, we should be able to identify him by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lin replied resolutely on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Zhou Sun strode out of the case analysis room. Before he could return to the task area, he heard a loud round of applause from a distance. Zhou team, Zhou team, Zhou team. As all personnel in the task area shifted their attention, Zhou Sun, with a grim expression, proclaimed loudly, from now on, everyone must remain on standby at the investigation team and must not return home. Yes, yes, yes. The Maigilin Hotel. Disguised as Zhangwan, Chen Mu gazed across the street at the LL Hair Salon through his binoculars. Inside the establishment, the proprietress, Kong Xiuxiu, beamed with a smile as she stepped out of the shop, handbag in hand, before driving away in the car parked outside. With her departure, the employees gradually trickled out as well. and the lights within the LL hair salon were dimmed one by one. As the glass door was locked and the rolling shutter inside was drawn down, the salon was plunged into darkness, leaving only the dazzling LED lights of LL hair salon illuminating the exterior. Retrieving his binoculars, Chun Mu returned to the bed in his hotel room and glanced at his laptop, where he had infiltrated the surveillance of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation team. Observing that even at such a late hour, several personnel remained on duty, including Su Hualin and Gao Mingwei, he recalled Zhou Sun's words. Everyone must remain on standby at the investigation team. No one is allowed to return as a former police officer. He understood all too well that they had likely obtained significant leads in tracking him down. In other words, the name Song Chingfu was soon to enter their radar. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. He no longer pondered the investigation team, but instead pulled out paper and pen from his backpack, channeling all his thoughts onto Kong Yuanyuan and Kong Xiuxiu. Over a decade ago, the Kong couple, who had lost their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, had adopted them in the urban area of Yangcheng. Furthermore, the sisters' parents were said to have perished in a car accident, coupled with the fact that Kong Yuanyuan's age matched that of Ma Xiaoling from the Ma sisters of yore. It would be too far-fetched to call this mere coincidence. Without a doubt, one could ascertain that Kong Yuanyuan and Kong Xiuxiu were indeed the former Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, following the trail of the car accident linked to Tang Wenxiu. If his reasoning held, then Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling undoubtedly had ample motive for revenge. No, it would be more accurate to say that the Ma sisters possessed sufficient grounds for vengeance. The massacre of the Tang family on June 21 must be intricately connected to them. After all, such a heinous crime, executed with such precision, could only stem from a deep-seated enmity. Thus, the suspicion surrounding the Ma sisters heightened exponentially. Regrettably, he had no means to investigate Tang Wenli currently, if June 21 was indeed linked to the Ma sisters. It was inescapable that Tang Wenli would be involved. After all, only a handful knew whether Tang Wenxiu was the perpetrator and whether Tang Wenli had taken the fall. Likely, only Tang Wenxiu and Tang Wenli were privy to this information. And should the true culprit behind June 21 wish to uncover the truth, they would have to delve into the affairs of Tang Wenli and Tang Wenxiu. Leaning against the headboard, Chun Mu furrowed his brow and began to speak to himself. However, at that moment, he suddenly froze. No, that was incorrect. It wasn't just about Tang Wenli and Tang Wenxiu. It was solely about Tang Wenli. Even if there were suspicions regarding Tang Wenli being the fall guy, they likely wouldn't know for whom he had taken the blame. After all, he had only followed the information provided by Lu Wenqing, which led him to investigate the events in Pingyao village, thereby obtaining corroborative evidence for his series of deductions. Hence, if the truth of the matter was as he surmised, it would be impossible for them to ascertain the identity of the real perpetrator without involving Tang Wenli. As for whether there were eyewitnesses who had given the identity of the true culprit to Ma Hongming, leading to his alleged extortion, it was untenable. After all, Ma Hongming's sister had taken the two sisters to file a lawsuit. If eyewitnesses had provided the true perpetrator's identity, how could they not have pointed fingers at Tang Wenxiu at that time? Undoubtedly, if the Ma sisters wished to uncover the truth behind that car accident, they would have to start with Tang Wenli. If he could ascertain Tang Wenli's current situation, it would greatly simplify matters, based on the assumption of him being a fall guy, if Tang Wenli was indeed the fall guy. And if he were still alive and had not disclosed the truth of that car accident to anyone, then the suspicion surrounding the Ma sisters in June 21 will be significantly diminished. However, if Tang Wenli were already deceased, Chun Mu's hair stood on end in an instant. Chapter 070. Grasping the Shadow of Truth. That would mean the likelihood of the Ma sisters being connected to the June 21 case would skyrocket. One could even assert that the masterminds behind the June 21 case were the Ma sisters. If they were driven by revenge, how could they possibly let Tang Wenli, who had assisted in taking the fall, escape unscathed? Even if he had spent 3 years in prison because of it, for those with a vengeful mindset who had annihilated the Tang family, 3 years of imprisonment for Tang Wenli would be utterly insufficient. Far from enough. Only through his death could their wrath be satiated. Therefore, if Tang Wenli were also dead, the truth behind the massacre of the Tang family on June 21 would emerge. It was undoubtedly tied to that car accident which resulted in Li Guolan's death. Without a doubt, and the June 21 case could be categorically identified as a revenge killing stemming from that very accident. Regrettably, he currently had no means to locate Tang Wenli, and due to system restrictions, he could not leave Yangcheng. This inevitably meant he had to bypass the investigation into Tang Wenli. After all, having worked and lived in distant locations for years, the likelihood of Tang Wenli remaining in Yangcheng was quite low. To take a step back, if Tang Wenli were to reside in Yangcheng, unless he had fallen out with the Tang family, it would be difficult for him not to maintain some connection with them. Yet, the name Tang Wenli did not appear in the June 21 case files, which strongly suggested that he most likely did not live in Yangcheng. As for the possibility of Tang Wenli having a falling out with Tang Wenxiu, he found it equally unlikely, for in his view, the only issue that could drive a wedge between them would be if Tang Wenli were to leverage the incident of taking the fall for personal gain. However, if that were the case, it would imply that Tang Wenxiu would eliminate Tang Wenli, rather than Tang Wenli going after the Tang family. Moreover, based on the content of the June 21 case files, there were no irregularities in Tang Wenxiu's bank account, which in some ways eliminated the possibility of Tang Wenli extorting money from him regarding the car accident. With all these scenarios ruled out and having to bypass the search for Tang Wenli, if his theory of revenge held, the blame would unequivocally rest on the Ma sisters, and only the Ma sisters, given that he had spent over a year at the LL hair salon. If Kong Xiuxiu, also known as Ma Xiaoli, sought to obtain his fingerprints and hair, it would be an effortless task. Clearly, this would further intensify the suspicion surrounding Kong Xiuxiu's connection to the June 21 case. However, why would she want to frame him? Why? Setting aside the fact that he had never had any grievances with Kong Xiuxiu or Kong Yuanyuan, considering Kong Xiuxiu's numerous flirtations and overt displays of warmth towards him, did it appear as though she harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him. Furthermore, based on his analysis upon returning to the June 21 scene, the perpetrator was likely someone acquainted with the Tang family, at least with the elderly Ma Shufan. In other words, it was a crime of familiarity. And the perpetrator was an adult male. How could this be explained? Clearly, these various points of suspicion were difficult to reconcile with Kong Xiuxiu. Yet, if his assumptions and analytical deductions were valid, the finger of blame clearly pointed at Kong Xiuxiu. Although Kong Xiuxiu could enlist a man, someone willing to do anything for her, as her instrument of revenge, throughout his interactions with her over the past year, her single status had been glaringly obvious. If there truly existed such a man, one who would abandon all boundaries for her, would he not have heard of him during his year-long visits to the LL hair salon? After all, every time he visited for a haircut, he was invariably treated to a plethora of gossip. If these suspicions could not be attached to Kong Xiuxiu, then how much less suitable was Kong Yuanyuan, the barista, just as Chen Mu's thoughts spiraled further into chaos. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the binoculars in the next moment, the realization struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. At that time, when he was apprehended and the police had tagged the telescope with the label of surveillance on the victim's family, he pondered whether this telescope was part of a scheme orchestrated by the true perpetrator of the 6.21 case to frame him. However, even during his flight, he considered this possibility but ultimately dismissed it as mere coincidence. The reason he acquired this telescope was that while getting a haircut at the LL styling salon, he overheard a customer nearby mention that beautiful, unnamed birds often appeared in the mangroves beside Shanghai in Yang City. Driven by his inquisitive nature, he yearned to explore various facets of life, seeking to stimulate his writing inspiration and gather material. Thus, he had accumulated a diverse array of possessions that it was those very words that prompted him to purchase the telescope. Coincidentally, the mangroves by Shanghai were situated not far behind the Tang family residence. Little did he expect that this telescope would ultimately become another piece of evidence for the police. These memories flooded back. Chen Mu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, wasn't it the hairdresser who cut my hair that initiated that conversation?" In the next moment, a chill ran down his spine. The director of the LL styling salon bore a striking resemblance to him. Could he be the assailant in the 6.21 case? Could he be the instrument of the Ma sisters' revenge? Chen Mu's breath quickened. First, there was the strong likelihood that Kong Xiuxiu was Ma Xiaoli, one of the Ma sisters, who undoubtedly had a motive for annihilating the Tang family. Then there was the ease with which the perpetrator could obtain his fingerprints and hair. Moreover, The reason he purchased the telescope was indeed due to the intriguing mention of the exotic birds in the mangroves at the LL styling salon. Lastly, the director who had been cutting his hair bore a similar build to his own. If the perpetrator was indeed that individual, then during subsequent identifications, it was entirely plausible that witnesses would confuse him with the assailant. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chunmu's brain buzzed with realization. Although all these were merely his unilateral speculations, an intangible instinct informed him that he was grasping the shadow of the truth. He had found it. Kong Xiaoxiao, is it truly you? Chunmu rose from his bed and approached the window, his gaze fixed intently on the LL styling salon across the street. Trembling, he muttered, "To what extent must one possess audacity? As for why this individual would frame him, or whether the adult male behind the 6.21 case was indeed the stylist Tony, Chunmu remained utterly perplexed and uncertain. Yet he understood that at this juncture, perhaps only Kong Xiaoxiao could provide him with the answers he sought. However, this was contingent upon the 6.21 case aligning with his suspicions. As for whether Kong Xiaoxiao would grant him the answers he desired, if his deductions were correct, and if she harbored deep-seated animosity against him, he believed that during their inevitable confrontation, she would likely fulfill his wishes. Nevertheless, as the sleepless night wore on, Chunmu dissected every occurrence once more, seemingly in search of the origin of Kong Xiaoxiao's, or rather, Ma Xiaoli's hatred towards him. Unfortunately, his mind felt like a CPU overheating, leaving him utterly at a loss. It was as if the perpetrator sought a scapegoat, serendipitously landing on him. Yet, Chunmu knew that such a possibility was non-existent, absolutely non-existent. At the Yang City Public Security Bureau, the investigative unit remained brightly lit through the night. The faces of all present, including Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin, bore signs of fatigue. Rather than retreating to their respective rest areas as suggested by Zhou Sun, they stayed at the unit, awaiting Lin Guodong's updates from Cine regarding the surveillance footage to pinpoint Chunmu's current identity. As the sun rose, time slipped away unnoticed, and it quietly reached the following morning around 8 o'clock. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the investigation area, Zhou Sun delivered 2 breakfasts to Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin, who had already moved from the case analysis room to the investigation area. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated urgently. The call at this hour distracted Zhou Sun from the bread in his mouth, and as he pulled out his phone to see it was Lin Guodong calling, he quickly spat out the bite of bread. "Hey, Lao Lin, have you locked it down?" "Yes, we have a basic lock on it, and additionally, after leaving Cine, the person headed back towards the city of Yang. I can't guarantee he's still there now, but he definitely returned to Yang after leaving Cine. I'm sending the vehicle and driver details to Suman. You need to confirm his identity quickly." Lin Guodong's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. "Good job. Damn, let's see if he can escape this time," Zhou Sun shouted in exhilaration. This news instantly revitalized the weary detectives in the investigation area. "Team leader, have we locked it down? Finally, we have a lead." "Team leader, has there been any result from Lao Lin?" Several detectives chimed in eagerly. However, Zhou Sun was too focused to pay them any mind. He shouted towards Su Man, who had just returned to the unit late last night. "Su Man, quickly receive the information Lao Lin sent you. We have locked down that guy." As he called out, he rushed towards Su Man's workstation, with Gao Mingwei and Su Hualin hastily following suit. In no time, Su Man was surrounded by colleagues at her desk. To the office computer, Su Man hurriedly opened the high-definition images transmitted back from Lin Guodong in Cine. However, upon seeing the vehicle and the familiar face in the driver's seat, her mind went blank. It was as if her brain had crashed, losing all functionality. How is this possible? How can this be? How can it be him? These exclamations struck her heart like thunder, reverberating through her mind. Yet at that moment, Zhou Sun and the others were oblivious to her distress. Quickly, dig up the identity of this face, and immediately access the urban surveillance in Yang City to track the gray sedan with a license plate NAN QH339U, Zhou Sun shouted with fervor. "License plate locked, vehicle locked, image locked, as long as he is still using this identity. There is no way he can escape?" "Yes, team leader." The detectives responded eagerly. But in the next second, Su Man spoke up, her face pale and caught in a state of disbelief. "And oh, need to check." "What did you say?" "No need to check." Zhou Sun instinctively blurted out. caught off guard by her response that I know him. Su Man struggled to swallow, still grappling with the reality that the fugitive they had been desperately pursuing lived right across from her. And she had even treated him to a late-night meal to thank him for helping her carry her belongings down. What? You know him? Zhou Sun's incredulous shout echoed, akin to a crisis of faith. The detectives preparing to retrieve surveillance footage for the sedan with the license plate and QH339U halted in their tracks, all eyes fixed on Su Man in disbelief. He lives in apartment 406 of the Shurdai Mingyuan complex. Su Man declared, Shurdai Mingyuan complex? Are you implying that he is? Before Zhou Sun could finish his thought, Su Man interrupted, yes, he lives directly across from me. I'm in 405, he's in 406, and he even helped me out by moving my things several times down to the first floor. To thank him, I treated him to a late-night meal at the food stall next to the apartment a few nights ago. Damn, Zhou Sun gasped, his scalp prickling. Does he know you're with the city's Public Security Bureau? He does. The landlord introduced me to him when he showed him the apartment, and I happened to return just as they were at my door. The landlord probably wanted him to rent it, so he immediately informed him of my identity. Su Man replied, her mind still reeling, that he knows you're with the city's Public Security Bureau, yet he dares to rent an apartment directly across from you. And he even helped you out, going so far as to accept your invitation for a late-night meal? Zhou Sun exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Su Man nodded silently. All the detectives around them were equally astonished. To what extent must one possess audacity? Zhou Sun exclaimed. What is his name? Song Qingfei. Su Man quickly responded, no longer wasting any time. Zhou Sun hurriedly turned to the group of investigators and swiftly issued orders. De Jun, Zhou Qiang, Hua Zi, the three of you must immediately confirm the actual identity of Song Qingfei and find out where he resides. Then rush over to locate him. Yes, Captain Zhou. Xiao Li, Zheng Wen. Head to the command center's dispatch hall at once to trace the driving route of the Nan QH339U vehicle in Yangcheng, as well as track Chun Mu's whereabouts. Notify the traffic police and all inspection units that if they spot Nan QH339U, they are to intercept and apprehend immediately. Yes, Captain Zhou, all other field personnel, arm yourselves and accompany me to Shurdai Mingyuan apartment. Yes, Captain Zhou, Chapter 072. You will become his object of hatred just as the investigation team was energetically preparing to set off for the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment. Zhou Sun suddenly halted, turned to Hitai. He declared, you don't need to go. Captain Zhou, without allowing Hitai to finish. Zhou Sun raised his voice. I said, you don't need to go. Yes, Hitai, already armed, suppressed the profound humiliation he felt and gritted his teeth in response. He then watched as the group swiftly exited. Zhou Sun, you are utterly overstepping. Hitai muttered under his breath. Trembling. However, the investigation team had no inkling that their actions were being completely exposed before Chun Mu's very eyes. Every command issued by Captain Zhou was heard loud and clear by Chun Mu. Inside the Magellan Hotel, having slept only a few hours, Chun Mu gazed at the surveillance footage on his laptop, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. As expected, their efficiency aligns with my expectations. He murmured, shifting his focus to Hitai, who stood frozen, watching Zhou Sun and the others depart. It seems Brother Tai's grievances run deep. After a wry smile, Chun Mu rose and looked across the street at the L styling salon. The doors were still closed. He did not feel any panic regarding the police's current identification of Song Qingfei. Instead, he found himself gradually entranced by the L styling salon across the road. Could today be the day to end all of this? After a moment of trance, he leisurely turned to head towards the restroom for his morning routine. Meanwhile, on their way to the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment, in the backseat of the car, Zhou Sun initially had no intention of allowing Gao Mingyue to accompany them. However, unable to withstand her determined attitude and her insistence that she would go alone if not taken along, he reluctantly agreed. Captain Zhou, do you think we can catch him this time? Gao Mingyue suddenly inquired. Unless we have a traitor among us who is tipping him off, as Expert Gao suggested, he is unlikely to change what he believes to be a relatively safe identity, given that he is unlikely to switch identities. I do not believe he will have another chance. Zhou Sun replied, but my intuition tells me this may very well end up being a futile endeavor. Gao Mingyue slowly shook her head. Intuition? Haha. My intuition is that this time he won to escape. Zhou Sun chuckled dismissively. He then turned to the front passenger seat and jokingly said, "What? Expert Gao Wun Ti be leaking information out of camaraderie since you were high school classmates? Would you?" Although she recognized his jest, Gao Mingyue replied calmly, "That kind of joke does not suit your position as the head of the investigation team." "Fine, then it's settled. He can't escape." Zhou Sun smiled slightly, which was his only smile in quite some time. "Why didn't you bring Hitai along? Is it due to prejudice or fear that he might inadvertently harm Chenmu?" Gao Mingyue shifted the subject. "I fear that a moment of negligence might lead him to endanger Chenmu. He is capable of such actions," Zhou Sun asserted. "You will become his object of hatred. And not just any ordinary object of hatred." Gao Mingyue remarked coldly to Zhou Sun, "Fear nothing, except being hated by others. Over the years, many have harbored hatred towards me, yet I am still doing just fine." Zhou Sun scoffed dismissively. Gao Mingyue fell silent, turning her gaze to the familiar yet strange streets of Yangcheng outside the window. Familiar, as she had grown up in Yangcheng. Strange, as it felt like a long time since she had truly observed the city's landscape. After speeding through multiple red lights, they arrived at the Shurdai Mingyuan apartment. Besides a few plainclothes officers stationed to guard the entrance and watch the window of room 406, the rest rushed into the apartment building as Su Man swiped her card to open the door. Inside the elevator, Zhou Sun reiterated a command he had already stated thrice. "Without my order, no one is to fire a shot. If anyone dares to shoot Chenmu without my command, I will deal with them myself." Zhou Sun emphasized once more. "Yes, Captain Zhou." Although some expressions subtly changed, they quickly responded in affirmation. With Zhou Sun nodding and saying no more, they ascended to the 4th floor in tense silence. Outside room 406, the group of investigators leaned forward, gripping their handguns tightly, while Su Man stood in the middle, raising her hand to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, Mr. Song. Are you home?" No response. Su Man continued knocking. "Mr. Song, are you at home?" Still no answer. Seeing this, Su Man furrowed her brow and glanced at Zhou Xuyuan. "Zhou Sun suggested this is incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. The content of one's own message is merely a single line. If you are wronged, then turn yourself in. Trust me. No matter how twisted Chenmu's mind might be, he would never fathom that he returned to Yangcheng and became entangled in his affairs. Furthermore, Chenmu has no knowledge of which department he belongs to within the province. None of his classmates are aware either, making it even less likely for him to consider that direction. However, if this is not valid, there may truly be only one possibility left. That is, all the actions of the police in recent days have unfolded right before his very eyes. But if that were the case, then the question arises. The police, following Tang Wenshu's past social connections, have delved into the series of events related to Sini Pingyao Village and Handan Village. Only a few are privy to this knowledge. Zhou Sun, Lin Guodong, Su Man, Professor Su, Lin Dong, and Gao Mingyue. Therefore, if someone has leaked the police's series of investigative directions to Chenmu, the issue can only lie with one of them. Professor Su and Lin Dong? Impossible. Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong. Even less likely. As for Su Man, that too is utterly implausible. Gao, can you provide me with an explanation? How could he possibly know that we would track him through his movements in Sini to ascertain his identity? Zhou Sun turned his sharp gaze towards Gao Mingyue. It is no wonder he would suspect her. Firstly, Gao Mingyue is a classmate of Chenmu. According to her own words, their relationship during high school was relatively amicable. Secondly, Gao Mingyue took the initiative to request involvement from the province in capturing Chenmu. Then there is Gao Mingyue's staunch advocacy for covert investigations without allowing the investigation team to intervene comprehensively. Finally, Gao Mingyue has continuously expressed concern that Chenmu might be shot by the police. Based on all these factors, in this moment, Zhou Sun has no reason not to harbor suspicions. Captain Zhou, I understand what you were thinking, and I empathize with your current sentiments. However, I wish to clarify that it was Professor Su and I who proposed pursuing Tang Wenshu's past social connections. If we had not taken this approach, we would not have been able to identify him now. Therefore, if I truly harbored such intentions, why would I need to do so? Facing Zhou Sun's piercing gaze, Gao Mingyue spoke calmly. Furthermore, I wish for him to surrender more than you do. Only then can I assist him better. Continuing to evade capture and investigating 6.21 alone not only poses a high risk of being shot, but also, should he truly uncover the real culprit and become entangled with them, he would face even graver dangers. So, do you believe I have a reason to act in such a manner? Upon hearing Gao Mingyue's words, Zhou Sun was momentarily stunned, finding it impossible to counter. The issue is that if someone has leaked information, that individual can only be one among us, Professor Su, Lin Dong, or Lao Lin and Su Man. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. Didn't he disguise himself as he Tai and enter your office? I will have Lin Dong check to see if he installed any listening devices there. Is that all right? Gao Mingyue inquired. Fine, let him in, Zhou Sun affirmed. Nodding, Gao Mingyue called Lin Dong, briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. If he knows we were attempting to pinpoint him by tracking an QH-339U's trajectory, does this not imply that our second plan to track him is doomed to futility? Zhou Sun looked at Gao Mingyue and reiterated. Gao Mingyue furrowed her brows deeply, choosing not to respond. Gather the team. Seeing this, Zhou Sun declared solemnly as he turned to leave the room. However, as he casually lifted his gaze, he noticed a miniature surveillance camera positioned in the corner, directly aimed at him. In that instant, Captain Zhou felt as though he could see Chan Mu's mocking expression from an unknown location. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, he nearly succumbed to the urge to smash the camera. Struggling to contain his near-unraveled emotions, he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers towards the camera, gritting his teeth as he mouthed the words, "I will definitely capture you, without fail." Just as he imagined, Chan Mu was indeed watching all of this unfold and clearly deciphered his gestures. Yet he responded with a dismissive smirk that, in the hotel room. He turned his gaze back to the window. Suddenly, the car driven by Kong Xiuxiu came into view, coming to a halt at the entrance of L Styling Salon. Following this, the alluring Kong Xiuxiu, exuding an air of mature charm, alighted from the vehicle. Using her keys to unlock both the glass door and the rolling shutter door, "It is time for us to meet." With a sharp glint in his eyes, Chun Mu shook his brow. Turning to gather his laptop and the papers strewn across the bed, packing them into his backpack. Meanwhile, after the fruitless endeavor at Shurdai Mingyuan apartment, Zhou Sun personally drove back to the Public Security Bureau, with Gao Mingyue seated in the passenger seat. Shortly after departing from the apartment, Gao Mingyue received a return call from Lin Dong amidst the urgent ringing of her phone. "Lin Dong, have you found anything?" Gao Mingyue inquired hastily. "No, I found no listening devices," Lin Dong replied from the other end. Gao Mingyue's heart sank at once. This left her feeling directionless. "Sister Mingyue, is it possible that the operation failed and Chen Mu escaped in advance?" Lin Dong suggested, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gao Mingyue paused momentarily, exhaling a breath, articulating her analysis and speculation. Given that none of us could have leaked information, how could Chen Mu have known the direction of our police operations? Could it be that he possesses some sort of supernatural foresight? This is simply absurd. Yet Lin Dong fell silent on the other end. After a brief moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Hacker technology." "What?" Gao Mingyue responded, "Is it possible that he utilized hacking skills to infiltrate the Yongqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation team surveillance system, eavesdropping through their monitoring devices to ascertain our investigation direction? Although we initially communicated privately in Captain Zhou's office, did Captain Zhou not instruct the investigation team to intervene comprehensively starting yesterday morning?" "That meeting took place in the investigation team's working area," Lin Dong urged. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingyue froze in place. Simultaneously, Zhou Sun's phone rang once more. "Lao Lin." A frustrated Zhou Sun picked up the phone resting on the handbrake. With a stoic expression, he pressed the answer button. "Captain Zhou, I had the colleagues at the Sinny County branch help investigate the series of details related to that car accident from years ago. Do you know what I discovered?" The trembling voice of the seasoned investigator Lin Guodong resonated on the line. Sensing something amiss in Lao Lin's tone, Zhou Sun's heart raced. "What? Wasn't Ma Hongming's sister, Ma Yanqing, the one who sued the owner of the vehicle involved in the accident? And did she not lose in the first instance, leading to a significant reduction in the originally promised compensation? Do you know who the defense attorney was back then? P.S. I cannot believe I received so many gifts, including the legendary king of gifts. What immense love this is! Thank you, everyone, for your affection. Sending hearts chapter 074. Only the other party can provide the answer. Stop beating around the bush. How should I know who it is? Zhou Sun, sensing the oddity in Lin Guodong's tone, instinctively held his breath, speaking rapidly. Chunzhe, without further ado, Lin Guodong uttered those 3 words on the other end of the line. Whoosh! Zhou Sun slammed the accelerator to the floor, hastily braking. The screech of the tires barely prevented a collision with the vehicle in front. Who did you say? Chunzhe, Chun Mu's father. The car came to a standstill in the middle of the road. Zhou Sun exclaimed in disbelief. Due to the 6.21 case, following Chun Mu's arrest, the name Chunzhe naturally came into his purview during the investigation into Chun Mu's social connections. Yes, the attorney who defended the party responsible for the accident was none other than Chun Mu's father. Chunzhe, Lin Guodong confirmed. Thus, if the 6.21 case is related to that car accident from years ago, and if Chun Mu is indeed innocent, it would explain why he is being framed in the 6.21 case. Because if 6.21 is indeed an act of revenge, Chun Mu would undoubtedly become one of the targets for retaliation. But wait, isn't Chunzhe already dead, given that Chunzhe has passed away? Why would they go to such lengths to frame Chun Mu? Zhou Sun's thoughts became chaotic. He has dealt with many revenge cases, in a scenario where the previous generation has perished. Why would they attempt to eradicate the next generation after so many years? It cannot be said that there is none. However, such situations are exceedingly rare, particularly in his experience, where he has not encountered any related cases. Among those he has come to know, even if there exists a lingering animosity towards the next generation, it is, for the most part, unlikely to drive them to the brink of annihilation. This question may only be answered by the other party. Lin Guodong remarked, if that is the case, could it not be inferred that the 621 murder case was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ma sisters, their motive being revenge against those connected to the accident from years past, even extending to their offspring? Zhou Sun posited. While it cannot be definitively confirmed that the Ma sisters are responsible, it is certain that those involved are linked to the couple, Ma Hongming and Li Guolan. Lin Guodong responded, beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the vehicles behind Zhou Sun began to honk urgently. Realizing that he was blocking the road, Zhou Sun resumed driving after having brought the vehicle to a halt. Into the phone, he stated, I'm currently en route back to the task force. We shall discuss further upon my return. Yes, Captain Zhou, I'm also preparing to head back to the city. In the passenger seat. What did Lin Guodong say? Upon seeing Zhou Sun hang up, Gao Mingyue quickly inquired. The defense attorney for the party responsible for the accident, who ultimately led to Ma Hongming's Ma Yanqing losing the case in the first trial and consequently causing a significant reduction in compensation, was none other than Chun Mu's father, Chunzhe. Zhou Sun's facial muscles twitched. What? The defense attorney for the accused was Chun Mu's father, Chunzhe. So, Chun Mu was wronged, bearing the sins of his father? But didn't Chun Mu's father leave many years ago? He had already been part of a single-parent household during high school. Years later, could the other party still seek revenge against Chun Mu simply because his father was the defense attorney for the accused? Gao Mingyue exclaimed in shock. A.S. Lin put it. This question may only be answered by the true culprit behind the 621 case. For now, these are merely our analyses and speculations, in the absence of relevant evidence to substantiate these conjectures. Chun Mu remains the primary suspect. The police prioritize evidence, and what remains at the crime scene are Chun Mu's fingerprints and hair, alongside the striking similarity between the crime scene of the 621 case and the content of his written novel. Zhou Sun asserted at this juncture. Does Captain Zhou still believe that Chun Mu is the perpetrator of the 621 case? Gao Mingyue turned to look at Zhou Sun. Whether I believe him to be guilty or innocent is secondary. The crux lies in the necessity of relying on evidence. In the absence of evidence, any analysis or speculation is hollow. That I trust that you, expert Gao, are fully aware of this principle, regardless of the discussions we have. Our immediate priority must be to apprehend Chun Mu. Zhou Sun shifted the topic, asking if Lin Dong had discovered any listening devices in my office. None, but he now suspects that Chun Mu may have successfully hacked into the Yangqing Public Security Bureau surveillance system. thus gaining knowledge of the task force's movements through the audio from the monitoring equipment. Lin Dong should be in the process of investigating this now, and we should have answers upon our return to the task force. Gao Mingwei responded. Good. Zhou Sun pressed down harder on the accelerator once more to eye in the passenger seat. Gao Mingyue's mind raced into a state of heightened activity. If she were Chun Mu, what would she do? If Chun Mu sought to unearth the Ma sisters, how would he proceed alone? Furthermore, if the Ma sisters were indeed behind this 621 case, does that imply they must be present in the Yangqing city? Given that their motive is revenge, aimed at ensuring Chun Mu bears the brunt of the massacre charges and faces the death penalty, it stands to reason, based on her profound understanding of criminal psychology. Even if they were to leave Yangqing after executing their initial revenge plan, they would likely return due to Chun Mu's escape. Additionally, the fact that they could obtain Chun Mu's fingerprints and hair suggests they must have had some previous interaction with him. In a small place like Yangqing, where the population is relatively stable, could this indicate that they have been in Yangqing all along? Assuming the premise that the Ma sisters are indeed the masterminds behind 621, could it be possible that they were initially sheltered by someone in Yangqing, subsequently adopting new identities and living in Yangqing? With this thought, Gao Mingyue's line of reasoning took a second turn. If she were the Ma sisters, how would she execute such a seemingly flawless act of revenge? In that moment, Gao Mingyue's cognitive faculties reached an unprecedented peak at 10 in the morning, just as Zhou Sun and his team returned to the task force in a flurry. At the Magellan Hotel, Chun Mu, disguised as He Zhongwen, stepped out with a backpack. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, he glanced at the L styling salon across the street, inhaled deeply, and exhaled the stale air before striding purposefully towards the salon. Chapter 075. The makeup is impressive, almost comparable to disguise. Hello, our official opening hours are at 11:30. The staff has not yet arrived, so if you wish to have your hair washed and cut, you may need to wait a while. Upon entering the L styling salon, the tall and elegantly made-up proprietress, Kong Xiuxiu, greeted him with a smile. Could you wash my hair first? Chun Mu replied with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to him, that familiar voice caused Kong Xiuxiu to pause in surprise. In the next moment, her expression subtly shifted as she squinted at He Zhongwen's face for several seconds. Then, with a slow smile, she said, I apologize, but I do not wash customers' hair. Could you make an exception just this once? Chun Mu countered, an exception. The increasingly familiar tone made Kong Xiuxiu's smile take on a teasing quality. Ah, are you sure you wanted to wash it for you? Why would I not be sure? Chun Mu shrugged, his smile unwavering. Very well, this way. With her usual captivating charm, Kong Xiuxiu led Chun Mu to the washing area. Please take a seat and lie back. Just lift your head a bit. That's it. Let's proceed. Without uttering a word, Kong Xiuxiu let out a knowing smile. She then skillfully prepared the towel and began to spray water onto Chun Mu's hair. Finally, she dispensed shampoo into her palm and applied it to his hair. Smiling, she remarked, Your hairstyle somewhat resembles a regular customer I once had. Aren't you the one who doesn't wash customers' hair? Chun Mu casually replied, keeping his eyes open rather than closing them as one typically would during a wash. Indeed, but in my eyes, that customer is different from ordinary clients, so the treatment must naturally differ, Kong Xiuxiu noted. Then why are you making an exception now? Chun Mu inquired. Mainly because that regular customer hasn't visited in quite some time, over 2 months, in fact, and your voice is strikingly similar to theirs. Thus, I thought I might as well make an exception. Kong Xiuxiu explained. While she spoke, her hands were not idle. The familiar technique of washing hair made Chun Mu feel an undeniable sense of familiarity. It seems you have a special connection with him, or else you would not have made this exception for me, Chun Mu remarked. Indeed, it is a matter of constant longing, giggled Kong Xiuxiu. However, as she spoke those words, the pressure of her fingers on Chun Mu's hair increased slightly. Allow me to ask you something personal. Noticing the subtle change in her touch, Chun Mu felt it was time to shift the topic abruptly. Go ahead, Kong Xiuxiu replied with an air of nonchalance, her lips curling into a slight smile. Have you heard of Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling? Chun Mu queried, lying back on the wash bed. He fixed his gaze intently on Kong Xiuxiu's face, yet she remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated this. Why are you inquiring about them? Kong Xiuxiu asked, laughing as she rinsed the foam from his hair. I want to ask them if they know someone named Tang Wenli. Without further preamble, Chen Mu stated flatly. Hee, your makeup is quite impressive. It could rival a disguise. Kong Xiuxiu did not respond to Chen Mu's inquiries, but laughed once more, turning away to walk off. With that remark, both parties had essentially laid their cards on the table. Observing this, Chen Mu rose from the washing bed, removing the towel draped across his front to dry his damp hair. At that moment, he felt no urgency. Should I go close the door to prevent anyone from walking in? She retrieved a slender cigarette designed for women and placed it between her lips. Seated on the rotating barber chair, Kong Xiuxiu flicked her lighter, igniting the cigarette that rested against her crimson lips with a soft pop. After exhaling a plume of smoke, she directed a teasing, playful glance towards Chen Mu, remaining silent. Aware that he had no alternative, Chen Mu discarded the towel he held and, with an impassive expression, approached to lower both the glass door and the roller shutter. He skillfully turned on the lights inside the shop. If my assumptions are correct, you undoubtedly possess recording equipment, and it must be active. Am I right? Inquiring about sensitive matters with such an attitude reflects a distinct lack of sincerity. Kong Xiuxiu remarked with a smile as she observed Chen Mu that he remained silent. Subsequently, he extracted his phone and disabled the recording function. Done, he stated. Now we're getting somewhere. Is it all off now? Would you care to search? Chen Mu replied coldly. Since you've articulated your points so clearly, I trust there is no need for that. With that, Kong Xiuxiu gestured with her cigarette-clenching fingers towards the sofa in the waiting area, instructing him to toss it there. Chen Mu complied, casually throwing his phone aside. I must admit, I underestimated you. Greatly underestimated you. I never imagined you could not only escape from the detention center, but also discover my identity as Ma Xiaoli so swiftly. Kong Xiuxiu, perched on the barber chair with her legs crossed, initiated the conversation. Before Chen Mu could respond, she continued tauntingly. What do you think would happen if I were to call the police and report that the wanted criminal Chen Mu is in my shop? You can certainly give it a try. Chen Mu replied dismissively. If you're not the slightest bit concerned or anxious, then there's no point in this conversation. It's rather dull. Kong Xiuxiu feigned a look of disinterest, shaking her head with a smirk. If memory serves, we have no grievances between us, so why attempt to frame me? Chen Mu said, locking his gaze on Kong Xiuxiu's eyes. Though, it seems your investigation wasn't thorough enough. Kong Xiuxiu replied, somewhat surprised. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow at her words. Not thorough enough? No matter, since you've come to find me. Let me share a story with you, a tale you already know. Once upon a time, there was a family of 4, a father, a mother, and 2 daughters. Although the father was a lazy, gambling addict, whenever he won money, he would buy food, drinks, and clothes for his daughters, and of course, when he lost, chaos ensued at home. Yet he often played the role of a good father and husband during fortunate times. While this family was destined for unhappiness, at least they were a family. However, one day, everything changed. The father's wife, the mother of the 2 daughters, was riding her bike when she was suddenly struck by the moment. She was not dead. She could have been saved. Yet, the reckless driver failed to take her to the hospital or call for an ambulance, but instead sought to cover up the incident. Consequently, the mother's life, which should not have ended then, gradually slipped away. Afterward, the mother's husband heard some details from a deranged wanderer, but the madman's incoherent speech was barely understandable. He managed to convey that someone had taken the blame and that the mother was still alive at the time. Yet the husband knew that a madman could not serve as a reliable witness. When he later sought to find the madman, the latter had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the mother's husband caused a scene at the law enforcement agency. Fully aware that the madman's words would not be accepted as evidence, he chose to remain silent about the madman's testimony, perhaps genuinely contemplating extorting a sum of money. He believed the real culprit was the car's owner, while the lone scapegoat was merely covering for the wealthy driver. As he knew the madman's words would never be taken seriously, he resorted to creating a ruckus, threatening to file a complaint in hopes of securing a substantial settlement. However, the car owner ignored him entirely. Left with no other options, he escalated the situation, embarking on a quest to file a complaint, yet fate seemed cruel as he slipped down a hillside during his pursuit and thus departed from this world. Leaving behind 2 daughters. Chapter 76. A puppet tool? No, a victim. From that day forward, the 2 daughters became orphans. Although their previous life was not filled with happiness, at least they had a family. However, from that moment on, they were left without a home. Had that accident not occurred, or had the driver not sought to cover up the incident, but instead checked on the mother's injuries and transported her to the hospital, her life would not have ended prematurely. If that were the case, the mother's husband would not have met his demise in a tragic accident shortly thereafter. The sisters would not have become orphans. Bereft of their parents, regrettably, there are no ifs. The driver's decision to cover up the incident shattered that family of 4, turning the sisters into orphans. Eventually, the sisters' sole remaining relative, their aunt, sought to sue the driver's vehicle owner. Yet, shockingly, they lost the first trial, resulting in a significant reduction of the originally promised compensation. That day, the sisters sat in the courtroom, observing the cocky demeanor of the defendant's attorney, who, with his silver tongue, forced their aunt to break down in tears. On that day, the elder sister engraved the image of that despicable attorney in her memory. He was both detestable and loathsome. As Kang Xiuxiu reached this point in her story, emphasizing the role of the defendant's attorney, Chen Mu felt a thunderous shock within him. For in his recollection, his father, Chun Zhe, had once been a lawyer. Yet, during his elementary school years, his father abandoned law to pursue business ventures. Furthermore, during the summer of his 2nd year of junior high, his father had tragically passed away. Because of these experiences, even though he previously learned that Ma Hongming's sister, Ma Yanqing, had sued the driver's vehicle owner and ultimately lost due to the defendant attorney's defense, resulting in a reduced compensation, he had never delved deeply into that aspect, as it held little significance for him. However, he never anticipated that the very attorney defending Tang Chenghui would be his own father, Chen Zhe. Amidst Chen Mu's internal turmoil, Kang Xiuxiu suddenly broke into a bizarre smile. The reckless driver, the scapegoat who served merely 3 years in prison, and the unscrupulous attorney. These 3 individuals were the architects behind the sisters' tragic transformation into orphans. Unable to seek even the most basic justice, their rightful compensation drastically diminished. That, if it were you, what would you do? Would you seek revenge? Kang Xiuxiu inquired, her gaze fixed on Chen Mu, a chilling smile adorning her face. Initially, you likely had no idea who the true culprit was, correct? So you learned from Tang Wenli that the real perpetrator was Tang Wenxiu. Hence, Tang Wenli met his end at your hands. Chen Mu spoke in a low voice. Who is Tang Wenli? Who is Tang Wenxiu? Am I not telling you a story here? Why are you taking it personally? Kang Xiuxiu replied with a teasing expression. Let us rephrase it then. The plot develops with the sisters discovering the real culprit through the scapegoat and subsequently seeking vengeance by eliminating the scapegoat's entire family, framing the son of that defendant attorney for the crime, correct? Chen Mu posited. You write novels. Do you not think that is a reasonable plot development? Kang Xiuxiu shook her head with a scoff. Isn't it a bit excessive to make the defendant's son the scapegoat for a massacre? Chen Mu countered, distorting the truth, forcing a vulnerable woman to break down in tears in court, exploiting legal loopholes to suppress the compensation owed to 2 suffering orphans. Does that not seem excessive? Kang Xiuxiu replied with a slow smile, as though discussing matters entirely unrelated to herself. The massacre of the driver's family was perpetrated by a third party, was it not? Presumably, it was the puppet tool the sisters employed, who lived or worked alongside one of the sisters, correct? Chen Mu asked, his voice steadied at, you're quite astute. Well done. Truly deserving of the title of novelist, Kang Xiuxiu exclaimed, placing her crossed legs down and clapping her hands in mock applause. To Chen Mu, she appeared to embody a frenzied, deranged persona. However, the esteemed author was mistaken. It was not the puppet tool she referred to, but rather, like the sisters, a victim. Kang Xiuxiu chuckled, her dark, frenzied demeanor intensifying on her face. A victim? Chen Mu furrowed his brows. Indeed, that unscrupulous lawyer has caused the demise of many families, Kang Xiuxiu remarked. Knowing that Kang Xiuxiu would never fabricate tales at this moment, Chen Mu's heart raced with agitation. Chun Zhe, how many sins did you commit back then? Thus, it was only natural for the two kindred spirits to unite in their quest for vengeance. Was it not? Kong Xiuxiu continued. So, in order to frame me, you would go so far as to cooperate with the murder of Tang Wenli? Annihilate the Tang family? Yes. When Kong Xiuxiu dismissed the notion of being a mere puppet, he found it unreasonable. Look, here you go again, talking about you and me, but aren't we just weaving a story here? Kong Xiuxiu feigned a melancholic roll of her eyes. In your narrative, the victim you speak of, he must have been acquainted with the family that was exterminated, right? Just to frame the lawyer's son, did he inflict such gruesome fate upon an acquaintance? Chun Mu replied, since it's a story, it must be set up by the storyteller, right? For instance, the reason for being acquainted with the family that was wiped out is to prepare for the subsequent plans. Kong Xiuxiu said. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Was every step of the vengeance plan meticulously calculated? Then, to ensnare the lawyer's son, they deliberately opened a salon near his residence, waiting for him to patronize it, only to find ways to trap him, subsequently extracting his fingerprints and DNA, and subtly implanting psychological suggestions to make the framing even more flawless. Although he knew this to be the truth, Chun Mu couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask. But before Kong Xiuxiu could respond, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Soon after, Director Tony, a familiar figure to Chun Mu, descended the stairs. His hands were gloved, one gripping a gleaming dagger. His face bore no expression, resembling a mask of apathy. You know too much. A sinister voice escaped his lips. With murderous intent, Tony lunged directly at Chun Mu's for Kong Xiuxiu. She appeared unfazed, a manic smile gracing her face as she calmly sat there, unperturbed by the impending attack. Chun Mu had no intention of retreating, and he faced it head-on, sidestepping the incoming blade. Instinctively, he seized the dagger from Tony's grip. To his surprise, it felt as though the other party was willingly offering it to him. Without breaking a sweat, he wrested the dagger from Tony's grasp, before he could fully comprehend how effortlessly it had happened. The next moment, he saw Tony thrusting his neck onto the blade he had just claimed. Thud! Blood sprayed forth as the dagger penetrated Tony's neck. In an instant, Chun Mu's mind went blank. He instinctively released his grip. Tony collapsed to the ground, the gleaming dagger still embedded in his neck. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Avenger in the story has only 3 months left to live. Terminal illness. Late stage. Kong Xiuxiu stood up from her swivel chair, casting a light smile at Chun Mu, unperturbed by Tony's demise. Chapter 077. You seem to care not at all, not thrown off balance by the sudden turn of events. Chun Mu took a series of deep breaths to steady his heart after the momentary blankness that followed Tony's self-destructive act. Even if achieving absolute calm was somewhat challenging, he understood that this was not the time to lose composure, but a slip now could spell disaster. Kong Xiuxiu, or rather Ma Xiaoli, clearly desired this effect. You seem to care not at all, truly a candidate for the annihilation case, Kong Xiuxiu remarked, her tone mocking as she noticed Chun Mu's swift recovery. However, Chun Mu ignored her words, looking directly at her. Did you know I was coming? Did you prepare this elaborate setup in advance? He asked. Last night, when I returned to the Chen residence, someone mentioned that someone would come looking for Yuan in the afternoon. After a few inquiries, I surmised that the renowned author had followed the clues. But what puzzles me is how you discovered that I am Ma Xiaoli. Ma Xiaoling? Kong Xiuxiu shook her head with a smile. Is this question of importance to you? Forcing himself to regain composure, Chun Mu swiftly turned his mind and countered, to be honest, I have contemplated countless possibilities. It is precisely because I have sufficient confidence to escape that I chose to confront you in this manner. I even considered whether the Ma sisters would become alert upon learning of my inquiries at the park across from the city south the day before. Yet, I never anticipated that you would prepare such an unfathomable scheme. Well, at this point, it no longer matters. What is important is that you are not only the perpetrator of the 6.21 case, but today, you have also taken a life if you were wronged in the 6.20 incident, then now. It cannot still be a misunderstanding, can it? Kong Xiuxiu scoffed derisively. After saying this, she took a few steps closer, leaning in to whisper mockingly in Chun Mu's ear, Great author, you now have 2 choices. One is to open the door and continue your escape. The other is to call the police and report that you accidentally killed Tony. Of course. You could also tell the police that I am indeed Ma Xiaoli, the mastermind behind the 6.21 case, and that the Tony you mistakenly killed is the perpetrator of 6.21. Even if the police believe your words, what evidence would remain to prove my connection to 6.21 now that Tony is dead? Even if the police unravel the threads and suspect me as the mastermind behind 6.21, what evidence exists? Without evidence, what do you think the police will do? What can they do? Is there not a third option? Since I must flee, why not kill you in the process and then continue my escape? After all, whether I kill one or two, it amounts to the same. Why not solve you along the way? After finishing, Chunmu walked toward the sofa, bending down to retrieve his phone. He then turned around and sat down in the swivel chair, where Kong Xiuxiu had just been. He opened the phone to tune into the eavesdropping in progress regarding Su M and so far. No crucial information had emerged, but Kong Xiuxiu noticed he was tapping into the surveillance team. Her expression changed instantly. You actually have the capability to listen to the surveillance team. I can access the 6.21 case files kept in the head of the investigation team's office, so isn't it normal to eavesdrop? Chunmu shifted the conversation. It seems you still haven't answered my question. You said, killing one is killing two is also killing. Why not solve you and Kong Yuan before continuing my escape? Kong Xiuxiu appeared unfazed by Chunmu's words. Shaking her head in jest, no, you wouldn't if you killed me. Your chances of clearing your name in the 6.21 case, both theoretically and realistically, would be utterly obliterated in your mind. The reason you haven't left Yang City is to clear your name, right? So, would you be content to kill me? Although Tony was accidentally killed by you, as a renowned author of criminal investigation, I doubt you would fall into complete despair over it. However, once you kill me, there would be no turning back, would there? Indeed, you are correct. Chunmu conceded that I would not fall into despair over Tony's death, as current forensic capabilities can easily determine how he died. Moreover, as you mentioned, Tony has only 3 months to live. This, combined with his manner of death, would lead the police to question the circumstances. This ensures that Tony's death would not push me into a corner. After all, I am truly not the criminal in this narrative, and everything related to me has become exceedingly sensitive enough that the police cannot afford any negligence or errors. A smile began to emerge on Chunmu's face. This caused Kong Xiuxiu's previously mocking expression to falter momentarily. She could not comprehend how he could still smile at such a moment. And then, she urged, "Then it is precisely your objective, is it not? As you mentioned earlier, you can either continue to flee or turn yourself in, allowing the police to link Tony's death with 6.21. But you know I would never choose the latter, nor would I kill you, thereby leading myself down a path of no return. Correct?" Chunmu's smile deepened. It was this very smile that ignited a sense of unease within Kong Xiuxiu. If that were the case, then a question arose. Since you wish for me to bear the debts of my father and to become the scapegoat for the 6.21 case, why then do you allow me the opportunity to continue my escape? Is it your intent to orchestrate a scheme against me simply to witness my flight? Furthermore, if you genuinely believe that the 6.21 case lacks evidence implicating you, why go through the trouble of devising such a plot? Even if Tony has but 3 months left to live, granting him a composed departure, do you not realize that the more variables involved, the greater the unpredictability? Is it not naive for the architect of a perfect crime to lack this awareness? As Chunmu articulated these thoughts, Kong Xiuxiu's demeanor shifted, losing all traces of mockery and derision. Thus, if I'm not mistaken, Kong Xiuxiu. No, you ought to be addressed as Ma Xiaoli. You too must harbor uncertainties regarding whether the 6.21 case constitutes a crime without evidence, particularly for Kong Yuan, correct? Additionally, concerning the 6.21 case, you were only made aware of it after the fact. You did not participate, did you? Chunmu spoke slowly. Chapter 078. The shift of offense and defense. The imagination of great authors is indeed boundless. But has it perhaps become overly extravagant? When the manic smile faded from Kong Xiuxiu's face, Chunmu perceived this as a clear indication of her feigned composure beginning to unravel. Setting aside whether my imagination has become excessive, your unnecessary actions reveal your lack of confidence in the 6.21 case, indicating uncertainty about whether it truly is a crime without evidence against Ma Xiaoling. Furthermore, as the executor of 6.21, Tony remains a variable in your eyes. Despite Tony's remaining 3 months of life, you are still apprehensive that, Should my innocence be established, the police might one day trace the matter back to you and your sister, as well as to Tony, who could potentially crack under police pressure or reveal some incriminating oversight. If I am correct, even if I failed to uncover the identity of the Moss sisters of yore, you would still seek to orchestrate Tony's suicide. For to you, his demise would further solidify the notion of a crime without evidence against Ma Xiaoling, would it not? As for how to persuade Tony to take his own life, I believe that playing on emotional ties would be the most effective strategy. Tony bears the tattoo Y on his wrist, which likely corresponds to Yuan Yuan. He must have deep feelings for Kong Yuan Yuan, or else he would not have inscribed her name upon his skin, in turn, intended to exploit his affection for Kong Yuan Yuan to compel him to take his own life, thereby preserving the truth of 6.21 from surfacing. After all, with only 3 months left, persuading Tony to make such a decision would not be difficult. Coincidentally, last night you learned that I had discovered the possibility of you and Kong Yuan Yuan being the Ma sisters of that time. Thus, you assumed I would inevitably seek further confirmation, and regarding the 21 or 22-year-old Kong Yuan Yuan at the CF, you surmised you would be my primary target, given that my fingerprints and hair were obtained there, were they not? Thus, you played right into my hands, attempting to brainwash Tony overnight into enacting a plan that would lead to his demise at my hands. If Tony dies, even if I am innocent in the 6.21 case, his death would entrap me in a predicament that, while not entirely hopeless, would be exceedingly difficult to escape, compelling me to ultimately flee Yang City. However, you overlook a significant point. The true mastermind behind the 6.21 case desires to see me fall into the hands of the police, facing a death sentence. Yet you wish for me to be entangled in Tony's fate, continuing my flight, thereby further entrenching your position in this crime without evidence that this not contradictory. Of course, there are many contradictory elements, much like Tony, who, despite having lost everything due to my father's actions and seeking revenge against me, would not resort to harming the Tang family solely out of a desire for retribution, as there are myriad ways to exact vengeance. Particularly for someone whose life is already precarious, he might not even survive until my day of judgment. Moreover, considering the tattoos on his wrist that likely represent Kong Yuan Yuan and his earlier behavior of kissing his wrist without casting a glance at you, it seems that Tony is not merely the so-called victim in your narrative. Rather, he has become a puppet, manipulated by Ma Xiaoling. It is precisely because of his love for Kong Yuan Yuan that he was so composed in his acceptance of death. If I am not mistaken, you must have had a rather lengthy conversation with him last night. Additionally, Ma Xiaoling, who is indeed Kong Yuan, should be oblivious to your machinations, unaware that you would be foolish enough to attempt to solidify her so-called crime without evidence in this manner, correct? Kong Xiuxiu's expression shifted completely, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes, and Chun Mu noted every nuance of her unease. From that moment on, the dynamics of offense and defense had officially reversed. Where is the evidence? What proof do you have to substantiate your claims? Kong Xiuxiu feigned calm, yet her face could no longer muster the mocking smiles of before. However, Chun Mu paid her little mind, rising slowly from the barber's chair. I had not anticipated that I would be able to lay bare the entire truth so swiftly. My initial purpose was merely to test the waters, to ascertain my next course of action. From the outset, I never believed the Ma sisters acted in concert. It was far more likely that only one of them was culpable, particularly given their bond as sisters, especially after enduring such tragic familial upheaval. Sibling loyalty often means that, during revenge, one would not drag the other down into the depths. Thus, I had always considered you the prime suspect, yet I never expected your clumsy actions and designs would provide me with such an unexpected advantage. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the El Hair Salon was likely established at the behest of Kong Yuan Yuan, and Tony was also sent there by her in private. Was he not? Kong Yuan Yuan must have known where I resided for some time. She simply refrained from pursuing retribution against my father until she dealt with the Tang family first, as they were her primary targets, as long as Tony could acquire my fingerprints and hair. Framing me would become significantly easier. When she learned through Tony, whom she had manipulated, that the true perpetrator was Tang Wenxiu, who conveniently teaches at Yang City No. 3 Middle School, a dual-purpose plan for revenge naturally took shape. You, Ma Xiaoli, must have only become aware of the actions orchestrated by Kong Yuan Yuan and Tony after the 6.21 incident, correct? Your hands, which hung limply, betrayed a slight tremor. Once again, I ask, where is the evidence? And do not forget, Tony died at your hands. First, send a message to your employees, instructing them to take a day off. I believe we shall remain here for a while longer, lest they stumble upon us. Chun-Mu remarked with a hint of amusement. What do you mean by that? Nothing, merely that I was previously concerned the police might be a loss in their search for the Ma sisters, so I left behind some relevant clues. I wonder if they will connect the dots. If they do, it should not take long for them to uncover that Kong Xiuxiu and Kong Yuanyuan are indeed the Ma sisters of Yur. Having said this, Chun-Mu approached the customer storage rack and retrieved his backpack. Then, before Kong Xiuxiu, he opened his notebook that on the screen appeared the surveillance footage from the Criminal Police Task Force's case handling room. Meanwhile, from the adjacent phone, the sounds of conversations intercepted from Su Man's phone echoed through the air. Chapter 079. Clues. Kong Yuan knows the investigation division was in utter chaos. The operation to apprehend Chun-Mu had failed. Coupled with the likelihood that the Security Bureau and the investigation division's monitoring system had been hacked, the atmosphere was charged with frustration. Zhou, Mingwei, the monitoring systems of the Security Bureau and the investigation division have indeed been compromised. Lin Dong exclaimed, raising his head. Damn it, Zhou Sun shouted, running his fingers through his hair while instinctively glancing at the camera in the corner. After the prior incident at the Times Mingyuan apartment building, he felt as though he was once again staring at the mocking face of the perpetrator. The intrusion was executed with such stealth that no warning alerts had been triggered. This level of technical prowess was truly top tier. Lin Dong whispered quickly, wary that the intruder might capture their spoken words through the surveillance equipment. Gao Mingwei also replied in a hushed tone, is it possible to trace the intruder's real-time IP? It is possible, but the likelihood of success is low. Even if we can trace it, the intruder will likely notice, making it largely meaningless, Lin Dong stated. The immediate priority is to neutralize their intrusion. Otherwise, every move the investigation division makes will be laid bare to them, and we cannot even speak freely. Break it immediately. Zhou Sun gasped in anger. How long will it take? Gao Mingwei replied. It shouldn't take too long. The other party is overly obsessed with secrecy, so the defenses established during the invasion are likely not very strong. Otherwise, they would risk exposure. Lin Dong added, as his fingers flew swiftly over the keyboard. Simultaneously, Gao Mingwei turned to look at Su Hualin, who was sitting alone not far away, and hurried over. Professor Su, she exclaimed, I'm pondering what Chun-Mu will do next at this moment. Undoubtedly, he will find a way to locate the Ma sisters. After all, at this juncture, if he wishes to clear his name, he cannot bypass those two sisters. However, how can he start with just a photograph from over a decade ago? Su Hualin responded. Gao Mingwei replied. Let us suppose that the 6.21 case is rooted in the Ma sisters' revenge, framing Chun-Mu merely as a means to retaliate against his father, Chun Zhe, who once served as a defense attorney for the party responsible for the accident, ultimately leading to Ma Yanqing's defeat and a significant reduction in compensation for the sisters. Based on this assumption, could we suspect that the Ma sisters have been living in Yangqing all along? Su Hualin suddenly paused, taken aback. Given that the other party can obtain Chun-Mu's fingerprints and hair, it is evident that there must be an acquaintance involved in a small place like Yangqing. Population movement is generally limited. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be outsiders having a close connection with Chun-Mu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to provide any suspects during the interrogation of the 6.21 case. Gao Mingwei stated that, so you mean to say that the Ma sisters are very likely acquainted with Chun-Mu and have been living in Yangqing since leaving Sini County? Su Hualin's eyes lit up. Yes, I even suspect that the Ma sisters might have been adopted by a family in the city of Yangqing and have since changed their names, living there all this time. However, there's also the possibility that they were away for those years and returned to Yangqing only after discovering that Chun-Mu is the son of the defense lawyer Chen Zhe. Gao Mingwei continued. But if that were the case, the likelihood of having a Yangqing accent would be low if there is a significant accent difference, and they had the opportunity to acquire Chun-Mu's fingerprints and hair through their interactions. It stands to reason that Chun-Mu would not forget them, thus failing to provide any suspects during the 6.21 case interrogation. Are you suggesting that we have the investigative team look into the household registration records of Yangqing from over a decade ago? To see clues regarding the Ma sisters, Su Hualin raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping Gao Mingyue's intentions. Yes, at this point, I can think of no better alternative. We can't just sit idly by. Gao Mingyue nodded. This effectively shifts our focus back to investigating the clues surrounding the Ma sisters, essentially returning to the very heart of the 6.21 case rather than pursuing Chen Mu. Will Zhou Sun cooperate with us? Su Hualin inquired. We must give it a try. Mustn't we? Gao Mingyue replied with a wry smile. Su Hualin silently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, Gao Mingyue glanced toward Zhou Sun. Team leader Zhou, come here for a moment. Zhou Sun furrowed his brow at her request, but walked over nonetheless. What is it? Team leader Zhou, with the emergence of the information that Chen Mu's father, Chen Zhe, was the defense attorney for the accused, coupled with Tang Wenli's death 4 months ago and the numerous ambiguities surrounding the 6.21 case, the truth of the matter is beginning to surface that it is highly likely that it stems from the Ma sisters' revenge. Based on my analysis with Professor Su, it seems the Ma sisters were likely not victims of abduction or harm, but were instead adopted by a family in the city of Yangqing. Therefore, could we investigate the household registration records from Yangqing over the past decade to see if there are any related findings? Gao Mingyue spoke softly. Zhou Sun did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Team leader Zhou, Gao Mingyue urged. Zhou Sun exhaled sharply. All right. He nodded and then called out to Su Man. Su Man, come here. Su Man hurried over. Team leader, go check the household registration records in Yangqing from over a decade ago and see if there are any registrations that match the age of the Ma sisters. Understood. Before Su Man could take a step away, several investigators rushed in. Team leader, we have made a discovery in the city surveillance footage. Zhou Sun sprang to his feet. Speak quickly. Through city surveillance tracking. The car with the license plate NAN QH339U visited 3 locations yesterday. Huan Commercial Street, South City Park, and outside the He Fu Garden community. According to the footage, it was driven by Song Qingfei. After stopping at Huan Commercial Street, he entered the Tiger Coffee shop, bought a coffee, and then headed to South City Park. After parking, he walked toward the residential area opposite the park and subsequently drove to the outskirts of He Fu Garden, where he parked the car and hailed a taxi. We have contacted the taxi driver based on the taxi's license plate number, and he stated that he dropped the individual off at the night market walking street. One investigator reported rapidly. Meanwhile, at the LL Styling Salon, listening to the intercepted content from Chen Mu's phone, Kang Xiuxiu could no longer maintain her composure. From the content she overheard, she realized that she and Kang Yuan could no longer conceal their connection to the Ma sisters' past. This also indicated that the police had begun linking the 6.21 case to the accident that had made them orphans 15 years ago. Once the sisters' information was exposed, given the deaths of Tang Wenli and the Tang family, along with the fact that Chen Mu, the son of the defense lawyer Chen Zhe, had ultimately become the perpetrator of the 6.21 case, could the police possibly overlook the sisters? As for Shaoling, can this truly be classified as a crime without evidence? Can it genuinely be deemed a crime without evidence? Let me clarify. Although Tony is dead, I am confident that the police can easily uncover the fact that Chen Zhe caused his family's downfall. Additionally, the connections between Tony and the Tang family will undoubtedly withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, regarding why a telescope was found in my study, I believe it can be proven that Tony initiated the conversation about the exotic birds in the mangroves. She mused. Moreover, Tony resembles me quite closely, and he had numerous opportunities to obtain my hair and fingerprints. Given these circumstances, do you think the police would not link him and Ma Shaoling together as a vengeful alliance? Of course, Tony is now dead, leaving no witnesses, but do you believe the police will not keep a close watch on you sisters? Or do you think that in their pursuit of leads, they will fail to uncover any clues? Is the so-called crime without evidence truly enough to allow Ma Shaoling to rest easy? The mocking smile now adorned Chen Mu's face. His goal was to completely unsettle Kang Xiuxiu. However, neither Chen Mu nor Kang Xiuxiu could possibly fathom the fact that everything transpiring within the LL Styling Salon was being silently observed. Truly fascinating, just as I expected from my role model. You have not disappointed me. However, this matter cannot simply conclude here. Let me add a little fuel to the fire. Somewhere, In front of a computer, an individual observed the unfolding events in the LL styling salon. Chuckling sinisterly, picking up a phone beside him, at the LL styling salon, Kong Xiuxiu's phone suddenly rang. Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. Kong Xiuxiu, gasping for breath, hastily pulled it out, and upon seeing it was a call from Space Phone Card, hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. "Who is this? Could you please pass the phone to the person in front of you? I need to have a word with him." In that instant, Kong Xiuxiu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Who was the caller? How did they know there was someone in front of her? If that were the case, did it not imply that everything happening in the shop was being observed? "Who are you?" Kong Xiuxiu shouted in alarm. "I'll say it again. Pass the phone to the person in front of you." The caller's voice, altered by a voice changer, commanded sternly. Kong Xiuxiu shivered involuntarily. The next moment, she obediently extended the phone toward Chun Mu. Witnessing this, Chun Mu was equally startled, although he did not know what the caller had said. It was evident from Kong Xiuxiu's reaction and the content of the conversation that she did not recognize the caller, and moreover, it seemed that the call was directed at him, just as Chun Mu brought the phone to his ear. Before he could utter a word, a voice, unmistakably altered, came through. "Your father, Chun Zhe's death was no accident. The clue lies with Kong Yuanyuan." With that, the call abruptly ended. Chapter 080. Whose family is reincarnated only to find themselves imprisoned? Your father, Chun Zhe's death was no accident. Kong Yuanyuan has the clue. The brief utterance instantaneously rendered Chun Mu's mind blank and dazed. As a reborn traveler, he ought to have no connection whatsoever with the sins of Chun Zhe. Logically speaking, whether Chun Zhe's death was an accident should not have stirred such profound emotions within him. However, as his soul and memories intertwined ever more deeply with those of the original owner, feelings naturally coalesced, seemingly merging into one. Consequently, the voice on the other end of the line had suddenly stirred tumultuous waves within the depths of his heart, setting aside the grievances he had just heard from Kong Xiuxiu regarding his father Chun Zhe's misdeeds. In the recesses of his memory, Chun Mu regarded Chun Zhe as an unparalleled father and husband. Despite the passage of many years, he could never forget how enveloped he had been by paternal love during his formative years. People often claim that paternal affection is subtle, reserved, and quietly devoted from the heart. Yet the bond between him and Chun Zhe was far from that. His father had never exhibited a harsh or authoritarian demeanor in his presence. There were no memories of scoldings or reprimands. He had always appeared as a cultured and gentle gentleman. When Chun Mu erred, his father was never quick to chastise. Instead, he would appeal to reason and emotion, meticulously dissecting his mistakes to analyze each one, ensuring that Chun Mu would remember them, learning from the experience to avoid similar errors in the future. In times of academic failure, his father never wore a frown or raised his voice. Rather, he encouraged and motivated him with comforting words. When Chun Mu excelled, they would share in the pride together. But soon after, his father would gently guide him towards the wisdom of humility, often quoting, "Do good deeds without questioning the future." Furthermore, deep within his memories, Chun Zhe had always embodied the highest moral standards, instilling in him uplifting values, often repeating the maxim, "I do not care about your future accomplishments. I only ask that you do not engage in acts that harm the world or bring disaster to the nation." The family bookshelf was lined with classics, such as the Tao Te Ching, the expanded collection of virtuous sayings, and the miscellaneous notes from a small window, among others. Chun Mu had been immersed in the teachings of these texts under his father's guidance since childhood. Such a father could not possibly be the one to drive the lonely Ma Yanqing to a breakdown in court, nor could he be the one to exploit legal loopholes to diminish the compensation for the Ma sisters. Was he truly the kind of man who would ruin Tony's family? Upon hearing Kong Xiuxiu claim that Chun Zhe had caused her Aunt Ma Yanqing to break down in tears in court, that he had significantly reduced the compensation for the sisters, and that he had led to Tony's family's downfall, the memories of his father had yet to surface, leaving Chun Mu to momentarily grasp onto the notion of Chun Zhe's myriad misdeeds. Now, as the voice on the phone proclaimed, "Your father Chun Zhe's death was not an accident," memories of their past began to surge forth. "You mean to say that the one defending the party responsible for the accident in court was my father Chun Zhe? Was he the one who drove your aunt to tears? resulting in the significant reduction of the compensation for your sisters? Was he also the one who caused Tony's family to fall apart? Gripping Kong Xiuxiu's phone tightly, Chun Mu inquired in a low voice that I will never forget that aggressive demeanor of his. Unaware of why Chun Mu had suddenly raised his question, Kong Xiuxiu's emotions flared once more. At this juncture, she no longer wished to speak in the form of a so-called story. After all, with the police beginning to investigate their identities and trace the clues left by Chun Mu, the narrative no longer held significance. Chun Mu exhaled deeply, realizing he had no time to ponder further. He had no leisure to consider who was on the other end of the line, how they knew he was with Kong Xiuxiu, or whether everything happening in L styling salon was under their scrutiny. Let us make a deal. As her anger gradually subsided, Kong Xiuxiu suddenly proposed. A deal? Chun Mu responded with a bemused smile that I will take the blame for Tony's death and the deaths of the Tang family. In this way, you will be absolved of guilt, and I have but one request. Let everything end here. What do you think? Kong Xiuxiu stated, such sisterly affection. It was no surprise that Kong Xiuxiu would make such a decision. Chun Mu remarked that, do you believe yourself innocent? Even if you were unaware of Ma Xiaoling's revenge plan before the 621 incident, just the fact that you brainwashed Tony into dying in my hands, thus placing the murder charge upon me, warrants your guilt. Chun Mu scoffed, but my plan failed, didn't it? If I take on the blame for both Tony's death and the Tang family's demise, wouldn't that clear your name? You wouldn't lose anything. Kong Xiuxiu shook her head. Chun Mu remained non-committal. And then what? I understand a bit about the law, based on your recent self-narrative, and I am not a criminal, if the content is truthful. Even if you were framed in the 621 case, your escape, assault on police, theft of case files, breaking and entering, eavesdropping on the investigation team, and so forth, would certainly land you in prison for several years. Kong Xiuxiu asserted, oh what? Chun Mu replied, therefore, you will certainly not confess, nor will you waste your youth in prison, right? Given your skills in makeup and disguise, you could easily relocate and start anew. Moreover, once the 621 case breaks, the police will significantly reduce their efforts to apprehend you. Just leave Yang City, and you could be free as a bird, Kong Xiuxiu responded, and then continue waiting for Ma Xiaoling to seek revenge on me. Chun Mu quipped. Kong Xiuxiu paused, then shook her head, stating, if I do not take responsibility for Tony's death, that life will hang on your head, at least until the police have enough evidence regarding Tony's death. You will bear the weight of that responsibility. Coupled with your actions against the police, I believe the Yang City authorities will treat you with the utmost severity. Your days will not be easy. If you cannot prove that you are not legally responsible for Tony's death, it is likely that your imprisonment will be far from a mere few years. Understanding Kong's zikes, Chun Mu found himself momentarily bewildered. Observing that Chun Mu had not responded, Kong Xiuxiu mistakenly assumed he was hesitating and pressed him further. Have you thought it through? Though we are both fleeing, the nature of escaping under the accusation of murder is starkly different from evading a sentence that merely entails a few years in prison. Of course, if you are willing to endure a few years behind bars, that is a separate matter. However, I believe you would certainly be unwilling, wouldn't you? After all, even if you were to be captured after fleeing, the outcome would be largely the same. So why would you voluntarily surrender? With your capabilities, even in flight, you could still live quite comfortably. Are you attempting to persuade me? Chun Mu replied with a playful smile. Kong Xiuxiu fell silent. After a brief moment, disregarding Chun Mu's lack of answer, she took decisive action. Approaching Tony's lifeless body, she crouched down, first removing the white gloves from his hands. Then, using the gloves, she wiped away the fingerprints from the dagger. Subsequently, she took Tony's hand and placed it on the hilt of the dagger, finally bringing her own hand to clasp the hilt as well. You came to my establishment to test whether I was the Ma Xiaoli of yesteryears. And coincidentally, Tony overheard our conversation from upstairs. He descended with the dagger intending to kill you. But I thought our prior plan was flawless and did not need any complicated. Tan Sanxiao furrowed his brow and inquired. You are teacher Tan Sanxiao, are you not? I am here to gather some information. Zhou Sun strode forward with purpose. What information do you seek from me? Tan Sanxiao responded, perplexed that a few days ago, did someone come to you for a painting? Zhou Sun asked a few days ago. A painting. Tan Sanxiao suddenly paused, his expression shifting. Yes, it was the son of a late friend of mine. Zhou Sun seamlessly continued. His name is Song Chengfei. Indeed, that little scoundrel has gotten into trouble. Before Zhou Sun could respond, Tan Sanxiao erupted in an agitated voice. A dog cannot change its nature. I should never have trusted him. That scoundrel. Zhou Sun ignored Tan Sanxiao's vehement fury and swiftly retrieved a photograph of the Ma sisters taken 15 years prior from his pocket. Did he ask you to paint what these two children would look like as adults? Tan Sanxiao trembled as he took it, his shock evident. Yes, how did you know? At that moment, Gao Mingyue quickly interjected. Did you truly paint those two children's adult portraits? I did attempt to paint them, but to recreate their adult appearances based solely on childhood photos is utterly unrealistic and impossible to achieve with precision. I made sure to convey this to him, yet he insisted I assist him. Claiming that precision was not a concern, he stated that those two children were the sisters of his friend, who had been searching for them fruitlessly for over a decade. He also mentioned that his friend's mother is in poor health, weeping daily over the plight of those sisters. Thus he wished to offer a glimmer of hope. Only after he spoke with such earnestness did I agree to help. Has that scoundrel Song Chengfei done something nefarious with those portraits? Tan Sanxiao was now frantic. If his reputation were to be tarnished by that scoundrel, he would be left seething with rage. Tan Laosher, could you please recreate those portraits for us? Gao Mingyue asked, setting aside the civic duty to cooperate with the police, given that Tan Sanxiao fears for his reputation. He must comply. Very well, but I shall need some time. How long? 1 day, no. Half a day, in fact. I require no more than until dusk. Thank you very much. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. On Horn Walking Street. Chen Mu, having removed his hat, strode purposefully towards the familiar Tiger CFT, the front desk. A familiar face greeted him with a smile. After more than 2 months apart, the sight of this smile was bittersweet. It lacked the vibrant warmth he once knew, appearing instead as a forced, mechanical grin. Hello, what would you like to drink? Gazing at Chen Mu, who had disguised himself as He Zhongwen, Kong Yuanyuan forced a smile revealing her white teeth. Chen Mu, who had previously been charmed by her smiles, now felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Fixating on her eyes, he slowly replied, Iced Americano, no water, extra ice. The familiar sound of his order, Iced Americano, no water, extra ice, momentarily froze Kong Yuanyuan's mechanical smile. Instinctively, she clenched her jaw, her eyes losing their previous sparkle of hope and aspiration, replaced by a sinister glare. Shall we step aside for a moment? Observing her reaction, Chen Mu understood she had caught on. Without uttering a word, Kong Yuanyuan silently removed her apron and hat, revealing a ponytail he had never seen before. She turned towards the CF's back door. Hey, Yuanyuan, where are you going? A staff member called out that I just need to use the restroom. Kong Yuanyuan replied without turning. Seeing this, Chen Mu quickened his pace to follow to the back door. He coolly asked, Care to change venues? Why not? Kong Yuanyuan replied with a ghostly smile, nodding in agreement. Chen Mu strode towards the street, with Kong Yuanyuan trailing beside him, both laden with unanswered questions. For instance, Tony's death and the sudden call from her sister. Kong Xiuxiu. She was certain these unexpected events were intertwined with him. Waving at a taxi approaching from a distance, it quickly signaled and pulled over. Chen Mu opened the rear door and entered, with Kong Yuanyuan almost instinctively following suit. New Win Street intersection. Chen Mu announced, and the taxi sped off. That a few minutes later, they arrived at a narrow, dimly lit street, dotted with several small salons. Exiting the vehicle, Chen Mu, having not exchanged a single word with Kong Yuanyuan, was unconcerned about her fling. He headed straight into the cramped, shadowy alley. The salon workers, initially intending to solicit business, quickly abandoned their plans upon noticing the striking girl following Chen Mu. After navigating through several winding alleys, Chen Mu finally emerged from the damp, cramped streets, leaving behind the area mockingly referred to by locals as the Flesh District. He confidently approached an unattended outdoor parking lot. Spotting an old, long-in-use car, he extracted a wire and began to fiddle with the keyhole. Moments later, he opened the door and slipped inside. Skillfully, he connected the ground wire, ignition wire, and starter wire. With a sudden roar, the vehicle sprang to life. With a thud, Kong Yuan closed the door as she took her place in the back seat.